Chapter 171. Yi Xian stood in the snow in a coffee-colored down jacket, looking no different from before the end of the world. Except for her eyes. In the past, Yi Xian's eyes were always full of tenderness. But when she saw a stranger, she was like a frightened deer, and her gentle eyes suddenly turned into panic. And she even dodged a little. But now Yi Xian's beautiful eyes were like lightning, and they were no longer filled with tenderness and panic, but with decisiveness and frightening calmness. At this moment, she was just standing there, and Su Jing could feel the pressure of the superior coming towards her. Xin. Su Jing looked at Yi Xian with tears in her eyes, and she didn't know what to say after she said those two words. Yi Xian's eyes passed her and looked behind her. At this time, Gu Xinan had already walked out of the car, looked at the woman in front of him, and waved to the bodyguard with his eyes slightly narrowed. Xin. I really didn't mean it. The bodyguard received Gu Xinan's order and surrounded Yi Xian in a fan shape, with bullets loaded and aimed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked around and sneered, "Ha ha. Jing. I'm afraid this matter is no longer under your control." Su Jing was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. She turned around and yelled at Gu Xinan, "Dad! You promised me that as long as you can find the safe and the blueprint, you will release Yi Xian. You can't break your promise." Gu Xinan had a cold face and said nothing. Now that it has become like this, even if Gu Xinan is willing to let go of his grudges for the sake of his daughter, his men may not be willing. The underworld has its own rules, and it is not his one-man show. "Dad." Su Jing stamped her feet anxiously. Gu Xinan ignored her and continued to move closer to Yi Xian. With a click, the bullet was loaded. "No!" Su Jing rushed to Yi Xian and protected her behind her like she did in the Gu family compound. She opened her eyes wide in horror and stared at her father in disbelief. "No! You can't kill her! Dad! I beg you! Dad! Too many people died today. Don't kill any more people! Please!" Gu Xinan said, "Pull the young lady away." There was no emotion in his voice. Two bodyguards came towards Su Jing, and Su Jing was scared. She pulled Yi Xian back step by step. Xin. "Run! You run!" Yi Xian was speechless. Where can she run to in such a scene? Even if she was fast, could she be faster than so many bullets? Su Jing also understood that if she didn't protect Yi Xian with all her might today, Yi Xian would definitely die. Just then, two black shadows suddenly flashed by, and the two bodyguards who were walking towards Su Jing screamed and squatted on the ground with their eyes covered. "Ah! My eyes!" Gu Xinan was stunned. "What is that?" The bodyguards also looked around. "What was that just now? Did you see it clearly?" Everyone shook their heads. "No. I only saw a black shadow." "No. I saw a yellow shadow." "What is that?" Before they could react, the two black shadows flashed again, and two more bodyguards fell to the ground. The other bodyguards reacted and started shooting. However, after firing all the bullets, they didn't even touch the black shadow. Gu Xinan's eyes narrowed. "It's them. Be careful." Back to back. Defense. Before the bodyguards could stand in formation, two more bodyguards were hit. The human eye can hardly catch its figure, so bullets are completely useless against them. Gu Xinan was surrounded by bodyguards and said coldly, "So they are here with you, Yi Xian? Is this what you rely on?" Yi Xian didn't speak, but waved her hand. A dozen wolfhounds suddenly jumped out of the wasteland on the roadside and rushed towards the huddled bodyguards. Two shadows flashed by occasionally, and a bodyguard fell to the ground. The scene was in chaos, with gunshots, wailing, and roars. Su Jing was stunned. Xin. Please spare them. Spare them. For my sake." Bang! Another gunshot. Yi Xian fell forward and rolled on the ground to avoid a bullet. He said coldly, "See? Even if I spare them, they won't let me go." Bang! Another bullet hit Yi Xian's side, and the flying shrapnel scratched the back of Yi Xian's hand, and blood immediately flowed out. Su Jing was sharp-eyed, and saw Yi Xian injured and shouted to Gu Xinan, "Dad! You just want that blueprint. Why do you have to kill her?" "Dad! Stop it!" Gu Xinan stared and said, Jing. Come back. Your brother's death, the loss of the Gu family compound, and the more than 200 brothers who died today, are all because of this woman. If I, Gu Xinan, don't avenge my son and my brothers, Where will we have a foothold in the future? No! Su Jing would never listen to this. In her heart, revenge will never end. It is better to stop the loss in time and turn hostility into friendship, so that there will be no more bloodshed and sacrifice. Gu Xinan looked at the bodyguard, who was fighting with the wolfhound beside him, frowned and said sternly, Jingjing, come back soon. It seems that we have really spoiled you. Yi Xian sneered, turned back and said to her, Jingjing, you are a lady. Live your peaceful life. Don't get involved in what's going on here. The grudge between us. Before she finished saying this, Su Jing suddenly shouted, no! Seeing her father raise the pistol at Yi Xian again, she suddenly let out a cry of grief and rushed to Yi Xian. The bullet passed through her chest, splashing an ice flower on the snow, and a bright red flower gradually bloomed on Su Jing's chest, and her life began to pass away quickly. When Gu Xinan saw his daughter rushing towards Yi Xian, his finger had already clicked the trigger, and it was too late to regret. He could only watch the bullet pierce his daughter's chest, and watch his daughter fall into Yi Xian's arms. He, who is always known for his cold-bloodedness, was stunned. Gu Xinan stood there blankly, and after a long time, he burst into a roar, Jingjing, my daughter? The bodyguards had no time to care about anything else under the siege of the wolfhound, and the big cat and the small cat. Gu Xinan pushed the bodyguards around him away, and stumbled towards Su Jing. Yi Xian raised the pistol at him. Su Jing grabbed Yi Xian's hand, and begged in a weak voice, Xinxin, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to save you. Xinxin, I'm going to die. Please, for my sake, spare him. He's my father. Ahem. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Su Jing's mouth, and Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned red. Su Jing lay in Yi Xian's arms, turned her head with difficulty, and shouted to Gu Xinan, Dad! Go! You go! Go! The breath was obviously no longer stable. Gu Xinan looked at his daughter who fell in Yi Xian's arms. His eyes filled with tears, and tremblingly raised the gun in his hand again, aiming at Yi Xian. The voice was colder than the extremely cold weather. Then, you will accompany my daughter in the funeral. Chapter 172. Seeing her father raise his gun at Yi Xian again, Su Jing didn't know where she got the strength from. She turned around and hugged Yi Xian tightly, covering her with her body, and shouted, Dad! Seeing his daughter desperately protecting him, Gu Xinan hesitated for a moment, but finally put down the gun with trembling hands, and turned to walk towards the car. The gray-haired man walked towards the car like a real old man, and the snow on the ground made him slip several times. Every time he got up tremblingly, and continued to walk towards the car. Even a drug lord of a generation, when he lost his beloved, he was no different from an ordinary person. Finally, under the gaze of Su Jing and Yi Xian, he got into the car, started the engine, and drove the car towards City A. Su Jing still hugged Yi Xian tightly. Yi Xian forced her arms apart and whispered, He's gone. Su Jing's eyes could no longer be opened, and she said weakly, Xinxin, spare him. He is no longer a threat to you. There's a traitor in his base. And Uncle has taken advantage of the situation and seized his base. The voice was getting lower and lower. Yi Xian hurriedly stopped him, Jingjing, stop talking. Save some strength. I find someone to save you. As he said that, Yi Xian threw Su Jing into the space and called Li Mei at the same time, Quick! Save her! The battle in front was basically over, and there were only a few bodyguards who could still stand. Even if they could still stand now, they had lost their ability to fight. Yi Xian simply threw them all into the space. Bai Bing came over from the front. Yi Xian, throw me in too. Let me accompany Su Jing. Yi Xian had known that he was following. Staring into his eyes, he asked, Do you know what it means to go in? Bai Bing pursed her lips tightly. I know you are a space power awakener, and your level is not low. I don't know what it is like in there, but Su Jing is in there, and I want to accompany her. After saying this, Bai Bing's tone was unusually firm, even if it is hell. Yi Xian knew that Bai Bing had sex with Su Jing during the time he left the base, and Su Jing had saved him many times with her life. Yi Xian had no doubts about their relationship, but still said to Bai Bing, If you regret it at the mid-mountain base, if there is a better place to go, maybe you can still choose. Once you get there. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly changed. Once you get there, you can only be loyal to me. For life. As long as I want. I can know your every word and action. Even if you have the slightest intention of betrayal, I can find it. Even if you come to this world, you are still completely under my control. I am the king there. Are you still willing? Bai Bing was stunned for a moment, and nodded firmly. I am willing. Bai Bing, have seen many management models of bases. Since I entered the mid-mountain base, I have never thought of leaving. He suddenly smiled and continued, going there is just a change of place. You are still Yi Xian's subject, and you can accompany Su Jing. Why not? I am willing. I am willing to be loyal to you for the rest of my life. And I am more willing to accompany her in life and death. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. In the previous life, Su Jing committed suicide because of Jiang Chao. But in this life, she was shot to death by her own father for protecting herself. Her fate seemed unfair. But she got a true lover in this last life. Is she lucky? Or unlucky? Yi Xian grabbed Bai Bing's arm and threw him into space. Bai Bing felt dizzy and closed his eyes involuntarily. Then he felt that he fell to the ground. And the soft feeling under his feet was like grass. He opened his eyes. And sure enough, he was in a very beautiful place at the moment. With a gentle breeze, bright sunshine, and the grass under his feet as soft as a carpet. The wheat not far away was about to mature, and the golden leaves swayed gently with the breeze. On the other side was a jungle, and the sound of birds made people feel very comfortable. The dozen bodyguards, who were just thrown in by Yi Xian, were still curled up on the ground, and were being thrown on stretchers and carried away by a group of people. The weather here was warm and seemed a little hot, so he quickly took off his down jacket. A square-faced man came over and saluted Yi Xian, my mistress. Yi Xian nodded to him. His name is Bai Bing. He's new here. You tell him the rules. Su Jing will be taken care of by him in the future. Fang Wei glanced at Bai Bing and smiled. Does he need to be trained? Yi Xian looked at Bai Bing. And at this moment, the 5 little red hearts on his head were trembling to show her the master's loyalty. She waved her hand. No. This is an old acquaintance. Tell him the rules, and take him to the hospital, and hand him over to Li Mei. Fang Wei nodded. Don't worry, mistress. This is easy. By the way, mistress, Li Tao asked me to tell you that the crisis over there has been resolved. But many of his subjects were injured, and he requested medical support. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Go ahead. Bai Bing looked at Yi Xian deeply again. She actually had a paradise hidden in her. How many abilities did she have that we didn't know about? He hoped that Yi Xian's abilities would be as strong as possible, so that Su Jing would have more hope. When Yi Xian returned to the villa, the trap in front of the mountain gate had been restored to its original state. Ye's father left a few zombies in it. This thing is still very useful at critical moments. Ye's mother rubbed her temples and told her, Xin. Bai Muron sent a message. He said he found a way to increase mental power. But it's a bit difficult. This is the message he left. If you want to go, you can go together then. Yi Xian took a piece of paper handed over by Ye's mother. According to Bai Muron, someone in City B found a mutant fox with a bright red body. It is a spirit fox. It is said that its blood can increase human mental power and improve the level of superpowers. However, this kind of spirit fox is very rare. Some time ago, someone found its figure on the mountain southeast of City A. Now many bases want to go and capture the spirit fox to improve the combat effectiveness of their bases. Base A701 also plans to go there. If Yi Xian is willing, they can go together so that they can take care of each other. Yi Xian stared at the paper, but couldn't help frowning. Since this spirit fox is so useful, all the major bases must be fighting for it. At that time, what needs to be guarded against is not only zombies and wild beasts in the mountains, but also the awakened people with superpowers in the major bases will be more dangerous. In this end times, humans are always the scariest animals. Looking at her daughter's expression, Ye's mother advised, Xin, I just have a headache. Why don't we not go? Since there are so few spirit foxes, it must be difficult to catch them. Besides, there are so many people who want to get them. Same idea as Yi Xian. Bai Muron said that the A701 base sent 7 awakened people to go together this time, hoping that Yi Xian would cooperate with them. If the spirit fox was caught by the A701 base, he could decide to give Yi Xian 100 milliliters of blood. This blood is enough to cure Ye's mother headache. Of course, if the fox spirit is caught by Yi Xian, They will also take 100 milliliters of blood. Yi Xian understands his intention. The two bases can not only better fight against other bases, but also prevent friction between the two bases. Bai Muron doesn't want to be her enemy. But, should we cooperate or not? Yi Xian was hesitating when Lu Liang came in. My lady. There is someone standing outside the mountain gate who wants to see you. He said he is your acquaintance. Chapter 173. Acquaintance? Yi Xian walked to the computer, and was stunned when she saw the tall figure in the surveillance video. Didn't she just send a telegram? Why is he here? The person who came was not someone else, but Bai Muron. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let him in. I was looking for him." Bai Muron smiled and walked into the gate of the villa. I heard that there was a big battle here just now. And now it seems that there is no damage at all. Yi Xian rolled her eyes at him. What else do you want? Do you have to kill some people and make a mess? Bai Muron smiled even more. No. No. I just admire Lord Ye's good leadership. Did you see the message I left for you? Yi Xian nodded. I just saw it. Why are you here? Bai Muron scratched his head. There is a mission not far from here. They went back first. I came to see you. And by the way, I want to talk about this spirit fox. Ye's mother brought a cup of tea. Drink tea. Sit down and talk. Bai Muron's expression was serious. Yi Xian. This matter may be a bit troublesome. You'd better send people to look for it nearby. Maybe there are other places. Don't just count on that spirit fox. Yi Xian understood after hearing this. There are many people going. As far as I know. Our base and you. As well as Hope Base. Strength Base. Hope Base. And Advanced Base are all going. In addition to these bases, it is estimated that there will be an awakened person with superpowers going alone. Not to mention that only one spirit fox has been found so far. Even if 10 or 8 are found, there will not be enough to share. Sure enough. Yi Xian was a little discouraged. A familiar voice came from the door. What do you mean by not enough to share? Meng Jinghan came back with Xian. Yi Xian told him about the spirit fox. And Meng Jinghan sucked his teeth with a toothache. It seems that there is not enough to share. Hey, Xian. Can you ask the animals to help and see if there is any on Suiping Mountain? This is exactly what Yi Xian wanted to do. Xian nodded. I go now. Mom, if you want to catch a spirit fox, remember to take me with you. Maybe I can help. After saying that, he jumped away. Bai Muron shook his head. A beast-type awakened person can indeed control animals. But this spirit fox cannot. He pointed at Xian back. Xian wants to go. And the one in our base also wants to go. Hey. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan looked at each other. It seems that Xuelong was right. There is indeed a problem with the current A701 base. Yi Xian cautiously probed. She is a beast-type awakened person. Can't she help a little bit? I remember that he seems to be a space-awakened person. With him, we don't have to worry about how to carry supplies. Bai Muron glanced at Yi Xian. His face full of helplessness. Do you know how big her space is? It's only 5 square meters. Nothing can fit in it. Let's talk about her animal ability. So far, she can only control a few mice and birds. And can't even control a rabbit. What's the point of following her? She still needs our protection when walking in the deep mountains and forests. Yi Xian, Although a person has awakened multiple abilities, this is too weak. It is really a headache to follow such a person on a mission. So what are you going to do? Bai Muron took a sip of tea. Now you are the only place where I can drink such good tea. It smells so good. What else can I do? She is a multi-power awakener with unlimited possibilities. She is also the daughter of a political bigwig. So I can only take her with me. That's what I want to say. We plan to set off in 2 days. According to the information given by the meteorological department, the temperature may rise rapidly recently. If the snow melts, it will be more difficult to climb the mountain with mud all over the ground. Yi Xian, are you going to leave directly from here? Or will you stay with me at A701 base for 1 night? We go together then. This place is farther from the mountain, and it takes about 4 hours to drive there on the current road conditions, while A701 base is closer and can be reached in less than 2 hours. For the sake of convenience, staying in A701 base in advance is the best choice, which can not only help you get enough rest, but also save time on the road. However, the current situation of A701 base. Seeing Yi Xian hesitate, Bai Muron spread his hands. You don't want to refuse. Do you? I asked my teammates to go first. And plan to go back with your car. It doesn't matter if you refuse. I have to go back again. Can your base allow outsiders to enter at will? Miron grinned and took out a piece of paper and handed it to Exian. I thought about it a long time ago. I have applied in advance. This is the cooperation agreement. Take a look first. If there is no problem, sign it below. As a partner, not only will no one object to entering the base in advance, but you can also get free food and accommodation. The paper was written in great detail, including what to do if Exian caught the Spirit Fox, what to do if the A701 base caught the Spirit Fox, how to allocate the security issues of both parties, etc. Exian signed her name with a big stroke of the pen. Okay. I go with you. Miron grinned. Today you go ahead and make preparations. I rest here for a day. We set off early tomorrow morning. And we go up the mountain together the day after tomorrow. Exian stretched out her hand and high-fived Miron. It's a happy decision. Ming Jinghan grabbed Exian's arm and glanced at Miron. I want to go with you. Exian looked at his serious expression in confusion. Why are you so serious? You don't have superpowers. Why are you going there? All those who go there are awakened superpowers. Ming Jinghan refused to let go, looked at Miron again, and said firmly, I don't care. I'm going. If you don't let me go, I go by myself. Exian, Miron, Okay. You count as one. Xianxian counts as one. And you go inform Li Yinwu to let him count as one too. Miron was stunned. Only 3 people? Xianxian walked in with a pout. I ran to Zishuangtang alone to avenge you. Uncle Bai. You don't even treat me as a human being. Miron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Okay. Our Xianxian counts as one too. You only have 4 people going? Exian nodded. Enough. 1 car is just right. Miron didn't say anything. But Exian knew that the more people there were, the greater the possibility of finding the Spirit Fox. Only 4 people, including the child, came out of the base halfway up the mountain. This was clearly a gesture of not competing with them. Miron went back to his original room to rest. Exian took out a few bottles of essence and handed them to Ye's father, and carefully told him how to use them. Although Gu Xinan had escaped and would not come back in the short term, there were more and more zombies at the foot of the mountain, and no one could guarantee that there would not be another zombie siege. She had to settle her family first during her absence. She only took Big Cat and Little Cat with her, and left all the wolfhounds at home to share with Li Tao. Li Tao, Lu Liang and Ye's father are all reliable people. With the addition of Snow Wolf, Exian should be able to protect the base with a group of space citizens. The next morning, they set out under the earnest guidance of Ye's mother, heading for the largest base at present A701 base. Exian settled there in his previous life, and he went there again as a collaborator in this life. And he couldn't help but feel hopeful. Chapter 174. Miron drove the off-road vehicle left by Gu Xinan and turned back to Exian and said, The car has good performance. I knew you have no shortage of good things here. Exian did not speak. Miron continued, This is our first cooperation. If it goes well, there may be other cooperation in the future. Exian heard something different in this sentence. She turned her head and looked at Miron. Oh? As the largest base in City A and City B, do you often cooperate with small bases? This didn't exist in the previous life. All the major bases were defending themselves, not to mention cooperating with each other. They were afraid that their technology would be learned by others. And they were also afraid that their bases would be coveted by others. How could they cooperate frequently? Miron grinned. Not often. But sometimes, the mission target is relatively large, and it is difficult for one base to handle it. So we will choose a reliable base to cooperate with. Although the Banshan base is not large, it is considered the best in terms of management and strength in the entire A city. Miron gave Exian a thumbs up and continued. If this cooperation goes well, there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. However, the interior of the A701 base is also a mess now. Whether it is willing to cooperate with us depends on Lord Ye's opinion. Exian did not comment. The car drove for more than an hour, and arrived in front of a large iron gate. Through the iron railings, you can see that the people coming and going inside seem to be building houses. There is a small door on the left and right, and each door is guarded by 2 soldiers with guns, and another person is collecting the entrance fee. There were many convoys outside the small gate on the right. All of them were people waiting to enter the base. Outside the small gate on the left were all people with their families, who had come here on foot, already ragged and exhausted. But they didn't dare to sit down and rest. So they had to follow the team and move forward step by step, hoping to enter this doomsday shelter as soon as possible. 100 meters away from this group of people, there were 5 or 6 soldiers patrolling with guns, clearing all the zombies that approached. Muron drove the SUV into the big iron gate in the middle, and there was a roadblock in front of the iron gate. A soldier came over and saluted Muron. Please show your ID and entry and exit certificate. Muron took out a small notebook and a piece of paper and handed them over. The soldier took a look and nodded. Then he looked at Xian and his group, their ID. Xian took out the cooperation agreement and handed it over. The soldier took a look and pushed open the roadblock in front of the big iron gate, then opened the iron gate and let them in. Xian nodded. The guard was quite responsible. On the left side of the entrance was a shantytown, where countless people were coming and going to build sheds, and some were making fires outside the sheds to cook. A young man ran over there, holding someone else's food in his hand, stuffing it into his mouth while running forward. The food in his hand was too hot, so he ate while fumbling with his hands quickly. Exactly the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, Xian and Xian lived here. These houses built with trees and thatch were drafty everywhere, not to mention keeping warm. And they were often too cold to sleep at night. Make a fire and cook inside? I am afraid that the sparks will ignite the low thatch. Cooking outside the shed is also a problem. If you don't guard it well, it will be snatched away and eaten by hungry people. Even if people who steal other people's food will be punished. It is better than starving to death. So this kind of thing will inevitably happen even if the base emphasizes it repeatedly. Muron saw Xian staring at the man without blinking, and couldn't help explaining, this kind of thing is strictly prohibited, and you will be punished if you are caught. But it still can't be stopped. They are so hungry. Xian nodded. The car turned right, and there were several rows of low buildings in front, the tallest of which was only 6 stories high. This was the wealthy area of the A701 base. The houses here require monthly rent. There is electricity and water in the houses, but you need to spend points to exchange them. If you don't have points, you can use food instead. In the previous life, the rent of a house here was 200 points a month, which was 200 kilograms of food, and 200 ordinary zombie crystal cores, not to mention the money for water and electricity. Ordinary people can't afford to live here. Xian in that life could only envy them. Muron pointed to the rows of small buildings and introduced, this is a wealthy area. The rent, water and electricity alone are a considerable expense. Our dormitory is also here. The last 2 buildings are our dormitories. Those who have awakened their special abilities can be exempted from half of the rent. Li Yanwu nodded and complained, half is also 100 points. We usually have to complete tasks. Apart from the salary, we basically have no time to kill zombies and take crystal cores. Meng Jinghan still turned his head to look at the shantytown behind him, his black eyes flickering with unknown light, wondering what he was thinking. Muron parked the car in the large open space behind the building and pointed to several small villas not far away. That's where the bigwigs in the military, politics and business live. The 3-story building in front of them is the office area. All policies of the A701 base are issued from there, and we also directly obey the orders from there. Muron helped Xian open the car door. Let's go. As a partner, I will take you to meet our captain. Yanwu, your guest room is in the 2nd building, on the 3rd floor. You go and rest first. Li Yanwu took Meng Jinghan and Xian away, and Xian followed Muron to the office building. Only after entering the office area did they find that this 3-story building had rooms on both the sunny and shady sides, and there were about a dozen rooms on each floor. The 1st floor was the military district's office, and Muron led her to turn left and stood at the door of the 2nd room. Report. A majestic voice came from inside. Come in. Muron pushed open the door and made a pleased gesture to Xian. A middle-aged man, about 40 years old, square-faced, fair-skinned, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through people. He raised his head from the documents and smiled when he saw Xian, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. This is Ms. Xian from the mid-levels base. Right? Xian stretched out her hand. Mid-levels base. Xian. Nice to meet you. The man reached out and held Yi Xian's hand, shaking it vigorously twice. My name is Lu Mingfei. Nice to meet you. I've heard Bai Miran say this before, but I didn't expect you to be so young when I saw you today. Sit down. Yi Xian sat on the sofa. Lu Mingfei took out the tea leaves and the teapot, pinched a little tea leaves with his hands and put them into the teapot, took the kettle and poured water into it. Yi Xian's eyes were sharp. She had already noticed that there was only a small handful of tea leaves in the bag. He just pinched a little, and more than half of it had gone down. Lu Mingfei smiled and said, Don't laugh at me, Miss Yi. I don't have anything good to treat you here. Even this little tea leaves were stolen from our old leader yesterday. Hee. If he hadn't known Miss Yi was coming, he wouldn't have been willing to give it to me. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Bai Miran frowned. Captain, don't be so shabby, or Lord Yi will laugh at you. Lu Mingfei didn't care, handed Yi Xian a cup of tea that was almost as light as boiled water, and said with a smile, Come, have some tea. Let's talk about the situation on Gangtai Mountain. Then take you to dinner. And then let Bai Miran take you to visit our base. As he spoke, he took out a huge map and pointed at the map to introduce it. Gangtai Mountain is 578 meters high and runs northwest. The northwest direction is connected to Tsuaping Mountain. Tsuaping Mountain is included. The radius is hundreds of kilometers. The place where we found the spirit fox is in this area. Chapter 175. Yi Xian saw a circle drawn in red in the center of the huge map. Lu Mingfei pointed to the circle and said, This is almost the most central location of Gangtai Mountain. Not to mention the wild animals. The terrain alone is very complicated. We have done some work. I believe Bai Miran has already told you. Yi Xian nodded. Bai Miran had introduced it to her on the way. There was no one living there. After entering, even the satellite phone could not be connected. She could only rely on her own strength to search. The fox is agile, and its range of activities may not be limited to this area. If the search range is expanded. After listening to Lu Mingfei's introduction, Yi Xian finally understood why they had to find other bases for cooperation. In such a large area, it would be difficult for dozens of people to meet again in the jungle, let alone a dozen people. In addition to the complex terrain, in such an environment, in addition to strength, luck also plays a big role in finding and catching a fox. After talking for a long time, Lu Mingfei stood up and said, I will lead the team this time. Miss Yi, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation and succeed in one fell swoop. The two hands were held together again. Let's go. It's my turn to be a good host. Call your people, and let's go to the cafeteria together. Yi Xian took out the intercom and called Li Yanwu and Ming Jinghan out. When Lu Mingfei saw Xian, he was stunned. Why? Bring a child? Bai Miran quickly explained, This is Lord Ye's son, an awakened beast. Then he leaned over and whispered something in Lu Mingfei's ear. And Lu Mingfei immediately smiled. Good. Ambition is not about age. And children have a future. The cafeteria is behind the office building, because they delayed the meal time. The cafeteria has no food. However, the cafeteria aunt said, the leader has already ordered that there will be guests today. So let us make a new dish for the guests. Lu Mingfei showed his big white teeth again. It seems that we are benefiting from Miss Yi, and have a good meal for free. Hee. Before he finished speaking, the cafeteria aunt said, Captain Lu, the guests can be exempted from paying, but you still need to pay. Just the normal meal price. Lu Mingfei couldn't laugh anymore, and muttered, So stingy. I've never seen such a stingy leader. He turned around and swiped his card. 2 points for a meal, a dish, 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of soup. The food came up, and it turned out to be cabbage stewed with vermicelli, with only 2 pieces of fat as thin as paper on it. Lu Mingfei looked at the 2 pieces of fat on it, quickly stuffed them into his mouth, and laughed again. That's fine. At least I can see the meat. There are also vermicelli, which I usually don't want to eat. Miss Yi, eat quickly. Bai Miran glanced at Yi Xian, and saw that she put some into the empty bowl, saying, Too much. I can't finish it. Whoever doesn't have enough can eat it. Don't waste it. Bai Miran's mouth twitched. This is picky eating. Her original food was so good. There was meat for every meal. So why would she care about this bowl of cabbage stewed with vermicelli? Li Yanwu said quickly, Hey, Captain, why is our food still like this, compared to the mid-mountain base? Before he could finish this sentence, Yi Xian glared at him. So he had to lower his head and eat obediently. Lu Mingfei looked at Li Yanwu. Then at Yi Xian. How could he not understand? He was not polite. Took the half bowl of dishes that Yi Xian had picked out. And poured it all into his own bowl. Miss Yi. You can't waste it if you can't finish it. I eat it for you. Yi Xian lowered her head to eat. And almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Captain Lu seemed very serious when he first saw him. But now, he seems quite interesting. After a quick meal, Lu Mingfei sent Yi Xian downstairs to the dormitory. Asked Bai Muron to take them upstairs. And left. There were 2 dormitories for 4 people. Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu in one. And Yi Xian and Xian Xian in another. Not long after, Bai Muron brought a few packets of biscuits and beef jerky. Hey, the food here is not very good. I'm afraid you and the children won't have enough to eat. So fill your stomach when you're hungry. Yi Xian smiled and thanked him. Bai Muron glanced at the dormitory and said, hurry up and take a rest. I pick you up at 3 o'clock and take you to see the base. Yi Xian nodded. As the largest base in City A and City B, Base A701 has many shortcomings in management. But there are still many things that Yi Xian can learn from it. Visiting the base is not just for nostalgia, but also to learn from others and make up for one's own shortcomings. Yi Xian is very clear about this. A patrolling team of soldiers passed by Yi Xian's window and pointed upstairs and said, I heard that a woman came to cooperate with the base to catch the spirit fox. Have you heard about it? The soldier behind him pushed him. Be careful that the captain hears it. Discussing the base's actions in private. You don't want to do it anymore? The soldier immediately shut up, looked upstairs again, and walked away quickly. If Meng Jinghan was here, he would be shocked. The soldier behind him, who pushed his companion, looked too much like Yi's father. At 3 o'clock, Bai Muron knocked on Yi Xian's door on time. Yi Xian was ready and handed Xian Xian to Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu, asking Li Yanwu to take them out for a walk. But he was kept by Bai Muron. A team of patrolling soldiers passed by in the distance. Bai Muron told her, I've wanted to talk to you about patrols for a long time. According to research by authoritative experts, people's attention span is only 4 to 6 hours. If it exceeds this time, no matter what they are doing, their energy will be much less than before. The patrol team is the most important part of maintaining public security and protecting the base. So we divide them into groups of 5. Each group is on duty for 4 hours. Once the 4 hours are up, the next team will be replaced immediately. And then, they will start the next round of patrols after getting enough rest. Bai Muron pointed to the patrol team in front and said, we have 234 patrol teams like this. One for the shanty towns, one for the rich area and the office area. They can communicate with each other, but have different patrol routes. Yi Xian listened carefully, and saw Bai Muron pointing to the area in front of him and said, the rich area and the office area are large, but there are not many people in normal times. So their tasks are not heavy. As long as they don't find suspicious people, there is generally no problem. The shanty towns are different. There are many people and chaos there. The patrol team needs to keep an eye out for anyone making trouble, stealing things, or showing signs of zombies, etc. Yi Xian was shocked. Corpse? You dare to let in people with scars? If you find a corpse? It's no joke. Bai Muron held her hand. Don't worry. People who go out on missions will be checked when they come back. Just like we were checked when we came in. It's just that some scars are not obvious. And there are so many people. It's not safe to rely on that one check. So patrol soldiers are also responsible for clearing out people with signs of corpse at any time. Let's talk about the patrol team again. Yi Xian, I remember that your mid-mountain base still has a team of more than a dozen people. And the patrol time is 8 hours. Right? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. She turned to look at Meng Jinghan. And Meng Jinghan nodded. I understand too. Let them reallocate when we get back. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front. Someone ran and shouted, Zombies! Zombies are coming in! Run! Suddenly, countless people ran deep into the base. The pots and pans in front of the shed were kicked over. And they got up and continued to run as if they didn't see it. Behind this group of people, there was indeed a zombie. Chapter 176. Yi Xian looked at Bai Muron. But Bai Muron's expression did not change. He just stared blankly into the distance, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. A patrol team ran over from a distance and fired a shot at the zombie's head. The zombie fell to the ground. But the two women who were bitten stood up staggeringly. The zombie that had just transformed was not fast, and was soon killed by the patrol team. The villagers returned to their respective sheds and worked, as if the scene just now had not happened. Yi Xian glanced at Xian, who shook his head firmly. This situation had never happened in the previous life. In the previous life, everyone who returned to the base would be carefully checked. If they were injured, no matter how they were injured, they would be locked in the house for a long time and allowed into the base only after confirming that there was no zombie transformation. This situation is too dangerous now. In case of a large-scale zombie transformation, these patrols will not be of much use at all, but will increase their risks. After the zombie crisis was resolved, another group of patrol members came from the other side, and the two groups gathered at the same time in the open space between the shantytown and the rich area. Bai Miran looked at the time and said, "It's time for them to change shifts." Before changing shifts, they will explain the special situations that happened during their shifts. Yi Xian walked towards the patrol team. Sure enough, the two patrol teams were communicating, but the communication time did not exceed 3 minutes, and they turned around and left. Another patrol team came over here. It was the patrol team in the rich area. This patrol team stood in a row and looked in the direction of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian also saw him. Then she was stunned. He looked at the patrol team for a long time without saying anything, but waited until they finished explaining the precautions before walking towards them. Bai Miran looked at Yi Xian's excitement with a confused face, but Ming Jinghan narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered something. The patrol member who was supposed to go back to rest walked towards Yi Xian, looked at her for a long time before tentatively asking, "Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded vigorously at him. "Yes, I am Yi Xian, brother." The man dared to believe what he saw. "Haha. Xin, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things." "Haha." The hearty laughter woke Bai Miran up from his daze. "This your brother?" Yi Xian nodded vigorously. "Dear brother?" Bai Miran still couldn't believe it. Yi Xian rolled her eyes at him. "It's the real deal." Yi Chao turned around and saw Bai Miran. Then looked Yi Xian up and down. "Sister, they said a woman came to the base, and she is working with the base to catch the spirit fox. Could it be you?" Yi Xian nodded vigorously again. "Yes. Brother, why are you here?" At the beginning of the apocalypse, in order to comfort her parents, she made up a story that her brother was maintaining law and order in a base in her previous life. She didn't expect it to be true. In her previous life, her activities were limited to the shantytowns, and she had no right to come here. She had no idea that she was in the same base as her brother. Yi Chao saluted Bai Miran and shouted, "Report." Yi Chao, patrol member of the 309th unit. Number 854,791. Bai Miran returned a military salute to Yi Chao, and then said, "My goodness. My sister is so capable. But my brother is actually patrolling here. It seems that I can't keep this person." The brother and sister met unexpectedly, and naturally there was a lot to talk about. Bai Miran led Yi Xian on patrol, and Yi Chao took his sister to visit the base. Bai Miran could only occasionally interject. It was then that Yi Xian realized that his brother had returned home at the beginning of the end of the world. But at that time, the house was empty, so he had to return here to search secretly. Unexpectedly, my sister actually created her own base, and got the opportunity to cooperate with the A701 base. Yi Xian asked Bai Miran for someone, and Bai Miran had to agree to report to her superiors. Yi Xian frowned. "I don't care. I will take my brother away when I come back from Hong Kong, Taiwan and Mountain. Whether you agree or not is your business." Bai Miran, Li Yanwu, This is the first time they have seen someone who dares to talk to the A701 base like this. Yi Chao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "It's different to have a proud sister. This is Deputy Captain Bai, who has the highest level of supernatural power. Everyone in the base would bow respectfully to him. My sister actually dared to talk to him like this." For dinner, Yi Xian rejected Lu Mingfei's invitation and asked Li Yanwu and Ming Jinghan to move the supplies from the car. Several people cooked and ate in the dormitory of A701 base. Yi Xian closed the door tightly and opened the window to let the smell go outside through the window and reduce the smell from staying in the dormitory building. "They want to eat some meat. Once we go to Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain tomorrow, it will be heavy physical labor." Gulp. Gurgle. The water boiled. Yi Xian took out the hand-rolled noodles that had been prepared long ago and threw them in. Then he took out the braised beef. Without slicing it, put on disposable gloves, broke it into pieces with his hands, and threw it in large pieces. Soon, a strong fragrance emanated from the dormitory, and even if the door was closed, some of it would inevitably be emitted. What a nice smell! Yi Chao followed Xian Xian in, and saw the pot full of hand-rolled noodles with large pieces of beef at a glance. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is this your dinner? Yi Xian filled a large bowl and handed it to Yi Chao. Eat it quickly. When you come home with me, your parents will be so happy to see you. Yi Chao looked at the bowl of hand-rolled noodles with more beef than noodles, and couldn't help sighing, oh, if I had known my sister was so amazing, what would I still be doing here? Sister, tell me, how could you be so amazing? Puff. Li Yinwu laughed. You think you are amazing just by eating beef? My sister is amazing in many other ways. Just wait and see. Yi Chao glared. When did I get a younger brother? How come I didn't know? Li Yinwu wanted to say something, but Yi Xian glared at him, and he immediately lowered his head to eat obediently. At dawn the next day, Lu Mingfei and Bai Muron gathered downstairs with 5 team members. Yi Xian also walked downstairs with her team members and heard someone talking. They were the ones who ate meat last night. Really? A woman with a child. How can she be so capable? Our military district leaders can't eat whatever they want. Cough. A dry cough sounded, and all the team members fell silent, standing in neat rows with their heads held high. Lu Mingfei introduced Yi Xian to the team members. This is Yi Xian, Captain Yi from the Banshan base. These 2. Oh, no. These 3 are the team members she brought, including this kid. Lu Mingfei bent down and stroked Xian Xian's head. Tell uncle. How old are you? Xian Xian's clear childish voice sounded. I'm 6 years old. My name is Yi Yuxuan. You can call me Xian Xian. Humph. A discordant voice came, and Yi Xian couldn't help but look at the other team. What can a little brat do? It's nothing more than a sham. And when the time comes, won't we still need to protect him? Chapter 177. The speaker was a woman, 165 centimeters tall, wearing a combat uniform with a camouflage coat on top, with long hair draped over her shoulders. At this moment, she was holding her head high, as proud as a goose. Before Yi Xian could speak, Lu Mingfei's face turned cold. You have to try to know if you have the ability. They are our important partners. If you want to cause trouble, don't follow them. The woman wanted to say something unconvinced, but someone next to her pulled her sleeve, and she stopped talking immediately. Lu Mingfei said to Yi Xian, we have 2 cars, and you have 1 car. Is that okay? Yi Xian nodded. No problem. Then let's go. Deputy Captain Bai drives in front to lead the way. Captain Yi follows behind, and I be the rear guard. This formation is clearly a protection for Yi Xian. Yi Xian is not stupid. She has to appreciate this. The sky is not yet completely bright, and the hazy morning fog can vaguely see the zombies still wandering not far away. Further away is a dark mass, which should be the Hong Kong and Taiwan mountains hidden in the morning fog. This Gangtai Mountain and Suiping Mountain where Yi Xian is actually belong to the same mountain range, but a piece is cut in the middle to form a small valley, and there are still some veins connected at the southern end of this mountain. Looking at this vast mountain, Yi Xian quietly took out the signal booster and walkie-talkie. The weather was foggy, and the car drove for 2 hours to reach the foot of the mountain. At this time, there were already several cars parked at the foot of the mountain. Lu Mingfei jumped out of the car and took a look at the off-road vehicle parked on the side of the road, which was not well hidden, and his face twitched. Sure enough, they are all here. Don't walk too far apart after entering the mountain. If there is any danger, try to stay close to your teammates. It would be great if our signal amplifier was there. The A701 base also has a signal amplifier. The last time they came to look for the Spirit Fox, they encountered someone sabotaging it. The person guarding the signal amplifier was seriously injured, and the signal amplifier was destroyed beyond recognition. If they hadn't immediately moved towards the signal amplifier after the signal amplifier lost its signal, not to mention the signal amplifier, the team member would not have been able to save it. Yi Xian took out a signal booster from the car. I have one here. Let's use it first. Do you have any walkie-talkies? Seeing the signal booster, Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up. Yes. Yes. It's much more convenient to have this thing. but I don't know how big its coverage range is. This signal booster was found by Yi Xian at a high-tech company when she was buying it for 0 yuan. It is said that it can not only resist interference, but also the signal can cover a radius of 100 kilometers under good conditions. There was no chance to use it before, and the environment here is not very good. Yi Xian did not dare to brag, and said conservatively, 50 kilometers should be no problem. Let's be careful, and don't run too far. It's enough. Looking at this signal booster that is only the size of a medical box, Lu Mingfei fell into deep thought. He knows this thing. This is new technology. At the beginning, the A701 base wanted to get one, but it took a lot of effort to get it. I didn't expect that she actually had it. Lu Mingfei looked at Yi Xian with a different look. The group of people took the map and compass and headed deep into the jungle. Although the extreme cold had just passed, the trees here had not yet grown new leaves. The original leaves were frozen by the sudden extreme cold weather, and now they were covered with frost and drooped listlessly. However, the ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, and the ice chips broke when stepped on, and half of the foot was stuck in the rotten leaves. Xian was young, and it was more difficult for him to walk, so Meng Jinghan carried him on his shoulders. As a result, the group moved very slowly, and it was only after 10 o'clock that they reached the designated location. Lu Mingfei planned to leave 2 teammates to guard the signal amplifier, but was rejected by Yi Xian. After determining the signal frequency, he asked them to go find the spirit fox first, and she would take care of the signal amplifier. Watching Lu Mingfei and the team members walk away, she glanced at Meng Jinghan, who nodded and carried Xian to find a big tree. The trunk of this big tree was so big that 3 adults could not hold it together hand in hand. There were lush leaves on it, and ice chips hung on each leaf. Meng Jinghan looked up, put Xian on the ground, and then jumped up, fixed the signal amplifier tightly on the thick branch, and hid it in the leaves with ice chips. Yi Xian circled the tree, and after confirming that she could not find him, she gestured to Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan then jumped down from the tree and marked the location 3 trees away. During this time, Yi Xian and Li Yanwu had been vigilantly observing the surroundings. Xian stood motionless under the tree, lowering his head and calling some small animals. After watching Meng Jinghan finish his work, Yi Xian's intercom rang. It was Lu Mingfei's voice. Miss Yi, our team members just found 2 figures going into your search area. Pay attention to safety. Pay attention to safety. Received. Captain Lu, please pay attention to safety as well. Meet at the agreed place at 12:30 noon. After waiting for Lu Mingfei's reply, Yi Xian put the walkie-talkie into her jacket pocket, took Xian's hand, and walked in the predetermined direction. Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu looked at each other and headed in their own directions. Although the spirit fox is small, its color is fiery red. If it appears, it is difficult not to be discovered. Therefore, the spirit fox has also learned to lie dormant when it sees a human figure. It will not go out to look for food unless there is no movement around. Small mice and flying birds in the mountains are its main food. Flying birds are difficult to catch, so its main food is mice in the mountains. Xian took advantage of this and just now summoned mice in the mountains, trying to find the location of the spirit fox through the mice. However, when Xian summoned the mice, he found that some mice had been summoned by others. After his summoning order was issued, he clearly felt that the mice were resisting. It was that woman. When we set out, she looked down on me as a child. Today, I will show you who is stronger. Dare you look down on me? I let you have a taste of what it's like today. Xian increased the strength of the summoning, and the mice that were controlled by others immediately broke through the control and ran toward Xian. Lu Fang followed behind Lu Mingfei, trying to control a dozen mice. Since the spirit fox feeds on them, the chance of finding the spirit fox with the mice is greater. With Lu Mingfei protection in front, she doesn't have to worry about any wild beasts or poisonous snakes. As long as her mice can find the trace of the spirit fox, she will still be the first credit of this operation. However, she suddenly froze. Ah! After a scream, she squatted down holding her head. Lu Mingfei turned around and saw Lu Fang with a painful face, frowning and said, "What's the matter?" It was the same last time she went up the mountain. A hedgehog ran past her, and she was so scared that she ran away. Lu Fang covered her head and shouted, "It hurts. Headache." Ah! The shrill cry startled the birds in the forest, and also attracted the attention of the two men. Chapter 178. A man wearing a black cotton coat and a crew cut turned around and said to his companion, "She's here again? Should we teach her a lesson?" This companion also wore a black cotton coat, and his hair was draped over his shoulders, almost catching up with Ming Jingen's long hair. He shook his head. The people in the A701 base are not easy to mess with. Last time we just luckily destroyed their signal amplifier. If we ran slower, they would have caught us. Don't take the risk again this time. Less on. Watch your step. The man with a buzz cut jumped up and took 2 steps back. He almost stepped on a hibernating snake. They were very familiar with this kind of snake. Its body was gray-brown, similar to the color of tree trunks. It was said that snakes hibernate and would not bite people during hibernation. But this kind of snake was very special. It would be fine if you didn't touch it. But if you accidentally touched it, it would wake up and instinctively bite the things that disturbed its hibernation. The last time they came, there were 5 people in total. Only his 2 brothers went back alive. The other 2 were bitten by it and died of poison. Another was hit by a wild boar and died on the spot. He almost stepped on the snake, which made him break out in a cold sweat. "Boss, can you swallow this?" It was A701's fault that the 3rd brother was hit by the wild boar last time. If it weren't for them. "Shut up," Li Wenchuan shouted angrily. "Isn't it embarrassing enough? You didn't rob the wild boar, but you said it was designed to harm you?" As he said that, he released the flame in his hand to drive away the poisonous snake. A handsome young man ran over from a distance and shouted to Li Wenchuan, "Boss, wild boar. I saw a wild boar. It's not far ahead. Let's go!" Li Wenchuan waved his hand and walked towards the wild boar with 2 men. At this moment, Xian suddenly pointed to the front and said to Yi Xian, "Mom, there is a litter of wild boars over there." The little rabbit said, "There is a litter of wild boars over there. The mother pig is with 6 piglets, just in front. Should we catch them?" Yi Xian would naturally not let go of the wild boar, even if she didn't eat it. Throwing it into the space jungle would add another species, and the space would give her a lot of rewards at that time. Those rewards are unique, and you can't even buy them in the system mall. Just like the bottle of external injury medicine that can heal after applying it for half an hour. It was given by the system. "Where is it?" Let the little rabbit lead the way. "Let's go and see." The fallen leaves in the jungle were too thick, and it was impossible to walk fast with Xian. When they arrived at the location, 3 men had already surrounded the mother pig. 2 middle-aged men, one with half-inch short hair, one with long hair flowing like a fairy, and a young man. His eyes flashed when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian held Xian's hand and stood still. She knew that the 2 people in front were the head and the second head of the Hope base. The man with the buzz cut was Dong Lesan, the cousin of Zhang Mingxian of Zishuan Hall. It was through this relationship that Zishuan Hall got close to the Hope base and grew stronger with the help of the Hope base. After she destroyed Zishuan Hall, although she had not yet officially fought with the Hope base, Yi Xian had already learned everything about the Hope base through inquiries from many sources. The man with long hair was the boss of the Hope base, named Li Wenchuan. He used to be a painter. After the end of the world, he awakened the fire ability and founded the Hope base with his viciousness. It is said that he can eat raw meat, and his enemies are extremely vicious. His brothers are afraid of him. As for the young man, Yi Xian smiled. That man is not a threat. It is true that enemies will always meet in such a big forest. The first team she met was the Hope base. She did not expect this. Li Wenchuan was obviously stunned when he saw Yi Xian and Xian. Where did the women and children come from in this deep forest? Looking at their calm appearance, they should be capable people. He invited her. "Girl, come catch a wild boar with us. We divide the boar by head after we catch it." The wild boar was huge, and it looked to be over 300 pounds. Its 2 fangs were exposed ferociously, like 2 daggers. The 3 of them couldn't catch it at all. Yi Xian smiled when she heard the invitation. She shook her head and said, "No. You guys catch it. I just watch." The wild boar rushed towards Li Wenchuan, and he quickly jumped aside and shot the wild boar with the bullet in his hand. However, the wild boar had thick skin and flesh, and ordinary pistol bullets could not do anything to it. After the wild boar broke out of the encirclement, it did not escape, but turned around and charged at Li Wenchuan again. Yi Xian understood that there was a very large tree hole behind it, and it seemed that its piglets lived in this tree hole. so it could not escape. It had to protect its children. The three people attacked the wild boar again. Li Wenchuan tried to jump on the wild boar but failed, and was almost stabbed by the wild boar's fangs. Jean Lesson tried to knock the wild boar unconscious with a stone, but the stone didn't even touch a hair. Li Wenchuan invited He Xian again. Girl, help us, and we can split it in half. How about that? He Xian still shook her head. Li Wenchuan frowned, and murderous intent suddenly rose in her heart. How capable can a woman with a child be? I've already proposed to split it in half, but she's still pretending to be a big shot. You two of three. I 1/3. He Xian still smiled and shook her head. You guys catch it first. I just want the rest. Damn it! You don't know how to be polite. Jean Lesson suddenly cursed. Xian raised his hand to teach him a lesson, but He Xian grabbed it. Don't worry. Xian raised his little face, his clear eyes full of grievance. Mom. He Xian squatted down and whispered, Xian. Don't worry. Those who achieve great things are most afraid of impatience, and those who laugh to the end are often the winners in life. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. At this time, Li Yin was suddenly sent a message. Sister, there is no signal here. It seems there is interference. He Xian took out the walkie-talkie. The signal here was very good. She called Ming Jinghan, and the signal on Ming Jinghan's side was also very good. But Li Yin's side began to be intermittent. He Xian was afraid that he would lose contact, so she hurriedly shouted, Don't go any further. Turn back, and meet up in the direction of number 2. Number 2 was Ming Jinghan. At this time, the three people launched 2 more attacks on the wild boar, both of which ended in failure. Jean Lesson was hit in the thigh by the wild boar and bleeding profusely. Li Wenchuan waved his hand at the young man. Retreat. We are too few to handle it. It is important to save Lesson first. The smell of blood will attract more wild animals, and then none of us can escape. We must stop his bleeding. Medical kit. Li Wenchuan helped Jean Lesson sit on the stone, took the medicine and bandages taken out of the backpack by the young man, and began to bandage him. He Xian's crisp voice rang out. Don't want it anymore? If you don't want it, I will catch it. As he spoke, one hand was still holding Xian's little hand, and the other hand was holding a steel knife, and he walked towards the wild boar step by step. Chapter 179. Jean Lesson gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it! Too much strength. Seeing He Xian walking towards the wild boar, he narrowed his wolf eyes. Hey! Look at that girl. She's interesting. I want to see how she catches the wild boar. Li Wenchuan said, Don't move. Jean Lesson slapped him. Boss, what do you think is wrong with that woman? She just walked towards the wild boar like this, and the wild boar didn't move at all. At this time, Li Wenchuan, who had his back to He Xian, turned around. He Xian had already walked to the wild boar, stretched out a white and tender little hand, and gently stroked the wild boar's head. But the wild boar remained motionless. Then, they watched with their own eyes as the wild boar disappeared in front of them without a trace. Jean Lesson stood up suddenly and stared at He Xian in amazement. This, how is it possible? Li Wenchuan reacted faster. He didn't care that his teammate's wound had not been bandaged yet. And he also stood up suddenly, raised his hand and pointed the gun at He Xian. Who are you? His eyes rolled. You are not the woman in A701. Who are you? Jean Lesson looked at He Xian's appearance and came back to his senses from the shock. Boss, could she be the woman in the mid-mountain base? I heard from the people in Zujiazhuang that the reason why Zishuang Hall was destroyed overnight was because the rats and wild wolves in the mountains ran to Zishuang Hall in groups, and they had no ability to resist it all. And the warehouse of Zishuang Hall. Do you remember it, brother? The full of food inside disappeared overnight. Could it be that the woman is not only an animal-type awakened one, but also a space-type awakened one? He Xian clapped her hands. It's really rare. I hope the second in command of the base can analyze so much. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to tell others all this. Suddenly, He Xian moved. Without anyone seeing clearly, she had moved to Jean Lesson's side. Jean Lesson only felt a small hand brushing his arm, and he seemed to hear the sound of gunfire. The boss fired. Then she felt dizzy, and when she stood still, the scene in front of her had completely changed. The dense forest was gone, and there was only an endless plain and crops that were about to mature. Oh! No. There was a jungle not far from the crops. But this jungle was much smaller than Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. Through the jungle, you could vaguely see a group of houses in the distance, which were neatly planned and seemed to be stone houses. What is this place? Before he could wonder for too long, Yi Xian's figure also appeared here, and at the same time a man ran over from a distance. The man stood straight and moved quickly, looking like a formally trained soldier. The man bowed to Yi Xian. Madam. Yi Xian pointed at Zhang Leshan. Leave it to you. The man bowed again and said, Madam. Rest assured, there is no stubborn donkey that cannot be trained here. At this time, Li Wenxuan had been disarmed by the young man and was struggling under the ropes. He stared at the young man with a sinister look. Zhang Fuxiang, I am really blind to treat you as my confidant. You are so heartless. The young man was not angry. He looked at him with a smile. Hope Base has long been in the calculations of our mistress. You are very lucky to be alive now. What else do you want? Don't you see what you have done in Hope Base? Murder? Rob women. Bully the weak. What kind of immoral things have you not done? TSK. To be honest, I used to be a subordinate of a drug dealer. Even drug dealers will do things cleanly and beautifully on the surface. Unlike you, who take it for granted that you are disgusting. Li Wenxuan spat at the young man. Bah! How noble can you be? This is the end of the world. Only the fittest survive. Didn't you kill people? Didn't you rob women? Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. And Li Fuxiang saluted Yi Xian. Lady mistress. It turned out that he was originally a citizen of Yi Xian's space, good at disguise and spy. When Zishuangtang disappeared, he was sent by Yi Xian to Hope Base as an undercover. He has done well these days, and successfully gained the trust of the two heads of Hope Base. When he met him in the jungle this time, Yi Xian had already decided to do so. Yi Xian nodded. Now I hope the boss and the second in command of the base are in our hands. Don't tell me you can't deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals now. Li Fuxiang bowed again and said, Don't worry, mistress. Give me a month, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. As for this person, Yi Xian's hand brushed over him, and he also disappeared in the jungle and appeared in Yi Xian's space. These two people will be useful in the future. You go back. I believe you know what to do. After Li Fuxiang saluted again, he turned around and walked out of the jungle, but stopped after 2 steps. He turned to Yi Xian and said, My lady, about 15 kilometers northeast of here, there is something that can block the signal, and there are wild beasts. It is a famous restricted area in Gangtai Mountain. My lady, please be careful, and try not to go there alone. Yi Xian had heard about the restricted area of Gangtai Mountain a long time ago. The people nearby said that there was a place in the center of Gangtai Mountain that no one could get close to, even with a signal transmitter. If you walk near that place, you will lose the signal and get lost because of the loss of direction. They once formed a team of more than a dozen young and middle-aged men to go in. Without exception, all died here, and no one could come out alive. Only one man did not enter the central area, and he quickly retreated when he saw that the communication tool had lost the signal. According to him, when he escaped, he vaguely heard the roar of wild beasts and the screams of humans inside. Therefore, the news that there was a human forbidden area on the Gangtai Mountain spread, and Looming Face specially reminded her when she set out this time. So, when Li Yanwu said the signal was bad, Yi Xian asked him to move towards Meng Jinghan immediately, and not let him go deeper into the forbidden area. Yi Xian nodded to Li Fuxiang. I've heard of it. Go back. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. The two people inside can cooperate with your actions at any time. Li Fuxiang nodded, turned around and walked out without looking back. Yi Xian went into the tree hole, took out a few wild boar cubs, and threw them into the space. The space immediately responded, +1 for species discovery. A gift package. Whether to collect it immediately. Receive. A bottle of special trauma medicine is awarded. As long as it is a trauma, even a broken bone, it can be restored in half an hour after use. A sniper rifle is awarded, and the bullets are unlimited. Please choose the model. There are many kinds of guns. Long, short, single-barreled, double-barreled. As a housewife, Yi Xian is not very familiar with these, so she only chose the model she is most familiar with. An AK sniper rifle. This kind of gun is the one she touches the most, and is the most convenient to use. It may be the cheapest, but it suits her. Reward: 1 advanced base protection package, which can improve the base's protection ability by 100% and can be reused once every 3 months. Reward: 100% increase in base citizens' loyalty. Yi Xian smiled. The system really wouldn't let her down. Xian came over and held Yi Xian's hand. Mom, the little mouse wrote to me, saying that a spirit fox was found about 10 kilometers north of here yesterday. But it's gone now. And that's not its nest. According to the little mouse, they saw the spirit fox running to the east. Could its cave be in the northeast? Yi Xian suddenly remembered the restricted area. Could the spirit fox be there? Chapter 180. At this time, Lu Mingfei's voice came from the intercom. Miss Yi. Miss Yi. Where are you? Yi Xian then realized that the agreed meeting time had arrived. Yi Xian quickly replied, Captain Lu, we walked a little far. We will go there now. Everything is normal. No trace of the spirit fox has been found yet. Then, she used the intercom to contact Meng Jinghan and Li Yinwu. Li Yinwu had successfully reunited with Meng Jinghan, and the two were gathering at the agreed location. Yi Xian took Xian's hand. Let's go. Try to see if you can contact the mice in the forbidden area. It will be much easier if you can find out the situation there. Xian shook his head and said, I have tried it. In theory, my mental power can at least penetrate half a mile into the forbidden area. But I don't know why. When my mental power reaches the edge of the forbidden area, it seems to be blocked by something and can't go deeper at all. Don't worry, Mom. I have tried my best to contact the mice nearby to see if there will be any gains. Yi Xian heard her son's words and didn't dare to let him take any more risks. She just kept an eye on him and told him not to be stubborn. It didn't matter if they couldn't contact him. They could still wait. Xian nodded. I also contacted the bird, but there is no news so far. Mom, it would be great if we could use the magpie. Yi Xian shook her head and said, the signal can be blocked there. Magpies will be the same as ordinary birds if they go in, and may even be affected badly. Let's wait and see. Yi Xian carried Xian on her shoulders. The mother and son chatted while gathering at the agreed location. When they arrived, everyone was already there. Everyone was resting on the spot and had not started eating. Yi Xian shared the little mouse's harvest with Lu Mingfei. Unexpectedly, before Lu Mingfei opened his mouth, the woman spoke again. She rolled her eyes and said proudly, we have known this news for a long time. Tell me something useful. Apart from the news sent by the little mouse, where else is there any useful information? Yi Xian frowned and wanted to say something to her, but heard Lu Mingfei shout, Lu Fangfang. That's enough. Don't forget that we are still in a cooperative relationship. The other party's animal ability is not worse than yours. Lu Fangfang couldn't help rubbing her head. Indeed, when Xian summoned the little mouse away, she had a splitting headache and it took her a long time to recover. When she mentioned this, she became even angrier. Humph! You still dare to say it's a partnership? A partnership and forcefully summon my little mouse away? Did she treat us as a partnership? Although Xian didn't like this person, he still said sincerely, Auntie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I accidentally took your little mouse away. Next time, I must be careful and control my power. Lu Fangfang's face turned red after hearing this. What does he mean? Is he looking down on her? Lu Mingfei smiled and touched Xian's head. Young man, you have a bright future. Work hard. Let's eat. He turned back to look at Yi Xian. I have prepared one for you. Do you want it? Li Yinwu looked at Lu Fangfang with disgust and interrupted Lu Mingfei. No need. Captain Lu, someone is already dissatisfied. If I take advantage of you again, I'm afraid our cooperation will end here. Lu Mingfei glared at Lu Fangfang again. This time, Lu Fangfang did not object. Instead, she waved her hand and took out their lunch from the space. Looking at Yi Xian provocatively. It was a box lunch. Stir-fried bean sprouts and rice, without a trace of meat. So bland that it was hard to accept. Lu Mingfei smiled and took his portion. But Yi Xian saw that there were a few pieces of meat on his bean sprouts. It seems that the captain still has preferential treatment. Yi Xian waved to Li Yinwu, and Li Yinwu took out their lunch from his backpack. It turned out to be a self-heating hot pot, and it was a high-end product from Haidaleo. Li Yinwu stretched out his hand, and a stream of clear water flowed into the box. Soon, the hot pot began to emit steam. After the packages of tripe, beef, mushrooms, vermicelli and vegetables were put into the pot, the aroma was overflowing, making people want to drool. Li Yanwu took out a few more packs of instant noodles and threw them into the hot pot. He watched the water in the pot boil, and it would be ready to eat soon. Yi Xian also specially prepared a non-spicy hot pot and braised eggs for Xian Xian. Xian Xian looked at Lu Fangfang while eating. Lu Fangfang immediately stopped eating rice and looked at Yi Xian, swallowing her saliva. Yi Xian threw 2 boxes of hot pot to Bai Miran and Lu Mingfei respectively, and said with a smile, "We have prepared 2 more. Eat them. They are quite heavy to carry back." Bai Miran took the hot pot and looked at Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei saw Yi Xian's sincere eyes, and did not hesitate to tear open the package. A stream of spring water flowed out from his palm. He also has water ability. Bai Miran smiled. "The boss is the boss. He is generous. We should obey your orders." As he said, he also tore open the hot pot package and asked Lu Mingfei to soak it for him, and then poured the tasteless bean sprouts in the lunchbox into it. At the same time, she called out to her teammates, "Come on. Captain Yi is treating us to hot pot. Let's all come and improve our meals." Perhaps because they had been suffering for a long time, the team members were not polite, and gathered around to eat their lunch boxes with 2 boxes of hot pot. Only Lu Fangfang did not move forward. She hid by herself, stuffing her lunchbox into her mouth from time to time, and her eyes occasionally glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned her back to her, with the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile, and thought to herself, "It seems that I have to be careful of this woman in the future." Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu got Yi Xian's hint and nodded at the same time. "Don't worry. We will be careful." After the meal, everyone rested on the spot and planned to continue exploring later. Lu Mingfei suddenly said, "Miss Yi, I have an idea. I don't know what you think." Yi Xian smiled. "Captain Lu, please speak." Lu Mingfei lowered his head and pondered for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. "I want to explore that forbidden area. I originally had this idea during the last operation, but we had too few people and the signal transmitter was destroyed, so we had to give up the plan." He glanced at the 3 people around Yi Xian and said, "It can be seen that although Miss Yi brought few people, they are all skilled soldiers and craftsmen. Maybe we can give it a try this time." This idea coincided with Yi Xian's idea. Yi Xian nodded and said, "I have the same idea, but that place is too dangerous. We can't contact each other at any time after entering, so we can only act together." Bai Miran added, "The first time you go in, you may encounter uncontrollable factors because you are not familiar with the terrain. I suggest that you consider safety more. Conduct a carpet search. Try to move around the periphery first, and then slowly advance. I will lead the team to explore in front. Yi Xian will lead the team to provide support in the middle, and Captain Lu will follow behind and stay alert at all times. As long as we stay alert enough, there shouldn't be any problems." Yi Xian knew that Bai Miran wanted to protect her because he was being helped by others. Lu Mingfei opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Lu Fangfang spoke. After hearing her words, Yi Xian was so angry that she almost jumped up. Chapter 181. Lu Fangfang said slowly, "I think Deputy Captain Bai's idea is not good. Not to mention that we don't have so much time to waste. Even if we advance slowly, we will still encounter the dangers that we should face." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian intentionally or unintentionally, and continued, "Captain Yi has a strong army. Why not give this opportunity to make a contribution to Captain Yi? This will also make us seem less stingy." Yi Xian was so angry that she almost jumped up after hearing this. Damn it! Knowing that there are unknown dangers there, they let her lead the charge. What kind of opportunity to make a contribution? This is clearly a personal revenge, and they want to use the dangers of the forbidden area to get rid of them. Yi Xian resisted the urge to beat her up, and spoke slowly. "Ms. Lu is too polite. We have heard that there is a dual-power awakener in the A701 base, and we admire him very much." Ignoring Lu Fangfang's gradually ugly face, she continued, "How about this? Just take this opportunity to open our eyes and see Ms. Lu's skills, so that we can learn from her." Bai Miran almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and quickly put his fist under his nose and coughed. Lu Mingfei suddenly felt a headache. These 2 women were not easy to deal with. It was really difficult for him to be the captain. He had no choice but to smooth things over. "Okay. Let's follow what Deputy Captain Bai said. We should be careful. He stood up and clapped his hands. Okay. Has everyone rested well? Okay. We're going to set off. Let's take a look at the forbidden area today. Everyone, load your guns. Always be alert. There are not only wild animals around us, but also enemies. Kala. A teammate shouted, come on. Let's go to the forbidden area. In the jungle, another team was still struggling to move forward. A bearded man led 3 men and a woman, and was walking carefully through the jungle. 2 of the men were supporting another man and walking forward with difficulty. A man with a long face shouted, boss. He seems to be dying. The bearded man called the boss turned his head, and the man in the middle seemed to be dying. His legs could no longer move, and his originally ruddy face had turned pale. The bearded man sighed and said to him, brother, it's not that we don't care about you. The only serum has been used for you. We brothers really have no other choice. When the man heard this, he opened his eyes reluctantly and looked at his companions. His lips moved, but he still couldn't make a sound, and his head drooped down. Seeing this, the teammates beside him also sighed, boss. Give up. We still have to live. The bearded man nodded helplessly. Put him down. Find a more comfortable position. The 2 teammates let the man lean against the tree trunk, bowed to him 3 times, and continued to walk forward without looking back. The bearded man seemed a little irritated and shouted behind him, be careful. Whoever messes with that kind of venomous snake will be on his own. Without his instructions, the remaining 2 men and 1 woman also knew what was going on. This time, they had a total of 6 people, and now there were only 3 of them left. The remaining teammates were all bitten by this kind of venomous snake, and the injection of venomous snake serum was useless. They didn't understand anything. Why are there still poisonous snakes in this season when the mountains are closed due to heavy snow? Why don't these poisonous snakes find a nest when they hibernate, but have to sleep in the wild? Why do they wake up and bite people when they encounter movement when they are clearly hibernating motionlessly? These things have long been beyond their cognition. Have these existed before? They don't know either. Generally, few people will venture deep into the jungle after the mountains are closed due to heavy snow. Brother, let's eat something. I really can't hold on any longer. The woman spoke, and the remaining 2 men nodded in agreement. Boss, take a break. The fox spirit is really hard to come by. Who knows where it is? Another man said, although the extreme cold weather is past. It seems to be below 0. Why is it so cold? If we don't replenish some energy, we really can't do it. Choosing an open area, they broke off some dry branches, broke off the ice on them, and piled them on the ground. He said to the round-faced girl, Sunny, can you try to light it? Damn it! The weeds are all covered with ice. There is nothing to start the fire. The girl stretched out her palm towards the branches, and a ball of flame shot out from her palm, continuing to roast the branches. 1 minute passed, and the branches only smoked. 2 minutes passed, and the branches were still smoking. The girl increased the intensity of the flame and persisted for a few minutes. And finally a small cluster of flames burned from the branches. Just when the teammates were full of hope, the girl took back the flame in her palm and shook her head at them. No. The branches are too wet. They can't burn like this. The bearded man shook his head and took out a thermos from his backpack. Let's drink hot water. We can eat something so we won't feel cold. They didn't notice that there were several pairs of eyes not far behind them staring at their every move. Boss, what do you think of that woman? Do you want to take her away? This team of people were all wearing gray-brown clothes, almost blending into the tree trunks in this jungle. He shook his head. Wait a little longer. Look at the bearded man. He is always on guard. Keep an eye on them. Wait until they relax their vigilance. Then we will attack. Try to avoid conflict and reduce casualties. At this time, Bimuron was leading the team towards this side. Less than 200 meters away, Exion has a keen nose and whispered, I seem to smell the smell of burning wood. Be careful. There may be people around. Bimuron paused. Really? I don't smell anything. Looming Fei, who was following behind, also paused. I don't smell it either. Lu Fanfan followed behind Bimuron, and was only separated from Exion by Ming Jinghan. She pricked up her nose like a dog and sniffed the surroundings carefully. Nonsense. My nose has always been the most sensitive. I don't smell anything. She strode forward. This place is not far from the forbidden area. Who would come here? Make a fuss. Are you afraid that you can't show your ability? Watching her stride forward, Yi Xian secretly shot a small stone, which hit her knee. Lu Fangfang suddenly felt a strong force pushing her forward, and her legs could not be controlled, and she fell flat on her face. She screamed, "Ah! What is that?" She looked back, but found nothing. Even Bai Muron was still 2 meters away from her. Lu Fangfang's scream immediately alarmed the group of people in gray-brown clothes. At the boss's suggestion, one of them quickly approached Yi Xian and his group. A woman's voice. "There are women here. Keep an eye on her. Women are wealth. Get rich." Chapter 182. The man quickly found Lu Fangfang's location, and his eyes lit up at once. He took out the intercom and whispered, "Boss. Boss. There are 2 women here. There are many of them. 1, 2, 3, 8 men, and a child." Soon the boss's voice came from the headset. "Keep an eye on them. I sent someone to reinforce you." The man rubbed his hands greedily, licked his lips and said, "Damn it. I didn't expect to meet the spirit fox this time. But I found 3 women with supernatural powers. This is definitely a prophet." Yi Xian and his group had no idea that they were being targeted. Bai Muron pulled Lu Fangfang and continued to walk northeast. At this time, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from not far to the right. Bai Muron reacted very quickly and shouted, "Hide!" All the team members chose a big tree to hide, only to see a figure flashing not far away. And then 2 more shots came. Bai Muron waved to his teammates, "Lu Hao, Li Min, follow me, and the rest will continue to move forward according to the original plan." Bai Muron took 2 team members away, and Lu Mingfei quickly ran to the front of the team and continued to move forward with the remaining teammates. Yi Xian was not far behind Lu Mingfei, always alert to the surrounding situation. Meng Jinghan suddenly threw a dagger to the left, and a man's muffled sound was heard not far to the left. Yi Xian looked at Li Yinwu and then at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan nodded, indicating that there was only one stalker over there, who had been dealt with at this time. Yi Xian asked him to keep paying attention. The sound of gunfire naturally alarmed the 4 people who were resting in front. The bearded man immediately became alert, quickly put away the big steamed bun that he had not eaten a few bites of, and found a big tree to hide. Another group of people? No. It seems to be 2 groups, and one of them seems to be targeted by others. "Boss, should we stay away from this troubled place?" The bearded man nodded. "Don't alarm anyone. Move north. Quick! Watch your step." However, how could the group of people allow them to leave like this? The group behind is more than a dozen people, so they have to deal with this group first, and then go all out to deal with the other group. The bearded man and his group had just taken less than 10 steps when something suddenly flew in front of them. The bearded man shouted, "Get down." Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 2 teammates were all injured. One had an arm blown off, and the other's thigh was bleeding. Even the bearded man had his arm scratched. Only the woman was pressed tightly under him, and she was not injured at all. Following that, 4 people in gray-brown clothes came out from the bushes. The leading man wore a mask and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He pointed his finger and said without any emotion, "Kill them. Lowly race." At this time, Lu Mingfei had already entered their sight with his teammates. At about 50 meters away, Lu Mingfei raised his hand. "Stop moving forward. There seems to be friction ahead." The bearded man exclaimed, "Damn! It's someone from the advanced base. Protect Sini." The man with glasses smiled slightly. "It seems that you all know us. Since you know us, it's easy to talk. We at the advanced base have always been protective of ladies. Your sister will not suffer if she follows us." The bearded man hid Li Sini behind him. "Don't even think about it." The man with glasses was not impatient, and said with his thin lips, "In this jungle, do you think your words count?" A glass bottle was thrown at the bearded man, and the glass broke, and the liquid inside splashed on them. A rustling sound suddenly sounded around. When Lu Mingfei heard about the advanced base, his face changed immediately. "Oh no! If we meet someone from the advanced base here, we will definitely not get any advantage. Bai Muron is in danger. Yi Xian, I leave this to you. I go over there and take a look. Fangfang, follow me. Xin Fu, Lu Yong stay to help Captain Yi." Seeing the people from the cutting-edge base show up, Lu Fangfang didn't want to stay here and ran faster than a rabbit. Before leaving, she glanced at Yi Xian, as if to say, "You're on your own." Yi Xian was confused. At first, Bai Muron said that the cutting-edge base was also looking for the spirit fox. He only said that the cutting-edge base was full of high-tech talents, and didn't introduce anything special. Now it seems that this cutting-edge base is also extraordinary. Shinfu explained that the boss of this cutting-edge base is a doctor of zoology, and the second is a doctor of medicine. The two of them joined forces, and their subordinates were all top talents in various fields before the end of the world. The only criterion for recruiting people in their base is whether this person is a top talent in various fields. Therefore, the extreme base also accepts top talents in various fields including medical care, animals, breeding, agricultural planting, steelmaking, cutting-edge weapons, automation, etc. Some people once predicted that at the end of the world ends, this organization will be able to control the direction of national development. But this is not the key to the fame of the cutting-edge base. The most important thing is that they have found that the physiological structure of men and women has undergone subtle changes in the last 2 years of the last days. And the most direct impact of this change is that it is extremely difficult for women to get pregnant. This means that as these people grow old in a few decades, there will be no more humans in this world. Therefore, the cutting-edge base began to absorb all kinds of women, trying to make them pregnant through high-frequency interactions with the opposite sex, or artificially breeding through an in vitro uterine system, so that the cutting-edge base can reproduce smoothly. After the news spread, many small bases also began to follow suit and snatch women, among which the Hope base was the most typical representative. Yi Xian suddenly remembered the reward her system had given her. The fertility of the base's citizens increased by 100%. Could this be what it meant? The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian used his mental power to observe the surroundings, and his face suddenly changed. Xian. Rats. So many rats. The glass bottle thrown by the man with glasses must be pheromone. Things like that. Yi Xian knew that every animal relies on pheromones that only its own species can distinguish to carry out activities, such as distinguishing enemies, eating and other behaviors. In fact, animal-related abilities are similar. But animal-related abilities achieve the purpose of controlling animals by controlling the sensory system in the animal's brain. There are so many rats at this time. The glass bottle must not be a good thing. They have such means. No wonder Looming Fei said that Miron might be in danger. Xian tried to control the rats around them, making them pass by about 5 meters in front of them without hurting them. Seeing the rats rushing in from not far in front of them, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. And Shinfu and Lu Yong were even more stunned. Oh my god! This is the first time I've seen so many rats in my life. Shinfu nodded fiercely. Me too. That woman thinks she's great just because she can control a dozen of them. She should also see the scene. Hearing the noise here, the bearded man turned around suddenly, and saw Yi Xian and his group standing in the middle of the rat group. The old group was bypassing them and gathering here. He immediately understood the beast-type awakened power. There is always a way out. Today, even if I have to spend all my wealth, I must save my sister, while pushing my sister to the tree. He shouted to Yi Xian, Lady, please save my sister? The front is the cutting-edge base. Be careful of their tricks. Yi Xian stood still, and the rats had climbed up his calves. Listen, he shouted, No! Brother! Come up quickly! Come up quickly! The strength base cannot do without you. I am willing to go with them, as long as they can spare you. The man with glasses looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, shook his head, and made a tisk-tsk sound from his mouth. It's so touching. The love between brother and sister is so deep. What a pity. Chapter 183. The rat had already climbed up the bearded man's thigh, and the remaining 2 men were also frantically beating the rat that had climbed up on them. The woman begged Yi Xian for help. Sister, save us. Please save us. We are from the strength base, and we are willing to repay you for saving our lives with everything. Seeing that Yi Xian was unmoved, she turned back and begged the man with glasses, Brother, I am willing to go with you. Please spare my brother. Spare him. Yi Xian glanced at Lianwu, and Lianwu immediately understood. He stretched out a hand, and the mighty water rushed towards the brother and sister like a high-pressure water gun. The woman on the tree was hit by the water, and the strong impact made her almost fall down because she couldn't hold the branch. The rat on the bearded man was also washed away by the water and fell to the ground. The water on the ground accumulated more and more, and the accumulated water flowed eastward along the jungle, and large numbers of rats followed the flow. The moment he saw the water rushing over, the man with glasses changed his face and raised his gun to point at Lianwu. Ming Jinghan was not idle either. The moment he saw him raise his gun, the dagger in his hand flew out and hit the man with glasses in the wrist. The pistol fell to the ground, and he covered his wrist and stared at this side. Who? Who threw the dagger? Ming Jinghan did not answer, but flew up, stepped on the tree trunk with his feet. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye he jumped in front of the man with glasses, and put his long sword across his neck. He said coldly, "Let's go. Our boss invites you." The bearded man realized that after the flood, the rats finally stopped crawling on him. There were still many rats crawling around him, through the accumulated water. The rats seemed to have lost their target, and no longer attacked him. It must be the glass bottle. There is something wrong with the things inside. He turned his head suddenly, and saw the long-haired man next to Yi Xian holding a long sword against the neck of the man with glasses, and immediately shouted, "Be careful. He has..." Before he finished speaking, Ming Jinghan felt the danger coming. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side. A flash of silver flashed before his eyes, and he disappeared into the jungle. The man with glasses saw Ming Jinghan dodged, stepped back a few steps, and raised his hand to shoot the life rope lock into the tree trunk. Following the pull of the rope, the man with glasses quickly approached the tree. Just as his legs clamped the trunk, he raised the rope in his hand again and shot it into another tree. All the people in the advanced base did the same thing, running through the jungle like a group of monkeys, and disappeared in the jungle in the blink of an eye. Xin Fu and Lu Yong fired several shots, but none of them hit the target. Ming Jinghan wanted to chase, but he heard Yi Xian shout, "Ming Jinghan, stop chasing." Ming Jinghan suddenly stopped. "Why?" Yi Xian explained, "They may be hiding something we don't know about. It's too dangerous to chase them here." Li Sini jumped down from the tree, and the bearded man supported the two injured team members and stood 1.5 meters in front of Yi Xian, Li Qimping from the strength base. "This is my sister Li Sini. May I ask your name?" Yi Xian smiled and looked around. "Banshan base." Yi Xian. Li Qimping sighed and said, "The strength of the cutting-edge base should not be underestimated. Lord Yi, we have offended the cutting-edge base, and I am afraid it will be a problem in the future. Also, if you meet someone from the advanced base in this jungle, you must kill them without them knowing. Otherwise, they may drag you down with them before you die. Someone has already been tricked by this." Li Sini shivered with cold. "Sister, our powerful base is considered to be relatively strong among these small bases, but I didn't expect that we couldn't even withstand a single move from them. Sister, you must be careful of them when you are in the jungle." Li Qimping nodded, took out 2 zombie crystal cores from his pocket, and said, "The grace of saving my life cannot be measured by money. But we left in a hurry and didn't bring anything with us. Only these 2 crystal cores are a token of gratitude. Please accept it for now. Lord Yi, I will come to thank you when I have time." Looking at the colorful zombie crystal core in Li Qimping's hand, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Level 2 zombie crystal core. Raw material for making zombie virus essence. Currently, she only has 2. One was obtained by Bai Bing when the zombies besieged the base, and one was brought by Xuelong when he surrendered. She was afraid that there were not enough crystal cores, and she dared not use them. Now there are 2 more. Maybe she can try to make anti-zombie virus essence. When she thinks of it, there are more and more zombies on the road, and Yi Xian thinks that she can't delay any longer. This thing must be made in advance. So she extended her hand without hesitation. "Captain Li is polite, so I take it." Thinking of Bai Muron, Yi Xian knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, and she had to find Bai Muron first. Yi Xian put the zombie crystal core into her pocket and smiled. "We have something else to do, so we leave first. See you later." Then she turned around and walked eastward. Li Sini shouted, "Sister, don't go there. That's the edge of the forbidden area. It's dangerous." She lowered her head. "We suffered a great loss there, so coming here is our limit. We just hope to meet a fox out foraging here." Yi Xian turned back suddenly. "Do you know where the fox is?" Li Qimping sighed. "Originally, this should not be told. You saved our lives, so I will tell you the truth." From Li Qimping's mouth, they learned that this was their 3rd time here. The 2nd time, they met a fox out foraging in this area, and the fox ran into the restricted area after chasing it. They thought that there shouldn't be any problem around the restricted area, so they waited there and tried to wait for the spirit fox to show up again. But they didn't expect that they'd lost 3 teammates in the middle of the night before the spirit fox appeared. The strange thing is that the 3 people didn't even make a sound. And when they found them, they had disappeared. They found their bloodstains on the snow. And the bloodstains went deep into the restricted area. They walked around twice, but didn't dare to stay for long and went back. This is the 3rd time they come here. And they dare not approach the restricted area again. Just hoping to meet the spirit fox here again. Xian frowned. So, the spirit fox is indeed in the restricted area? Li Qianping nodded. I am at least 80% sure. The spirit fox's nest is in the restricted area. Xian took a breath of cold air. This matter is a bit troublesome. The spirit fox is not easy to catch. If it is in a dangerous restricted area, it will be very difficult. Xian thanked and left the place. But Li Qianping looked at Xian's back for a long time without saying anything. Brother, let's go back. It's too cold. Li Qianping sighed and said, the layout of the base will probably change again in the future. Boss, what do you mean? Li Qianping pointed in the direction where Xian left. Didn't you notice? They not only have animal and water abilities, but also their levels are not low. And the man with long hair, although he doesn't have any ability fluctuations, his skills are enough to kill the 4 of us in seconds. Besides, Miss Xian hasn't made a move yet. As their leader, what do you think of her strength? Let's go back first. I have an idea. Let's go back and discuss it. Xian's intercom rang. It was by Miran's voice. Xian. Xian. Where are you? Received. Please come to support as soon as possible. Come to support as soon as possible. Our location is... Xian's heart sank suddenly. Not good. By Miran and the others are also in danger. Chapter 184. By Miran was also chasing the people from the advanced base. They were likely to be besieged by animals. Xian's brain was working quickly, analyzing the situations they might encounter, and ordered Meng Jinghan, take Xian first. And be quick. Yes. That direction. Xian, if you can't control it, don't force it. We will need your superpowers to explore the forbidden area later. Xian nodded. I remember. Don't worry. Mom. Meng Jinghan carried Xian on his shoulders, ran forward with his legs spread out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shenfu and Lu Yong looked at each other. So fast. Faster than the monkeys in the advanced base. At this time, Bai Miran and Lu Mingfei were surrounded by rats. Bai Miran was so angry that he cursed. Damn it. In this end of the world, rats are the only ones that are easy to control. Right? These days, I only see these disgusting things. Lu Fangfang's face was ashen. Her animal ability was still effective in front of a few rats. But facing such a large group of rats, she could only run for her life. 2 members of the top base were hung on a tree trunk and sneered. Are you going against us in the jungle? You're looking for death. Try the feeling of having a rat crawl into your crotch. That's right. 2 of the members brought by Miran and Lu Mingfei have already had rats crawl into their crotches. And they are jumping around. Before they could shake off the rats in their crotches, groups of rats came up again. They were desperate. It's over. They haven't even touched the edge of the forbidden area, and haven't seen the shadow of the spirit fox. Are they going to die here? Countless rats swarmed towards their teammates. And one teammate had been bitten to death. The moment he fell, more rats pounced on him, and a human-shaped bulge suddenly appeared on the ground. When the rats were gone, only the bones of this team member were left. Lu Mingfei climbed up the tree. Damn it! Why are there so many rats? Lu Fangfang. Quick! Where is your animal ability? Lu Fangfang was also trembling with fear at this time. Her hands were shaking while climbing the branches, and she cried in her voice, I can't control them. Help! Captain Lu. Help! The mouse had bitten her trouser leg and started to drill in. How could a girl in her 20s experience this? She trembled with her legs to shake the mouse off, but she didn't have enough strength to hold the branch tightly, and she fell into the pile of mice. Ah! A miserable voice sounded, and everyone knew she was finished. At this moment, a short whistle came from not far away, and Meng Jinghan dragged Xian to stand not far away, and Xian's little hand was stuffed into his mouth. That sound was made by him. Strangely enough, when the mice heard the sound, they stood still. Even the mice that were chewing Lu Fang's flesh and blood stopped chewing. They just stood there, staring around with their green bean-sized eyes. as if waiting for someone to give another order. Lu Fanfang burst into tears again. Save me, little friend. No. Xian. Please save me quickly. Xian frowned. And he gave up controlling the mice, letting them bite this hateful woman to death first. As Lu Fanfang cried, the mice opened their mouths at her again, as if they had received an order. Ah, your father. Before she finished speaking, her voice was drowned out by the mice. Xian pouted. She is so fierce. But she gave the wrong order. It should be like this. As she spoke, Xian made two short sounds again, and the mice stopped again. Then, as if they had received an order, they scattered away. Yi Xian saw this scene when she arrived, and she couldn't help but purse her lips. This child has also learned to take revenge. However, this woman is really annoying. It's better to die. After Lu Mingfei and Bai Muran jumped down from the tree, they looked at the bodies of the three teammates on the ground and were silent for a long time. Yi Xian asked, who of you has something strange on you? For example, unknown liquid. Bai Muran was stunned and shook his head after thinking for a moment. When I led them to chase, I took a detour to block them. He pointed to the two teammates on the ground and said, Lu Hao and Li Min followed them. I saw the people at the cutting-edge base threw something at them, and it seemed that Lu Hao broke it with a gun. Soon, many rats came, and then Captain Lu brought people over. If anyone is contaminated with dangerous things, it is Lu Hao and Li Min. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. As for what it is, you have to ask these two people. The two members of the advanced base were still hanging on the tree, tightly entangled by the branches transformed by Muran's wood-related ability. Lu Mingfei was not polite and shot the man in the thigh. Tell me, what on earth is that? The man wailed and died immediately. Lu Mingfei was stunned and understood immediately. Damn it! He committed suicide? Be careful of this one too. Before he finished speaking, another member of the advanced base also died. They had lost 3 teammates before they even saw the shadow of the spirit fox. Lu Mingfei also had a headache. He waved his hand tiredly. Adjust on the spot. Take a rest before leaving. This grudge has been made, and the advanced base must be careful in the future. Yi Xian shared the situation with Lu Mingfei, and Lu Mingfei stood up and said, Let's go! While it's still light, let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, we retreat today and come back tomorrow. A group of 8 people approached the forbidden area of Gangtai Mountain. The closer they got to the forbidden area, the taller and denser the trees became. Even though there were still ice chips on the leaves, the sky could no longer be seen here, and the sky was much darker than before. Li Yanwu shuddered and said to himself, Why does it seem to be colder? It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon now. Lu Mingfei raised his wrist to check the exact time, and was stunned. This is not right. Muran, check your watch to see if it's still working? Bai Muran and his teammates raised their wrists at the same time and exclaimed, Not only is there no signal here, but even the watches are not working. Magnetic field. There is a strong magnetic field here. Lu Mingfei shouted, Be careful. Don't leave your teammates' sight. No wonder so many people can't get out after entering. Even the compass can't be used here. It's strange not to get lost in such an environment. Roar. A thunderous roar startled everyone. What is that? Like a tiger? Are you kidding? Are there tigers on the Hong Kong and Taiwan mountains? What is that? I don't know. Hey, why don't we just put you in there and lure that thing out? Then we know what it is. Right? Shenfu and Lu Yong kept talking. Yi Xian knew that they wanted to use this to build up their courage. Lu Mingfei and Bai Muran were in front, while Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan were behind, protecting the rest of their teammates in the middle and exploring the forbidden area step by step. Lu Yong suddenly shouted, Look! What is that? A white shadow quickly rushed out of the forbidden area and disappeared in 3 or 2 steps. Xian said with a gloomy face, It's a rabbit. I saw it clearly. Shenfu and Lu Yong objected at the same time. Impossible. It looks like a wolf dog. Have you ever seen such a big rabbit? Bai Muran said slowly. Have you ever seen a mouse bigger than a cat? Shenfu and Lu Yong shook their heads. You are kidding. How is it possible? Bai Muran pointed forward. Look there. Seeing the scene in front of them, not only Shenfu and Lu Yong, but all 8 people were dumbfounded. This is impossible. Chapter 185. The 8 people in the group all looked in the direction of Bai Muran's hand and were stunned. An animal bigger than a cat was squatting next to a rock 5 meters away from them. It was covered in gray fur, and had a pair of black bean-like eyes looking at them. The thin tail behind it was more than a foot long. If you don't look at its size, anyone can recognize it at a glance. It's a mouse. However, can a mouse grow so big? Its body is bigger than an ordinary cat. If you must compare it with a cat. Have you ever seen a ragdoll cat? It is said that the weight of a female ragdoll cat can reach 4.5 to 9.1 kilograms. And it is known as the largest cat in the world. This mouse is no less than a ragdoll cat, being stared at by 8 pairs of eyes. The mouse stared at them for a while, then quickly turned around and ran into the depths of the jungle. Although it was huge, it ran very fast. Yi Xian and Xian Xian looked at each other, and Xian Xian nodded gently at her, then frowned again. How is it? Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan asked at the same time. Xian Xian frowned and said, I tried to control it just now. I can control it, but it's much harder than the mice outside. It's not very obedient. Lu Mingfei looked at Xian Xian with a flash of eyes, thinking to himself, this child's animal ability is so strong. So, was Lu Fangfang's death really caused by her own mistakes in command? He didn't ask it out loud. Not to mention that they didn't like Lu Fangfang herself. Considering that Yi Xian had saved their lives, this matter could not be questioned without evidence. Follow closely. If anyone falls behind, we will not be responsible for looking back. The teammates nodded fiercely. Being alone in such an environment is like committing suicide. How can they expect others to look back? The deeper they go, the deeper the fallen leaves are. It feels like stepping into a swamp. The sky is getting darker and darker, and the roar of wild animals can be heard faintly. Lu Mingfei looked up at the sky. The sky was almost covered by the tree canopy. Only spots of blue sky could be seen through the gaps. Xin Fu, start measuring. Xin Fu nodded, squatted on the spot, and took out tools from his backpack that Yi Xian could not understand. Bai Muron told her that this device can detect the air quality index of the environment we are in, and can detect temperature, humidity and harmful gas content, etc. It is very practical in this unfamiliar environment. The best thing is that this set of equipment is not affected by any electromagnetic interference. Even if there is a strong magnetic field here, it can still be used. There are less than 30 units in the world now. This is the treasure of the A701 base. Bai Muron smiled brightly, and the row of big white teeth was particularly obvious in the dim jungle. After a while, Xin Fu replied, Captain, everything is normal. The air quality is excellent. The temperature is 7.5 degrees lower than outside. The humidity is as high as 90%. There is no wind, and there may be heavy fog at night. Lu Mingfei nodded, pay attention to record the road we have walked, and we will retreat 3 kilometers ahead. Yi Xian took out a micro camera and quietly recorded the terrain along the way. The dense forest was dead silent. Their footsteps occasionally startled a few birds, which fluttered towards the depths of the forbidden area. And these birds were much larger than those outside. After walking less than 2 kilometers, a few pairs of blue eyes appeared in front of them. Yi Xian was very familiar with them. They were wolves. 1, 2, 3, 16 in total. From the position of the eyes, it can be seen that these wolves are not ordinary wolves, but are as tall as calves. It is estimated that Yi Xian is about the same height as them when standing in front of them. Lu Yong couldn't help but shudder. Captain, look! Is that a wolf? Why is it so tall? Thinking of the mouse that was bigger than a cat. Bai Muron clenched the gun in his hand and quietly stood in front of Yi Xian. Lu Mingfei made a prompt decision. Retreat. We are not well prepared. We can't provoke the wolves. Yi Xian pulled Xian Xian. Don't try to control them. Be careful not to anger them. Ming Jinghan pulled Xian Xian over and carried him on his shoulders. Retreat quickly. Li Yanwu, you lead the way. Li Yanwu turned around and ran back without saying a word, holding the gun tightly in his hand. After running a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Not good. There are wolves behind us. At this time, Yi Xian also saw that at some point, several wolves had circled behind them and were staring at them 100 meters away. It was as if the owner of this place was questioning, Human, what are you doing here? This place does not belong to you. Go! Xian Xian suddenly said, let me try. I think I should be able to communicate with them. No! Yi Xian rejected her son's request without even thinking about it. This is not the outside. It's just a forbidden area. Ever since entering here, Yi Xian has felt terrified, as if something particularly bad is waiting for her ahead. The animals here are extraordinary. Even the wolves are so tall. What if Xian can't control himself and angers them? Bai Muron turned in front of them, and stood side by side with Li Yinwu. Walk slowly. Don't provoke them. Captain, what's going on behind? Lu Mingfei retreated while being alert to the wolves behind him, whispering, not good. They are following us. We take a step back. They take a step forward. Not good. They are also coming towards us. They are closing in. Bai Muron exclaimed softly, load the bullets. Get ready for battle. Slow. Meng Jinghan grabbed Bai Muron's hand. Wolves are intelligent. They can tell whether we are friends or enemies. Keep calm. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. He dragged Xian and slowly approached the wolf pack in front. Meng Jinghan! Yi Xian exclaimed softly, and raised the pistol in her hand involuntarily, aiming at the position between her eyes, ready to shoot at any time. Meng Jinghan didn't even turn his head, and calmly comforted Yi Xian, don't be nervous. Put down the gun in your hand. I have encountered wolves before. Let me and Xian try. Concern leads to confusion. Lu Mingfei seemed to be more sober than Yi Xian. He grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said, Miss Yi, give him a chance. Xian is an animal-type awakener, and is born with the ability to communicate with animals. He took Yi Xian back 2 steps. His eyes still fixed on the wolves in front of him. As long as Xian doesn't irritate them, it should be fine. I saw it clearly. You see? With such a tall body, we are not even close to it. Yi Xian turned around. And even though she was mentally prepared, she was still frightened by the wolf in front of her. How can this be a wolf? It's just a group of calves. A wolf jumped onto a big rock and was giving orders to the wolf pack like a commander. It had gray-brown fur, which was strong and dense even in the dim jungle. Its sturdy limbs were like 4 pillars against the stone. It looked up at the sky, and its wolf eyes flashed with strange light. Is this still a wolf? Shen Fu and Lu Yong couldn't help asking. At this time, Meng Jinghan, carrying Xian, had walked to a distance of less than 10 meters from the wolf pack. He was seen half squatting in front of the wolf pack with Xian on his back, and then slowly approaching the wolf pack, and seemed to be still saying something. The tall wolf pack was crawling on the ground, and pairs of wolf eyes stared at Meng Jinghan without blinking, as if saying, human, what do you want to do? Xian had narrowed his eyes, and he was trying to communicate with the wolf pack. Chapter 186. Yi Xian's nervous hands were sweating. She took 2 quick steps, trying to catch up with Meng Jinghan and Xian. If she couldn't, she would just throw them into space. A pair of strong hands held her tightly. Don't panic. Yi Xian. Give them some time. It was Bai Muron. The wolf standing on the boulder stared at Meng Jinghan and Xian, with his legs slightly bent, and his strong muscles tensed up. It seemed that if Meng Jinghan made any improper moves, it would rush out at any time. At this time, except for Meng Jinghan, who was still moving slowly, everyone else stopped and watched the negotiation nervously. Even Lu Mingfei couldn't help but clench his fists. He had negotiated with the enemy countless times, but this was the first time he had experienced such a negotiation. Too damn nervous. Uncontrollably nervous. Even if he didn't have to go on the field himself, he was still so nervous that he couldn't control himself. In the past, no matter how nervous he was, he could keep a cool head, but they really couldn't afford to mess with this group of wolves. If the negotiations fail, the only way is for him and Bai Muron to stay and fire at full force to stop the wolves, so as to give the remaining teammates a chance to escape. He has made eye contact with Bai Muron and is ready to die. However, can they stop them? How long can they stop them? He has no idea. They are too big, not to mention the sharp wolf teeth. They have no ability to resist just the weight. Xian made a gurgling sound from his mouth, which was particularly obvious in the silent jungle. The wolves in front were crawling on the ground, also making different syllables from their throats. After a long time, Xian closed his mouth and said to Meng Jinghan, Uncle Meng, stand up. Meng Jinghan didn't understand why, and slowly stood up. Only then did he realize that his legs had been numb for a long time. His legs bent forward uncontrollably, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He didn't hold on to Xian on his body, and fell headfirst. Meng Jinghan reached out and caught nothing. At this moment, the wolf crawling on the ground moved. No one could see how it moved. When people saw the scene clearly, Xian was already riding on the wolf steadily. This scene shocked everyone present. Yi Xian was so scared that she almost rushed over, but was held tightly by Miron. The tall wild wolf walked to Meng Jinghan, looked back at Xian on his body, and signaled Meng Jinghan to take Xian away. Meng Jinghan was stunned for a moment, then slowly stretched out his hands and took Xian off its back. Xian reached out and touched the wolf's head, and a soft and tender childish voice rang out, "Thank you." Da Hui. Woo. A wolf howl echoed in the jungle. Woo. Another wolf howl sounded behind him, and it was the gray-brown wolf standing on the boulder that responded. After this wolf howl, Yi Xian was surprised to find that the wolf that had blocked their retreat was gone. The dozen or so wolves behind them were still following them step by step, as if they would not stop until they got them out of the jungle. At this time, no one dared to speak, but just ran out quickly, until they left the forbidden area, until those blue eyes behind them could no longer be seen. And when the cool wind blew, they realized that they had already broken out in a cold sweat. The clothes on their bodies were soaked, and they were tightly attached to their bodies, which was extremely uncomfortable. Shenfu sat on the ground and could not get up again. Captain, let me rest before I go. My calf is cramped." "Me too. Just now." Was that true? Lu Yong's sturdy body was still shaking, his eyes staring at the back with an expression of still not believing it. Miron kicked each of them and shouted, "If you don't want to die here, leave quickly. It's getting dark. Do you think you are safe here?" Thinking of the words of the brother and sister in the strength base, Shenfu jumped up. Yes. Let's go." They said that there will be wild beasts here in the middle of the night. It is very likely that the wild beasts inside are going out to look for food. A group of 8 people staggered forward. Thorns scratched their clothes and cut their skin, but they still did not dare to stop. It's too scary. Yi Xian was the first to regain her composure. She took out the locator, found the location of the signal amplifier, and climbed up the tree to take it down. When she jumped down from the tree, everyone regained their senses. They only heard Yi Xian shout, "Let's go! It's getting dark. We can't stay here overnight." Everyone realized that the sun was already hanging obliquely in the sky and would set in less than half an hour. In such a jungle, once the sun sets, it will be pitch black. Not to mention the wild animals in the forbidden area. Even the poisonous snakes that can be seen everywhere in the jungle can take their lives. The 8 people ran down the mountain non-stop, as if there were wild animals following them. They didn't feel at ease until they got into their own cars. There were 11 people on the way there, and they took 3 cars. When they went back, there were only 8 people left, and they didn't even want to drive the 3rd car. Miron suppressed his shock, pulled Li Yanwu to the 3rd car, and drove to the A701 base together. Yi Xian drove, and Meng Jinghan sat in the back with Xian. Only then did Yi Xian ask, "Xian, what's going on? What did you say to it?" She glanced at Meng Jinghan in the rearview mirror. "You are so bold. You dare to approach the wolf like this." Meng Jinghan suddenly smiled. "To be honest, when I led troops to fight in the past, I inevitably passed through the wilderness and had to deal with wild wolves." He touched Xian head and continued, "Countless experiences have told me that wolves can tell whether the person in front of them will pose a threat to them. Whether you are happy, indifferent, sad, or hateful, they know everything. If you are murderous, they will attack you without hesitation. If you are friendly, they can also sense it. Although it is a bit risky today, it is our only chance." Yi Xian knew that he was right. Not only wolves, but also domestic dogs can distinguish the owner's emotions. They not only rely on observing words and expressions, but more on the different hormones secreted when the human body changes emotions, and smell it with their noses. Xian listened to the conversation between the adults in silence until they stopped talking. Then he said, "Mom, the big wolf said that they were just patrolling guards who accidentally met us." Squeak! He slammed the brakes, and the car spun and stopped on the side of the road. Yi Xian looked back at Xian in disbelief. "Patrol? Guards? You mean they are organized? Not wild wolves?" Chapter 187. After listening to Yi Xian's words, Xian tilted his head and tried to understand what his mother meant. After a long time, he nodded vigorously. The big gray said that the place has an owner. They all obey the owner's arrangements and patrol along a certain route every day. Once they encounter someone intruding, they will siege. Then, Most humans became food in their mouths. Beep beep beep. By Muron's car reminded Yi Xian from behind. And Li Yin was stuck his head out. Sister. What's wrong? Do you need help? Yi Xian finally came to her senses from the shock. Restarting the car. She said to Xian, tell me slowly. What's going on with them? What's going on with their owner? Xian nodded. We also said that unless the owner allows it, almost no human can come out alive after entering. Moreover, it said that someone was invited in by the owner recently. And it was it who led the way. Yi Xian frowned again. Yi Xian never thought that the Hontai Mountain Forbidden Land had been a human forbidden land for nearly 100 years. And there was actually an owner there. So, who is this master? From the conversation between Xian and the wolf, we can know that the wolves have never seen the master's true face. They only know that all the animals in the entire Gangtai Mountain Forbidden Land obey his orders. In the past 100 years, only a few people have been summoned by the master. Once others get close, they have almost no chance of survival. So, who was summoned? Have you asked about the spirit fox? Xian nodded and said, I asked. It said that they encountered a spirit fox out foraging when they were patrolling. But they didn't know where the spirit fox's nest was. Dahue said it should be deep in the forbidden area. They have no right to enter the deep forbidden area at will. Mom, do you know why they helped us? This is exactly what Yi Xian wanted to ask. Big Gray said that it was because we beat away the people in gray-brown clothes. Yi Xian was shocked again. Do the people in the cutting-edge base have a grudge against them? When they were fighting with the cutting-edge base, they didn't find any wolves around? Could it be that they have been targeted by the wolves since then? She suddenly remembered what Li Xin said. Their teammates disappeared in the middle of the night, without making any noise. And they only knew that they had entered the forbidden area by following the blood trail. Now it seems that this is a warning. Those people were probably killed and carried away by the wolves. And they wanted to warn the people in the strength base not to move forward. Connecting the scenes, Yi Xian felt cold all over. It seems that the spirit fox is not easy to catch. It is much more difficult than imagined. In a moment of carelessness, her car almost hit the rear of Lu Mingfei's car. Yi Xian leaned out. Captain Lu. What happened in front? Lu Mingfei stretched his left hand out of the car door and made a gesture to keep quiet. The car window was closed, and Lu Mingfei's voice came from the intercom. The zombies are blocking the road ahead. About 100 meters away. Murin, turn around and take the alternate route. The road is not wide, and it is not easy to turn around. Yi Xian drove the car carefully back a few meters, then turned the steering wheel to the limit. When Yi Xian's car was about to turn around, she suddenly found out. Zombies are coming. The front of Lu Mingfei's car was already surrounded by zombies. The ugly faces were tightly pressed against the windshield of Lu Mingfei's car, and their broken mouths were open facing the windshield of the car. Yi Xian quickly put the car in reverse gear, backed the car to the side of the road, turned the steering wheel again, and moved forward. She turned around smoothly and shouted into the intercom, Captain Lu, abandon the car. Get in quickly. You can't get out? At this time, the front of Lu Mingfei's car was already crowded with zombies. The group of creatures without thoughts and pain were roaring at the people inside. Ho ho! Roar! Paw paw paw! The car windows were slapped loudly. There was another car about 100 meters in front of Lu Mingfei, which had broken down at this time. There were more zombies over there, and the car windows had been shattered. A man leaned out of the car window and yelled to Lu Mingfei, Help! Help! Save us! There was another corpse not far from the car, being eaten by zombies. It seemed that the corpse had crawled out of the car and tried to escape, but failed to escape the zombie siege. The man's miserable voice echoed in the night sky, attracting more zombies to rush towards the car. Lu Mingfei seized the opportunity, quickly opened the car door, kicked a zombie away, and gunshots rang out, and several more zombies were shot in the head. The pistol with a silencer did not attract too many zombies' attention. Shen Fu and Lu Yong followed the captain's action, opened the car door at the same time, cleared a bloody path, and quickly approached Yi Xian's car. Meng Jinghan helped them open the car door, and Shen Fu and Lu Yong jumped into the car one after another. Then Lu Mingfei opened the door next to Yi Xian and sat in the passenger seat. Before the car door closed, Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the car flew out like an arrow from a string. The zombie that had climbed onto the trunk was thrown to the ground by her. She knocked away the zombie in front of her, and quickly followed by Muron's car along the road they came from. Check your body. Yi Xian shouted to Meng Jinghan expressionlessly. Lu Mingfei was stunned and immediately understood what Yi Xian meant. Lu Yong was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Xian's attitude. Captain Yi. We are teammates. I know. Yi Xian replied expressionlessly. Then you. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Lu Mingfei shouted back angrily. Meng Jinghan didn't need to do anything. He had already carefully checked himself and his teammates. We are all fine. The people in front attracted most of the zombies. So our car has not been completely surrounded. This is the explanation, which makes Yi Xian feel at ease. Yi Xian glanced at Meng Jinghan, and Meng Jinghan nodded gently. He held Xian Xian in his arms, and kept an eye on the status of the three people. Once there is a sign of zombie transformation, he will kill them without hesitation. There must be no future troubles. Yi Xian smiled. Captain Lu is good. We naturally believe it. Lu Mingfei, After a long time, he managed to say, Miss Yi is right to be careful. I was negligent. The intercom was not turned off, and all the conversations were heard word for word by Muron and Li Yanwu. Muron in the car in front smiled at Li Yanwu. She still has the same temper. Li Yanwu didn't buy it. Our boss is awesome. If it weren't for us this time, would you still be able to come back alive? You can't deal with the people in the cutting-edge base alone. Muron was speechless. When did this guy become Yi Xian's little fanboy? This is not like him. Muron asked into the intercom, Captain, what's going on ahead? The alternate route is not only long, but also difficult to navigate. It's dark, and the road is slippery now. Aren't we taking too much of a risk? Lu Mingfei glanced at the zombies still chasing him from behind the car and sighed. It's the Shi base. Their car broke down, and it looks like they've been wiped out. Their car is blocking the road, and we can't get through it all. You try it first. If the road ahead is difficult to navigate, we find a place nearby to spend the night. Shinfu said. There is a small village ahead. It seems to be called Zujiakyo. It is the closest place to Gangtai Mountain. Why don't we spend the night there? Are we going to Gangtai Mountain tomorrow? Muron's car turned into a small road and had to stop after driving a few dozen meters. Captain, we can't get through. This side is blocked. 2 broken cars are blocking here. It seems that someone wants to bypass it. And they all left here. Return. Let's go to Zujiakyo to spend the night. Take a rest and plan tomorrow's arrangements. Yi Xian parked the car at the intersection, waiting for Muron's car to pull out, and then followed him. It was almost midnight when they arrived at Zujiakyo. The whole village was silent. Most of the villagers here went to the A701 base, and they were also the first batch of people rescued by their base. Lu Mingfei was familiar with this place, and directed Yi Xian to drive the car to a large yard, saying, This is their village office. We lived here when we were rescuing. Although the conditions are average, we can make do. He pointed to the 3 main rooms and said, You 2 rooms. The 4 of us can squeeze into 1 room. There is firewood over there. You can make a fire and cook. Yi Xian felt that this place was very familiar. When had she been here? Chapter 188. The room had obviously not been occupied for a long time. The doors and windows were closed, and the air was full of dust. Yi Xian cleaned it up briefly, threw the broken bed into the space, and then took out her own big bed from the space. Meng Jinghan was shouting outside, Yi Xian, the bonfire has been lit. Come out and have a barbecue. Li Yanwu caught 2 rabbits from somewhere, and the 2 of them were roasting the rabbit meat on a stick on the fire. There were only the 2 of them outside. Where are Captain Lu and the others? Yi Xian walked out and asked. Meng Jinghan raised his lips and sneered. They went out to find food. After the woman died, the space only dropped a large number of gold, silver and jade, but there was no food at all. They had no choice but to go out to find food. Sister, this is the rabbit I caught. I let you taste it later. Brother Meng said that he is good at barbecue. Is it Brother Meng? Yi Xian smiled. She still remembered how Meng Jinghan looked when she first met him. This guy lived alone on barbecue in the mountains, eating so much that he couldn't poop. And she even exchanged a few kilograms of vegetables for his heirloom jade pendant. Meng Jinghan smiled even more. She knew. When I first met her. Li Yanwu's eyes widened. Really? Brother Meng is really awesome. TSK. Eating barbecue for 2 months in a row. It's really not something that ordinary people can stick to. Yi Xian pulled Xian to the back of the house to check the surrounding environment. This is the village office, and also the command center of Zujiakyo. Behind this row of bungalows is a small forest. Maybe Li Yanwu caught the rabbit here? At this time, there were still figures flashing in the grove, which should be Lu Mingfei and his group. Through the grove is Gangtai Mountain, which is said to be the closest place to the forbidden area of Gangtai Mountain. However, it is impossible to go up from this position. There are cliffs in front of you, and even geckos with smooth stones cannot climb. How did she know this? Yi Xian glanced at Xian, squatted down and looked at Xian little face. Xian, do you have any impression of this place? Xian nodded very naturally. Of course. Didn't we come here in the last life? I heard that someone found a large number of jewels in the cave ahead, and it caused a bloody battle. Suddenly, Yi Xian remembered. That's right. In the last life, they followed others to come here to look for supplies. But they didn't find any supplies, but found a large number of jewels in the cave behind the grove. And no one knew who hid them, because there were too many jewels for 1 or 2 people to take away. This alarmed others. So this group of people who originally came to look for daily necessities fought for the jewels, and nearly half of them were killed or injured. Yi Xian and Xian did not dare to go forward, but just took a look from a distance and left. So she had an impression of this place, but could not remember it. This is really an unexpected discovery. I just don't know if the jewels are still there. Her space can swallow jade. If there are 1 or 2 jades, it will not be a waste of time to come here. Sister, come and eat barbecue. It's ready. Li Yanwu's loud voice came, and Yi Xian and Xian turned back to the front of the house. The barbecue was emitting a faint aroma, which made Yi Xian drool. Yi Xian took out beer from the space, handed it to Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu, and said with a smile, beer is just right with barbecue. But it's too cold. Another pot of steaming tomato beef soup. That would be great. As she said that, she took out the tomato beef soup that had been prepared long ago from the space, and put the pot on the fire with the barbecue rack. Li Yanwu ate the barbecue while smelling the aroma of tomato beef soup, and immediately felt comfortable all over. Follow me, and you can eat meat. But that old Bai is stubborn. What is he doing back to A701? It's a mess inside. The management is really TSK. Yi Xian couldn't help laughing when he shook his head. Meng Jinghan glanced behind him and said nothing. Li Yanwu felt a strong force coming from his buttocks, and he almost fell to the ground. He only heard Bai Muron say slowly, I beg Yi Xian to save you. And this is how you repay me? Li Yanwu saw that they all came back, but they were still empty-handed, and he immediately understood Bai Muron's feelings. It's not good to be hungry. He has experienced it. As he said that, he handed over half of the barbecue in his hand. Hee. Just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Hee. Eat. Bai Muron took the barbecue without hesitation and took a big bite, nodding with satisfaction. Well, this is almost right. It smells so good. Shen Fu and Lu Yong both swallowed their saliva. Hee. Sister, is there anything else to eat? Let's borrow some first. Yi Xian looked at Lu Mingfei, and Lu Mingfei also swallowed his saliva and said, we didn't prepare much food. I didn't expect that there were only those yellow and white things in Lu Fangfang's space, and there was no food at all. He took a step closer to Yi Xian. I heard from Deputy Captain Bai about Miss He. If Miss He doesn't mind, can I use her gold, silver and jade to exchange for some food to fill the stomachs of the brothers? In this end times, gold, silver and jade are not valuable. Food is the way to survive. At a critical moment, no matter how much gold, silver and jade you have, it is not as practical as a full meal. As a temporary teammate, Lu Mingfei is pretty good to him, and Yi Xian doesn't want to embarrass him. So he handed the barbecue in his hand to Li Yanwu and ran to the room to get a bag of noodles and a few sausages. He raised his hand and smiled. I still have these. If you don't mind, let's have them together. When they heard that there was food to eat, Shen Fu and Lu Yong jumped up happily, and almost shouted, the goddess is so awesome. Yi Xian put the noodles into the tomato beef soup, and Lu Mingfei ran to find a few bowls and chopsticks. Several people ate the barbecue and drank the noodles cooked in tomato beef soup. It was so delicious that they almost swallowed their tongues. Shen Fu and Lu Yong even licked their bowls clean. Shen Fu patted his full belly and said, I suddenly feel that Li Yanwu is right. Deputy Captain Bai, you really have a bad eye for people. If it were me, with such good food, I would stay by the goddess' side every day. Sister, you are so handsome. As he said this, he was about to rub his big face against He Xian, but was caught by Meng Jinghan and thrown far away. A cold voice came, be careful. She is a girl. Shen Fu was stunned, and when he saw the look in Bai Muron's eyes when he looked at Meng Jinghan, he immediately understood. This man has a crush on He Xian. Isn't their deputy captain, Bai, also secretly in love with her? This look doesn't seem right. Lu Mingfei took out his backpack, dumped all the gold, silver and jade on the ground, and said to He Xian, Miss He, food is precious now. We can't eat so many of your things for free. You pick it, take whatever you like. He Xian picked around and found out, bullshit. I don't know if these gold and silver are real or not. Anyway, all the jades in it are fake. She won't eat any of them in her space. I really don't know what's wrong with Lu Fangfang's brain to store these things in such a good space. He Xian shook her head and returned the things to Lu Mingfei. Captain Lu should keep them. Lu Fangfang died, and you have to return her things to the base. Okay. Take a rest after eating. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow. In the middle of the night, when they were all asleep, He Xian quietly walked out of the room and walked towards the grove behind the house. Chapter 189. After nightfall, the woods were extremely quiet. Not to mention animals. Not even a mouse could be seen. He Xian was afraid of disturbing others, so she walked in wearing infrared night vision goggles. She could see the rocks in front of her clearly. The cave in her memory seemed to be on the left side. She couldn't remember where it was exactly. She just glanced at it at that time. After passing through the woods, there was a cliff in front. Looking up, it was bare, except for rocks. It was more than 1,000 feet high. It was not easy for people or even birds to fly over. If we can really go up from here, we can reach the outer edge of the forbidden area without going through the jungle of Gangtai Mountain. It is still impossible to go deep into the forbidden area. He Xian retracted her gaze upwards and carefully looked for the cave. The cave that existed in the previous life should also exist in this life. But I don't know if it has been moved away in advance. The place where He Xian came in was basically in the middle of the grove. She started from the front and looked to the left little by little. The first cave was very conspicuous, only half the height of an adult. And there was a large stone piled at the entrance of the cave. He Xian looked inside and could see the end at a glance. It was bare, and there was nothing. She continued to search forward, but found nothing after searching several caves. Just when she suspected that she had remembered it wrong, or that something had changed in this life. Suddenly, the cry of a nightingale startled her. She looked up at the mountain, and saw a nightingale flying over from Gangtai Mountain. The sound was made by it. He Xian did not stop and kicked a small stone. Her body fell forward uncontrollably. In order to control her body, she had to run forward a few steps, stumbling towards the rocks, and instinctively stretched out her hand, trying to use the power of the stone wall to stabilize her body. However, her push was in vain. There was no stone wall behind the thick vines, but an empty cave. Just like that, He Xian fell into it, and when she looked up, she found that this cave was so big. It was as big as 3 houses, and the depth was unfathomable. At least she couldn't see the end at a glance. He Xian's heart skipped a few beats. This should be the place. There were many people fighting at the beginning, and they all fought in the cave. The area was small, and it was not enough to fight. Thinking of this, He Xian took out her steel knife and held it in her hand, and walked step by step into the depths of the cave. After walking a dozen steps, she felt that it was not safe enough. So she let the big cat and the small cat out and let them explore the way ahead. These 2 cats have lived for 100 years. They have long been old and become spirits. If there is any danger inside, they will definitely be able to sense it at the first time. He Xian followed them and walked forward. The cave seemed to go straight forward and upward. After walking for almost 2 kilometers, there was another cave next to it. He Xian walked in and was stunned by the scene in front of her. No wonder those people were fighting for it. Few people can resist such temptation. The golden ornaments were piled up in piles, and behind the gold ornaments was a pile of jade. You can tell without asking, these jades are all treasures. The green ones are breathtaking. The white ones are crystal clear, and the red ones are like blood, and the yellow ones are like oil. Not to mention touching them in your hands, Even with your eyes you can see that they are warm and extraordinary. Yi Xian placed her palm on it, and first put all the jades into the space. These jades only existed in the space for a moment, and were all swallowed up by the space. Yi Xian's space expanded 5 or 6 times again. At this time, it was already too far to see the end. The system sent a message, "Congratulations on upgrading to level 7 space," and at the same time opening the level 7 system exchange mall. Do you want to receive the upgrade reward? Receive. This time the space also rewarded a bottle of trauma medicine, 3 sets of combat uniforms that are warm in winter and cool in summer, and hundreds of glass bottles. There are all kinds of specifications, and the most common ones are 2 to 10 milliliters. Yi Xian was stunned. Glass bottle. It's still this specification. Could it be that the space has a telepathic connection with me? Last time when she made zombie essence, she had used up the small glass bottle she bought for 0 yuan. She was still thinking that it would be better if she prepared more in advance. Unexpectedly, her wish came true now. At this time, she already has 4 second-level zombie crystal cores. With the spiritual spring and these glass bottles, she can finally try to make anti-zombie virus essence. Yi Xian couldn't hide her joy and took away all the remaining gold ornaments. The points alone were a huge sum. Then she walked out of the cave and looked forward. She didn't know how far ahead she was. Where did the tunnel that was tilting upwards lead to? Looking at the direction of the secret passage, she should be heading towards the depths of the forbidden area. Could it be that the end of this cave was deep in the forbidden area of Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain? Then who opened this cave? What was the purpose? In order to verify her guess, Yi Xian walked forward another 3 kilometers, and then took out the compass and walkie-talkie from the space. Sure enough, not only was there no signal on the intercom, but even the compass was spinning around. It couldn't find the direction at all. Yi Xian took a breath, thinking of those wolves as big as calves. She didn't dare to go forward, but called back Big Cat and Little Cat. Turn around and walk back the way she came. When Yi Xian returned to her room, Meng Jinghan was sitting at the head of the bed, looking at Xian, who was sleeping soundly. Seeing Yi Xian coming back, he smiled. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and accidentally saw you entering the woods. So I came to accompany Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's okay. I didn't intend to hide it from you. Meng Jinghan, I think I may have found a secret passage leading to the forbidden area. What? Meng Jinghan stood up suddenly. Yi Xian told Meng Jinghan what happened today. And finally she said, if that cave can really lead to the depths of the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area, can we take a risk and give it a try? Meng Jinghan lowered his head, pursed his lips, and said after a long time, don't worry. There are such powerful beasts outside the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area. Who knows what else is inside? We can't rush in like this. Meng Jinghan looked up at Yi Xian. I think such important news should be shared with Captain Liu and the others. It may not be enough for just a few of us. This is exactly what Yi Xian is worried about. This cave is obviously dug by humans, and there are so many gold and silver treasures piled up inside. It can be seen that the owner of the cave does not want to be discovered by others. But now Yi Xian has discovered this secret. If she wants to keep it for herself, she will benefit alone. But she will also bear the risks alone. What if we bring a 701 base along? The blood of the spirit fox only improves the mental strength. As long as it cures my mother disease, it won't have much effect on it. There's no need to take risks for it alone. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled and said to Meng Jinghan, go back and rest. Let's tell Captain Liu the good news tomorrow. Meng Jinghan looked at her deeply. At this time, Yi Xian's smile looked like a cunning little fox in his eyes. Lu Mingfei is a real person. Meeting Yi Xian is also his disaster. Chapter 190. The next day, Yi Xian slept until noon before waking up. Xian was lying on the head of her mother bed, and her soft voice rang out, Mom, Uncle Li has prepared breakfast. Yi Xian's face turned red. It was really not her fault. I slept too late last night, and it was this time when I woke up. Hearing the movement in the room, Li Yinwu shouted at the top of his voice, Sister, get up and eat. It's the fragrant sweet potato rice porridge. Yi Xian got up quickly, and washed up with the water prepared yesterday. Li Yinwu had already taken the big pot off the fire, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. Yi Xian walked out of the room. Her eyes lit up. Hey! Where are the sweet potatoes? Li Yinwu smiled. When Lao Bai and I were jogging in the morning, We found a cellar next to the grove. And there were a lot of sweet potatoes piled up in it. He pointed forward. And sure enough, there were 4 or 5 snakeskin bags piled up not far away. And they were probably filled with sweet potatoes. Li Yanwu smiled. I remembered that we still had rice in the car. So I made rice porridge with sweet potatoes. Sister, try it. Yi Xian took the bowl of porridge, and it was indeed fragrant. The fragrance of rice combined with the sweetness of sweet potatoes made people hungry. Lu Mingfei came over with his teammates. Looking embarrassed, it seems that we still have to take advantage of Miss Yi. Hee. If you have anything in the future, just say a word. Lu Mingfei, will do my best. Yi Xian drank a mouthful of the hot sweet potato porridge, and her mouth was not able to speak clearly. Captain Lu, what are your plans? Are we going up the mountain today? Lu Mingfei held a bowl of porridge and sighed. What do you think? Miss Yi? I discussed with my teammates last night. Don't go? It's impossible to find the spirit fox. Go! The chance is still too small if we just wait outside the forbidden area. We still have to think of a different way. It's best to avoid the patrolling wolves and sneak into the depths of the forbidden area. Lu Yong suddenly said, it's not certain what kind of wild beasts there are in the depths of the forbidden area. Maybe they are more ferocious than the wild wolf. We have to prepare enough ammunition. Lu Mingfei did not refute, but nodded in agreement. Lu Yong is right. The wolves outside are so amazing. No one can tell what is deep in the forbidden area. He turned his head to look at the group of people and continued, there are only 8 of us. I am afraid we are not qualified to venture into the forbidden area. I have contacted the base yesterday. The base will send someone to deliver a batch of firearms and equipment to us this morning. I plan to try it out after the equipment arrives. Yi Xian lowered her head to drink porridge without saying a word. Lu Mingfei glanced at Yi Xian. Miss Yi, what do you think? Lu Fangfang is gone, and Xian is indispensable in our team. Yi Xian put down the big bowl in her hand, stared at Lu Mingfei and said, Captain Lu, if we can go directly into the depths of the forbidden area, what do you think is the chance of finding the spirit fox? Bai Muron was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said, if we can go directly into the depths of the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area, the degree of danger is unknown. But the chance of finding the spirit fox will definitely increase a lot. Yi Xian, did you find a shortcut? Yi Xian nodded, indeed. She reached out to adjust the hem of her clothes and said softly, I couldn't sleep last night, so I ran to the grove to catch some wild rabbits for today's meat, and accidentally found a cave. Everyone stretched their necks to listen, their eyes wide open. After a long time, Lu Mingfei came to his senses and exclaimed, oh my god, is this true? Yi Xian nodded. I only walked about 4 or 5 miles in, and the tunnel went up all the time. If the direction is correct, its opening should be deep in the forbidden area. But we need to consider the following situations. Yi Xian counted on her fingers. First, the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area is nearly 100 miles in radius. We have no idea where the spirit fox is hiding. Even if we go deep into the forbidden area, the spirit fox's nest may not be nearby. Second, we still don't know where the opening of this tunnel is. Yesterday, the wild wolf said that humans who went to find its owner were led by them. It seems that most people who can enter the forbidden area still enter through normal means. We still don't know what dangers we will encounter if we take shortcuts. Bai Muron nodded and said, I agree with both points, especially the second one. If we take a shortcut and go in directly, will they treat us as enemies? If they are enemies, I'm afraid we won't be as lucky as yesterday. He looked at his teammates around him and said in a deep voice, if the beasts launch a group attack, we will probably be wiped out like most people who explore the forbidden area. Yi Xian added, not only that, the tunnel has traces of artificial excavation. It may belong to someone, or a certain organization. We discovered and used it today, and we may be in trouble in the future. Her eyes flickered, and she said nothing about the gold and silver treasures in the cave. Meng Jinghan was not wrong. Lu Mingfei was indeed an honest man. He said, Miss Yi, don't be afraid of this. Even if someone makes trouble, there is still a 701 base up there to support us. As long as we can find the spirit fox, this matter can be handed over to the base to solve. Xin Fu, who had been silent, said, Captain is right. We are just carrying out the mission. And if we want to make trouble, it will naturally be the base that solves it. Captain Yi, don't worry about this. Let's eat quickly. Since we have found such a passage, we should go up and take a look today. Even if we don't go far, it's good to take a look. The members of the A701 base all agreed. And EXIN naturally had no objection. They just waited for the weapons to arrive and set off. Before he finished speaking, a boom sound came from outside the door. The supply convoy arrived. The two men in military uniforms came and saluted when they saw Lu Mingfei standing at attention. Lu Mingfei waved his hand. You're here just in time. Unload the supplies and move them all over here. Equipment and rations were ready. One of the soldiers said, Captain Lu, according to the order of the superiors, we have sacrificed so many people. The Spirit Fox must find you before returning to the base. Otherwise, he didn't say anything else. But Lu Mingfei's face changed. What else? The soldier gritted his teeth. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to go back. Asshole. The hot-tempered Lu Yong couldn't hold back his anger. I reported it last night. The Spirit Fox is deep in the forbidden area. Deep in the forbidden area. No one has been able to enter and come out alive for hundreds of years. And they actually gave such an order. Captain, you have to make the decision for us. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for us. Captain. Lu Mingfei waved his hand and calmly said to the soldier, I know. You go back first. The soldier took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but look back again. Captain Lu. Lu Mingfei didn't even look at them. And waved his hand again. Go. I know about this matter. Looking at Bai Muron's angry face, Lu Mingfei patted his shoulder. Calm down. You haven't been back for a long time. And you don't understand many things yet. Someone is deliberately trying to mess with us. As for the reason, hee. After hearing this, EXIN suddenly understood. And a plan rose from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 191. After sending the 2 soldiers away, Lu Mingfei asked everyone to bring 2 meals worth of food, and hide the remaining food and weapons in the cellar. Then he said to EXIN, Miss He, let's go. EXIN nodded, went back to the room, folded up her big bed, and put the broken bed back in place. At the same time, he released the big cat and the small cat, and said to Xian, I always feel that these 2 cats have something to do with this forbidden area. Xian, can you try to let them find out the whereabouts of the Spirit Fox first? Xian nodded and gave the 2 cats some instructions. The 2 cats did not take the right path, but jumped out of the window. A black shadow flashed and went into the woods, running towards the cave yesterday. EXIN then carried her backpack and walked out of the door, heading towards the grove with Lu Mingfei and his group. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu followed behind to deal with the traces they left behind. The front of the cave was still covered with thick vines. Although they were dry, they still concealed the entrance of the cave. If EXIN had not accidentally fallen in, it would have been difficult to find its entrance. EXIN pointed at the vine and said, It's here. I didn't walk too far yesterday. Judging from the direction, we should be deep in the hinterland of the forbidden area. Be careful if there are any dangerous animals or... Before EXIN finished her words, everyone understood what she meant. She was only responsible for providing this discovery. As long as she could find the Spirit Fox, she would have done a great deed. As for the danger ahead, everyone had to take responsibility. Everyone had no objection. They checked their equipment, loaded their bullets, and then walked towards the cave. Bai Muron held the compass in his hand. The direction was still accurate, and the intercom signal was normal. Less than 300 meters into the cave, Bai Muron said, No signal. The compass also began to move randomly, and the strong magnetic field appeared again. From the direction, we are indeed heading deep into the forbidden area. Map. Shen Fu quickly handed over the map, and Bai Muron studied the map carefully under the light of the headlamp. We came in from here, and we are heading in this direction. He pointed to the edge of the forbidden area and continued, according to the scale of the map. We should be underground at this location now. And we are close to the top of the mountain. Lu Yong. Deputy Captain Bai. We have walked a total of 358 meters. The cave is inclined upward at about 25 degrees. The slope is different in different places. So far, we have risen 32 meters. Lu Mingfei nodded. Let's go. We are still early to the top of the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, Lu Yong suddenly said, Huh? Captain, there is a cave here. EXIN followed behind without saying anything. This was the place where she collected the gold and silver treasures last night. But she had erased all the traces. They did not stay in this empty cave, but walked around inside and continued to go up. Yi Xian calculated the speed of the big cat and the small cat in her mind. They should have reached the exit by now. Right? Is there any danger at the exit? Ever since she saw the cat-sized mouse yesterday, Yi Xian had this feeling. These two cats that have lived for 100 years might be related to this place. Otherwise, how to explain their size and reaction speed? Yi Xian felt that this forbidden area was not simple. It was not just that no human had set foot in it. There was a left bend ahead, with a bend greater than 45 degrees. Bai Muron stopped and carefully recorded it on the map. Captain, Miss Yi, don't you think it's strange? Shen Fu frowned and suddenly spoke. I have experience in outdoor exploration. According to the length and environment of this cave, if no one uses it for a long time, the temperature and humidity here will become a gathering place for bats and mice. Once human footsteps startle them, they will attack. I have been keeping an eye out for their presence. But this place is too clean. I didn't even see a mouse. Shen Fu's words reminded everyone, something must be wrong when things are abnormal. There is no foreseeable danger, and there may be greater dangers hidden in the dark. Although Yi Xian has no experience in adventure, she listens to advice. After listening to Shen Fu's words, she immediately dispersed her mental power. The mental power that could originally cover 5 or 6 miles only covered about 2 or 3 miles under the influence of the strong magnetic field. However, this is enough. Ming Jinghan carried Xian on his shoulders again. Can you call a few mice to lead the way for us? Xian shook his head and answered very confidently. There are no mice in this cave. I have tried it. If we want to call mice over, we need to dispatch them from the village. So we have to wait for a while. After hearing Xian words, everyone became more nervous. How could there be no mice in such an environment? Unless there are their natural enemies here. Yi Xian's mental power searched the surroundings more carefully. If there were natural enemies of mice here, what would they be? Cat? Unlikely. Snake? Possibly. It's just that snakes are hibernating now, so it shouldn't be a big problem as long as they are not disturbed. Just thinking about it, Yi Xian suddenly found a pile of black things about 1,000 meters ahead. They seemed to be still wriggling. What are they? After walking a few more steps, Yi Xian saw clearly. Snakes. Lots of snakes. Black, white, and more with black and white patterns on their bodies. Some were curled up densely. Some were lying alone in the passage. And some were hanging on the stones above their heads. They didn't hibernate. They were still wriggling. Yi Xian stopped suddenly. Be careful. There are snakes ahead. So many snakes. Their searchlights were already turned up to the maximum. And the tunnel ahead was still clean, without a single snake. Bai Muron glanced at Yi Xian. Captain, listen to Yi Xian. Be prepared for the response in advance. Lu Mingfei didn't dare to be careless. Shen Fu. Anthelmintic. Anthelmintic is a must-have for exploring in the mountains. And Shen Fu has a lot of it here. A lot of it was applied on everyone, and the rest was in Shen Fu's hand for emergency use. After walking about 500 meters, a group of snakes began to appear in front of everyone. At first, there were only 1 or 2. Then 7 or 8, and then more than 10. After walking a few more steps, there were suddenly more snakes in front of them. Not only did they not hibernate, they even entangled with each other and played. Countless snakes entangled together to form a big meat ball. The big meat ball was squirming, which made people's scalps numb. The snakes above the head looked at the humans in front of them curiously, staring with their green bean eyes, holding their heads high, and spitting out their tongues from their mouths. They just hung above everyone's heads, and those who were a little timid did not dare to pass by. Shen Fu threw out the anthelmintic that he had prepared long ago, trying to disperse the snakes blocking the road. But he didn't expect that the snakes were not afraid of his anthelmintic at all, and rushed towards him. One snake moved, and the other snakes followed suit and launched a fierce attack on the group of humans. The bright red tongue spit out from the snake's mouth, and Shen Fu took 2 steps back and shouted, "Fire!" Chapter 192. Hearing the shout, Lu Mingfei and Lu Yong quickly stepped forward and shot 2 flames from their palms. They were both awakened fire-type superpowers. Lu Mingfei and Lu Yong stood in front and shouted to the people behind them, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! Quick!" The fire roasted the snakes, and soon the smell of meat came to the nose. The smell of these snake meat did not stop the other snakes. More snakes stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed towards humans in the raging fire. Xian, who was sitting on Meng Jing'an's shoulder, tried hard to control the group of snakes, but it only made them sluggish for a moment. And it didn't have much effect. Li Yanwu backed away and said half-jokingly, "They must have been hungry for a long time and regarded us as food." "Right?" Bai Muron held a torch in his hand and shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Have you ever seen a snake that eats people? They don't have such a big mouth." Just this sentence reminded Xian. And Xian suddenly changed his mind and began to call the rats. It is true that snakes feed on rats. But rats are not immune to resistance. Besides, the rats are also very hungry now. If the number of rats is far greater than this group of snakes, will they succeed? Xian's childish voice rang out, "Uncle Lu, you must hold on. At least for 5 minutes. Lu Mingfei was fine. But Lu Yang's ability level was too low. And he was already showing signs of not being able to hold on. He retreated while shouting, 5 minutes? Damn it! I can't hold on any longer." The flame in Lu Yang's hand gradually died out. And relying solely on Lu Mingfei's fire ability to resist the snakes was not enough. Yi Xian raised her hand. And the water column shot towards the snakes like a high-pressure water gun. Lu Mingfei set fire to the snakes that rushed up. And Yi Xian tried to stop the snakes behind from catching up. The high-pressure water column splashed as it hit the stone wall. And each drop of water shot towards the snakes like a high-pressure bullet. Some snakes had holes pierced through their bodies, curling up in pain. And some snakes were directly split in half by the high-pressure water gun, twisting on the spot and losing the power to move forward. Other snakes were shot directly in the head, dying on the spot and becoming dead snakes. With the efforts of the two people, the attack of the snakes was finally controlled. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Yanwu shouted, "Here they come. Finally here. Hurry! The rats are coming." The rats were moving towards this side along the tunnel and the wall, their small green bean-like eyes emitting a frightening light. The rats rushed into the snakes. And Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei put away their powers at the same time, quickly retreated more than 10 steps, and turned off their headlights. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu had already taken out their infrared night vision glasses. Even without the light of the headlights, they could still see the battle between the rats and the snakes. Under Xian control, the rats rushed into the snakes in a throwing posture. The snakes immediately opened their mouths at the rats like flowers, trying to devour the rats. However, the rats of the end of the world were also very hungry. They opened their mouths and chewed the snake meat like a feast. There were at least 3 to 5 rats hanging on a snake. The snakes were suddenly not calm. They rolled and bit, trying to crush the rats to death with their own weight. However, facing a group of rats that could eat a living person, the weight of the snakes was not enough. No matter how the snakes rolled, the rats bit the snakes tightly, and took a big bite when they saw the opportunity, tearing off a large piece of skin and meat. The snakes became even crazier. The flapping sounds of the snakes and the squeaking sounds of the mice in the cave mixed together, making the group of people's scalps numb. Xian said with a gloomy face, "Mom, there are too few mice here. They will still be eaten by the snakes." Indeed, facing a large number of snakes, these mice are still not enough. If they can help the mice kill some of the snakes, it will be great. However, guns are useless against snakes, and they are afraid that explosives will collapse the tunnel. People rush forward? You're kidding. Who knows if these snakes are poisonous? If they get bit, it's no small matter. Yi Xian didn't care to hide. She sank her thoughts into space and released the robots she brought from Lu Yixuan. They were not afraid of snakes. 7 or 8 robots that looked exactly like real people stood in a row in front of them. Lu Yong was shocked. Where did they come from? Bai Muron said, "Don't be afraid. These are robots. And they are also Lord Ye's spoils of war. I just don't know if she can control these robots." What he didn't know was, why did Yi Xian need to control these robots? There were several people who were proficient in automation among the space citizens. They had studied these robots for a few days, and finally figured out these robots. Now Yi Xian only needed to turn on the switch to use them directly. After turning on the switch, the robot's eyes flashed with strange light and rushed towards the snake group. Several large holes appeared on their chests, and flames and bullets shot out from them to attack the snake group. Suddenly, the smell of burnt meat came again. The robot stepped on the corpses of snakes and rats and moved further away, where the snakes were not surrounded by rats. With the addition of the robots, the situation suddenly changed drastically. And after half an hour, there was no living snake. The robots stood in a row in front of Yi Xian again. Before Yi Xian could put them away, Shinfu and Lu Yong came over. Then, Captain Yi, can I touch them? It's not that they haven't seen robots before, but this kind of robot that looks exactly like a real person is the first time they have seen it. Seeing Yi Xian nod, they carefully approached a robot and carefully reached out to touch his arm. Wow! It's still elastic. Just like a real person. Shinfu reached out to touch his chest. He could clearly see that a big hole had appeared here just now. And then a series of firepower was shot out. How come there is not even a crack now? Lu Yong shouted exaggeratedly. Wow! I've heard that Captain Yi is a space power awakener. But I didn't expect that he is also a water power awakener. People with dual abilities are all gifted. Captain Yi is awesome. Shinfu also said enviously, it would be great if I could have a robot like this. Lu Mingfei smiled and said, don't worry. The advanced space is our enemy. There will be plenty of opportunities to go there to see more advanced robots in the future. If you perform well, you may be able to get one. After hearing this, Lu Yong sneered, let's find the spirit fox first. If we can't find the spirit fox, we may not even be able to go home. So what can we do to fight the advanced base? Lu Mingfei paused for a moment, sighed and said, let's go. Be alert. There might be something ahead. Xian commanded the rats to retreat, and everyone carefully bypassed the road full of snake corpses. Their hearts beating. What else is ahead? This tunnel is not simple. Meng Jinghan carried Xian and walked at the end, secretly pulling Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked back and Meng Jinghan winked at Lu Yong. Yi Xian immediately understood. This person is not as rough and outspoken as he appears. Maybe these are just his disguises. Meng Jinghan just told me to be careful of him. He must have discovered something. Chapter 193. After seeing Yi Xian's strength, the formation was redistributed. Lu Mingfei led the team in front, and Yi Xian led the team to cover the back, and continued to walk deeper into the cave. There were still a few small snakes where the snakes gathered, which no longer posed any threat to them. Lu Yong still cut them in half with a knife. There were no other dangers along the way, but they saw two pairs of glowing eyes halfway, which flashed twice and ran away. No one could see what it was. At around noon, they finally found the exit, which was obviously covered by something, with only a ray of light coming through the edge. Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up, and he gestured behind him, and the team members behind him stopped immediately. Are we there? Lu Mingfei nodded, pointed to the light in front, and said, this should be the exit. Shinfu, let's see how far we have walked. What is the current altitude? Shinfu picked up the instrument and calculated, Captain, we have walked a total of 56.8 kilometers, and the current altitude is 875.4 meters. We are coming up. The highest peak of Gangtai Mountain is 1,568 meters high. The forbidden area is not at the highest point, but spreads over a large area in the center of Gangtai Mountain. Shinfu pointed to a blank area on the map and said, if we are heading in the right direction, we should be in this position now. However, all the instruments failed, and we turned several corners along the way. Now no one can guarantee that the direction is correct. Yi Xian saw that the area he pointed to was exactly the deepest part of the forbidden area. No matter which direction you approach Gangtai Mountain from, this location is difficult to find. Be careful. I go see what's on top, Lu Mingfei said as he reached up and pushed hard. But it didn't move. He pushed hard again, but it still didn't move. Huh? This is a big rock. Bai Miran, come and help me. Bai Miran put the pistol into his waist, walked forward and pushed with Lu Mingfei. But the rock still didn't move. The exit is not big. Why can't the two of them open it? Yi Xian stepped forward. Let's try together. Lu Mingfei and Bai Miran worked together, and with Yi Xian's strengthened body, the big stone was gradually lifted up a crack. Move forward. Be careful. Hold on. Lu Mingfei's physical strength has reached the limit. The veins on his neck are bulging. The muscles at his arms are bulging. And he is still shaking. Bai Miran gritted his teeth. Almost. Almost. Hold on a little longer. Yi Xian, can you do it? If not, change someone else. Yi Xian did not speak, and followed Lu Mingfei and Bai Miran to move the stone away, revealing a space large enough for one person to enter and exit. The instrument still has no signal. Do you think this is a strong magnetic field? Or electromagnetic radiation? If it is a strong magnetic field, then the village is not affected at all. There is no signal at all on the mountain, so close to the village. If it is electromagnetic radiation, then where does the electromagnetic radiation come from in this deep mountain forest? Lu Yong complained while putting the instrument back into his backpack. Lu Mingfei stuck his head out. There were nothing but trees around. If there was any landmark, then the small semicircular cliff 200 meters ahead would be considered one. The cliff is no more than 15 meters high, with bare reddish-brown rocks, like a big pot upside down in the jungle. There are no animals around, not even the chirping of birds. And it is so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Mingfei retreated and said, "This place seems to be different from other places. It's too quiet. It's okay for us to go out. But if we encounter danger, how do we retreat? This jungle is too dense. Everyone should leave a mark, and leave someone to guard the cave entrance. If no one returns after 3 hours, the person who stays at the cave entrance will fire a signal flare. Ensure the retreat. If anyone gets separated in the jungle, please send out flares. If there is a chance, we will not give up on anyone. This is a forbidden area where no one has been able to get out alive in the past 100 years. Lu Mingfei has to be careful. And be careful." After distributing the tools, Li Yinwu stayed at the entrance of the cave, and the others set off with their bags on their backs. After walking about 50 meters, Xian, who was sitting on Meng Jingen's shoulder, suddenly shouted, "Spirit Fox! Over there!" looking along Xian's little hand. Sure enough, in the jungle about 200 meters away from them, a bright red flashed in the grass, reflecting the semicircular reddish-brown cliff. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see it. The first time they went deep into the forbidden area, they found the spirit fox. This news made everyone excited. "Catch it!" someone shouted. Yi Xian led Meng Jinghan and Bai Muran to encircle from the right, and Lu Mingfei led 2 other team members to encircle from the left, trying to drive the spirit fox into the encirclement and then capture it with a tranquilizer gun. Yi Xian's body had been transformed, and she disappeared in a flash. Meng Jingyan's skills were the same. Even though he was carrying Xian, he still followed Yi Xian closely. Bai Muran chased closely behind, and took out the tranquilizer gun and was ready to shoot at any time. This fox was about the same size as an ordinary fox, but its fiery red fur was so beautiful that it was shocking. The fox reacted quickly. When it saw Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan rushing over, it knew that these people were coming for it. It stood still. Its ears flickered twice, and it turned around quickly and rushed back the way it came. According to common sense, Lu Mingfei should have arrived by now, but they didn't expect that the reaction speed and running speed of the fox were beyond their expectations. The fox passed by Lu Mingfei, and the distance between them was no more than 20 meters. When Lu Mingfei picked up the tranquilizer gun, the fox had already jumped into the bushes and disappeared. Xian sat high and saw far. He shouted, "West!" It ran to the west. Yi Xian chased in front, and Lu Mingfei and his team had already chased after it. The thorns in the jungle scratched their clothes and their skin, but they still felt nothing, and their eyes were only fixed on the fiery red figure. The fox ran fast, and Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan were not much slower, leaving Lu Mingfei and others far behind. Bang! Yi Xian fired a shot, but missed. Yi Xian raised her gun and shouted to Meng Jinghan, "No! We can't outrun it. Can your flying knife hit it?" Meng Jinghan supported Xian with one hand, took out a dagger with the other hand, and threw it at the fox. Seeing that the fox was about to be hit, it seemed to be able to predict the danger. It twisted its body while running and ran to the left front again. Meng Jingyan's dagger also missed. There was another patch of thorns in front of the right. This patch of thorns was particularly tall, more than a person height. The spirit fox could get into it, but people had to take a detour. As a result, the spirit fox disappeared, and Xian was so anxious that he shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hey!" It ran away. "Mom, I can't control this spirit fox. I tried several ways, but I couldn't even make it stop for a moment." Xian stretched out his hand and rubbed his little head. Obviously, he couldn't control the spirit fox and was also attacked by the supernatural power. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan were standing in front of the thorn bush and sighing. and Looming Fei came with 2 teammates. And Bai Muron followed behind and panted, looking at Yi Xian's appearance. He asked unwillingly, "Escaped?" Yi Xian nodded, pointed to the thorn bush next to him and said, "Escaped. It disappeared after going in here." Looming Fei panted and waved his hands. "No! It's not a good idea to catch it like this. A human can't outrun it with 2 legs. There are only 2 ways at present. One is to bring a hound and let the hound chase it. Second, find its nest and wait for it. Hee hee. Of course, the fox is very smart. Even if we find its nest, we may not be able to catch it. Miss Yi, what do you think?" Before Yi Xian could speak, a roar came from not far away. It sounded like this beast was not small. Then there was a roar, and the whole earth was shaking. Everyone looked at each other and got a message from each other. The beast is coming. Run! Chapter 194. Without time to think, Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan turned around and ran, trying to avoid the beast first. From the sound of its roar, this guy must be big. After running less than 500 meters, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. There was a rustling sound in front of her, and the thorns parted to both sides. There were beasts here too. A beast walked out only 50 meters ahead, and Yi Xian's eyes shrank immediately. Is this a tiger? Oh my god! Is there really such a big tiger? Yi Xian had seen tigers more than once in the zoo, but the big ones were only over 200 kilograms. And this tiger must be 500 or 600 kilograms? Its body is like a cow. The tiger raised its head and roared to the sky. "Aww!" The mountains and forests were shaking. It looked at the bipeds in front of it with contempt, as if saying, "It's not enough to fill my teeth." Ming Jinghan was also dumbfounded. Is this a tiger? Oh my god! Looming Fei and Bai Muron, who came later, were all dumbfounded. "Run! There is another one behind. It is chasing us." With a shout, Yi Xian felt the wind behind her. She didn't care about hiding. She grabbed Xian and threw him into space, and rolled on the ground to avoid the tiger's attack, and raised her hand to shoot. However, she was even more stupid. The bullets from the pistol could not penetrate the tiger's fur at all. The tiger hit by the bullet went crazy. It opened its mouth wide at Yi Xian. "Aww!" It pounced again. Yi Xian nimbly dodged to the side, then got up and ran forward again. Seeing that it couldn't catch up with Yi Xian, the tiger had to settle for the next best thing and clawed at Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan drew his sword and cut the tiger's claws with it. The claws without fur immediately bled. It was angry. "You lowly human dared to hurt the king of the jungle. Die!" The tiger pounced on Ming Jinghan and opened its mouth wide. Bai Muron was closest to Ming Jinghan. Seeing that the tiger was about to pounce on Ming Jinghan, he raised his gun and shot. Bang! Large caliber guns still have some damage to tigers. The tiger's fur was pierced by bullets, and the surrounding yellow-black hair turned bright red and bled. The pain forced it to pause for a moment, and it was at this moment that Ming Jinghan quickly chased Yi Xian out. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout, "Run! Run separately!" On the other side, Looming Fei was leading 2 team members to fight another tiger, although they also fired a few shots. It was a pity that even a large caliber gun could cause little damage to the tiger, and at most it just made it bleed. The injured tiger became even more angry, slapped Shen Fu away, and turned to bite Lu Yong. If it bites this time, Lu Yong will die here. At this time, Looming Fei rolled on the ground and shot the tiger in the abdomen again. "Aww!" The abdomen is the soft spot of the tiger. The fur here is sparse and the skin is loose, let alone bullets. If it is an ordinary tiger, even a sharp steel knife can cut through the belly. The tiger was more seriously injured by this shot. It didn't bite Lu Yong, but it felt that something was added to its body. It immediately gave up on Lu Yong and rushed towards Looming Fei, holding back the pain. "Run!" Looming Fei shouted to his teammates. Lu Yong instantly ran into the jungle and disappeared. Shen Fu was slapped by the tiger, and then hit a tree after being slapped away. Then he fell to the ground and was knocked unconscious. Suddenly he heard the captain shouting, and saw Lu Yong disappeared. He had no choice but to take out his pistol and shoot at the tiger again, trying to use the bullet to save the captain. But he didn't expect the bullet to miss. Seeing the tiger rushing towards him, Looming Fei quickly rolled behind a big tree, trying to use the tree to block the tiger's power. However, he still couldn't avoid the tiger's claws. The tiger's sharp claws grabbed his right arm and immediately lost consciousness. It's over. Lu Mingfei's heart sank. He couldn't beat it. Run! He turned around and ran, not caring whether the direction he chose was far or near from the tunnel. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the tiger lowered its head to lick its wounds, Bai Muran grabbed Shenfu and said, "Can you still run?" "Run!" Shenfu nodded, stood up with difficulty, and ran in another direction. Both tigers were injured to varying degrees. The tiger with a bullet in the abdomen lay on the ground licking its wound, while the other tiger determined that Bai Muran and Shenfu were the weakest team and followed their footprints to chase them. Yi Xian was not feeling well at this time. She was lost. Originally, after running a few hundred meters and seeing that the tiger did not chase her, she thought of finding a way to rescue Bai Muran and the others. But she did not expect that she could not find the battlefield just now after turning around. Only then did she realize she was lost. She was so busy running that she couldn't even remember whether she had turned or how many turns she had made. Yi Xian forced herself to calm down. This is a jungle with many wild animals. If she gets lost, she will almost die. She must stay calm. Calm down. That's right. Not far from the entrance of the tunnel is a reddish-brown semicircular cliff. As long as she can find that cliff, she can find her way back. So, Yi Xian climbed up the tree. The higher you stand, the farther you can go. After looking for a long time, she couldn't find the cliff, but saw Meng Jinghan stumbling in. She had no choice but to shout, "Meng Jinghan! Meng Jinghan! I'm here!" Meng Jinghan looked up and was stunned. "You? What are you doing on the tree?" Yi Xian jumped down from the tree. "I'm lost. Do you remember the way back?" Meng Jinghan was also stunned. He was so busy running for his life that he didn't remember how long he had been running, not to mention remembering the way back. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I don't know if they defeated the tiger. I was planning to go back to help, but now I can't save myself." She touched the flare in her backpack. "How about trying this?" She and Li Yanwu agreed on a secret signal when she left. If she fired 3 flares in a row, she was in danger. And if she fired 2 flares in a row, she was lost. If Li Yanwu saw 2 flares, she hoped he could give her the launch location. But in this dense jungle, even flares may not work, unless it's dark. But it's more dangerous after dark. She didn't dare to take the risk. She had to take out 2 flares and put them in the sky. After waiting for a few minutes, a flare was sent from the southeast, and Li Yanwu responded. As long as they move toward the southeast, they can find the reddish-brown cliff. And according to the location of the cliff, they can find the entrance to the tunnel. At this time, Lu Mingfei was also desperately running away. After running for a long time, he found that the tiger didn't catch up. But he was lost. There was only Lu Mingfei in the vast jungle. He also tried to find the red cliff, but he didn't find it at all. At this moment, 2 flares suddenly went up in the air, about 3 kilometers in front of his left. I don't know which teammate it was. After the 2 flares, a flare rose in the southeast direction. That was the location of the tunnel. Lu Mingfei turned and headed southeast. Lu Yong had the same experience as him. He also walked southeast after seeing the flares. Bai Muran and Shenfu were much more miserable. They were in the vast jungle, and there was a tiger as big as a fat cow chasing them. They could only run forward with their heads down. He chose to hide in the densely wooded areas, trying to use the narrow gaps between the trees to get rid of the tiger's pursuit. After seeing the signal flare, he turned and ran towards the east. Perhaps God took pity on him. They were the group closest to the tunnel entrance. Shenfu gritted his teeth and panted, "Don't worry about me, Deputy Captain Bai. Run! I may not be able to hold on." Bai Muran reached out and pulled him again, pulling him between 2 trees. "Don't give up." Before he finished speaking, he saw Shenfu staring straight behind him, and even his face changed. Chapter 195. Bai Muran knew from his expression that there was danger behind him again. Not caring about the wounds on Shenfu's body, he pulled him over, and the tiger pounced on the tree trunk, and the tree shook violently. Bai Muran turned around and saw the scene in front of him. 2 big black and yellow cats, as big as dogs, were staring at them. The cat's eyes were like emeralds, emitting a sparkling light in the dim jungle, with its hind legs bent and sharp claws exposed at the end of its front legs. And the claws seemed to be shining. Bai Muran was delighted and blurted out, "Big cat and little cat. Are you really the 2? He had seen these two cats guarding Yi Xian. They were so special. It was hard to forget their appearance once you saw them once. Quick! Come and help! Before he finished speaking, the tiger had bypassed the bushes and pounced on them again. Shinfu couldn't run anymore. He pushed by Miran hard and yelled, "Don't worry about me. Run!" At the same time, he closed his eyes and thought, "It's over." After waiting for a long time without seeing the tiger pounce, he slowly opened his eyes, only to see that the tiger was blocked by the two strange big cats. And now they were entangled together. One of the cats crouched on the tiger's head, tightly grasping the tiger's fur, and the other claw went to the tiger's eyes. The cat's movements were as fast as lightning, and the tiger howled and jumped around, trying to throw the cat off. However, the cat held tightly, and no matter how the tiger roared, it could not shake it at all. Another big cat ran to Baimuran, raised a silver plate big cat face to Baimuran. Meow meow meow. Baimuran naturally didn't understand what it said, but he could understand it roughly. Yi Xian sent them to rescue. This cat told him to run for his life. Shinfu was already dumbfounded. How could there be animals helping them here? It's incredible. After surviving the disaster, he didn't care to think about why this happened, and ran with Baimuran. Run as far as you can. It was too scary here, until he could no longer see the tiger, and could no longer hear the tiger's roar. He stopped panting. "Bye, Deputy Captain, bye. I really can't do it anymore. Rest, rest." As he said this, he fell to the ground along the tree trunk and could no longer stand up. He felt pain all over his body, and his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. Baimuran climbed up the treetop and looked east. He could vaguely see the reddish-brown cliff. He knew that they couldn't reach this distance even if he was given another hour. "Let's take a break first." He was exhausted. Shinfu stared at Baimuran. "Deputy Captain Bai, do you know those two cats?" Baimuran nodded, took out the water bottle and drank a few sips, then handed it to Shinfu. Shinfu's water bottle had been thrown away for a long time. Watching Shinfu drinking water, Baimuran said, "Those are Yi Xian's pets, called Big Cat and Little Cat. I still don't know which one is Big Cat and which one is Little Cat. Anyway, just call them that. It is said that these two cats have a great origin. Hee. I don't know the specific origin, but it seems to be not simple." Shinfu almost choked to death. "Ahem, what did you say? Ahem, Captain Yi's pets? Oh my god. Ahem, don't lie to me." Baimuran shook his head. "Believe it or not, maybe they are sent by Yi Xian to save us. Just ask her when the time comes. Her space is different from Lu Fangfeng's. There are many strange things. Be careful not to provoke her, or you will die without knowing how." Shinfu nodded fiercely, indicating that he remembered. However, Shinfu remembered it, but some people didn't. Lu Yong was walking alone in the jungle, and suddenly saw a slender figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? Thinking of the robot that Yi Xian had taken out, he immediately had a crooked idea. Killing the space power user would get the things in her space. With those robots, was he still afraid of the animals in the jungle? So, he quietly took out his pistol and pointed it at Yi Xian. He didn't notice that there were two pairs of eyes watching him not far away. Originally, Shinfu wanted to call him, but he didn't expect him to take out a pistol. Baimuran's first reaction was, "There is another beast ahead." He jumped up suddenly and looked far away, but only saw Yi Xian's figure, and Ming Jinghan was following not far from Yi Xian. Lu Yong's target was Yi Xian. It took only a moment for Baimuran to make a judgment. Without hesitation, a stone flew towards Lu Yong and hit his arm. At this moment, Lu Yong had already pulled the trigger, and a crisp gunshot rang out in the jungle. The bullet flew past Yi Xian's arm and rubbed off a large piece of his cotton coat. If it weren't for Baimuran's stone, Yi Xian would have died here. Yi Xian turned back suddenly and saw Lu Yong still holding the pistol. Her eyes turned cold. "You're looking for death." Ming Jinghan rushed towards Lu Yong quickly. Before he could react, a long sword had knocked the gun out of his hand. Lu Yong felt a chill on his neck. The long sword was already on his neck. Ming Jinghan's face was cold. "You're still fighting in this environment. I think you're tired of living. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Baimuran supported Shinfu and ran over from not far away. Baimuran's face turned pale, and he kicked Lu Yong away. "What do you want to do? We are partners." Lu Yong frowned. I I don't want to deal with them. There are wild wolves. I saw wild wolves over there. Pa! Meng Jinghan slapped him in the face, hitting Lu Yong, who had just stood up and spinning several times on the spot. You'd better find the shadow of the wild wolf now. Otherwise, your Captain Lu can't save you. Yi Xian said coldly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Tie him up. Meng Jinghan picked up the rope that Yi Xian had thrown on the ground without saying a word, and tied Lu Yong tightly. Shen Fu frowned at him. Lu Yong was usually careless. Why would he have such thoughts at this moment? Wouldn't this cause trouble for Captain Lu? Now everyone knows that this matter can't be settled peacefully. A group of people took the tied-up Lu Yong and rushed to the vicinity of the tunnel. Meng Jinghan hung behind with a frosty face, not far away, always alert to the group of people in front of him. Except Bai Muran. He didn't dare to trust anyone now. That Lu Mingfei, this Shen Fu, and the Lu Yong in front of him. Who knows what evil intentions they are hiding? If it weren't for sharing the risk, if this forbidden area wasn't too dangerous, he and Yi Xian would have come to try it. A 701 base. Meng Jinghan didn't take it seriously at all. The weather gradually darkened, and the road could no longer be seen in the jungle. The cliff in front appeared in front of them. Li Yanwu seemed to be supporting someone in front of him. Seeing Yi Xian and her group coming back, Li Yanwu shouted at the top of his voice, Sister, I'm here. Quick, come here. There's a bear here. Yi Xian was sharp-eyed, and saw at a glance that the person Li Yanwu was supporting was none other than Lu Mingfei. At this moment, Lu Mingfei could no longer stand up. His whole body leaned on Li Yanwu, allowing Li Yanwu to drag him into the tunnel. Footsteps, and the sound of branches breaking were heard not far away. Meng Jinghan ran forward 2 steps. Run! It's a bear! Oh my god! How could there be such a big bear? Chapter 196. Yi Xian turned her head suddenly, and in the dim night, she saw a beast as big as a hill rushing over, with its claws as big as Meng Jinghan's head. A slap came over, and if Meng Jinghan hadn't run fast, his head would have been moved long ago. With the slap from the big bear, Meng Jinghan felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and he suddenly lay down and rolled on the ground. When he stood up again, he had surpassed Lu Yong, who was walking in front of him. At this time, Lu Yong also looked back, and was immediately frightened out of his wits, and took big strides to run towards the tunnel. However, his hands were still tied behind his back, which not only affected his running speed, but also made it difficult for him to dodge the thorns in front of him. No one cared about him at this time, and everyone was running desperately. Yi Xian ran first. Bai Muran followed closely behind Yi Xian, and then Meng Jinghan and Shen Fu, and Lu Yong was left behind. After Li Yanwu sent Lu Mingfei into the tunnel, he showed his head and shot the big bear. Unfortunately, the bear's skin was too thick, and this shot was no different from tickling it, which only made him pause for a while. In just a moment, Yi Xian had already run to the tunnel entrance and jumped into the tunnel, followed by Bai Muran, Meng Jinghan and Shen Fu. Lu Yong was less than 10 meters away from the tunnel entrance at this time, and behind him was the big black bear that was as big as a hill. The big black bear's breath sprayed on him, and the hot breath made his legs weak. The more anxious he was, the slower he ran. Meng Jinghan looked at the scene in front of him coldly, without any intention of helping. Are you kidding? For the person who shot him from behind, he wanted to kill him with a sword. Not adding insult to injury is his greatest kindness now. Bai Muran shouted anxiously, Hurry! Run a few more steps. We be there soon. The big black bear raised his palm again. The next second, Lu Yong's head flew away, but his body was still standing, and it took a long time before he gradually fell down. The big black bear smelled the smell here, slapped Lu Yong away with a palm, and then ran towards the entrance of the tunnel. Unfortunately, the entrance of the tunnel can only accommodate one person in and out, and it is undoubtedly a foolish dream for a big black bear with such a large size to come in. The unwilling black bear roared angrily, and the sound spread throughout the forbidden area, and even the ground in the tunnel trembled 3 times. It lay on the ground unwillingly, and an arm thicker than an adult's thigh stretched into the tunnel, grabbing around randomly. Yi Xian and his group all held their breath and dared not make a sound. After a long time, the big bear stood up unwillingly and walked behind the cliff. As soon as he relaxed, Shen Fu immediately fell to the ground and could not move. He waved his hand and said, Take a break. Take a break before you go. I really can't walk anymore. Yi Xian, who had sharp eyes, found that his cotton coat was soaked with blood. It seems that the tiger's slap caused him serious injuries. I don't know how this man insisted on running over. Yi Xian took out the first aid supplies from the backpack and gave them to Bai Miran. He is seriously injured. Bandage him? This is not a place to stay for a long time. We have to leave as soon as possible. Lu Mingfei leaned against the stone wall and panted. It's too dangerous here. If it weren't for Li Yanwu's signal flare, we would all die here today. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But it was no use after several attempts. He could only smile bitterly and pointed at one leg and said, "It's broken. Look at this group of team members. Some were injured and some were disabled. Even Yi Xian's arm was torn by a bullet, and a large piece of cloth was exposed. Many of the lower bodies were scratched by thorns. Li Yanwu was fine. But even Meng Jinghan, who was the best in skills, had clothes as tattered as a beggar, and there were several scratches on his face. Bai Miran dragged Shen Fu, which was even worse. His arms and legs were injured, and one leg was hit by a tiger, and he still limps. Yi Xian took out a stretcher from the space and smiled uglier than crying. Who will lie down? Lu Mingfei stared at the bloody wound on Shen Fu's chest, then looked at his bleeding legs, and said, "Give it to Shen Fu. I can still hold on." Before he finished speaking, he tried to stand up and was thrown to the ground again. Shen Fu was also a man. Letting Bai Miran help him treat his wounds and remove the necrotic rotten flesh, clenching his teeth and not saying a word until Bai Miran finished the treatment. He sat on the ground and gasped, "Captain, I'm fine. I can still hold on. Let the captain get on the stretcher. His leg is broken." Meng Jinghan knows how to set bones. So he walked to Lu Mingfei, stared into his eyes and asked, "Do you believe me?" Lu Mingfei looked at this handsome face and nodded vigorously. "Come on, brother." Lu Mingfei was hit on the backpack by the big bear, and when he flew forward, he hit the rock and broke his right leg. After Meng Jinghan set the bones and tied them up, he wiped the cold sweat with a pale face. He smiled bitterly. "It seems that I can only drag down the brothers." Bai Miran and Meng Jinghan helped him lie on the stretcher, and then Meng Jinghan led the way, and Bai Miran followed behind, carrying Lu Mingfei to the small village at the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian helped Shen Fu up and followed closely behind. Even though they encountered a group of snakes when they came, they were still full of energy. Not only did they almost get wiped out after a round of the forbidden area, but they also ended up with a group of wounded soldiers. Lu Mingfei was still thinking about the spirit fox while lying on the stretcher, and gritted his teeth and said, "Wait until we report to the base and come back with enough firepower. I don't believe we can't deal with these beasts. Miran, go back and report to the old leader. We come back when my leg is healed." Shen Fu raised his head and looked at him, then said slowly, "Captain, can we still go back? When we came here?" Before he finished speaking, Bai Miran turned around and glared at him, so he had to shut up and stop talking. Lu Mingfei sighed secretly and thought, "Yes. When they came here, they gave a death order that they were not allowed to return to the base if they couldn't catch the spirit fox. Now they didn't catch the spirit fox, and they returned with a loss of troops, which was indeed a loss of face. But that was a forbidden area that no one had dared to approach for hundreds of years. It was already very rare for them to come out alive from the depths of the forbidden area, and this was also a great achievement. I contact the old leader first when I get to the foot of the mountain." Lu Mingfei secretly thought that it shouldn't be a problem with the old leader. It was already dark when I got to the foot of the mountain. I didn't care about eating. Lu Mingfei arranged Bai Miran to set up a signal transmitter to pass the message to the base. He thought that he could come back alive from the depths of the forbidden area, and this news would definitely attract the attention of the top management of the base. As long as the base paid enough attention, he would have hope of completing the mission next time he set out. Meng Jinghan and Li Yanwu built a bonfire to cook, and looked at Bai Miran from time to time, with worry in their eyes. Yi Xian reminded them not to meddle in other people's business, and they stopped being silent, lowered their heads, and stirred the sweet potato porridge in the big pot seriously. After a long time, Bai Miran stood up. "Captain, it's done. Let's rest for a night, and return to the base early tomorrow morning." He also comforted him. "Captain, don't worry. Maybe they will welcome us tomorrow." Shen Fu lay on the bed and sighed secretly. These two captains are too confident. If the base really doesn't allow them to enter, how sad they will be. He looked up outside and saw Yi Xian and 2 team members making a fire and cooking. They were talking and laughing, which was enviable. Xian squatted beside them and fiddled with the fire. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. It would be great if he could follow her. This lord seems to be easy to get along with. It's much better than staying in the A701 base and relying on others. The next morning, they set off at dawn. Bai Miran drove Lu Mingfei and Shen Fu, and Li Yanwu drove Yi Xian, Meng Jinghan and Xian. There was no smile on Bai Miran and Lu Mingfei faces, let alone the excitement they should have when they were about to go home. On the contrary, their expressions were all a little solemn, as if they had a premonition that something was going to happen. Especially Lu Mingfei. He opened his mouth several times along the way, but finally swallowed the words that were on his lips. Chapter 197. Li Yanwu was driving when he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sister, if Bai Miran and Shen Fu are willing to come, are you willing to accept them?" Yi Xian was stunned. "What did you talk about last night? He wants to come?" Li Yanwu shook his head. "I said a long time ago that he will definitely come back. He didn't say he wanted to come back last night, but he meant it in his words." After a pause, Li Yanwu said, "Xu Elong is right. The current A701 is no longer the previous A701. If they are ostracized when they go back this time, he will only have one way out here." Yi Xian was silent. She admitted that what Li Yanwu said made sense. She would definitely accept Bai Miran. Just like in the last life, he learned that kindness should be limited after being hurt by the people he saved. If the A701 base gave up on them in this life, he should understand this truth. But after what happened with Lu Yong, she couldn't guarantee whether Shen Fu also had evil intentions. The only way was to see if Shen Fu was sincere in surrendering. If Shen Fu was fine, Yi Xian would have no pressure in accepting these 2 people. She said slowly, "Let's see if they are sincere in surrendering. The mid-levels base doesn't support people who are fickle." Li Yanwu quickly stretched out 3 fingers and swore, "Sister, I swear, I am loyal to you and the mid-levels base." Yi Xian smiled slightly and slapped his fingers down. "Drive well. I can still tell whether they are sincere or not." Li Yanwu still has a little red heart on his head. This thing can't deceive people. They encountered 2 groups of zombies besieging them along the way, but they were easily solved. The building of the A701 base can be seen in front of him, and Lu Mingfei can't sit still. He suddenly said, "Miran, if the base really doesn't want us to go home, you can take Shen Fu to Miss Yi." Bai Miran's hand holding the steering wheel trembled, and he finally said it. He observed the captain through the rearview mirror along the way and found that he had something to say to him. But he couldn't say it. Bai Miran knew it would be this, but he just pretended to know nothing. No one wanted to mention this matter first. A 701 base is their home. Now that he is about to be abandoned by his family, no one can remain indifferent. He, Bai Miran, was determined to return to A701 from the mid-mountain base despite all the dissuasion. Just with the mentality of going home. But now, he could only shake his head. Their situation was really not good. The signal receiver was turned on all night last night, but did not receive a single word from the base. Could it be that the credit of their deep-rooted base and bringing back first-hand information is really so disdainful to them? Seeing that Bai Miran did not speak, Lu Mingfei leaned forward and stretched out his arm to pat his shoulder. Everything is self-explanatory. The familiar gate appeared in front of them. After the routine inspection, the soldiers did not let them in. Instead, they saluted them and said crisply, "Please wait for a moment." They did not mention the specific reason for waiting. Lu Mingfei closed his eyes and sighed, looked at Yi Xian behind him, and shook his head helplessly. "It seems that they still have to laugh at me." Bai Miran smiled bitterly. Shen Fu stared at their dormitory building in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. They waited for more than 3 hours. What they didn't know was that at this moment, another team of people also broke into the forbidden area and was exploring deep into the forbidden area. The leader was a tall man with short hair and pale face. Who was the man who had met Yi Xian that day? It is said that his name is Guo Wei's, the boss of the cutting-edge base, a doctor of veterinary medicine, an expert in canines, and also has a wide range of knowledge in other categories. The man who followed closely behind Guo Wei's was short and thin, with slightly concave cheeks and a pale face that was not much different from the zombies on the road, especially that duck voice. If you don't listen carefully, You can't understand what he is saying. This person is none other than Mr. Liu, the one who finally captured Ye's father and mother. Liu Yixuan. The robots in EXI in space are still his masterpieces. But after the explosion of the villa, this person escaped in advance and unexpectedly entered the cutting-edge base. There are 3 robots following behind him. Just like real people. Without Liu Yixuan instructions. They just walked with their heads down without making any sound. There were 2 men following the 3 robots. One of them was wearing black frame glasses and complained as he walked, "Boss. Besides the lack of signal, isn't this place as scary as the rumors say? Are we just abandoning our base and taking risks? Isn't that a waste of talent?" Guo Eyes didn't even turn his head and shouted angrily, "Shut up. How long have we been here? Look at the trees and grass. The animals here are quite different from those outside. Be careful. Don't be dragged away without knowing it." Hee. Liu Yixuan laughter is more like a zombie, "Boss. You are too cautious. Even if there is a gap. Aren't they just animals without intelligence? Why are we afraid of them? We are just afraid that we won't meet that woman here." He looked sinister. How could she be mixed up with the A701 base? If it weren't for the boss's painting skills, I wouldn't have known that the woman who destroyed my family would come to find the spirit fox. Hee. What a fate. Ah! A scream came from behind. "Boss. Look. What is that?" Looking in the direction of the man's hand, Guo Eyes couldn't help but gasp. "Hiss. What is that? Is it a wild boar? But how could there be such a big wild boar? It was as big as a baby elephant. The sharp fangs exposed outside were more than a foot long. The black hair on its body stood up, and its eyes stared at them with a fascinating light." Liu Yixuan never said again, "Be too careful." They stared at the wild boar with wide eyes, not daring to breathe, fearing that they would accidentally anger the giant. The wild boar did not seem to have any intention of attacking them. It stared at them for a long time, then turned around and continued to walk towards the outer edge of the forbidden area. Guo Eyes then put down his right hand that was touching the gun and waved to his teammates. "Let's go. Be careful not to provoke the animals here." Liu Yixuan nodded vigorously. He knew that the animals here should not be provoked without being told. However, a team member behind him stepped on a snake and jumped up in fright. The gray-brown little snake was disturbed, raised its head and bit him. The man also reacted quickly, shouting and jumping more than 3 steps away. The snake didn't bite, but it completely alarmed the wild boar. The wild boar turned its head, stared at the group of people with a pair of small eyes. The boom sound was like thunder in the ground. Guo Eyes looked back and saw the scene, and jumped 3 feet high in fright. "Damn it! I told you to be careful. Be careful. Get up the tree. Quickly get up the tree." Chapter 198. As he spoke, Guo Eyes raised his wrist, but the flying rope did not shoot out as he wished. It was then that he realized the flying ropes they used were all made of high-tech materials, which were very convenient to use at ordinary times. But this was a forbidden area. There was no signal in the forbidden area, and all electronic devices could not be used. Their flying ropes were no exception. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly, and suddenly jumped up more than 3 feet high to hug a tree trunk that was more than 3 people thick. It was too strenuous to climb up like this. The short Liu Yixuan was lucky. The tree next to him was only as thick as an adult's waist. He climbed up in no time by hugging the trunk. Guo Eyes was in trouble with the big tree. If he wanted to climb up the tree, he had to cling to the trunk like a gecko. However, the trunk was not smooth, and the siphon gloves could not be used. He had to hold the bark tightly with his fingers, and tried hard to control his body to move up. In this way, he climbed up inch by inch. The other 2 teammates were not much better. They were surrounded by big trees that they could not hug. Fortunately, Liu Yixuan had turned on the robot's combat switch before climbing the tree. The robot program was also affected by the strong magnetism, and weapons and the like could not be released. But the iron fists were still usable after Liu Yixuan improvement, as long as there was electricity. Who would have thought that the robot's iron fists hitting the wild boar were just like tickling it, and could not hurt the wild boar at all. The wild boar threw them into the sky, and they were missing arms and legs when they fell down. But their actions bought enough time for the team members. By the time the wild boar had dealt with the 3 robots, they had climbed to a high enough place. Looking at the mess of robots, Liu Yixuan's heart trembled with pain. Damn it! Guo Eyes didn't say that the forbidden area was full of animals of this level. Why did I bring robots when I can't use weapons? A shield for these rubbish? Damn bad luck. 2 robots were destroyed at the beginning. Looking at the 2 team members who were still climbing up, a trace of viciousness flashed in Lu Yixuan's narrow and long eyes. At this time, Lu Mingfei was still waiting outside the gate of the base with his teammates. It was lunchtime, but the soldiers still refused to let them in. Lu Mingfei sighed and said, Muran, go and invite Miss Yi over. Bai Muran knew what he was going to say, and didn't move for a long time. He just asked in a low voice, So, what about you? The voice was a little choked. Lu Mingfei pursed his lips and said, As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will stay. I am different from you. I still have a big family. As soon as he finished speaking, a man walked out of the base and said something to the soldier guarding the gate. The soldier looked at them, hesitated for a moment, and walked over here. Bai Muran lowered the car window. The soldier saluted them again. Captain Lu. Captain Bai. The leader has ordered you to hand over the spirit fox before you can enter. Shen Fu couldn't help it after hearing this. Fuck. We ventured deep into the forbidden area, saw the shadow of the spirit fox, and brought back first-hand information from the depths of the forbidden area. Isn't this enough? Open your dog eyes and look. Our teammates all died there. Captain Lu was seriously injured. And you said this in return? The soldier lowered his head and whispered, Captain Lu, I'm not making things difficult for you. This is really an order from our superiors. The leader also said that if you want to come back, all members of the Special Operations team will face the wall for a month. And each person will submit a 3,000-word in-depth self-examination. And, Bai Muran shouted, Shut up. This is too much. The soldier still lowered his head and said, Our old leader took a lot of effort to get this. Deputy Captain Bai. You see, since the soldier came over, Lu Mingfei has been leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed, not saying a word. And his face is so vicissitudes that people can't help but feel distressed. When he heard that this was an opportunity that the old leader had given up his reputation to fight for, he finally opened his eyes and waved to the soldier calmly, Let us think about it. You go back first. The soldier saluted him again and then left the car. After closing the car window, Lu Mingfei sighed deeply, Muran, I'm not driving you away. Look at A701 now. It's not our old A701 base. Let's go! Take Shen Fu with you. Miss Yi is kind-hearted. She won't make things difficult for you. As he said that, he took out the intercom and shouted, Miss Yi, please come over. Shen Fu and Bai Muran looked at each other. They both knew that there was no room for maneuver. Either they accepted the conditions offered by their superiors, or they could only follow Yi Xian. Bai Muran rubbed his temples. Shen Fu, what are you going to do? Shen Fu was silent for a moment, then said, Captain Yi is a good person. Bai Muran waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. With this sentence, his intention was already very clear. He also understood that the current A701 base was no longer the home it once was, but a tool for some people to fight for power and profit. They really didn't need to go back there to be humiliated. But Captain Lu, what a pity! Yi Xian walked to the car. Bai Muran got out to help her open the passenger door, and asked Yi Xian to get in the car. Yi Xian keenly noticed that Bai Muran's eyes were filled with a strange light. That was tears. Lu Mingfei told Yi Xian his thoughts, but Yi Xian did not speak. Instead, she looked at Bai Muran and Shen Fu. On the top of these two people's heads, a small red heart had already appeared, flashing with their movements. It seemed that they had not been idle for these 3 hours, and these two people had already chosen their own base halfway up the mountain from the bottom of their hearts. But what's wrong with this Lu Mingfei? They were all chasing people out, but he still had to rush to their side to show his affection? Before Bai Muran spoke, Shen Fu said in a deep voice, Captain Yi, I know that Deputy Captain Bai has been with you. Captain Yi is a sentimental person, so there should be no objection to him. There is still a big gap between me and Deputy Captain Bai. If Captain Yi is willing to take me in, I am willing. Yi Xian reached out to stop the rest of his words, and turned to look at Lu Mingfei, who looked tired. Captain Lu, it's like this. You still want to go back? Lu Mingfei had a gloomy face, and did not explain. Bai Muran explained for him. Captain Lu is different from us. His whole family is here, and there are some twists and turns that are difficult to explain. He has no choice for the time being. Yi Xian sighed, looked at Bai Muran and Shen Fu. and finally set her eyes on Lu Mingfei. I will accept these two people first. If Captain Lu has any ideas, Yi Xian, will welcome them at any time. Lu Mingfei, a tough guy, didn't even make a sound when he broke his bones. But now he looked up at the roof of the car, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his cheeks. Miran, Shen Fu, you go. By the way, please help me call Xiaoli over. Miran helped Shen Fu walk back, and the way he looked back every 3 steps made Li Yanwu and Ming Jinghan feel sorry for him. Yi Xian sat directly in the driver's seat, started the car and said, I will help Captain Lu drive. And the A701 base still owes me 1 person. Chapter 199. This time, the A701 base did not embarrass Yi Xian, but smoothly handled the formalities for Yi Chao and let him go with Yi Xian. 1 car was packed with people, and Yi Xian took out another car and gave it to Li Yanwu to drive. With Bai Miran, Shen Fu and Meng Jinghan in the car, Yi Xian drove Xian and her brother, and the 2 cars drove towards the mid-mountain base. Yi Chao was afraid that his sister would be unhappy because she didn't catch the spirit fox. So he kept talking about his own experiences and telling jokes along the way, trying to attract Yi Xian's attention in this way. Xian frowned. Uncle, can you please stop talking? Look, my mom almost hit the wall. Yi Chao shut up immediately. In order to avoid the mother and son, Yi Xian's car spun and scraped the wall. Li Yanwu in front had already stopped the car. Li Yanwu's voice came from the intercom. Sister, the front can't pass. Yi Xian slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped less than 3 meters away from Li Yanwu's car. Li Yanwu didn't need to explain. She had already seen clearly that the 2 women in front were being teased by several men. The round-faced woman stretched out her arms to protect the woman behind her, and glared at the criminals. Both women had supernatural powers, and it was unknown whether they had used up their supernatural energy or they were afraid to release it in front of these people who were obviously stronger than them. Anyway, they were surrounded by them and could not move. Li Yanwu didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he honked the car horn twice, intending to leave after they gave way. Unexpectedly, these men were very tough, pointing at Li Yanwu and cursing. What the hell are you yelling about? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Get out of here. As he said this, he wanted to open Li Yanwu's car door. At this time, he looked back and saw Yi Xian in the car behind him. He immediately loosened his grip on the door handle and ran back with a smile on his face. Hey, brothers, we got rich today. I didn't expect there would be such a beautiful woman in this end of the world. TSK. Yi Xian frowned slightly and opened the car door. At this time, the man ran to the front of the car. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He raised his right hand and sent a bullet into the man's heart. Inertia made him rush forward a few steps, but he was kicked down by Yi Xian and died. The remaining men saw Yi Xian kill their men, and 2 of them ran towards Yi Xian, 1 in front and 1 behind, surrounding Yi Xian in the middle. With a click, one of the men loaded the bullet and pointed it at Yi Xian, cursing, "Damn it! Just having a pistol makes you feel awesome?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his wrist, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground involuntarily. Looking at his wrist again, there was a dagger stuck in it, and blood splattered out. It seemed that the artery was injured. Li Yanwu was not idle either. While Meng Jinghan was dealing with the 2 men, a high-pressure water jet gushed out, hitting all the gangsters surrounding the 2 women. The battle was over in less than 2 minutes. And Bai Chao was stunned. My God, my sister's skills are so good. Even her subordinates are so powerful. No wonder the A701 base would cooperate with her. Hit by the high-pressure water jet, the water jet penetrated the gangster's chest like a bullet, and all the men fell to the ground, rolling and groaning. And soon they became motionless. The round-faced woman hesitated for a moment, walked up to Li Yanwu and thanked him. We are from the Haoyue base. My name is Li Mingwei, and this is my sister, Li Hongwei. Thank you for saving us. Then she said to Yi Xian, these people are from the Shi base. They followed us from Hantai Mountain to here. I thought we were doomed. Yi Xian's heart moved. Hantai Mountain? Bai Miran opened the car door and got out. Li Mingyue's eyes lit up when she saw Bai Miran. She nodded vigorously. Yes. That's right. We have been to Hantai Mountain more than once. And this big brother once saved us. At that time, we were entangled by the people from the Hope base, and our superpowers were exhausted. Sister, are you from the A701 base? Bai Muron smiled sadly. Now we are from the Banshan base. And this is our Lord Yi. I wonder how Miss Haoyue's injury is. After saying this, Li Mingwei couldn't help but shed tears. She shook her head and said, because our base is full of women. We have been targeted by the Hope base and the Hope base. And they come to attack every now and then. My elder sister's injury hasn't healed yet. So she used her supernatural powers forcefully, which caused mental damage. Now she is bedridden. So we sisters took the risk to go to Hontai Mountain, hoping to catch the spirit fox to treat her. Sister, Deputy Captain Bai of the A701 base is willing to go with you. It can be seen that you are capable people. If it is convenient, can you go to see my elder sister? Even if there is no way to cure her, let her suffer less and live a few more days. Yi Xian had heard about the Haoyue base in her previous life. The base was founded by 3 women, and most of the members were also women. Because of this, they were besieged by other bases in the previous life, and the base was eventually breached, and the 3 women had a miserable end. When Yi Xian heard Bai Muron say that Haoyue base was also looking for the spirit fox, she wondered if she would meet the 3 sisters. Unexpectedly, she didn't meet them in Hontai Mountain, but met them here. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Muron, and Bai Muron nodded. Li Hongwei, who had been standing silently behind her sister, spoke up, Sister, we have also heard about the mid-levels base. It is said that the owner of the base is a young woman. Today, we finally met her. Sister, we are all women. You know it is not easy for us women to survive in this end times. We sisters are all awakened with special powers. We thought we could give our sisters a stable home in this end times. But we didn't expect. Seeing her tears gurgling down, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel compassion. Where is your base? Li Hongwei heard this and raised her head suddenly. Sister, do you agree? Thank you, sister. It's just on a small hill about 18 kilometers ahead. About 18 kilometers? It's so close to their base in the middle of the mountain. Are you planning to walk back like this? Li Mingwei lowered her head. We have a car, but it ran out of fuel and broke down. It's over there. Indeed, there were 2 cars parked on the side of the road about 5 kilometers away from them. Yi Xian even got out of the car and put away the 2 cars. Now it seems that one of them should belong to the sisters. And as for the other one, it's obvious that it belongs to the Shi base. Let's go. Get in the car in front. So Li Mingwei got into Yi Xian's car. Li Yinwu drove. Li Hongwei sat in the passenger seat. Meng Jinghan squeezed in with Bai Muron and Shinfu, and the group drove towards Haoyue base. When the vehicle turned around the mountain road, Li Mingwei said that the Haoyue base was in front of them. It was not clear here, but it would be seen after walking a little further. Yi Xian immediately understood why the Hope base and the Hope base had failed to break through here after several attacks. The natural conditions here are simply too good. Li Mingwei pointed to the northwest direction. Go northwest for about 15 kilometers, and you will reach the Hope base's territory. They occupy more residential areas, but the natural resources are not as rich as here, and the terrain is not advantageous. So they want to annex us and use us as their headquarters. Li Mingwei sighed. That group of people is brutal. If they occupy this place, we sisters will become men's playthings. So we must defend this place at all costs. For some reason, the people from Hope base have not come these 2 days. But the people from Hope base have come more and more frequently. Looking at the location of Haoyue base, and then looking at the location of Hope base and Banshan base, a grand plan emerged in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 200. The car drove 300 meters along the narrow mountain road and could not move anymore. But the Haoyue base was not in sight yet. Li Mingwei got out of the car and pointed to a grove of trees not far away and said, Our base is under that grove. Let's go. Li Mingwei led Yi Xian to walk another 200 meters. And after stepping on a huge rock, Yi Xian finally saw the appearance of the Haoyue base. It was a house hidden in the woods, with beautiful green bricks and green tiles. From this angle, there are at least a dozen rows of houses, and a few small buildings are scattered around the houses. It is about 2,000 meters down from here, and the baggage cannot be transported down if you only bring light weapons and a dozen people. The small buildings in the village can just serve as enemy observation points and shooting points, and the enemy has no way to get close. Li Mingwei introduced that this was originally a small mountain village. Before the end of the world, all the young people went out to work, leaving only the elderly and children in the village. When the heavy rain came, 90% of the people were drowned. The eldest sister, Li Haoyue, was a female soldier who retired due to injury. After the apocalypse began, she discovered this place and brought her 2 sisters here. At first, only the surviving elderly in the village were responsible for the guard work. Later, after Li Haoyue found that many women were treated as playthings, she began to absorb women to join. After the zombie virus began, the 3 sisters all awakened their superpowers. So the name of Haoyue base was gradually known to outsiders. And it also attracted the covetousness of many small bases. If it weren't for this natural barrier, Haoyue base would probably have ceased to exist long ago. Before they reached the entrance of the village, a voice came from not far away. You have entered private territory. Please do not move forward. Otherwise we will shoot. And the casualties will be at your own risk. Li Mingwe stood out from behind the crowd. Huaji. It's me. We are back. Is the eldest sister okay? Seeing Li Mingwe, the voice stopped abruptly. And then a woman in her 30s ran out of the small building at the entrance of the village with 4 or 5 women. I said I seemed to see the second sister. But they didn't believe it. Second sister. Third sister. You are back? My eldest sister is not in good condition. She glanced at Yi Xian and asked. Second sister. Who are they? Li Mingwe didn't have time to chat with her, and waved her hand and said, This is the owner of the mid-mountain base, who is here to treat my eldest sister. Come on. Take us to see my eldest sister. The woman named Huaji was stunned when she heard the mid-mountain base, and stammered. Is it the mid-mountain base next to Zhangjiazhuang? Yi Xian. Lord Yi? Yi Xian nodded, thinking, it turns out that my name is quite famous. Even people here know it. Unexpectedly, Huaji suddenly knelt on the ground and cried, Lord, my mother family is from Zhangjiazhuang. I went back to my mother house a few days ago, and then I learned that Zhangjiazhuang now belongs to the territory of the Banshan base. Now my father and brother live well there. But it's a pity. It's a pity that my mother died when the zombie virus just broke out. My father said that the Lord saved him and his family, and gave them a place to live. Huaji thanks the Lord. Thank you. Huaji, who was kneeling on the ground, cried bitterly. No matter how hard Yi Xian pulled her, she still insisted on kneeling on the ground to speak, to express her gratitude. After speaking, she wiped her tears and stood up. Second sister. Third sister. Please come in. Lord, our eldest sister is here. A few more people came to Shi base early in the morning. Although we beat them away, they also injured our 2 sisters. Second sister took Lord in first, and I went to see the injured sisters. Huaji wiped her tears and left. Li Mingwe lifted the door curtain and invited Yi Xian into the house. As soon as Yi Xian entered the room, she smelled a strong smell of blood. It seemed that the founder of the Haoyue base was seriously injured. Ahem. Mingwe? You are back? Li Mingwe rushed forward and grabbed her elder sister's hand. Eldest sister. Guess who this is? Li Haoyue's face was pale. Her long hair was scattered on her shoulders. She shook her head and said, Second sister. Don't waste your energy. I'm afraid that elder sister's injury will be difficult to heal. She stopped Li Mingwe from speaking and continued, After I die, you let Huaji take the sisters to Zhangjiazhuang and go to the Banshan base. Ahem. We can't defend this place. Be obedient. Before Li Mingwe could speak, she immediately explained, although I don't know the Yi Xian. After hearing what Huaji said, I also sent people to Zhangjiazhuang to inquire. Not only is Zhangjiazhuang her territory, but even Zhujiazhuang opposite Suiping Mountain is also their territory. As for the public security and the lives of the villagers, ahem. The people who came back told me that the management of the mid-mountain base is no worse than that of the big base. Ahem. Besides, the lord of the mid-mountain base is a woman. I believe she will take you in. Li Mingwe waited until she finished speaking, and pointed at Yi Xian beside her and said, Sister, do you know who this is? This is the lord of the mid-mountain base. Yi Xian. Lord Yi. Li Haoyue looked at Yi Xian with a bright look. Really? Cough, cough. Li Haoyue coughed even more violently due to this excitement. Yi Xian nodded. Li Mingwe told Li Haoyue what happened on the road, and told her that Yi Xian came to save her. Li Haoyue waved her hands, tried to prop herself up and said, Lord Yi, Li Haoyue, originally wanted to give the suffering sisters a home. Ahem. But my ability is limited. It seems that this base is about to collapse. I hope Lord Yi can give them a way out. Ahem. Mingwei. Bring the personnel list. Li Mingwei quietly wiped her tears and turned to the room inside to get the list. Looking at Li Haoyue's appearance, Yi Xian was also moved. What did she do wrong? She just wanted to give the sisters a place to settle down in this end of the world. I didn't expect that even such a small expectation would be so difficult to fulfill. She grabbed Li Haoyue's hand and said in a deep voice, Sister Haoyue, are you willing to believe me? Li Haoyue looked at Yi Xian's bright eyes and nodded slightly. Then come with me. I will send someone to take over this territory. From now on, this place will be called the Half Mountain Base. If anyone wants to make trouble here, I, Yi Xian, will be the first to disagree. But Sister Haoyue is seriously injured. This injury must not be delayed any longer. The three sisters of Li Haoyue listened quietly to Yi Xian's words. She turned to look at Li Mingwei and Li Hongwei. If you three believe me, I have a piece of pure land here, where there are no zombies, no apocalypse, and the hospital there can heal injuries. But there is a condition. Yi Xian's eyes were sharp. But people who go there must be 100% obedient and loyal to me. If there is betrayal. Yi Xian's eyes changed again. If there is betrayal, you will die without a burial place. Li Hongwei was the first to react after hearing this. She knelt on the ground facing Yi Xian with a thump. We are willing to swear that as long as Lord Yi can save my eldest sister, the three of us sisters will always be loyal to Lord Yi. If we violate this, we will be abandoned by both humans and gods. Li Mingwei immediately nodded in agreement. Now only Li Haoyue was left. Li Haoyue smiled slightly. If Miss Yi can save my life belongs to Miss Yi. Everything is up to Miss Yi's arrangement. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Meng Jinghan standing at the door, and ordered, Meng Jinghan, guard the door. No one can come in without my order. Those who violate it will be killed without mercy. The three sisters Li Haoyue looked at each other and were shocked. This woman is different from us. She is not only compassionate, but also decisive. Meng Jinghan agreed and just turned around. He saw a woman running over quickly, shouting, It's bad. Big sister. Second sister. The people from Shi Base are here again. There are 20 to 30 people this time. I'm afraid we can't handle it. Chapter 201. Ahem. After hearing this, Li Haoyue was anxious and started coughing loudly again. Yi Xian quickly supported her. Miss Haoyue, don't worry. Since you are here, let them see my skills. She turned back and smiled. It's just right. I can take this opportunity to reassure the sisters of Haoyue Foundation. The person who came in was Huaji. After hearing Yi Xian's words, she was immediately shocked. Great. The Lord is willing to help us. So we have hope. Xian little hand tightly grasped Yi Xian's clothes. Mom, let me go. 20 or so people are no problem. Yi Xian touched Xian little head and said distressfully, Have you recovered your mental strength? Don't use it again. Let them prepare first. And if your Uncle Ming and Uncle Bai can't hold on, let them go. Xian pouted unhappy. And Yi Xian ignored him. Meng Jinghan, Bai Miran, prepare for battle. Miss Huaji, you still have to cooperate. Huaji nodded fiercely. Don't worry. Lord, please follow me. Meng Jinghan, Bai Miran, Li Yinwu and Yi Chao, for people fully armed, climbed up the small building guarding the village entrance. At Li Haoyue's insistence, Li Mingwei and Li Hongwei helped her up the small building. She couldn't feel at ease without taking a look. Bai Miran stood on the observation deck as the commander-in-chief. Yi Chao and Li Yinwu occupied a shooting point respectively. And even Shen Fu picked up a machine gun. Meng Jinghan stood at the entrance of the village with a long sword in his arms. Looking around, thinking, I don't know if they can get through. I am wasting my talent. Before the 20-odd people were within the range, Li Yinwu spoke. The enemy has 28 people, 3 machine guns, and each of them carries grenades. A total of 100 to 130 grenades. And the rest are light weapons. No problem. Bai Miran nodded. The enemy will reach the shooting range in about 3 minutes. Prepare to shoot. Ka La. The crisp and neat sound made Li Haoyue seem to have returned to the military camp. She smiled. The sisters are finally saved. This is what a soldier should look like. Shoot. The muzzle of the gun spewed out angry flames. Li Haoyue walked to the window with the help of her sister. She watched 5 or 6 of the 20 people fall down in an instant. And her smile became even bigger. Half an hour passed. And an hour passed. The enemy charged more than 10 times in a row, but failed to reach the gate of Haoyue base once. Ming Jinghan had no choice but to sit on the big rock at the entrance of the village with his long sword in his arms, holding a piece of hay in his mouth boredly, squinting his eyes to watch the battle in front of him. When the last enemy fell, Li Haoyue also slowly fell to the ground. Li Mingwei carried her back to the room and closed the door as Yi Xian requested. Ming Jinghan stood guard at the door while Yi Xian moved all three sisters into the space. Li Haoyue was handed over to Li Mei for treatment, and Li Mingwei and Li Hongwei were handed over to Bai Bing. Someone would naturally explain to them clearly what the citizens of the space should pay attention to. After listening to Bai Bing's introduction, the sisters were even more shocked. No wonder she was so confident. It turned out that she not only had powerful subordinates, but also had her own unknown world. Here she is a god, and no one can go against her will. What does this mean? It means that even if an enemy is unbeatable, as long as he is thrown here, he will definitely be defeated. Li Mingwei sighed. Big sister did the right thing. Finally, we found a safe place to live. Madam, we are willing to surrender and be loyal to you forever. Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. After seeing the 5 little red hearts on Li Mingwei and Li Hongyue's heads, Yi Xian moved them out of the space with confidence. The two of them organized the original personnel of Haoyue base and followed Yi Xian back to Banshan base. She had already informed Zhang Fuxiang that he only needed to lead people to pretend to attack Haoyue base to easily get this place. This move would not only help Zhang Fuxiang become the boss of Hope base smoothly, but also lay a solid foundation for the future merger of Hope base into Banshan base. If nothing unexpected happens, this area will completely become Yi Xian's territory in 2 or 3 months. Mingwei, take my brother to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. As she spoke, she patted Yi Chao's shoulder vigorously. Brother, you will stay here to help Zhang Fuxiang in the future. Of course, you have to go back with me to see my parents first. My parents don't know how much they miss you. It was the first time that Yi Xian showed her power. Yi Chao couldn't recover for a long time. He pointed at Li Mingwei and asked, This Haoyue base is gone? Li Mingwei smiled and nodded. He looked at Yi Xian again. Sister, you took over a base without firing a single shot? Oh, no. 2? Ming Jinghan patted his shoulder and turned to Li Mingwei and said, Let's go. Miss Li. Then he smiled at Yi Chao and said, You haven't seen anything more amazing yet. Don't think this is easy. I watched your sister grow up. Yi Chao stared at Ming Jinghan with wide eyes. He really knew too little. Don't worry. I tell you slowly. Let's go see this Haoyue base first. Hongwei. Li Hongwei immediately stood up. Mistress? I hope someone from the base will come to faint in an hour. You organize the sisters to resist. There is no need to cause casualties. Just show your intention. Notify everyone. We will leave in 2 hours. Yes. Madam. Li Hongwei turned and walked out. Before she reached the door, she turned again and asked, Madam, we have 63 female subjects here. The oldest is 45 years old. The youngest is 13 years old. Most of them are between 20 and 35 years old. And there are 2 male members, aged 58 and 63 respectively. With so many people, we don't have so many cars. There are so many zombies on the road. And there are many spies from other bases. If we move all these people together, I'm afraid. Before she finished her words, Yi Xian had understood what she meant. Ever since the news spread in the cutting-edge base that the chance of women getting pregnant was reduced, they have been the target of many bases. Not only for this piece of land that is easy to defend, but also for these 63 women of childbearing age. Although Li Hongwei is not very old, she has become very mature after the training of the end of the world. She is afraid that after these people enter the mid-mountain base in a mighty manner, the mid-mountain base will follow in their footsteps and become the target of public criticism. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements. You just need to organize them. After Li Hongwei left, Bai Muron strode in. Everything is ready. Zhang Fuxiang will park 2 troop carriers outside the forest in an hour. Now we just need to transfer people in batches. Li Yanwu, Shen Fu and Ming Jinghan have all gone to organize the transfer. After speaking, Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian deeply and asked, Yi Xian, are you really not afraid that doing this will bring disaster to the Banshan base? Yi Xian did not speak, but just looked at him. Bai Muron seemed to understand something and nodded. I understand. I will arrange the transfer right away. After saying this, he did not turn around and leave, but came to Yi Xian, looked at her deeply, and said, just for your actions today, Shinfu and I did not choose the wrong person. From now on, the person is yours, and the life is yours too. At the door, Ming Jinghan could not help but frown. Chapter 202. The first car followed back were Li Yanwu and Shinfu. Li Yanwu was responsible for driving, and the injured Shinfu was responsible for guarding the women in the car. After Zhang Fuxiang's faint attack, all the personnel followed Yi Xian to evacuate, leaving only an empty shell of the Hope base. Yi Chao looked back at the small village hidden in the woods, thinking, and was the last to get on the car. When the group arrived at the base halfway up the mountain, it was already dark, and everyone was allowed to go after a strict inspection. Bai Muran and Ming Jinghan took these women to settle down first, while Yi Xian hurried home. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Dad? Mom? Look who's back. Xian pulled Yi Chao, who was still confused, and said, Uncle? Hurry up. Hurry up. When Ye's father and mother suddenly saw their son, they couldn't help but burst into tears. They pulled their son to look left and right, and couldn't see enough. When Li Mengyao and Yi Wanqing put the food on the table, Ye's mother still held her son's hand and cried. Yi Xian shouted out of place, Mom, come and eat. After dinner, clean up a room for brother. Brother will live here for a while. After hearing this, Ye's mother suddenly raised her head, not even bothering to wipe her tears, and her voice suddenly became sharp. What? My son wants to go back? Yi Chao. The mother's face suddenly changed, and Yi Chao was also startled, and stood up straight. This is our home. This is your sister's base. You actually want to go back? What do you think? The tone was reproachful. Ye's father's eyes when looking at his son also changed. He patted Ye's mother on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. Let's listen to his explanation. If he can't explain it, kick him out now. Why clean the room? Why eat? It's a waste of time. At this time, Yi Xian had already grabbed her brother's hand and was about to pull him to the dining table to eat. Ye's mother slapped her away. What are you eating? Yi Chao, Yi Xian, looking back at her son's face. She said sternly, tell me, what's so good about the 701 base? It's worth you leaving your family and career to serve. Yi Chao looked helpless. Mom, I didn't say I wanted to go back. What I said is, oops, I can't explain it. Xin, you come. Yi Xian, Poochie, laughed, holding her mother's arm. Mom, don't be angry first. Brother won't go back. Listen to me and explain it to you slowly. While eating, it's a good thing. It's definitely a good thing. Don't be angry. Ye's mother began to rub her temples again. Her headache came back. At the dinner table, Yi Xian kept picking up food for her brother and reported her experiences of the past few days to her parents. When they heard that their son was entrusted with an important task and had to defend the new base, Ye's father and mother looked better and glanced at their son. That's more like it. Yi Chao still had a piece of pork ribs on his chopsticks, and shook his head helplessly. If I had known that the food at home was so good, I would not have left even if you drove me away. Mom, you don't know. At the A701 base, you can't even look at a piece of meat until the holidays, and there is no oil in the soup. Compared with this, TSK. Ye's mother glared at him and put a plate of green vegetables in front of her son. Then don't eat too much meat. Be careful not to adapt. This plate of vegetables is yours. Don't eat the meat. Yi Chao, If I had known this, I wouldn't have said it. Ye's father frowned and said to Yi Xian, your brother is only responsible for daily patrols over there. He may not have much experience in managing the base. He has no awakened superpowers. Isn't it risky to go to the new base after only 2 months of training? Yi Xian put down the chopsticks in her hand. Dad, what do you think? Ye's father and Ye's mother looked at each other. Don't you have a special training base in your space? Can you? Yi Xian understood before Ye's father finished speaking. In fact, she had considered this before. But the space base was full of her space citizens, and normal people would consume space energy if they entered, and it was impossible for them to stay there for a long time. Moreover, even if non-space citizens entered, they could not awaken their special powers. So there was not much point in entering. Did she want her brother to become a space citizen and be loyal to her forever? For her relatives, Yi Xian had never thought about this. Brother, what do you think? My space is very weird. Yi Xian explained the rules of the space base, and then gave the choice to Yi Chao. Yi Chao put down the chopsticks in his hand, stroked his round belly, sighed comfortably, and said, I had such concerns when I left Haoyue base. Although it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it is not absolutely impossible to attack. If we are not capable enough, that place may become a battleground for countless small bases. Zhang Fuxiang may be capable, but he also has to take into account the Ho base. If there is a way to quickly improve the ability, I am willing to try. Hee. Yi Chao laughed dryly. As for absolute loyalty, even if I don't enter your space base, can I betray my family? Yi Xian looked at Ye's mother again. Mom, in just 2 or 3 months, can you bear to let my brother leave you? Unexpectedly, Ye's mother was even more straightforward. Waving her hand, get lost. Just know that he is still alive. Ye's mother sighed and sighed. We used to call and couldn't get in touch. Now I am satisfied to see you. Taking another look at her son's playful face, Ye's mother frowned. I feel more at peace if you're not around me. Xian couldn't help laughing, and made a face at Yi Chao. Although Ye's mother said so, she held Yi Chao's hand and talked until late at night. The next day after breakfast, Yi Xian took Yi Chao into the space and handed him to Bai Bing to tell him the precautions. As expected, after Yi Chao joined the space, he quickly awakened the Earth-related supernatural power and entered the special training team for high-intensity training. While others can rest after training, Yi Chao was removed from the space by Yi Xian after training and forced to learn various skills of managing the base from Ming Jinghan and Bai Miran. The high-intensity training made Yi Chao, who was not bad in the first place, develop rapidly in a short period of time. Ming Jinghan found Yi Xian and hesitated in an uncharacteristic way. That, Yi Xian, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian frowned while checking the defense system of the base. When did you learn to hesitate? If you have something to say, please say it quickly. Ming Jinghan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. That? I want to be a citizen of your space. Yi Xian turned back suddenly. Why? Isn't it good here? It's good. But I also want to awaken a superpower. Just like your brother. Earth-related superpowers are really good. Just like Tu Xingxuan. Yi Xian, It's not just that. Looking at your brother's ability, your special training team seems to be good too. To be honest, when I first met your brother, none of the 3 of him could match me, even if he had a gun. As for now, So that's it. Yi Xian's eyes were full of smiles. Do you know that space citizens are completely different from base citizens here? I'm afraid you will regret it one day. After thinking for a while, she changed her expression to look at Ming Jinghan seriously. After all, you still have to go home if you have the chance in the future. Right? What if there is an impact at that time? Ming Jinghan remained silent. A man came from a distance, holding a black bag in his hand, and shouted to Ming Jinghan from a distance, Chief Ming, someone wants to see the Lord, saying that he is the Lord's friend, and asked me to take this up the mountain. Can you see what this is? Chapter 203. Ming Jinghan temporarily put aside his worries, walked forward a few steps, and took the plastic bag from the man. The thing inside was a living creature, with 2 horns like a goat. Oh, no! It looked more like 2 hardened rabbit ears. You say it's a goat? It's only the size of an adult's palm, with a pink body without a single hair. At this moment, it's squirming in the bag, making people feel indescribably disgusted. You say it's a rabbit? Who has ever seen a rabbit like this? Ming Jinghan had never seen this animal before, so he spread his hands and said to Yi Xian, come and see. What is this? What else did the person say? Yi Xian had already spread out his mental power, and sure enough, he saw a man and a woman at the entrance of the village. Yi Xian knew these 2 people. They were Li Pingquan and Li Sini from the strength base. The news that the spirit fox was in the forbidden area was still told by these 2 people. What exactly did they come here for this time? Yi Xian took a look at the strange animal in the bag and ordered the guard, let them in and check carefully before entering the mountain. Turning to look at Ming Jinghan, he said, it's the brother and sister from the strength base. I don't know what their purpose is. We must be on guard. Go and prepare. I meet them in your office. Ming Jinghan put the plastic bag on the ground, nodded and walked in. He walked 2 steps and stopped. As if he had made a great decision. Yi Xian. I have decided that I will join the special training team. Only when we are strong. We don't have to worry about others' covetousness. As for going home, we talk about it later. There was one more thing he didn't say. Where is the way home? Can he go back? Even if he can go back, is he really willing to give up everything here? After saying this, he strode away without waiting for Yi Xian to speak. Looking at Meng Jing'an's back, Yi Xian sighed silently. If he was asked who was the most trustworthy in this mid-mountain base, this person would undoubtedly be the first. They had experienced life and death together, and had long become good partners who shared life and death. Now that the good partner suddenly wanted to be his loyal subject, Yi Xian always felt a little awkward. This awkwardness was no less than when Yi Chao entered the space. After a while, Li Pingquan and Li Sini walked up the mountain under the guidance of the guards, and saw Yi Xian standing halfway up the mountain. Li Sini smiled and said, Sister, I told you that Sister will definitely welcome us. In fact, Sister doesn't have to come to greet us in person. Yi Xian smiled, and after watching the guards leave, she took the brother and sister into Meng Jing'an's office. This is a house of about 20 square meters. In front of the large desk are 2 leather sofas, which were purchased by Yi Xian for free when the natural disaster came. Li Sini kept sighing while touching the back of the sofa. Everyone says that the conditions of the mid-mountain base are good. Today I finally saw it. It's so rare to see a leather sofa in this end times. Yi Xian didn't want to be polite with him, and asked directly, What's the matter with the 2 heads of the strength base? Li Pingquan laughed heartily. I said I didn't make a mistake. Lord Yi is really generous. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, my brother and I came here to discuss something with Lord Yi. As he said that, he sat down on the sofa. Lord Yi saved my life. Brother and sister. And he is our lifesaver. We have no way to repay him. I wonder if Lord Yi received that strange animal. Yi Xian raised her eyebrows. I saw it. What on earth is that? Rabbit. A newborn rabbit. Yi Xian almost jumped up. Impossible. How big is a newborn rabbit? Besides, how can a rabbit's ears be hard? Sister Yi, don't worry. It is indeed a baby rabbit. And my brother and sister just got it from the depths of the forbidden area. For this, we lost more than a dozen lives. His. Yi Xian took a breath. It seems that they were not the only ones who had been to the depths of the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area, since the brother and sister had also been there. Could it be that people from other bases had also gone in? Before Yi Xian could ask, Li Sini continued, Sister, to be honest, it was not just us who went there. We also met people from the advanced base there. They went there too? Li Sini nodded. Not only did they go in, they also brought robots with them. Those robots look just like real people. They can swing knives and punch. Most importantly, when all our instruments cannot be used, how can their robots execute the master's orders in such a place? Yi Xian narrowed her eyes, and couldn't help but think of Lu Yixuan. After asking, they learned that there was indeed such a short man among the 2 people they met, and his voice was very strange, as if the robot was controlled by him. Yi Xian nodded and thought, this is not strange. Although that place can block all external signals, it is difficult to block signals from itself. With Lu Yixuan ability, it is not difficult to modify the robot and let it issue instructions to him. With the help of the robot, the success rate will be much higher. Did they find the spirit fox? This is what Yi Xian is most concerned about. Li Pingquan shook his head. Probably not. We met them when we were about to escape. They were 2 people and 2 robots, all covered in dust. One of the robots even lost an arm. It seems that they did not succeed. Bai Muran and Meng Jing'an stepped in and said in a deep voice, if Lu Yixuan joined the advanced base, and if the advanced base also entered the depths of the forbidden area, then it is only a matter of time before the spirit fox is found by them. We have to think of other ways. Li Pingquan sat up straight and looked at Yi Xian with a sharp gaze. This is exactly why we came here. Lord Yi, the A701 base has also sent people in several times in the past few days, but all returned without success. It seems that they have given up cooperating with you. So how about we work together? Lord Yi is much more capable than us. If we can really find the spirit fox, Lord Yi will decide how to distribute it. We only need a bowl of blood to save people. Yi Xian was silent. Li Sini was afraid that Yi Xian would not agree. So she quickly said, Sister Yi, we went in there, and drew a map based on our memory after we came back. We are willing to share it with Sister Yi. And the animals there are all very big. Just like this little rabbit. Sister can see that it is very dangerous there. It is impossible for a team to succeed. Even big bases like the cutting-edge base and A701 are not possible. Silence. Yi Xian was still silent. Mother Ye's headache was getting worse and worse. She needed to use the wood power to heal Mother Yi almost every day. If she couldn't find the spirit fox, Mother Ye's condition would probably get worse and worse. Chapter 204. Yi Xian looked up at Bai Muran and Meng Jinghan. And they both shook their heads gently. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Li Pingquan and his sister, saying, I may disappoint you. There are a lot of things going on in the base recently. And we are not planning to go to Gangtai Mountain again in the near future. Li City wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Pingquan. Li Pingquan is also a straightforward person. Seeing the attitude of Yi Xian and her subordinates, he knew that they didn't think highly of his strength at all. He pulled his sister to stand up and bowed to Yi Xian. It's us who are presumptuous. Lord Yi, I still want to remind you that if you want to enter the Gangtai Mountain base, you must bring heavy weapons. The animals there are of sizes we have never seen before. After thinking for a while, he continued, moreover, the hardness of the fur is beyond our imagination. And ordinary bullets can't deal with them at all. More than a dozen of our brothers were left behind in this way. Since others have shown their sincerity, Yi Xian naturally cannot be inhospitable. He handed the brother and sister to Bai Muran, took them to visit the mid-mountain base, and stayed for lunch, which was considered to be a good host. When Yi Xian returned home, he found that Ye's mother had a headache again. Ye's father was rubbing her temples, and Ye's mother looked worried. Brother Hua, what do you think I should do about my headache? Being a burden to Xinxin every day is really... Yi Xian stepped into the house. Mom, what are you talking about? I am your daughter. How can I be a burden or not? As she spoke, the wood power surged from her palms and instantly covered her whole body. A warm breath came over her, and she closed her eyes comfortably. Yi Xian made up her mind. No, this is not a solution. We still have to go to the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land. Bai Muran said that he had met big cats and small cats in the Forbidden Land, but he didn't know why they never came back, and he didn't know whether they had found the spirit fox. After sending Li Pingquan and his sister away, Yi Xian reorganized her staff and planned to set out for the Gangtai Mountain Forbidden Area again. Meng Jinghan, Bai Muran, Shen Fu and Li Yanwu had all been to the base before, so they were naturally the first choice this time. And she also wanted to take Yi Chao to see it. With the help of Bai Muran, Shen Fu's injury is healed. She found Meng Jinghan and Bai Muran, gathered them together for a small meeting, and agreed to set off in a week. During this week, Yi Xian had to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the base, including the defense system, attack system, automatic patrol system, etc. At the same time, Meng Jinghan was thrown into the space, hoping that he could awaken a supernatural power within this week. When Meng Jinghan stepped on the land of the space, he was stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. In this end times, there is such a paradise. The crops grow in the fields waiting to be harvested. The fruits hang on the branches waiting to be picked. The sun is just right in the blue sky, not too hot or too cold. And the breeze brings the fragrance of fruits and vegetables. Bai Bing ran from a distance with a grin, followed by Su Jing with a smile on her face. Su Jing ran to him quickly and said with a smile, "Welcome to join. Brother Ming. I made a bet with Yi Xian that you will definitely like this place. And it seems that I won." Bai Bing stretched out her hand to him and held Meng Jinghan's hand tightly. "Come on. You won't regret it. Yi Xian has already said that she will take you directly to the special training team. However, if you want to get superpowers, you need to truly love this place and be 100% loyal to the heroine. Haha. No hurry. Let's take our time. I show you around this place first." He pointed to the endless fields and the small buildings in front of him, and said to Meng Jinghan, "This is all Yi Xian's property. Now we are planting it, and 30% of the harvested grain is given to us. Haha. Don't underestimate this 30%. Even if we eat it with our stomachs open, we can't finish it. The remaining grain is piled in these small buildings. Of course, we can't enter this place. Only the mistress can put it in and take it out. Now the grain exchanged by the subjects of the mid-mountain base comes from here. From the window, it can be seen that there are not only piles of food, but also daily necessities. Facing the left window are large packages of toilet paper. And in front of the right window, there seems to be meat, all packed in transparent bags. It looks very fresh, as if it has just been slaughtered. But Bai Bing told him that the meat is from a big fat pig slaughtered 3 months ago. It is said that time in these small buildings is still, and the items will look the same when they are put in. Meng Jinghan opened his eyes wide in surprise. No wonder Yi Xian's backpack always looks like a treasure chest. The secret is here. Bai Bing pointed to the fruit trees not far away and said, the fruits here are the same. After picking, some are supplied to the people here, and the rest will be put in this small building for preservation. When needed, they will be taken out and exchanged for the people in the mid-mountain base. Bai Bing drove a small car. The car drove through the endless wilderness, and there was a large jungle in front. There is also a large production area at the junction of the jungle and the wilderness. The factory buildings here are all built with stones, hundreds of meters wide and hundreds of meters long, and the roar of machines can be heard from inside. Bai Bing smiled and said, guess what this place is? Meng Jinghan shook his head. Su Jing smiled bitterly. Haha. This was originally my brother's property, and Yi Xian moved it here. This is an arsenal, where firearms and ammunition can be manufactured. Each soldier here will be assigned different tasks after training. Some come here to manufacture weapons, and some go to grow crops. Do you see the low building over there? That is a breeding area, with chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and rabbits. And there are people responsible for breeding. Of course, planting and breeding have been mechanized, so not many people are needed. This arsenal is the place that needs the most people. There is also a garment factory over there, which has just been built. The cotton has just been harvested for 1 season, and the new clothes have not yet been made. The car stopped outside the jungle, and they walked into the jungle. There were lush grass, dense trees, gurgling streams, hares jumping in the woods, and fish swimming in the streams. Meng Jinghan couldn't help but sigh. What a pure land on earth, compared to the end of the world outside. He would rather stay here for the rest of his life. The 3 of them walked in the jungle for 2 hours before they reached the end of the jungle. Bai Bing told him that this was only the width of the jungle. If they drove east and west, it would take more than 2 hours to reach the length. There was a fog at the end of the jungle. They couldn't get in at all, and they didn't know what was inside. After passing through the jungle, they saw a large residential area. All the houses were built of stone, painted white on the outside, and nestled together in rows. About a dozen rows. Behind these stone houses was another magnificent building. Bai Bing told him that it was a hospital, where Su Jing and Li Mei worked. A few days ago, Yi Xian also admitted 3 female doctors. The 5 of them are responsible for the medical care here. Looking at the watch, Bai Bing pulled him to walk a few steps faster. Hurry up. The regular training is about to end. We have to report to the training camp before the end of the training. Otherwise there will be no one there. The training camp is next to this row of stone houses, on a large piece of mud land. The weeds have been trampled into pieces, lying on the ground like pieces of psoriasis. Looking at the soldiers in front of him who were training, Meng Jinghan was stunned. Is this also called training? Chapter 205. At this time, more than 100 soldiers were training. Some were shooting, some were training, and some were running around the field, constantly crossing obstacles one after another. Some people released their supernatural powers and threw stones more than 1 person tall. Some people were crawling in the mud with guns in their hands. Their bodies and faces were covered with stains, and it was impossible to tell what these people originally looked like. Even the 4 women were training with the men, doing it in a very orderly manner. However, these trainings were completely different from what he had imagined. They looked like a mess. Bai Bing brought him to a man crawling in a mud pit and shouted, "Hey!" loudly. "I've got a new guy for you." The man crawled past them with a gun in his hand as if he hadn't heard anything, splashing mud all over their bodies and faces. After reaching the finish line, he raised his gun and hit the 10 rings. A man standing by the pit shouted, 1 minute 38 seconds 3. Passed. The man then stood up from the mud pit, wiped the mud off his face, and walked towards them. The loud voice startled Meng Jinghan. Name, age, occupation. Seeing Meng Jinghan standing there stupidly, the man kicked Meng Jinghan in the chest. Meng Jinghan instinctively took 2 steps back, stretched out his hand to protect his chest, and pushed the kick out with force. The man's eyes lit up. and he took a few steps back quickly, and couldn't help shouting, "Hey! You're quite good." As he said that, he threw the gun in his hand and attacked Ming Jinghan again. Before Bai Bing could stop him, the man's attack was already in front of him. Bai Bing pulled Su Jing back a few steps and shook his head. It's rare for Lao Li to suffer a loss. Let's see how he ends this time. Ming Jinghan didn't understand at first, but now he understands. He wants to test his skills. If it comes to using guns, Ming Jinghan is naturally not as good as the specially trained soldiers. If it comes to boxing and kicking, hee. Ming Jinghan sneered in his heart. If I can lose to you, the hard training for more than 20 years will be in vain. At this time, he was no longer polite. Seeing the man's kick, he did not dodge backwards. Instead, he twisted his body and got behind the man, and hit the man's lower back with lightning speed. The man was also not vague. Seeing Ming Jinghan hiding behind him, he immediately retracted his right leg, thrust his right arm backwards, turned around and faced Ming Jinghan again, and poked Ming Jinghan's eyes with his left hand. If he was poked this time, Ming Jinghan's eyes would be useless. He had no choice but to step back 2 steps and lower his body to attack the man's weakest point. Faced with this vicious move, the man had to take 2 steps back and shouted angrily, "The little guy is playing dirty. Watch out." While Ming Jinghan was still not standing up, the man's right leg fell again. This time he kicked Ming Jinghan's weak spot. If he kicked him hard, he would never get married and have children in his life. At the critical moment, Ming Jinghan rolled on the ground, then jumped up with one hand. This time he was more than 1 person tall, and when he reached the highest point, he stopped just above the man's head. Ming Jinghan kicked out with both feet quickly, so fast that after images appeared in the eyes of Bai Bing and Su Jing. The man was a little overwhelmed, and felt that there were shadows of legs all around him, and he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was an illusion. Then he was kicked in the chest by Ming Jinghan, and staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, a cold sword was already against his throat. The man in front of him was not stupid at all. His eyes were staring at him as sharp as an eagle, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He retracted his sword and bowed to himself, smiling, "Thank you." Oldie came back to his senses and couldn't help but take a breath. Where did the mistress get such a man? I am the best fighter, but I couldn't even take 3 moves from him. Bai Bing, laughed. How is it, Oldie? Are you convinced? Oldie glared at Bai Bing, turned around and patted Ming Jinghan on the shoulder, nodded and said, "Good boy. This set of kung fu is really handsome. What did you do before? Hey, I want to know how the mistress caught you. It's probably not easy to catch you with your skills." Ming Jinghan grinned. "Hey, no need to catch. I came involuntarily." The whistle sounded, and the training time was over. Bai Bing glanced at the soldiers who were gathering and said, "Oldie, it's up to you. The mistress has ordered that. Like Yi Chao, the most rigorous training must produce the best results." After that, Bai Bing pulled Su Jing away, leaving only Ming Jinghan and Oldie. Lao Li rubbed his hands and laughed dryly. "Hey, kid, it's not enough to just be good at fighting. Don't wet your pants when you start training later. It seems I don't have to go to the arsenal today. Let's go make a training plan for you. I show you what kind of superpower you have." "Huh? You haven't awakened your superpower yet?" Lao Li jumped out and made a defensive move towards Ming Jinghan. "You don't like it here? You haven't surrendered yet? Why did the heroine send you to the training camp? Bai Bing, get over here, kid." Hearing this, Ming Jinghan suddenly thought, since he came to this world, he has been in a state of shock and has no time to consider surrendering. Since he came to this strange world, Yi Xian was the first woman he fell in love with, and the first person he was willing to trust, even if it meant risking his life. He never thought of betraying Yi Xian or the mid-level's base. Isn't that enough? What exactly does it take to surrender? He hadn't said these words yet, but he felt something in his heart suddenly burst out. When I think of Yi Xian again, it is no longer just admiration, but also respect. Looking at the land under my feet, in addition to being beautiful and peaceful, it is also more intimate and warm. Is this the feeling of surrender? Then, the feeling of breaking through the ground just now is the feeling of surrender? Bai Bing quickly ran over and shouted impatiently, "What's the matter? I give the person to you. Look, there is no supernatural power fluctuation on him. You give me a person who has not surrendered yet." "What do you mean?" Bai Bing was also stunned. When Yi Chao was brought here, he surrendered halfway? This Meng Jinghan. Huh? No. He has superpower fluctuations. Try and see what superpower has awakened. Meng Jinghan stretched out his right hand with a confused look on his face. But there was nothing in his palm. A hare ran out of the jungle in front. Meng Jinghan was sharp-eyed and thought that if it had superpowers, this hare would definitely not be able to escape. Just then, a bomb suddenly hit the hare, and the hare immediately lay on the ground motionless. Bai Bing and Lao Li looked at each other. Lightning ability. Didn't you see him setting off the thunder? A rough voice sounded. Damn it. Let me see who it is. This is the mental lightning ability. There really is such an ability. Zhang Ying strode over with a red face and looked at Meng Jinghan carefully from head to toe. It's you, kid? Come on. Come on. Try to blow up that big rock. Just think that I want to use my ability to blow it up. And slowly mobilize your energy. Meng Jinghan slowly mobilized his supernatural powers according to his instructions, thinking about blowing up the big stone that was more than a person tall. Then, a thunder bomb suddenly hit the big stone, and a fist-sized deep pit appeared on the hard stone. Damn it. This is real. You are blind. Do you know what this is? Zhang Ying cursed at Lao Li. You almost delayed me from accepting a good apprentice. Chapter 206. From Zhang Ying. I learned that this is called the mental lightning ability. Ordinary mental abilities can only monitor the situation around you at any time according to the strength of the ability. When the mental ability is upgraded to a high level, it can also control the behavior of humans and animals within the ability range to a certain extent. Ordinary lightning abilities are not rare. It requires gathering lightning energy in the palm of the hand and then using physical strength to throw it in front of the enemy. But mental lightning abilities are different. As long as it is within the control range of his mental power, he can hit wherever he wants. He doesn't need to gather energy in the palm of his hand, let alone waste physical strength to throw it. He only needs to think about it in his mind to accurately hit the target. This is equivalent to awakening two superpowers at once, and they can be used together. He is the highest level among the superpower awakeners here. He is usually responsible for training courses related to superpowers. He is more excited than anyone else to see Meng Jinghan awaken this special superpower. He pulled Meng Jinghan over. Come on. Let me tell you how to improve your superpowers. Bai Bing and Lao Li looked at each other. The training plan has not been formulated yet. And the person was taken away like this? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and withdrew his thoughts from the space, and went to Zujiazwan for inspection tomorrow. She needs to transfer and rearrange where there is overstaffing, and she needs to supplement where there is a shortage of manpower. In the past, this was Meng Jinghan's job. But now that Meng Jinghan is gone for training, she can only take Yi Chao to do it herself. The 7 days of the week passed quickly, and soon it was time for them to leave. Meng Jinghan and Yi Chao were thrown into the space to continue training, and they would be taken out when they were needed. Yi Xian, Bai Miran, Li Yanwu and Shen Fu. The four of them took Xian and drove a car to Hantai Mountain again. The target is Majiakio at the foot of Gangtai Mountain. The secret passage has been covered by them. This time, they have to enter through the secret passage to reduce a lot of unnecessary dangers. When the vehicle arrived at Majiakio, Bai Miran abandoned the car and approached the cave with Li Yanwu. They must check the cave first to ensure safety. Who knows if Captain Lu told the people of A701 base about this place after returning to the base? If this place is guarded by the people of A701 base, they will have to think of other ways. Now the entire A city and B city are still the largest and strongest of the A701 base, and the mid-mountain base has no ability to fight against them. Yi Xian put the car back into the space, released Meng Jinghan and Yi Chao out of the space, and walked towards the small courtyard of the village together. Xian quietly sent a signal to De Miao and Xiao Miao, hoping that they would receive the signal and come back to report the situation. However, it was getting dark, and there was still no sign of De Miao and Xiao Miao. Xian couldn't help but wonder if this was De Miao and Xiao Miao's hometown? Once they go home, will they lose control of them? Bai Miran and Li Yanwu came back and took off their hats as soon as they entered the door. We checked carefully. There is nothing unusual in the cave. Even our disguise in the dark has not been moved. It seems that Captain Lu did not expose the cave. Yi Xian, when do we set off? Just now I found a lot of corpses of the people in the village. Some zombies, some living people, and there were signs that the villagers' doors were pried open. Bai Miran took a breath and continued. It seems that this village has been searched by people looking for supplies in the past 2 days. I wonder if there are still people left in the village. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately decided, no fire tonight. All food will be provided from the space warehouse. And even candles will not be lit in the rest room to avoid being discovered by others. What she didn't know was that her decision saved their lives to a certain extent. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, at the other end of Majiao Bridge, the cutting-edge base began to fight with the Hope Base. The people from Hope Base came to search for supplies. They originally planned to stay in Majiakyo for one night and go to Gangtai Mountain the next day to try their luck. However, they did not expect to meet the people from the Sharp Base, who had just come down from Gangtai Mountain. The Sharp Base was used to being domineering. When they saw the lights in a large yard, they rushed in without saying a word and happened to meet the members of Hope Base having dinner. Seeing these enemies, who had once robbed women from them, the people from the Sharp Base shot and fought. The members of Hope Base were unwilling to be robbed of supplies and beaten, so they also shot in resistance. And the gunshots attracted countless zombies. There were many people in the Hope Base, but they didn't expect that someone in the Hope Base could control zombies. Countless zombies rushed in, screaming "Wah!" and bit all the members of the Hope Base to death. After the little white mouse sent this news, Yi Xian was stunned. Someone in the advanced base could control zombies? Wouldn't that be an invincible existence in this Doomsday? Damn it! Fortunately, they didn't find out. Yi Xian quickly distributed the essence that could prevent zombies. The advanced base was too scary. After everyone rested, Yi Xian flashed into the space, took out the 3 second-level zombie crystal cores, mixed them with spiritual spring water in proportion, and began to make anti-zombie virus essence. The enemy can control zombies, so they must have a way to deal with them. In case of being bitten by zombies, injecting this virus essence before the zombies turn into zombies can effectively prevent them from turning into zombies. The system said that injecting 2 milliliters at a time can prevent the zombie virus from replicating and invading with a probability of more than 90%. And the effective prevention time is 3 months. This is Yi Xian's ultimate weapon, and she must use it today. 3 zombie crystal cores extracted a total of 10 milliliters of essence, which was divided into 5 small bottles and equipped with syringes. After finishing all this, Yi Xian released the little wolf to guard the door, and then fell asleep peacefully. Muron and Meng Jinghan got up before dawn. In fact, the two of them were in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness all night last night, fearing that someone would come to the door accidentally. When Yi Xian woke up, they had already circled the woods, and once again confirmed that the cave had not been discovered before returning to the village compound. After everyone had breakfast, Yi Xian began to assign tasks. Li Yin was still stayed at the cave entrance. Bai Muron and Shin Fu were in one group. Yi Xian and Xian were in one group. Meng Jinghan and Yi Chao were in one group. And they searched in the directions they had not been to last time. This time, each of them was equipped with a specially treated atomic watch. So even if there was a strong magnetic field here, they could still communicate with each other within a radius of 5 kilometers. And each person was equipped with 3 survival smoke bombs. In case of emergency, just fold them lightly, and a large amount of purple and yellow smoke will come out. Teammates will go to support when they see the signal. 3 flares. Flares are more useful at night, in case someone hasn't returned to the tunnel entrance at night. Then, each group was given a bottle of anti-zombie virus essence. As for weapons, they have already been distributed. Yi Xian instructed, if you encounter members of the cutting-edge base, try not to have a conflict. If you are bitten or scratched by a zombie, inject the anti-zombie virus essence as soon as possible. If you don't have time, try not to waste it. This thing is hard to come by. Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian deeply. He knew that the A701 base was also researching this kind of thing, and it was said that it was cooperating with several large bases in the research. But there was no news of successful research and development so far. Yi Xian actually had this thing. How many surprises did this mysterious woman have that he didn't know about? After the tasks were assigned, they began to enter the tunnel, with Meng Jinghan in front and Bai Muron in the rear. And the group set out again towards the depths of the forbidden area of Gangtai Mountain. Chapter 207. This time, there were no more snakes in the tunnel, but there were a lot of rats, which rubbed against the feet from time to time, but would not attack humans. Soon they reached the cave exit. Everyone worked together to cover the cave entrance. Li Yinwu chose a big tree near the cave entrance to climb up and watched the three groups of team members disperse in different directions. Yi Xian led Xian Xian to the south. Bai Muron led Shen Fu to bypass the semicircular mountain wall in front and head north. And Ming Jinghan led Yi Chao to the east. Yi Xian did not choose to walk, but learned from the people at the cutting-edge base, shooting the modified lifeline on her wrist towards the tree trunk. Then picked up Xian Xian and used the tension of the rope to pull the two people towards the tree trunk. Then she climbed on the branches to observe the surrounding situation, which not only saved energy, but also avoided many dangers. After advancing about 5 kilometers, she still did not find the shadow of the spirit fox. But she saw rabbits as big as wolfhounds, and wild boars as big as baby elephants. Suddenly, Xian Xian whispered in Yi Xian's ear, "Mom, don't go. Wolves. I saw wolves again." Yi Xian, who was clinging to the tree branch with both hands, trembled suddenly. "Where are they? Don't wolves go deep into the base?" Xian Xian pointed forward with her little hand, right in front. "Coming. They run very fast. Who are they chasing?" Yi Xian hid her figure behind the leaves and looked south along Xian Xian's little hand. Sure enough, about 300 meters to the south, there were more than a dozen wild wolves the size of calves chasing a group of people. The group of people wore gray-brown clothes and painted their faces. If they were not moving quickly, it would be difficult to distinguish them from the tree trunks in this dense jungle. Yi Xian recognized them at a glance. People from the cutting-edge base. One of them had a pointed face and monkey cheeks. Who else could it be but Lu Yixuan? Behind them, there were 3 robots running hard, attacking the wolves as they ran, punching them with their fists. Yi Xian knew the strength of this punch. If the wild wolves were hit by it, although they would not be killed in one blow, they would at least delay their movements. One of the robots was holding a steel knife in his hand, waving it desperately at the approaching wolves. Although the wolves here are big, their movements are not clumsy at all. The robot's iron fists almost always miss their fur. The wolves, as big as calves, shuttle through the jungle, as silent as ghosts, with only the slight rustling sound of grass and trees being blown down. As long as someone is caught up, the wolves will bend their hind legs slightly and leap forward with all their strength. Before the person can react, they will be thrown to the ground, and the wolf's mouth will break the neck. From running to jumping, to biting off the neck, the whole process does not make a sound. Only blood splashing and silent killing. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling as she watched. How could these be wolves? They were clearly a group of killing machines. Lu Yixuan was a small man, but he was running fast. Seeing the wolves approaching him, he shouted, "Lifeline." He raised his wrist and shot out the lifeline. Using the pulling force of the lifeline, he flew quickly up the tree, then raised his hand and shot out. He didn't care about the robots behind him. He had to run for his life. The wolves looked at the 4 flying bipeds. A large gray wolf raised its head and shouted to the sky, "A woo." The wolves seemed to have received an order and instantly dispersed, hiding in the bushes and disappearing. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. There were no wolves blocking the way ahead, and they could finally move forward. Unexpectedly, Xian Xian grabbed her wrist. "Mom, wait a minute. The wolves haven't left. These 4 people are finished." Yi Xian was stunned, put down her wrist that she had just raised, and waited quietly for the follow-up. Lu Yixuan group of 4 people, all ragged and bloodstained, seemed to have been running for a long time. Seeing that the wolves had disappeared, they all lay on the tree trunk and panted. The robot seemed to be running out of power, and it stayed where it was, not moving, except for the occasional tremor of its arms. Lu Yixuan swung the lifeline on his wrist. "Damn it. The power is running out. How are you guys doing?" The 3 men raised their wrists at the same time and shook their heads at the same time. "Not much." Lu Yixuan gritted his teeth. "Go down. If it doesn't work, let's retreat. Next time, prepare a few more lifelines." They were less than 100 meters away from Yi Xian, and a man nodded. "Dr. Lu is right. The boss has been here several times but never to this point. So our results today are already good. Let's go! Let's go back first." The 4 people rested on the tree for a while, and then walked down the tree like monkeys, heading back. Yi Xian looked carefully for a long time, but didn't see the wolf. Seeing that they were about to leave, Yi Xian was a little anxious. If the wolf didn't take them in, she, Yi Xian, could do it for them. This Luishuan can't be kept. Just when Yi Xian was considering whether to take action, she suddenly found that Luishuan and the other four had already entered the wolf's encirclement. Two wild wolves suddenly jumped out in front of them, and one of them grabbed a man in one bite. Before he could shout, the wolf's fangs had pierced his body, and blood began to splash. The rest of them panicked even more. Looking back, they saw that there were also wolves blocking their way back, so they had to turn around and run eastward. To the east was a cliff. The bare cliffs were tightly nestled together. People could pass through, but it was difficult for the huge wolves to squeeze through the gap in the middle. Yi Xian couldn't help but nod. It seems that this group of people have also received special training and made the most correct judgment in just a moment. The four wolves, one in front and one behind, had no intention of chasing them. They just followed them slowly, as if they were about to drive them to the cliff. Yi Xian couldn't help but sweat for the wolves. Chase them. Otherwise they will run away. Xianxian whispered to her, "Don't worry, Mom. These wolves are planning to let them go over there. There are not only wolves guarding there, but also a litter of wolf cubs. Look." Yi Xian followed Xianxian's little hand and looked southeast. And there were indeed wild wolves there. She thought silently in her heart, if I were Luishuan, I would definitely drill into the rock wall from the south, and then walk through the narrow gap, so that the sharp wolf teeth would have no place to use, and then make a big circle to get rid of the wolves. Now there are wolves at the entrance to the south of the rock wall, so the only option is to drill into the rock wall from the north. Although it will take some detours, it can also get rid of the wolves. So she began to look for the wolves according to her own thoughts. Sure enough, she saw two more wolves at the entrance of the northern rock wall. The two wolves hid behind the big rocks at the entrance of the rock wall. If you don't look carefully, you can't see their shadows at all. One of the wolves kept looking back to the north. Following the wolf's gaze, Yi Xian found the little wolf cub mentioned by Xianxian this time. About 5 or 6 wolf cubs, all curled up on the small bed made of branches and leaves. 2 of them seemed injured, and one wild wolf was licking his wounds. These wolf cubs were as big as wolfhounds. Yi Xian understood immediately. The wild wolves in the south deliberately exposed themselves so that they would choose to enter the rock wall from the north, so that the wild wolves could kill them and drag them directly to the wolf cubs for enjoyment. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. These wolves are very cunning. The 4 wolves behind drove the 3 people towards the rock wall. One of the wolves looked back and saw where Yi Xian was hiding. Yi Xian suddenly had an illusion. The wolf had discovered them. Impossible. She thought she had hidden well. Even if a trained soldier walked under the tree, they might not be able to find them. They were just a few wolves. Calm down. Calm down. At this time, Luishuan had already run into the rock wall and was about to turn south. Suddenly, he saw 2 wild wolves on the south side of the rock wall. Without thinking, he ran north. When they ran to the north of the rock wall and were about to turn into the rock wall, 2 wolves suddenly jumped out from behind the rock. All 3 people were killed. Yi Xian was sweating coldly and thought to herself, if I were Luishuan, could I escape the wolf's encirclement? The result was obvious. She couldn't do it. She was about to continue her journey when she looked down after watching the wolves dragging away the bodies of the 3 people. Damn it! When did she get surrounded by wolves? Chapter 208. There were 7 or 8 wolves surrounding the tree where they were hiding. They all looked up at the tree, as if to say, let's see how you run. Yi Xian looked at Xianxian and reached out to grab Xianxian, wanting to throw Xianxian into space and run away. Unexpectedly, Xianxian grabbed her arm and said in a baby voice, Mom, don't worry. Let me try again. Look, the big gray that let us go last time is also here. Yi Xian looked for a long time and found that there was indeed a wild wolf with gray fur inside. But she was not sure whether it was the one she met last time. I even felt incredible about Xianxian's words. How did you recognize him? Xianxian frowned and said seriously, I have animal abilities. I can distinguish the different smells on them. For example, this gray wolf has a smell that only sheep have. For example, the big gray wolf smells like green apples. Mom, let me try. I can feel that they treat us differently from those people. The smells they emit are different. Yi Xian couldn't smell the difference, but she believed her son's words. Animals, like humans, can emit different auras when they are happy, angry, sad, or happy. Maybe Xianxian felt this aura. She tied a rope around Xianxian's waist held one end in her hand, and watched Xian slide down the tree little by little. Yi Xian held the rope tighter and tighter. She was ready. If there was any abnormality, she would immediately throw Xian into the space. Xian slowly went down to the tree under Yi Xian's restraint. Standing on the ground, Xian immediately walked towards the big gray, raised his little face, and looked at it seriously, apparently communicating with it. The big gray whimpered from time to time, and sometimes bared its teeth at Xian. Yi Xian almost threw Xian into space several times. After a long time of negotiation, Xian raised his head and shouted to Yi Xian, "Mom, come down. They won't hurt us. It needs our help." Looking at a group of wild wolves as big as calves, and thinking of Lu Yixuan's experience, Yi Xian felt her scalp tingling. Don't fall for their tricks. With her son below, she had no choice but to slide down. When she stood on her feet, she immediately squatted down and hugged Xian. What's going on? Is this a trick? Just like Lu Yixuan and the others. Xian shook his head very confidently. Mom, Dahui said last time that they have a grudge against the cutting-edge base. Do you remember? Yi Xian nodded. She still remembered. The reason why the wild wolves let them go was because they drove away the people from the cutting-edge base. Xian continued. Dahui said that their child was injured by the people at the advanced base and has been bleeding. Now he is almost dying. If we can help it treat the wolf child, they are willing to help us find the location of the spirit fox. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This is a good deal. Then, let's go! You'd be a fool if you don't agree. Xian talked to Dahui for a while, and Dahui howled at the wild wolf with gray for a few times. And the wolf seemed to agree. It howled twice more. And then, the wolves gathered together, and led Yi Xian and Xian towards the rock wall. Yi Xian suddenly remembered the scene she had just seen. It seemed that there were really 2 wolf cubs injured over there, and the mother wolf was licking their wounds. The road she walked next was a road that Yi Xian would never forget. Surrounded by a group of wild wolves, Yi Xian had never walked so fearfully, but she felt safe. In less than half an hour, they walked to the front of the wolf cubs. The small bed made of branches and leaves was still there, but the healthy wolf cubs were gone. There was still a trace of blood in front of it, which should be the blood of Lu Yixuan and others. At this time, there were only 2 injured wolf cubs left on the small bed. They were curled up and lying there, with their chests rising and falling rapidly. It seemed that they were seriously injured. After examination, Yi Xian confirmed that these were gunshot wounds. One wolf cub was injured in the hind legs and buttocks, and the other wolf cub was injured in the neck. They were all penetrating wounds, and they did not hurt the vital parts. It was just that the wounds were a little difficult to deal with. The wound was already red, swollen and inflamed, and the originally smooth fur was stuck together by blood, which was still oozing out, which looked shocking. At this time, the 2 little wolves fell on the little bed, and could still make weak sounds, as if they were seeking warmth from their mother, and also seemed to be asking for help from their mother. After the examination, Yi Xian turned back and said to Xian, Son, tell these wolf fathers and mothers that the little wolf is not in good condition, and the wound has become inflamed. I need to help it remove the rotten flesh on its body before further treatment. It may hurt a little, so don't let them get the wrong idea. Xian relayed Yi Xian's words to the group of wild wolves, and nodded to Yi Xian after a moment. Mom, we can start now. In order to prevent Yi Xian from being bitten by the little wolf, 2 big wolves would gently press on the little wolf when Yi Xian approached the little wolf. Pressing gently would not hurt it, and would prevent the little wolf from moving around. Just like humans forcing disobedient children to get injections. Yi Xian took out a scalpel, anti-inflammatory drugs and healing drugs from the space, and quickly helped the 2 wolves treat their wounds, and bandaged the wounds tightly with bandages. The little wolf was trembling all the time. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. She checked carefully, and made sure that the bandage would not break easily before she stood up. Only then did she realize that she had been sweating all over. Her clothes were sticking to her back, which was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the 2 little wolves were breathing steadily, Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Okay. They should be fine after a few days of rest. Xian muttered to the wild wolf for a few times. The wild wolf stretched its head and nudged the little wolf to confirm that the little wolf was fine. Woo! It called to Yi Xian and gave her a grateful look. Yes. Grateful. Yi Xian was surprised to find that she actually saw gratitude in the wolf's eyes. Mom, Dahui told me that when they find the location of the spirit fox, they will inform us as soon as possible. Their patrol time is almost up, and they are going to patrol. Well, Dahui also said that if they can't find the spirit fox, they can also repay the favor in other ways. Mom, from what they said, it seems that the spirit fox is hard to find. Yi Xian nodded. She knew this. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people coming forward. It was good to have wild wolves helping to find the fox spirit. But she didn't dare to rely on the wolves. She was very satisfied to escape from the wolf's mouth today. At this moment, the atomic watch emitted a red flash, followed by Yi Chao's intermittent voice, Xin. Where are you? I found something here. Come and see. 30 degrees due east by north. 5.8 kilometers from the starting point. Come! Chapter 209. Yi Xian said she received it, gave up exploring southward, and turned to the northeast. After contacting Yi Xian, Yi Chao also contacted Bai Muron's group with the atomic meter. At this moment, Bai Muron also rushed here with Shen Fu. Bai Muron was closer to Yi Chao, and Yi Xian was still there when he arrived. Suddenly seeing the scene in front of him, Bai Muron was also stunned. In front of Bai Muron was a large cave more than 10 meters wide, with vines hanging in front of the cave. If they hadn't accidentally broken into it, it would be as difficult to find as the cave in Maggiacchio. But this cave is not deep, and you can see the scene inside the cave clearly at a glance. There is a flying saucer in the cave that is more than 10 meters deep. Yes, this is a real flying saucer. The diameter of the flying saucer is about 6 meters, and the overall appearance is in the shape of an omelette, which is exactly the same as the flying saucers we see in science fiction movies. If there is any difference, it is that the color of this flying saucer is a bit special. It is not the common silver white, but dark gray, a bit black. The flashlight shone on the UFO without leaving any halo, as if the light was swallowed by the UFO. This material is not iron, copper, or any alloy material they know. If you have to say it is similar, then it is similar to the carbon steel they are familiar with. But it is definitely not carbon steel. Yi Chao took out his atomic watch and handed it to Bai Muron. Look, even the signal of the atomic watch has become weak here. There is almost no signal. I had to retreat 2 kilometers to barely talk to you just now. It seems that the strong magnetic field of Gangtai Mountain is not formed naturally. But this thing is causing trouble. Then, the animals here are so big. Could it be related to these strong magnetic fields? Mutation? Shen Fu was stunned, and immediately said 2 words. This was also Bai Muron's idea. He said in a deep voice, if this is true, maybe the spirit fox is also a kind of fox mutation. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's go! They just turned around. Meng Jinghan had already brought Yi Xian over. Seeing this flying saucer, Yi Xian was also stunned, blurting out, alien civilization? Bai Muron and Yi Chao nodded at the same time, just as we thought. Yi Xian boldly put her hand on the flying saucer. But the flying saucer did not move at all. There was no sign that Yi Xian had taken it into space. Yi Xian did not force it, and quickly left the cave, retreated 2 kilometers to find a cave to live in, and took everyone in. Xian once heard the wild wolf say that there is a master in the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land, and the animals here obey his orders. Is it talking about this thing? Or is there someone else in this place? Meng Jinghan thought, today I seem to see a familiar figure. The figure flashed by. I didn't see who it was, but I felt that the figure was familiar. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan hoping that he could provide something more useful. But Meng Jinghan really didn't see clearly. He only knew that the figure was heading towards the outer edge of the forbidden area. At first, he thought it was just an expedition member from a certain base, and didn't pay too much attention to it. Only when he flashed by, Meng Jinghan felt that the figure was familiar. The fox spirit didn't find it, but unexpectedly discovered the flying saucer. They all agreed that this was not a good thing. If you stay here for a long time, your body might also undergo unknown mutations. Their first reaction was to leave quickly. The farther the better. Yi Chao analyzed, normally, this thing can create such a strong magnetic field. It should not only affect the forbidden area, but also the entire Hongtation, and even the normal communication equipment of nearby villages and towns. He sorted out his thoughts and continued, even if the magnetic field has a limited range, it should gradually weaken. But the magnetic field here is like being surrounded by people. Even the signal is very different between the forbidden area and the forbidden area, which is only a few steps away. This shouldn't be the case. Shinfu, do you have any talent familiar with this area? I can ask for your advice. Shinfu looked dazed, as if he didn't hear what Yi Chao said. Yi Chao patted him. Hey, what are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Shinfu finally reacted. Ah? What did you say? Yi Chao was speechless. Shinfu did not continue to ask, but turned his head to look at Bai Miran thoughtfully and said, if I remember correctly, the first outbreak of zombies was the Majia Bridge near Gangtai Mountain. Do you think it is related to this thing? Bai Miran has not spoken since he came out of the cave. Like Shinfu, he seems to have something on his mind, and his expression is getting more and more serious. After listening to Shinfu's words, he said in a deep voice, this is exactly what I am worried about. When the base studied the formation of the zombie virus, most people believe that the virus has always existed in the human body, but was suppressed by the immune system. The influenza outbreak during the extreme cold period reduced the human immunity, which gave the zombie virus an opportunity to take advantage. But, Bai Miran's expression became more and more serious. However, there are still a small number of experts who believe that this virus is not inherent in the human body, but is artificially created by combining the rabies virus with an unknown virus. That's why it only infects humans, not animals, because its target group is only humans. When the Magiakio zombie virus first broke out, Captain Liu and I came here. At that time, the zombie transformation time was about 2 hours. Later, the zombie transformation time gradually became shorter and shorter. Now the shortest zombie transformation time is only 1 minute, which is also in line with the characteristics of artificially synthesized viruses. Yi Xian and Yi Chao took a breath at the same time. Yi Xian asked, if this thing really created the zombie virus, then what is its purpose? The Hontai Mountain Forbidden Land has been around for 100 years. Why did they create this virus only now? No one could answer this question. Suddenly, a black shadow broke into the cave, and before anyone could react, it crashed into Xianxian arms. Bai Miran and Ming Jinghan stood up at the same time, and just as they raised their guns, they suddenly realized that the black shadow was actually a cat. Big Meow. Bai Miran immediately recognized this wolf-dog-sized cat. The first time he went deep into the Forbidden Land, they had saved his life. Xianxian hugged the big cat and corrected it. It's Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao. Where's the Meow? Why haven't you heard from him for so long? Xiao Miao put its front paws on Xianxian's shoulders. Meow meow meow. Xianxian stood up suddenly. Mom. De Meow and Xiao Miao found the fox's nest. Hurry up and follow it. Hearing this news, everyone no longer cared to discuss the alien UFO, and quickly stood up and followed Xiao Miao to the east. Chapter 210. After passing through the cave where the UFO was found, about 3 kilometers ahead, De Mao was guarding a cave entrance, baring his teeth and threatening the animals in the cave. Seeing Yi Xian coming over, he said to Yi Xian, meow meow meow. Xianxian pointed with his little hand. It's there. Xiao Mao said that the male fox that left just left. It should be looking for food. There is also a female fox and 2 little foxes inside. Mom, catch them quickly. When the male fox comes over, it will be too late to catch them. Xiao Miao said that the male fox was very strong in combat, and even a big bear would not dare to approach. This female fox had just given birth to a baby not long ago, and her body was still very weak. We can catch it. The cave entrance was very small, and it was difficult for an adult to bend over to go in. So how to catch this fox became a problem. Fire. Use smoke to smoke them out. This was Ming Jing'an's idea. In addition, Xianxian could only go in. Yi Xian didn't want Xianxian to take risks, so she had to agree to this idea. So they found hay and branches and filled the cave entrance. This fox seemed to be intelligent. Before the flames were lit, she rushed out with 2 little foxes in her mouth. This time, Yi Xian saw her appearance clearly. She was the same size as an ordinary fox, but her fur was red. Maybe she was eager to protect her calf. She could only hold 1 baby fox, but she opened her mouth and held 2. The 2 little foxes were only as big as an adult's palm, and they were also red. The mother fox was hindered in her movements with her children in her mouth, and she rushed into the protection range of the little cat. Little Meow pounced on her. I thought it was all over, but the fox seemed to have foresight. Before Little Meow pounced on her, it straightened its body and turned to run towards Yi Chao. Humans' reaction speed is not comparable to that of animals. As soon as Yi Chao raised the big net in his hand, the fox had already slipped under his crotch. Yi Xian released the wolf and the tiger from the space, and the two wolfhounds pounced on the fox. The fighting power of the wolf and the tiger after their bodies were strengthened should not be underestimated. They blocked the way of the fox. The fox turned around suddenly and ran into the tiger, who was staring at it. It turned around again. The little cat and the big cat blocked its way. The fox retreated while making warning sounds from its nose. The big cat also roared at her. Yi Xian had an illusion that the fox was communicating with the cat. Xian stared at the four animals in front of him with a tense face. Like a general commanding thousands of troops. Little wolf, don't hurt it. Leave it to the big cat. Yi Xian stood about 3 meters behind the little wolf. Bai Muron and Shenfu stood about 3 meters behind the big tiger. Yi Chao guarded the little cat, and Meng Jinghan guarded the big cat. Once the fox breaks out of the encirclement of the animals, they will attack without hesitation. Even if they hurt it, they must catch it this time. The fox's eyes kept turning, and its 4 legs kept moving, as if it was considering the big cat's words, and also seemed to be looking at the human in front of it, looking for a chance to escape. The little cat kept baring its teeth, and the threat was very obvious. After a long time, the fox put the little fox in its mouth on the ground, crawled on the ground with its front legs, and rubbed its furry little head against the little fox, with a sad expression. That's right. It's sad. It looked back at its nest, and there seemed to be nostalgia in its eyes. Xian walked up, reached out and stroked its head, and comforted it softly. Don't be afraid. My mother won't hurt you. Big cat is right. My mother has a paradise. I guarantee you will like it. Your baby will grow up healthy, just like me. The fox rubbed Xian little hand with its head, and Xian picked it up, holding up the 2 little foxes at the same time. He walked up to Yi Xian, raised his head, and said to Yi Xian, Mom, put it in the space. We promised it that we would treat it and its children well. Yi Xian was stunned. She had never thought of throwing this mutated animal into the space, because she didn't know whether such a species would change the structure of the space, and she didn't want to take risks. Xian said, Don't worry, Mom. They are just like Big Cat and Little Cat. Big Cat and Little Cat were taken away after growing up here. Since Big Cat and Little Cat are not affected, they should be fine. Hurry up, Mom. If the fox father arrives, we will be in danger. Yi Xian nodded and reached out to put the spirit fox into the space. A prompt sounded in the space. The system discovered a new species, and a gift package was given as a reward. Do you want to receive it? Yi Xian walked back and said, Receive it. Reward: 3 sets of constant temperature stat-proof combat uniforms, with optional numbers, according to the figures of Bai Muron, Yi Chao and Yes Father. Yi Xian chose 3 sets. The fertility of women in the base increased by 100%, and the combat capability of men increased by 100%. Yi Xian, another increase in fertility. Will her base become a kingdom of children? The research results of the cutting-edge base told her, from a long-term perspective, this is the most practical and best reward. Reward the host with a special ability. Please choose. There are earth, thunder, power, fire and gold, but not the beast ability that Yi Xian wanted. Reluctantly, Yi Xian chose the earth ability. Now she has 4 abilities: Bai Muron's wood, Li Yin was water, her own spirit and earth, plus the special ability space, which is enough for survival in this Doomsday. The defense capability of the reward base is increased by 100%, including the newly added base. Yi Xian was delighted. The system found her new base? Could it be that Zhang Fuxiang has already taken care of the Hope base? Meng Jinghan saw Yi Xian in a daze and pulled her. Let's go! There is movement over there. Maybe wild beasts are coming out. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that they went up the mountain early in the morning and worked for most of the day. Now it is almost dark, and it is time for wild beasts to come out again. Without thinking too much, she threw Xian into the space and ran with Meng Jinghan. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan were in front. Shenfu and Yi Chao were in the middle, and Bai Muron was the last. The 7 people quickly ran towards the tunnel entrance. Suddenly, a wild boar jumped out in front of them, and Yi Xian stopped abruptly. This wild boar was too big. It was even bigger than the one they saw the first time. The wild boar did not stop in front of them, but quickly ran to the south. Yi Xian immediately hid behind a big tree. Hide. As soon as the words came out, Yi Chao and Shen Fu behind him also chose a big tree to hide their figures. And only Bai Muron was still standing there stupidly. After a moment, he yelled, "Get on the tree! Quick!" As soon as he said this, he first shot out the lifeline on his body. As soon as the lifeline was hung on the tree trunk, he hurriedly tightened the rope and pulled himself up the tree. Needless to say, Bai Muron must have discovered some dangerous animal. Yi Xian didn't even think about it. She raised her wrist and shot the lifeline to the big tree next to her. She climbed up the branch like a monkey, and then she had time to look down. She wanted to know what scared the usually steady Bai Muron so much that his tone of voice changed. It didn't matter if she looked at it. Her hand shook, and she was so scared that she almost fell down. Chapter 211. Tiger. Damn it! Another tiger. It was obviously not the one they encountered last time, because this tiger was bigger than the last one. The shiny fur showed that it was well-nourished and very strong. With the experience from last time, no one dared to confront this tiger, and avoiding its sharp edge was the wisest choice. The most important thing was that there was a big black bear next to this tiger. That giant-like existence should be the guy chasing the wild boar. Shen Fu's voice came from the atomic watch. Oh my god. Aren't bears vegetarians? Why is it here to join in the fun? Bai Muron's cold voice came. Who told you that bears are vegetarians? Bears are omnivores. Maybe it wants to taste meat. 2. The tiger was also a little scared when facing this giant. Roar. A tiger roar shook the forest, and even the birds on the trees flew away. The tiger roared, and its 4 legs as thick as pillars kept retreating, as if saying, we each have our own territory, so it's better not to invade each other. The bear showed no sign of retreating. It took a step forward stupidly, and its heavy body made the ground tremble. Paw! It slapped the tiger. The tiger was no pushover. Seeing the big black bear's slap raised, it dodged with its huge body. The black bear's slap hit a big tree, and the tree that the two of them hugged suddenly broke in the middle. The trunk fell to the ground with a bang, and almost knocked Yi Chao off the tree next door. Yi Chao couldn't help but chatter, oh my god. How come they are all of this level? I didn't take it seriously when Brother Ming said that. But there are actually big bears taller than houses. There are also tigers as big as elephants. Xin, what should we do? If they fight, we won't be safe in the tree. Let's run away. Meng Jing'an's voice sounded, don't move. In their eyes, we are just a few small reptiles. If we don't move, they won't be alarmed. If we move, they will find us, and we won't be able to escape. The tiger dodged the attack of the big black bear and got angry. Turning around, he pounced on the big black bear. He aimed his 2 paws at the big black bear's eyes. Although the big black bear was clumsy, it was also very flexible at critical moments. It dodged the attack and slapped the tiger's butt. The bear's paw rubbed the tiger's butt, and a large piece of the tiger's skin was immediately lifted, revealing bloody flesh. The tiger was completely enraged. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the jungle again, and the leaves were trembling. Yi Xian saw a fiery red figure running towards the east. Father Fox is back from looking for food. The tiger turned around. One of its front paws kept grabbing the ground, and soon it threw a deep pit on the ground. With a roar, the tiger pounced on the black bear again. Roar. Today you will be my food. It is worthy of being the king of the jungle. The black bear couldn't avoid it, and was grabbed by the shoulder by the tiger. The tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit the black bear's neck. How could the black bear let it do what it wanted? With the absolute advantage of its size, the bear grabbed the fur on the tiger's back with its claws, lifted the tiger up, and threw it towards a big tree. The tiger's claws pulled up a large piece of fur, and the big black bear was also injured. The tiger's huge body hit the tree where Ming Jinghan was hiding, and the tree was uprooted immediately. Ming Jinghan was almost thrown off. With his super strong body stability, he raised his wrist and moved to a farther position when the tree fell. Yi Xian saw that his arm was scratched by the branch. The atomic watch sounded, is your arm okay? Ming Jinghan groaned, it seems to be dislocated, and I can't move now. Without saying anything, Yi Xian took Ming Jinghan into the space. Where is the dislocation? It's clearly a fractured left arm. This man, Ming Jinghan strongly demanded, "Let me out. Once the battle between them is over, you will become their target. My ability can help you." Yi Xian ignored him, and called Li Mei to help him fix his bones and heal his injuries. Ming Jinghan wanted to object, but his body followed Li Mei involuntarily, as if his body did not belong to him. Only then did he understand what absolute control was, and what the god of this world was. Here, no one could go against her will, and they would act according to her wishes even if they were unwilling. He sighed, and had to accept the arrangement of fate. At this time, the two ferocious beasts had not yet decided the winner, and the big tree in front of Yi Xian had been knocked down by 8 or 9 times, and each of them had moved 2 or 3 times. Finally, the tiger lay on the ground motionless under the attack of the big black bear. The big black bear also leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Yi Xian was finally relieved. As long as they did not attract the attention of the big black bear, they could continue to move forward after the big black bear left. Who knew that at this moment, a red figure passed by and rushed straight to the big black bear. When Yi Xian saw the red figure clearly, she immediately understood. The fox father is here. But why did it chase here? What does it want to do? Yi Xian couldn't help but think of what Xiao Miao said. The fighting power of this fox father should not be underestimated. Even the big black bear can't beat it. Could it be that it was looking for the big black bear? The fox climbed onto the big black bear's shoulder and barked at the big black bear's ears. The big black bear got impatient and waved his hand, trying to sweep the little thing down. Who knew that the fox didn't take it seriously at all? Before the big black bear's claws arrived, it jumped onto the top of the big black bear's head and grabbed the big black bear's eyes. The speed of the action surprised everyone. The big black bear's eyes were blinded, and it became even more angry. It turned around and tried to catch the fox from its body. However, the fox was not big, but its movements were very flexible. No matter how angry the big black bear was, it jumped on the big bear and could not catch it. It would hit it from time to time. The big black bear defeated the tiger, and now it was entangled by the fox. After turning around for a long time, it could not catch the shadow of the fox. It simply gave up and sat on the ground panting. The fox screamed at the big black bear, looking very irritable, and seemed to be questioning something. Yi Xian moved Xian out of the space and let him listen to what the fox and the big black bear were talking about. The big and the small talked for a long time, but it seemed to have no effect. The fox was completely angry and grabbed the other eye of the big black bear. The big black bear, who had lost his eyes, wailed, stood up and rushed in the jungle. After a while, he fell to the ground and stopped moving. He was covered in blood and lay in the jungle like a small hill. The fox father jumped in front of the tiger, sniffed left and right, and occasionally opened the tiger's eyes to check whether the tiger was dead. Finally, it stopped on the tiger and kept crying. Then it ran to the big black bear's body and scratched and bit it. The big black bear that even bullets couldn't hurt was scratched by it. Xian little face became more and more tense. "Mom, it's looking for its wife and children. If we are found by it, with its flexibility, it will be difficult for us to deal with it, and we will be scratched by it." Xian pointed at the big black bear and said, "Mom, look, the big black bear didn't die of exhaustion, but was poisoned by it. Its claws are poisonous." This reminder was not important. Yi Xian immediately discovered that the places on the black bear that were scratched by the spirit fox had changed color, and even the blood that flowed out turned black. Yi Xian whispered to the atomic watch, "Pay attention to concealment. Pay attention to concealment. Don't let this spirit fox find us. Its claws are highly poisonous." Shen Fu raised one hand to answer Yi Xian's call, but at some point, a small gray-brown snake had already wrapped around his wrist. Shen Fu shook his hand violently and couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" At the critical moment, Shen Fu fell from the tree. Chapter 212. As Shen Fu called out, the fox seemed to be frightened, and it darted far away, turned back and bared its teeth at Shen Fu, full of threats. Shen Fu stood up suddenly, holding his gun in both hands and staring at the fox. The fox may have seen this kind of weapon from humans, and when it saw the gun in Shen Fu's hand, it immediately became alert. Just like when Yi Xian first saw the fox, its ears kept moving back and forth, and then it quickly ran into the bushes and ran towards the southwest. Yi Xian understood. The spirit fox is indeed a spirit fox. It turns out that what it fears is not humans, but the weapons and humans that can breathe fire. The last time they saw the spirit fox, they all had weapons in their hands. So the spirit fox just ran away and had no intention of fighting them. What if there were no weapons in their hands? The ending would probably be the same as that of the black bear. At this time, EXIN finally understood why no one could catch the spirit fox for so long. And few people knew that the spirit fox was actually very powerful. Because the humans who came to catch the spirit fox all carried weapons. The fox ran away, and both beasts died. EXIN jumped down from the tree and called on her teammates to hurry up. The trees in the jungle were dense, and it would get dark much earlier than outside. If they delayed any longer, they didn't know what dangers they would encounter. However, not long after they ran, Shinfu, who was following behind, suddenly wailed. Everyone looked back and saw a fiery red shadow running away quickly. Needless to say, it was the fox again. It's back again. Xian shouted. It holds a grudge very well. Be careful. It will come back again. Mom, quickly release the big cat and the little cat. Maybe they can be of some use. EXIN released the big cat and the little cat, and also released the little wolf and the big tiger. At this time, the blood at the place where Shinfu was scratched had begun to turn black. Without time to think, EXIN threw Shinfu into the space. Jing. Li Mei. Hurry! He is poisoned. Bai Muron and Yi Chao immediately raised their guns and looked around vigilantly to prevent the spirit fox from making another sudden attack. EXIN led Xian in front, while Yi Chao and Bai Muron held their guns and faced the back, moving backwards all the way. And the group's movement suddenly slowed down a lot. The sun gradually moved westward, and it had already shown the orange-red color of sunset. Roar! The roar of the beast came from the front again. EXIN was stunned. Bad things. Roar! Another roar. This time EXIN heard it. It was another bear. A mountain-like figure appeared in front of EXIN, and she had to give up the direction of the tunnel and turn to run to the south. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw Xian into the space, and shouted to Bai Muron and Yi Chao, run. Follow the big cat. Little cat made a threatening sound of woo-woo at the big black bear. Little wolf and big tiger also surrounded the big black bear in a defensive posture. But big cat turned around and ran towards the south of the jungle. EXIN felt that big cat and little cat were very familiar with this place, so it was right to follow it. Little wolf and big tiger entangled the big black bear, and the three of them chased big cat all the way south. Little cat followed behind the three and ran quickly to the south, looking at the sun that was about to set. EXIN raised her wrist. Li Yanwu, we have encountered some problems. We may not be able to reach the entrance of the tunnel before dark. You should return to Magiakio first. Please reply if you receive it. Li Yanwu's voice came from the atomic watch. Received. Be careful. Let's meet at Magiakio. I caught a big fish here. I take it back to Magiakio first. Woof woof woof. Roar. The angry voice of the big black bear came from behind, and the little wolf and the big tiger fought and retreated. Little wolf and big tiger, come back. EXIN shouted at the little wolf. He shouted to Bai Muron and Yi Chao, swing out. Let's go down the mountain from the normal path. How is the lifeline power? Bai Muron raised his hand and glanced at the lifeline. No problem. There is still 80% power. Yi Chao also answered, 85%. No problem. Let's go! With a lift of his wrist, the lifeline flew out, and the three swung towards the south of the jungle like monkeys. The little wolf and the big tiger jumped in the jungle, following the three. The big black bear didn't seem to want to give up. Its huge body knocked down the young trees that had not yet grown, and it squeezed out a passage through the thorns, chasing the three all the way south. The earth was shaking. The beasts were howling, and the spirit fox was haunting like a ghost, ready to harvest the lives of the three intruders at any time. For EXIN and the other two, the forbidden area at this moment is a real hell on earth, and life could end here at any time. Compared with the three people who were frantically escaping, Meng Jinghan and Shinfu were much better off. Shinfu fell into a coma shortly after being sent into the space, and is now being rescued. Meng Jinghan was hanging one arm to help, looking at the busy Su Jing. His eyes suddenly shrank. He remembered. The familiar figure was none other than Su Jing's father Gu Sinan. No wonder he looked so familiar. But what is Gu Sinan doing here? How dare he come to such a dangerous forbidden place alone? Remembering what Xian said, The owner of Gangtai Mountain had summoned several humans. Could he be one of the people summoned? The hand that handed the gauze shrank slightly. If so, there must be traces of his family's development. Looking at Meng Jinghan's dazed face, Su Jing shouted, "Hey! What are you dazed about? Hurry up!" Meng Jinghan suddenly woke up, stretched out his hand to hand over the gauze, thinking, "No, I must ask Su Jing about this matter." At this time, Yi Xian and the other two had already fled to the edge of the forbidden area, and further ahead was the place where they had their first confrontation with the people from the advanced base. The big black bear finally stopped chasing, and the spirit fox also stopped, as if the scope of this forbidden area was an invisible barrier for them. Yi Xian and the other two swung out of the forbidden area, turned around and looked at the dark jungle behind them. Feeling fortunate, if they had not been well prepared this time, they might have really died here. At this time, the sun had set, and the jungle was dark. Even after leaving the forbidden area, the Hong Kong and Taiwan mountains in front of them had lost their appearance and turned into a dark mass. The three of them put on their night vision goggles and swung towards the exit of Gangtai Mountain without stopping. Little Wolf and Big Tiger had been taken into the space, leaving only Big Cat and Little Cat to guard them. When they got off Gangtai Mountain, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. There was no one on the road except the wandering zombies. Yi Xian took out the armored vehicle from the space, and by Muron drove towards Maggiacchio. The bright lights and the roar of the engine attracted many zombies, both in front and behind the car. Fortunately, although the armored vehicle was slow, its performance was much better than that of ordinary cars. By Muron drove the armored vehicle, ignoring all obstacles, and knocked away zombies one after another. They had no idea that they were already being watched by several eyes, when the car was still 3 kilometers away from Maggia Bridge. Two men quietly followed the car into Maggia Bridge. One of them took out a walkie-talkie and said in a low voice, "Boss, it's the woman from the mid-mountain base." The car drove into the village compound. "We can't continue to follow. Do you want to do it tonight?" The walkie-talkie came with an order, "Stay where you are. Do it." Chapter 213. In the space, Su Jing was sitting face to face with Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Su Jing, I want to ask you a question. This question may be related to all of us, and perhaps to the fate of the entire human race. I hope you can answer it truthfully." Su Jing's eyes widened. "So serious? You ask?" Meng Jinghan chose his words. "Do you understand the situation in your family? I mean at least 3 generations of grandfather and grandson. Is there anything special happening? For example, suddenly getting rich. Something incredible suddenly happened." Su Jing was even more confused. What did he mean by this? His father was no longer a threat to him. Why did he need to know these things? After thinking for a long time, Su Jing said, "I know a little bit." "Why are you asking these questions? Tell me about it first. Maybe this can help Yi Xian." Hearing Su Jing say that he knew something, Meng Jinghan immediately became excited. Hearing that this matter could help Yi Xian, Su Jing did not hide it. "Grandpa was originally an ordinary farmer, and my father was doing a small business when I was a child. That is, setting up a stall on the street." From Su Jing's narration, there should be nothing wrong with Su Jing's grandfather. As for his father's sudden wealth, Meng Jinghan lowered his head and pondered. According to Su Jing, when Su Jing was 5 years old, her father sent her brother to college. After returning, he stopped setting up a stall and started reselling things. At that time, Su Jing was young, and she couldn't even understand why her father stopped setting up a stall. She only knew that her father was getting richer and smarter. Her father, who couldn't make a toy for her before, seemed to have changed into a different person. He could easily build novel toys that she couldn't understand. When he was not out, he often locked himself in his room to tinker with things that neither she nor her mother could understand. His mother asked him several times, but he kept silent. When asked urgently, he would quarrel with her. Since then, her mother no longer cared about his private affairs, as long as he could make money and come home. Su Jing respected and feared her father even more. Later, her brother did not come home after graduating from college. Her father also became busier and busier. At the longest time, he did not come home for half a year. However, he hired a nanny for her mother, so that she and Su Jing could live a life of luxury at home. Su Jing didn't know when her mother knew her father's secret, but her parents were very consistent in not letting her know what she was doing. and refused to reveal even a hint of it. It wasn't until the end of the world that she found out that her father, her eldest uncle, and her third uncle were all in the drug business. And they probably kept her in the dark to protect her. She couldn't figure out why her father, who was so honest, would do this. Those who did this were all desperate criminals. So how did he gain a foothold among them, and gradually become big? It's only been a dozen years. Not only Fengcheng has been controlled by them, but even a city thousands of miles away has their roots. Even if you are gifted, it is not easy to do this. Not to mention that your father 3 generations are all honest farmers. And there is no such connection or opportunity. Meng Jinghan lowered his head and thought for a long time. And suddenly asked, "Which city did your brother go to college?" He seemed to have grasped something. B City. The famous Polytechnic University in B City. Meng Jinghan didn't say anything, leaving Su Jing staring at him in confusion. "Brother Meng, what do you want to ask?" Meng Jinghan shook his head. "Nothing. I just had a sudden thought." Looking at Meng Jinghan's absent-minded appearance, Su Jing knew that he was definitely not just asking. Majiakyo. The village compound. Hearing the sound of the car, Li Yanwu ran out of the room. "Sister, you are finally back." He grabbed by Miran and looked him up and down. "Are you okay? I seem to hear the roar of tigers and black bears. I am so worried." "Huh? Where are Shenfu and Brother Ming?" Could it be? Li Yanwu's heart suddenly sank. Only 4 of the 6 people who went out came back. Anyone would think that the 2 people had met with an accident. Yi Xian waved her hand. "Let's go inside first. Let's eat first. I'm starving." After entering the base, I was busy running around. I didn't eat lunch. Now it's already midnight. I'd be crazy if I'm not hungry. Li Yanwu released his water power and asked the 4 people to wash up. Yi Xian took out the food from the space. The 5 people sat together and wolfed it down. The dim candlelight stretched their shadows. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the dark corner. "Can you give me one too?" Yi Xian was stunned. Li Yanwu walked over and pulled out a person. When they saw the man's appearance clearly, Yi Xian and Bai Miran stood up suddenly. "Gu Xinan? Why are you here?" Gu Xinan looked much older at this time. His hair was almost white. His chin and cheeks were covered with beards. His face was thin and his eyes were dull. Meng Jinghan called Yi Xian in the space. "Yi Xian. Yi Xian. If you can hear, please answer. I found an important clue." Yi Xian was surprised by Gu Xinan's appearance. She waved and moved Meng Jinghan out of the space. In order to keep it secret from Gu Xinan, she did not leave him directly in the house, but put him in the yard outside the house. Meng Jinghan strode into the house and saw Gu Xinan on the ground. He was relieved. Li Yanwu said with a grin, "It was also my good luck. When I was guarding the hole on the tree, I saw him stumbling from a distance, as if he wanted to get into the tunnel. Hee. I didn't say anything. I just tied him up. I was also wondering why he came to the forbidden area alone. What did he do in the forbidden area? It's a pity that he didn't say anything." Yi Xian smiled. "This is the big fish you said. Right? It's really big." She kicked Gu Xinan. "Tell me, why are you here? What's your purpose?" Yi Xian picked up a piece of bread and shook it in front of him. "Well said. This is a reward for you. Otherwise." Yi Xian bent down and stared into Gu Xinan's eyes. Her eyes were full of threats. "There is no Su Jing here to plead for you." Looking at Yi Xian's eyes, Gu Xinan sighed, but still kept his lips tightly shut and refused to speak. Meng Jinghan sat down on the stool. "You guys eat first. I ask him a few questions." Yi Xian glanced at him, sat back at the table and continued to eat. Meng Jinghan stared at Gu Xinan's eyes. "Tell me, more than 10 years ago, from Fengcheng to B City to send my son to college, how did you get into this forbidden area?" Gu Xinan shuddered immediately. Yi Xian was also stunned. Gu Xinan refused to speak, and Meng Jinghan refused to give up. He only saw him adjust his posture. "Let me ask another question. More than 10 years ago, how did you change from a small vendor to a big drug lord? Why did you send your son to City A? Besides protecting Su Jing and competing for Boss Gu's territory, what other purpose do you have?" Gu Xinan looked at Meng Jinghan as if he had seen a ghost, his lips moving, but he still refused to say a word. Meng Jinghan ignored Yi Xian's surprised look and continued, "Let me guess. You listened to whether it is right or not. More than 10 years ago, when you were still a small vendor, You sent your son from Fengcheng to City B to study in college. But you were reluctant to spend money on the ticket when you went back. So you thought that if you could cross the Gangai Mountain from City B to City A, you could take the cheapest train home from City A. He stared at the changes in Gu Xinan's expression as he spoke. But you didn't expect that Gangai Mountain was not easy to cross. And you accidentally broke into the forbidden area of Gangai Mountain, where you met the person who changed your destiny. Chapter 214. Gu Xinan's eyes widened. Yi Xian seemed to have heard the key point. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and stared at Gu Xinan, only to see that Gu Xinan's face was getting uglier and uglier. Looking at Meng Jinghan under the candlelight, he sat there straight. The dim candlelight reflected his knife-like profile. His eyes were like torches, as if he had seen through everything. Meng Jinghan's majestic voice continued, "He taught you a lot. Even things that you will never have the opportunity to touch in your lifetime. So, after returning to Fengcheng, you gave up your stall and used what he taught you to become a drug lord in just a few years. Later, the three of you brothers had disagreements, and the third brother followed you wholeheartedly. But you didn't expect that the eldest brother came to City A and developed very rapidly. After hearing the news, you sent your son to City A, nominally to seize the eldest brother's territory and protect your daughter. But in fact you were afraid that the eldest brother would discover your secret in this forbidden area of Hantai Mountain." Meng Jinghan stood up and walked to Gu Xinan, bent down and stared into his eyes, and asked word by word, "Am I right, Gu Xinan?" Gu Xinan's cheeks were no longer bloody, and he looked pale like a wild ghost. "But you have never thought that everything has its cause and effect. You will lose as much as you gain. Have you ever thought that the person you worship as a god destroyed everything you have? Your wife was killed by your eldest brother. Your son died in the mouth of a zombie. And your daughter died in your own hands. All this was caused by that person. Do you still want to ask him to help you turn over now? Do you think he will still care about you?" Gu Xinan was trembling all over. Meng Jinghan's tone suddenly became heavier. "The prosperity and wealth in the past 10 years were not his gift to you, but the misery of your second half of life. Gu Xinan, do you really have no regrets at all?" Gu Xinan suddenly raised his head. How did you know?" Not only Gu Xinan was surprised, but even Yi Xian and Bai Miran were surprised to see that Gu Xinan had deduced so much. And it's so accurate. Such ability is so amazing. They didn't even notice it before. "Uh-huh." Meng Jinghan sneered. "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Now I ask you, if there is still a chance to save all this, are you willing to tell us the details of that person?" After hearing this, Gu Xinan changed his panic just now and suddenly sneered. "Haha. So that's it. If you want to be his enemy, I advise you to save your energy. It is impossible with your strength. Save everything? Tell me how to save it. Can you bring my wife, children, and daughter back to life?" Gu Xinan, who was curled up on the ground, struggled to stand up. Facing Yi Xian, he said bluntly, "Yi Xian, I know you are very strong. Your spatial ability is different from others. You even have something that others have not been able to research so far to protect you." He changed the subject and sneered, "But you still can't do it. Compared to him, you are far inferior. What he can master is far beyond your imagination." "Uh-huh. You ask me if I regret it? What do I have to regret? If I didn't have a lot of resources, my wife, children and daughter might have died when the end of the world came. They lived so much longer, and they enjoyed the wealth and glory that you have never enjoyed. Do you think I regret it?" Gu Xinan looked like a madman, raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Yi Xian, my daughter is right. You are very kind. You not only think about your own life, you even want to save this broken world. But you know, even this Doomsday was caused by him. What can you use to fight him? Ha ha ha. It will be destroyed sooner or later anyway. What's the difference between a moment earlier and a moment later? In this hell on earth, is it really better to be alive than to be dead?" Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, Gu Xinan sat down on the ground again, looking like a broken jar. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan looked at each other, and Bai Miran was also shocked. He just thought that the zombie virus might be related to the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land, but he never expected that even this Doomsday was related to the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land. Could it be that flying saucer was the he mentioned by Gu Xinan, the owner of Hantai Mountain mentioned by the wolf pack? Thinking of this, Bai Miran asked in a deep voice, "You said that this Doomsday was caused by him. What evidence do you have?" Now the climate has changed suddenly all over the world. And the zombie virus did not break out in one country at a time. Who can have such ability? Gu Xinan lowered his head and smiled. Haha. Don't try to trick me. I have my reasons for saying this. Whether you know it or not, it won't affect the overall situation. You will all die in the end. I advise you to live comfortably for the next few years. He has already abandoned you. But you still have to keep his secret. Gu Xinan, do you really not want to see your daughter again? After saying this, Meng Jinghan looked at Yi Xian fiercely. Yi Xian looked down at Gu Xinan, as if trying to see the truth from his eyes. Hearing this, Gu Xinan suddenly raised his head, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his originally dark eyes. What did you say? My daughter? My daughter is still alive? He struggled to stand up again, staring at Yi Xian with his eyes. Tell me, where is my daughter? Where? Sure enough, Su Jing is his weak spot. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't worry. I will definitely let you see Su Jing. But you have to tell me everything about that person in exchange. No. I want to see my daughter first. Yi Xian also insisted. Impossible. Unless you are willing to tell me all this. Who knows if you are lying to me? Gu Xinan's eyes flashed with cunning light. Old fox. Yi Xian cursed inwardly. On the surface, she did not show any expression. Well, then, you will take your secret to the grave. If you don't tell us, we will find out the truth sooner or later. Because the master of Hongtation has more than one servant. Yi Xian waved her hand. Take him away. Don't get in my way. After hearing this, Li Yanwu grabbed Gu Xinan and dragged him out of the house, locking him in the car. A figure flashed by the gate, and he suddenly became alert. Li Yanwu strode into the house and blew out the candlelight in the house without saying a word. He whispered, There is someone outside. Everyone immediately became alert, put on night vision goggles, and found different places to hide their bodies. Who is it? Li Yanwu shook his head. I didn't see it clearly. But it's an enemy. Not a friend. Just outside the gate. Be careful. Meng Jinghan, Li Yanwu and Bai Miran climbed out of the window, while Yi Xian and Yi Chao quietly went up to the roof, leaving Xian in the house. The roar of vehicles came from not far away, and soon there was a burst of gunfire. Meng Jinghan and Bai Miran exchanged fire with the enemy. This time Yi Xian saw clearly that it was the people from the cutting-edge base. She cursed in her heart. Damn it! Several people died in the forbidden area, and they actually have spies in Magiakyo. Yi Xian's voice came from the atomic watch. All personnel apply essence. The other party is from the cutting-edge base. Be careful that they use zombies to besiege. Xian, find help. As he said this, Yi Xian released Big Cat, Little Wolf, and Big Tiger out of the space. Just after he finished all this, the zombies' unique ho-ho sound came from not far away, and the sound was getting closer and louder. Sure enough, it was the same experience as the Hope base. The zombies were controlled by them. Chapter 215. Bai Miran and Li Yanwu suppressed their firepower, leaving the zombies to the animals and Meng Jinghan. And Yi Chao also jumped down to help. Yi Xian, however, wore night vision goggles and crouched on the roof to observe carefully, and must find the person who can control the zombies. Only by killing him can they have hope of escaping. Otherwise, in this zombie-ridden apocalypse, the other party has unlimited weapons to use, and they can only passively take the beating, even if they are coated with essence. The zombies just can't smell their scent, the sound of their activities, and the signals sent by the controller are all the power sources of the zombies' attack. It goes without saying that the big cats and the small cats are fast and powerful, and can grab the zombie's forehead with one claw. Even the little wolf and the big tiger are very powerful, and can kill a zombie with one claw. Meng Jinghan followed the little wolf, waving a long sword with one hand, and one zombie after another fell at his feet. Yi Chao was stunned. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so agile. I can't be pulled down. He raised his hand and fired a shot, and the zombie's head was blown up. But the sound of the gun attracted more zombies, and they surrounded Yi Chao and drooled. Hee hee. Roar. There's food here too. Come on. Bai Miran, who was hiding behind a pile of dirt, shouted to Yi Chao, come and support. I can't stand it anymore. Their firepower is too strong. Damn it. What is that? Individual rocket launcher. Li Yanwu shouted, be careful. Bai Miran was pressed to the ground by Li Yanwu, and the shell exploded not far away, blowing a big hole in the courtyard wall. Muron spit out the mud in his mouth and said angrily, "Damn it! How can the equipment be so good? Yi Chao, stop killing zombies. Come and help." The submachine gun in Muron's hand spewed angry flames. Yi Chao turned around and disappeared. And when he appeared again, he was already next to the man carrying the rocket launcher. The gun fired. The man grunted. The rocket launcher in his hand fell to the ground, and he bent down with his hands on his stomach in pain. At the same time, bullets shot like meteors in the direction where Yi Chao appeared. Yi Chao did not dare to stay for long and retreated quickly, cursing in his heart, "Useless thing. How come the bullet missed at the critical moment?" The bullet was clearly aimed at his heart, but it hit the man's abdomen. If he can't be shot dead, he will still be a threat to them in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Chao wanted to rush over again, but was pulled back by Meng Jinghan. "Don't go. Leave it to De Miao. De Miao, kill the bleeding man." De Miao killed a zombie with one claw, turned around and shouted to Meng Jinghan, "Meow." Then he disappeared. And then a scream came from the enemy, "Ah!" And there was no sound. "What is it? I can't see it clearly. Is it a dog? I just saw 4 dogs join the battle on the zombie side." "Damn it! That's not a dog. That's a cat. Just like the animals on the Hong Kong and Taiwan mountains. They've mutated. Be careful of them." "Ah!" Another scream. A burst of bullets hit the figure of the big cat, and the big cat turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the side of the road. "Boss!" Soon the big cat had no time to attack the enemy because it was also surrounded by zombies. Countless zombies opened their bloody mouths and made a ho-ho sound towards De Miao. No matter how hard it rushed, it could not break through the zombie encirclement, and it kept meowing anxiously. Yi Xian lay on the roof and watched until her eyes were sore. She still couldn't find out who was commanding the zombies. From De Miao's experience, it can be seen that this person must not have participated in the battle, but was watching the entire battle from the outside like herself. Otherwise the zombies besieging De Miao would not have come so quickly. But who was it? Boom! Another shell landed in the courtyard of the village office, and the armored vehicle was shaken and jumped twice. In the car, Gu Xinan narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him, not to mention that he couldn't take back the base. Even if he could really take back that small base, what would happen? Not only could he not deal with such a scene, he couldn't even deal with a lineup like Yi Xian. This woman, how could she have so many awakened people with superpowers? How could she control so many powerful animals? Those 2 cats were his. He brought them back when he first came home from Hong Kong and Taiwan. He had kept them for more than 10 years, but couldn't control their behavior. How did Yi Xian do it in such a short time? That person no longer cares about him. Does he think he is not good enough? If he is willing to give me some more help, how far can he develop? Perhaps it is difficult to develop into Yi Xian in a short time. Gu Xinan looked at the battle in front of him, thinking wildly, and struggling desperately, trying to take advantage of the chaos to break free from the rope and escape quickly. That's it. If there is a better choice, who wouldn't choose a stronger human to help themselves? Didn't he choose me because my identity was more conducive to his plan? Gu Xinan's mind was in 1,000 twists and turns. Yi Xian, have you found it? We can't stand it. Muron's voice came from the atomic table. Boom! A bomb exploded in the enemy's position, and the pressure on Muron's side was immediately reduced. It was Meng Jinghan. While dealing with the zombies, he was also paying attention to the battle on Muron's side. Seeing that the enemy's firepower was too strong, his mental power controlled the thunder ability and threw it directly over. While harvesting zombies, the enhanced thunder power was thrown into the enemy's position with great accuracy, and 2 people were injured immediately. Meng Jinghan's voice sounded, Yi Xian, find the target quickly. There are more and more zombies, and the little wolf can't stand it. It's also dangerous over there. Big cat. Yi Xian was sweating profusely, and she didn't want to find it quickly. The vision at night was not good, and the man deliberately concealed his figure, so she couldn't find it at all. She had already opened up all her mental power, but it still didn't seem to work. Shoo. The sound of shoo rang out. Meng Jinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here. The rats controlled by Xian finally came. The rats swarmed into the enemy's position like a tide, and the man screamed immediately, Ah! Rats! Quick! Rat repellent! With the addition of the rats, The pressure on Exion's side was temporarily relieved a lot. But the other side was not an ordinary enemy. The most elite people in that cutting-edge base. And these rats could only catch them off guard. When they react, they will find a way to deal with the rats. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the rats began to retreat from the enemy's position and rushed towards the zombies. Xian still wanted to control the rats to eliminate the enemy, but was persuaded by Exion. It's okay to help Uncle Ming. They are not ordinary people. If you can't control them, don't force it. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Exion tried to spread his mental power farther, trying to find a person who controlled the zombies, but unexpectedly found that there was another group of people behind the enemy. This group of people was about 12 or 13, holding weapons in their hands. They were a little far away, and Exion's mental power could not distinguish their specific appearance. Chapter 216. Attention all personnel. Prepare to retreat. An unknown target appeared behind the enemy. About 13 people, fully armed. Exion has made plans. If the people behind are still enemies, she will move all the space citizens out of the space, and let them escort them to retreat, and then collect them back into the space after they have retreated. Anyway, the space citizens can be taken back at any time no matter where they are. However, this is her trump card, and she doesn't want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Not to mention that there is a pair of eyes watching in the armored vehicle behind her. She is here to change her appearance. Who knows what Gu Sinan will do? Bai Muron yelled, "Fight! Hold on to this wave. Let Exion and the child retreat first." The people behind the enemy were obviously stunned when they heard Bai Muron's voice, and ordered their teammates, "There are enemies ahead. Fight! Support friendly forces." More than a dozen soldiers quickly found cover and fired at the position of the cutting-edge base. Suddenly attacked from behind, the people at the cutting-edge base were stunned. Damn it! When did they get behind us? No! It's the people from the A701 base. Retreat! At this time, Exion also saw clearly. It's Lu Mingfei. Friendly troops have arrived. Hit them hard. Don't let any of them go. About 50 meters away from the firepower of the top base, a figure quietly climbed out of the drainage ditch, with branches and hay on his head. Exion's eyes fixed. It's him. The man in camouflage at 11 o'clock in the right front. Meng Jinghan. Yi Chao. Boom. Meng Jinghan threw a bomb, and it exploded next to the man. The man reacted very quickly, and rolled on the ground, and fell into the drainage ditch on the side of the road again. Meng Jinghan threw a few more bombs, and Yi Chao also used his earth-related ability to escape to the drainage ditch. The man shouted, "Don't fight. Retreat." Boom. A shell fell next to Bai Muron, while Bai Muron and Li Yanwu were lying down to avoid it. They quickly got into the drainage ditch and ran away under the cover of weeds. Don't chase. Be careful of a trap. Exion gave the final order to stop Meng Jinghan and Yi Chao from chasing. Yi Chao fired a row of bullets and reluctantly retreated. It was almost there. I hit his leg. There were no more gunshots. No more fighting sounds. And with the effect of the essence on their bodies, the zombies gradually lost their target and scattered. Lu Mingfei strode over with his teammates. I was wondering who would choose to camp here. It's really Captain Yi. Captain Lu. Captain. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu greeted him one after another, looking at the unfamiliar team members behind him. Lu Mingfei grinned and introduced new team members in the base. Take them to Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain again. You guys, stay in the row of houses on the left. Prepare dinner. I will chat with Captain Yi. Watching all the team members leave, Exion smiled and invited Lu Mingfei into the house. Looking at Meng Jinghan's hanging arm, Lu Mingfei grinned. Captain Yi is back? What was the harvest? Exion didn't know how to answer, but Bai Muron asked, Captain Lu, why are you leading the team this time? Didn't I hear that the base has sent people here many times? They were always led by others. Lu Mingfei smiled faintly. It's a long story. The sky of the base has changed again. From Lu Mingfei narration, it was learned that during this period, the A701 base had several battles with the cutting-edge base. The political bigwigs who used to rely on the cutting-edge base were arrested, and many scandals were exposed, which also had a significant impact on the business community. Now that the military has regained control of the base, they sent the experienced Lu Mingfei to lead people to Gangtai Mountain again, hoping to gain something. On the first day after receiving the news, Lu Mingfei sent people to Zhangjiazhuang to find Exion for cooperation. But he didn't even enter the door, and was told that Lord Yi had gone out for something. He guessed that Yi Xian must have come here, but he didn't expect to meet Yi Xian here. Captain Yi, how did you get this time? Did you find a spirit fox? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Captain Lu thinks too highly of me. But we have already met the spirit fox. We didn't expect that the spirit fox is not only difficult to catch because it runs fast, but also because its claws are poisonous. Lu Mingfei suddenly became serious. Poisonous? Yi Xian nodded. We fought with the spirit fox this time. And Shen Fu was scratched by the spirit fox. He is still unconscious due to poisoning. We saw the spirit fox fight the black bear with our own eyes. The black bear's skin is so thick that it can be torn by the spirit fox and poisoned to death with just a slight scratch. Don't be careless. Yi Xian quietly transferred Shen Fu to a small bed in another room and took Lu Mingfei to see. Seeing Shen Fu lying motionless on the bed, Lu Mingfei's eyebrows were twisted together. Its claws are poisonous and can be used against humans. So why did it run away when it saw us last time? With its speed, it is not easy for us to avoid its fox claws. Bai Muron raised the gun in his hand. It is not afraid of humans. But the guns in our hands? If you are not sure, don't anger it. Shen Fu was attacked and scratched by it. Not only Lu Mingfei heard this, but also 2 other soldiers who came to call Lu Mingfei for dinner. One of them looked gloomy. I remember. Captain Lu. Remember I said that we encountered 3 bodies of people who died of poisoning when we entered the forbidden area last time? At that time, we thought it was caused by poisonous snakes. But now I think it should be scratched by the spirit fox. At that time, there were 3 scratches on the man's arm, and his clothes were torn. Captain, our preparations are still not sufficient this time. Should we notify the base and prepare antidote serum for us? Lu Mingfei thought about it and nodded. Notify the base immediately. And the antidote serum must be delivered to Maggiacchio tomorrow morning. We have to set off early in the morning. Otherwise, there will be too many wild animals there after 3 p.m. Lu Mingfei looked back at Yi Xian. Thank you for your information. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will do my best to help the mid-mountain base. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Bai Muron's lips moved, but he never said anything. Back in the room, Bai Muron couldn't help asking, why didn't you tell him about the UFO? We may need to rely on the power of the A701 base for this matter. Yi Xian pursed her lips tightly. Let's talk after Gu Xinan speaks. This matter may not be that simple. Meng Jinghan. I will throw Gu Xinan into the space and imprison him. And the rest is up to you. Meng Jinghan nodded and said, don't worry. I will definitely make him speak. Bai Muron looked at Meng Jinghan with a curious look. This man. Why can't I see through him? How did he infer what he said to Gu Xinan tonight? This person usually speaks little, but his behavior is ruthless and sophisticated, and his control of people's hearts is more in place than anyone here. If he is our enemy, Bai Muron couldn't help but take a breath. I really don't know how Yi Xian subdued him. The roar of a car came from outside the door, and everyone was stunned. Could it be that the people from the advanced base have come back again? Yi Xian rushed out of the room quickly. Damn it! It's Gu Xinan! He opened the rope and stole our armored vehicle. Chapter 217. Yi Xian rushed out of the room and chased after the armored vehicle. Gu Xinan didn't care about the rope hanging on his body. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the village compound like an arrow. Following Yi Xian was Meng Jinghan. Even though he had one arm hanging, he still had some kung fu skills. The moment Meng Jinghan stood still, he suddenly rushed forward, not going through the gate, but directly over the wall, chasing after Yi Xian and the armored vehicle. When Bai Muron and Li Yanwu chased to the gate, the 2 people and the car had already run far away. Although Yi Xian had not received systematic training, she was much more agile than ordinary people after taking the body-strengthening pill. She jumped onto the roof of the car and did not dare to stay there. If Gu Xinan found the ejection button, as long as he pressed the button, the iron plate on the roof would pop out and she would be thrown away. She quickly moved forward, grabbed the rearview mirror and wiper, and pressed her whole body against the windshield. Gu Xinan took out a small caliber pistol from somewhere, pointed it at Yi Xian and showed a cruel smile. Go to hell. Bang! The windshield didn't break. Gu Xinan was stunned for a moment. Then he realized, damn it! It was actually bulletproof glass. He opened the car window, stretched out one arm, holding the gun in his hand, and stretched forward, trying to shoot Yi Xian from this angle. Just then, Meng Jinghan arrived. He grabbed Gu Xinan's outstretched arm, pulled hard, and Gu Xinan fell out of the car window. The armored vehicle lost control and drove crookedly to the roadside, and was about to fall into the drainage ditch. Once the car fell into the drainage ditch, Yi Xian, who was lying on the windshield, would inevitably be thrown onto the big rock on the side of the road. The situation was urgent. Meng Jinghan suddenly jumped up, got into the car like a fish, held the steering wheel with both hands and turned it hard, and the car rushed from one side of the road to the other side of the road. Meng Jinghan was also startled, and turned the steering wheel back again. This time he learned his lesson, and the amplitude of the steering wheel became smaller, and the car finally stabilized. Brake. Step on the brake. The one on the left of your right foot. Yi Xian yelled at him. This was Meng Jinghan's first time driving. How could he tell the difference between brake and accelerator? He stepped on the pedal, and the car rushed forward again. Yi Xian raised her head, and hit it hard on the windshield. Wrong. Let's do it again. This time, she finally stepped on it right. When Yi Xian's head hit the windshield for the third time, the car finally stopped. Looking at Gu Xinan behind him, he got up from the ground, hurriedly pulled off the rope on his body, and quickly stood up and ran to the side of the road. As long as he crossed the 3-meter-wide drainage ditch on the side of the road, the car would not be able to catch up with him. How could Yi Xian not know what he was thinking? Meng Jinghan, hurry up! Stop him! Without Yi Xian's order, Meng Jinghan had already caught up. The car had moved forward for nearly 800 meters. And even if Meng Jinghan chased after him at full speed, he was still a little late. But Gu Xinan seemed to have a problem with his body. Even if he went down to the bottom of the 3-meter-wide and 4-5-meter-deep drainage ditch and climbed up, it would not take long. But Gu Xinan could not climb up. Several times he had climbed halfway up, but fell down the stone wall of the drainage ditch to the bottom of the ditch. Meng Jinghan stood on the shore and watched, and couldn't help laughing. Hey, old man, if you have short legs, don't bother with it. Just go back with me and admit your mistakes. Maybe the Lord will spare your life. Gu Xinan hates it most when people say his legs are short. He got married in his 30s because of his short legs. Hearing Meng Jinghan's words, he almost vomited blood and simply sat at the bottom of the ditch and stopped moving. Yi Xian got out of the armored vehicle and smiled at the scene. She simply took out a handful of melon seeds from the space and sat on the edge of the drainage ditch, eating melon seeds while looking at Gu Xinan. Hey, you really can't get up? Why don't you try again? Maybe you can climb up. Gu Xinan looked at Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan and almost died of anger. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run away. Now, he didn't run away, but it was still so embarrassing. He has never been so embarrassed in his life. There was not even time to set up a stall. He panted at the bottom of the canal. I am no longer a threat to you. Why are you still chasing me? Hoo. Just as he said, that man also abandoned me. Now I am an old man alone, and no longer of any use to you. Yi Xian shook her head. Whether I am useful or not is not up to you. But what I say counts. Puff. A melon seed shell fell on Gu Xinan's face, wet and stained with Yi Xian's saliva. What do you want to do? Yi Xian didn't say anything, still eating the melon seeds in her hand, until she finished the last one, and she had seen enough of the good show. Then she clapped her hands and stood up. Did you agree to it earlier? You tell me about that person, and I take you to see Su Jing. Hearing Su Jing's name, Gu Xinan immediately jumped up. Take me to see my daughter. And I say, don't even think about it if you can't see my daughter. Even if he abandoned me, he brought me half a lifetime of wealth and glory, which is much better than the humans, who only bully me. What does the extinction of mankind have to do with me? Seeing that his thoughts were still clear, Yi Xian jumped down the drainage ditch, knocked him unconscious with a slap, and then took him into the space and placed him in a small stone house. She said to Meng Jinghan, the rest is up to you. Don't take him out without instructions. I don't plan to accept him as a subject. Meng Jinghan nodded. There are still people from the 701 base over there. Let's talk about it later. Yi Xian smiled and rewarded him with a handful of melon seeds. Not bad. I listen to you. Meng Jinghan sat in the passenger seat, eating a lot of melon seed shells, while Yi Xian drove the car to the village compound. The next morning, the A701 base arrived at dawn. After receiving the equipment, Lu Mingfei led the team into the mountains, while Yi Xian led the team away from Majiakyo. Lu Mingfei looked at Yi Xian's back and couldn't help muttering, "The team is quite complete. Why did you refuse my invitation? Wouldn't it be better to go into the mountains together again?" How could he know that this whispered muttering had been heard by Yi Xian? She carefully considered the future cooperation. It seems that she has to give him some sweet treats. Aliens and advanced bases cannot do without the help of a 701 base. Thinking of this, she shouted to Lu Mingfei, "Hey! I will come again in 2 days. If I can catch the spirit fox, I will definitely give you a bowl of blood. Don't forget me." Lu Mingfei made an okay gesture without even turning his head. "I won't forget." The car drove out of the village compound. And Bai Muron asked, "Are you really going to give him a bowl of blood? Do you know what the price of fox blood is in the market now?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "If we can't catch foxes, how can there be a price in the market?" Bai Muron suddenly laughed. "It's because we can't catch them that the price is ridiculously high. I've seen people speculating and dying fox for red and bleeding on the spot. 10 second level zombie crystal cores only get 10 milliliters, which is really more expensive than gold." Of course, the liar was later exposed. And then the buyer cut him into pieces and threw him into the mountains to feed the wolves. "Tell me, if you can take blood without harming the fox's life, how much can you make?" Yi Xian narrowed her eyes slightly, and a plan formed in her mind. Chapter 218. The car drove towards the base halfway up the mountain, and Yi Xian threw Ming Jinghan and Yi Chao into the space halfway. Bai Muron drove, and Yi Xian and Li Yinwu sat in the back, looking at the vast land in front of him. It should have been lush and green, but now it is in ruins, with dead grass dancing in the wind, and zombies wandering on the road with their heads down. Yi Xian felt very upset. Could it be that all this was really caused by the aliens in the forbidden area? Nowadays, women can hardly give birth anymore, and it won't be long before the human beings in this world will completely disappear. This is too scary. Yi Xian was thinking a lot. Gu Xinan was right. Since her rebirth, Yi Xian has been telling herself to be more ruthless. More ruthless. Don't meddle in other people's business. Just protect your loved ones. However, she still created a base and took in the sisters from the Haoyue base. She said that she wanted to make her base grow and develop. But deep down she still had a compassionate heart. She was still kind. She even thought about competing with the aliens when she learned that the aliens had caused this doomsday situation. Yi Xian shook her head, put these thoughts behind her, and sank her thoughts into space. She wanted to see how Ming Jinghan dealt with Gu Xinan. In the dim stone house, Gu Xinan had already woken up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Jing sitting next to him. He was stunned and stretched out a hand in disbelief. The hand was as old and dry as the bark of a tree. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and only believed that everything was true when he touched Su Jing's delicate skin. 2 lines of old tears slid down his cheeks, and his lips moved. "Jing. Is it really you?" He looked around. "Where is this? Are you still alive? Am I still alive?" Su Jing took his hand and put the old hand on her cheek. "Dad, it's me. I'm Su Jing. Your daughter. We're still alive. Still alive. And..." Su Jing pulled his hand down and put it on her belly. "And you're going to be a grandfather soon." Gu Xinan touched his daughter's belly in disbelief. "Is this true? I'm going to be a grandfather? Who is the father of the child?" Su Jing nodded vigorously. "Really? Yi Xian and Bai Bing saved me. The child is Bai Bing's. He is here too, but he doesn't dare to come in without your permission. Dad, you must be well. It doesn't matter if the base is gone. It doesn't matter if the business is gone. You will help us take care of the child in the future, and we will make money for you to spend. Okay?" Gu Xinan held his daughter's hand tightly and nodded vigorously. "Okay. Good. Good. We still have hope. Gu Lauer, still have hope. Ha." The smile didn't last long. He suddenly seemed to remember something. "No. How could you be pregnant? Now women can no longer get pregnant. How could you be pregnant? The end of the world has come. It won't be long before the entire human race will disappear. How can you still be pregnant at this time?" Su Jing stared at him with a pair of innocent big eyes, which gradually filled with tears. "Dad, save me. Save my child. Please." Gu Xinan shook his head. "Too late. It's too late. My child. If it was a year earlier, maybe everything could be saved. Now the zombie virus has broken out. It's too late. Su Jing grabbed Gu Xinan's hand, tears streaming down her white cheeks. No! Dad! You must have a way to save us. By the way, and Yi Xian, you can do it. Dad! Save us! I don't want to die. My child doesn't want to die either. Gu Xinan said nothing, but closed his eyes. Let them in. I'm willing to tell them all this. Yi Xian sneered. No wonder he was chosen. Even in such a situation, he can still accurately judge the ins and outs of the matter. Just this calmness is rare. Meng Jinghan pushed the door open and sat on the stool next to him, as expected of a drug lord. He has a clear mind. So tell me. Gu Xinan stared at Meng Jinghan for a long time without saying anything. It was not until Su Jing pulled his sleeve that he gently patted his daughter's hand, closed his eyes, and told the story. That was more than 20 years ago. Gu Xinan's family was poor since he was a child, and he was the middle one among 3 brothers. It is said that the eldest brother is spoiled, the youngest is spoiled, and the hardest is the middle of the mountain. Gu Xinan was also the one who was ignored by his parents since he was a child. He had an average appearance and average education, and was ignored by his parents. He waited until his younger brothers got married, but he still couldn't find a partner. He was introduced to a woman in his 30s. After getting married and starting a family, he lived in his parents' old house and made a living by setting up stalls until his daughter was born. The family lived a tight life. Fortunately, his son was quite hardworking and was admitted to the famous Polytechnic University in City B. Gu Xinan borrowed money from relatives and friends to collect his son's tuition and travel expenses. City B is thousands of miles away from Fengcheng. He was worried about his son going there alone, and he was determined to send his son to university. So they set off 3 days in advance, took the cheapest train to City A, ate steamed buns all the way, drank free boiled water on the train, and finally arrived at City B. After sending his son away, he was no longer willing to spend money to take a bus back to City A, but wanted to take a shortcut back to City A, and then take a train from City A back to Fengcheng. He saw a map of this place on a street stall, and he was sure that he could reach City A by crossing this Gangai mountain. So he set off with dry food on his back. Gu Xinan said, looking at the mountain in front of me, I have made the worst plan. When the dry food is finished, I can just dig wild vegetables on the mountain to eat. He can cross this mountain in 3 days at most. No one told me that this mountain was uncrossable, and no one told me that there was a forbidden area for humans in this mountain. Gu Xinan walked in the mountain for 3 days. The trees became taller, and the forest became denser. He didn't know if he was lost. He only knew that he walked with his back to the sun in the morning, and with his face to the sun in the evening. When the sun went down, he would climb up a tree to rest. When his dry food ran out, he would dig wild vegetables. If he was lucky, he could catch a few small animals to fill his stomach. He had originally thought that he could walk out of the jungle in 3 days at most, but he walked for 5 days. That day he was so tired that he could not walk anymore, and was resting under a big tree. A roar of a wild beast startled him. Regardless of his fatigue, he stood up and looked around. And then he found that he was being stared at by 3 wild wolves. He had never seen such a big wild wolf. If it weren't for the thick and hard tail, and the face that looked not much different from a wolf dog, he couldn't believe that there was a wolf as big as a calf. At that time, his legs were weak, and he sat on the ground and couldn't get up again. He closed his eyes and thought, it's over. I've lost my life just to save this little money. How will my wife and children live in the future? Another roar. Chapter 219. Gu Xinan woke up with a start. I can't die. My son just went to college. My daughter is cute and well-behaved. How can I leave them to die in the wilderness? Thinking of this, he stood up and ran. His short legs couldn't run fast, and the jungle was full of thorns. He fell down every few steps, got up and ran again. He didn't know how long it had been, and he didn't dare to look back to see if those scary wolves had caught up with him. Anyway, he just ran. Along the way, he encountered wild boars as big as elephants, rabbits as big as wolfhounds, and mice bigger than cats. All this made him even more desperate. Could it be that I accidentally broke into hell? It was not until dark that he dared to look back after falling down again. There was no trace of wild wolves behind him. The whole jungle was quiet, and there was not even wind. At some point, it started to rain, and the rain dripped down the leaves onto his face. Only then did he realize that he had not eaten for the whole day. He opened his mouth and drank the rainwater greedily. He picked up the small mushrooms on the ground and the wood ears on the withered tree trunks. Holding these things that could barely fill his stomach, he broke into a cave that changed his life. Gu Sinan said, "You don't know how shocked I was when I first saw that cave." At that time, there was nothing in the cave, but it was bright, as if it was still daytime. There was nothing in the cave except a huge flying saucer. He didn't care about the flying saucer, took out his stainless steel lunch box, collected some rainwater, and planned to cook mushrooms. At this time, a man's voice came into his mind, saying, "Poor human, you need a fire." Then, I was surprised to find a fire next to me. The man's voice said again, "You are too hungry. You need to eat something." Then a roast chicken and some fruits appeared next to the fire. I was stunned at the time, standing there for half an hour without daring to move a step, let alone getting close to the fire and the food, until the man's voice appeared again. His voice was very gentle, just like your mother coaxing you to sleep when you were a child. He said, "Poor child, eat. This is all yours. I will send you down the mountain when you are full." Gu Sinan was so hungry that he came forward to eat. He didn't look up until he was full to look at the cave. The cave was very clean. There was nothing except the huge flying saucer and the bonfire. After confirming that the man had no ill intentions, he found a corner, spread out his clothes, and spent the night. Not sure if he was dreaming or if it really happened. He dreamed that the flying saucer opened from the bulge in the middle. An oval-shaped thing came out from it, like a capsule, but it had 2 hands and 2 legs. This strange thing walked to his side, stretched out its hand, and a white light shone from its palm, which enveloped Gu Sinan. Gu Sinan curled up in the corner, and the light faced him all night. The next morning, he woke up and felt much lighter, without the fatigue and lack of sleep that he should have felt after running around for a few days. The man prepared breakfast for him. After he finished breakfast, the man told him, as long as Gu Sinan was willing to obey him, he could make him the richest man in the world, or the most powerful man in the world. And then, he would no longer have to take such risks for a ticket. Looking at the world outside where wild beasts were rampant, Gu Sinan did not hesitate at all. What is obedience? He had been obeying for the first half of his life. Obeying his parents, obeying fate, obeying the orders and arrangements of others. But he got nothing. If he could live a carefree life and become the most powerful and richest man in the world by obeying him, he would be willing to obey. That's how it was. The man didn't give him any mission, and sent wild beasts to send him out of the mountains. He still remembers that the wild wolf the size of a calf sent him out. It turned out that the wild wolves obeyed the command of this man. After returning to Fengcheng, he often heard the voice of that man in his dreams, and that man directed him on how to make a fortune and how to escape from the enemy's pursuit. Just like that, he gave up the street stall and started to run the most lucrative industry in the world, drug trafficking. At first, he just used that person reminder and helped to help others transport and sell. Later, he also learned how to refine drugs. He used legitimate business as a cover and secretly did this evil business. Later, the eldest brother and the third brother followed him to do it. Because of his special ability, the eldest brother and the third brother obeyed his orders. Using their power, Gu Sinan secretly helped that person do a lot of things, but he never knew what that person's purpose was. In a blink of an eye, his son graduated from college, and Gu Sinan kept him in the company to help manage the business. Due to his son's intervention, the stable situation of the 3 people was disrupted, and the eldest brother gradually left them and went far away to fight alone. At first, Gu Sinan didn't care. He thought that without the reminder of his special ability, his eldest brother would come back sooner or later. But he didn't expect that his eldest brother ran to City A and developed very rapidly. With a faint style of his development in Fengcheng, Gu Sinan couldn't sit still. He was afraid that his secret would be discovered by his eldest brother. And he was also afraid that the man would abandon him if he made a new choice. At this time, his daughter had graduated from college and happened to be in City A. So he sent his son to City A in the name of protecting his daughter, wanting to weaken his eldest brother's strength while trying to stabilize that person. During this period, he also secretly went to Ganghai Mountain several times, and brought down a lot of things he couldn't understand from there, and threw them into the city, the countryside, the woods and the lake. Later, in order to make it easier to go to Ganghai Mountain, He built a tunnel from the cliff behind Majia Bridge. This tunnel was not far from the cave, which made it convenient for him to enter and exit the forbidden area in the future. But soon after the tunnel was repaired, the business in Fengcheng ran into big trouble, and he had to go back to Fengcheng to deal with it. And then the end of the world came. Gu Xinan said, I should have known it the last time I came out of Hantai Mountain. That time he didn't give me a task. And I met another person on Hantai Mountain. He was a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner. That person told me that everything was over and that I was no longer needed here. At that time, I didn't understand what this meant. However, that time, even if I asked 1,000 times, he only gave me a chip, saying that it was a weapon blueprint that could make the most powerful weapon in the world. I was supposed to take it back to Fengcheng, but my son said that the accident in Fengcheng required a lot of energy to deal with, and the weapon making could be left to him. So he left the weapon blueprint in City A, which is the safe in Exion's hand, which contains the blueprint of the weapon. When the apocalypse began, Gu Qingyu had not yet studied the blueprint. Gu Qingyu's arsenal had gathered all its strength at that time and planned to make this new weapon. However, the apocalypse came before everything started. Exion couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. So that's it? If the apocalypse came later, if Gu Qingyu was smarter, maybe that weapon would have been made now. God knows what weapon it would be. What Gu Xinan said next surprised Exion again. Chapter 220. Gu Xinan sighed. Later I learned that the man had already spread the zombie virus on various animals, just waiting for it to break out. There is no evidence for the extreme weather ahead, but as far as I know, he is also closely related. Ming Jinghan stared at him. That's all? What about the infertility of women? Gu Xinan glanced at Ming Jinghan. That was even earlier. Remember I said that we brought out a lot of things and scattered them in cities, villages, lakes and woods? Those things have been subtly changing the human body. After extreme heat and extreme cold, the human body is stressed, which accelerates these developments. Hasn't there been a base that has proposed the theory that women can no longer get pregnant? Ming Jinghan was silent. It seems that this conspiracy has been going on for a long time, and it is to destroy the entire human race. So, what is his purpose? Not only Ming Jinghan was a little dazed, but even Su Jing opened her mouth in surprise. She never thought that the participant of this apocalypse was right beside her, and it was her beloved father. Since he wants to destroy the entire human race, it will naturally include you. Why do you still help him? Ming Jinghan's words made Su Jing nod. Yes. Why is that? Gu Xinan lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Ha ha. You may find it hard to imagine what it feels like to be controlled by him. Besides, he also promised to take me to their planet to continue to survive. I have to obey his orders. This exposed Ming Jinghan's blind spot in knowledge. He asked in confusion, their planet? Gu Xinan nodded. He once said that he came from a place 300,000 light years away from here. He and his companions fell here when the spaceship ran out of fuel while exploring the universe. It is also a last resort to destroy humans, because they have to rob all the resources on the Earth before they can make fuel for the spaceship and let them go home again. Ming Jinghan was a little confused. He couldn't understand how far 300,000 light years was, let alone what it meant to explore the universe. Exion's face became more and more ugly. That person was lying. With his strength, it would be easy for him to plunder resources. There is no need to destroy all human beings. He must have some ulterior motives. As for taking them back to their own planet? Ha ha. Only a fool would believe him. Gu Xinan must have been controlled and had to believe his words. Right? An alien whose technology far surpasses that of Earthlings, who can control the behavior of Earthlings, and who also lies and conceals things is really hard to deal with. Exion couldn't help but feel a little headache. Exion moved Ming Jinghan out of the space, and communicated Gu Xinan's words to Bai Muron and others. Bai Muron was silent for a long time after listening, and suddenly said, Exion, do you think his way of controlling Gu Xinan is a bit similar to your space? Once you are involved with it, you can't escape. This sentence reminded Exion, and also reminded Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan looked back at Exion. Don't say. It's really similar. Gu Xinan also said that after being controlled by him, he will do what he wants even if he doesn't want to do it, no matter where you are. His voice and instructions can be issued. Your space has more than 100 people, but I don't know how many people he can control now. As he was talking, the car drove into the gate of the mid-mountain base. Yi Xian put away her thoughts, and used the spirit fox to cure Ye's mother first. She threw Ming Jinghan into the space again. Keep a good eye on Gu Xinan. He may not have finished speaking. Get more words out of him. Ming Jinghan took the order and left. At this time, Lu Mingfei and his team just came out of the tunnel and encountered the spirit fox, and were fighting a desperate battle with the spirit fox. The spirit fox became extremely irritable after losing his wife and children. Seeing Lu Mingfei and his team holding weapons, he no longer avoided them, but used the method to deal with Shen Fu. From time to time, he jumped out from nowhere and gave people a claw. 3 team members have been scratched and poisoned, and are now lying on the ground being treated by their teammates. However, the antidote serum brought by Lu Mingfei seems to be ineffective, and 3 team members have already fallen into a coma. Lu Mingfei shouted anxiously, "Don't worry about them for now. Back to defend. Don't let it take advantage of the loopholes again." A team member shouted, "Captain, be careful." A fiery red shadow flew towards Lu Mingfei, and before Lu Mingfei raised the gun in his hand, the spirit fox had already arrived in front of him. This time he saw it clearly. The eyes of the spirit fox were full of hatred and anger. Yes, hatred. It seemed to have determined that it was these humans with guns who hurt its wife and children. This time when it met Lu Mingfei and his group, it was completely angry. Lu Mingfei was stunned, and a team member next to him pulled him. The claws of the spirit fox passed by Lu Mingfei's cheek, and it was only 1 centimeter away from catching him. Lu Mingfei barely avoided the attack with the help of his teammates, and the spirit fox quickly disappeared in the jungle, and all the bullets missed. Lu Mingfei watched it run and thought, Yi Xian is right. This is not a solution. We must change the battle plan. Retreat. All members retreat to the tunnel. Lu Mingfei ordered loudly. Thin. The smoke. Lu Mingfei was behind, and watched all the team members retreat into the tunnel. He took the smoke from the thin man, and waited patiently for the spirit fox to come again. Captain, come in and wait. This is too dangerous. Lu Mingfei stood at the entrance of the cave motionless. He had to sacrifice himself to lure the spirit fox out by using himself as bait. There was no wind at all. The air was cold and damp, and Lu Mingfei's back was covered with cold sweat, as if a snake was lying on his back. But he didn't dare to relax his vigilance. He turned his back to the tunnel entrance, holding the gun in one hand and the smoke in the other, staring at the surroundings with lightning eyes. As long as the spirit fox appeared, he would break the smoke, even if it meant knocking himself and the spirit fox unconscious. However, the spirit fox seemed to know what he was thinking, and it didn't appear for a long time. Lu Mingfei's tense nerves finally couldn't hold on. His legs began to stiffen, and his arms were shaking a little due to long-term tension. At this moment, the fiery red figure appeared again, and it rushed towards Lu Mingfei like a gust of wind. The team members screamed, and Lu Mingfei gritted his teeth and tried to break the smoke stick. But he suddenly found that his hands were out of control. He tried twice, and the smoke stick was still intact. Seeing the spirit fox pounce in front of him, Lu Mingfei gritted his teeth and fell back suddenly. The back of his head hit the ground with a loud noise, and it was because of his quick thinking that he barely avoided the attack of the spirit fox. However, the cold and hard ground hit the back of his head directly, and Lu Mingfei was seriously injured. He lay on the ground and could not move anymore. He saw the fox flash in front of him and go into the jungle again. The fox seemed to have a smile and a hint of disdain in its eyes. Lu Mingfei was stunned again. Is this still a fox? The team members exclaimed, and hurriedly carried him into the tunnel, and quickly covered the big stone at the entrance of the tunnel. Captain, are you okay? Lu Mingfei gradually closed his eyes. Captain! The urgent call echoed through the tunnel. Chapter 221. Half-Mountain Base. Yi Xian entered the space and grabbed the fox mother, wanting to extract some blood to treat her mother. She did not start directly, but called Li Mei. Li Mei had not arrived yet, but Big Cat and Little Cat arrived and surrounded Yi Xian. Meow meow meow. Yi Xian waved her hand. Stop it. Big Cat. Big Cat was still rubbing Yi Xian's hand, and Yi Xian had no choice but to hand the fox to Li Mei. Let her find the blood vessels of the fox and extract 200 milliliters of blood in 3 times, so that she would not hurt the fox and get the blood she wanted. Holding the blood, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. I'm afraid my mother can't drink the blood directly. How can I make my mother not feel disgusted and still have an effect? Meow meow meow. Yi Xian glanced at the Mao. You want to try it too? Don't make trouble. Go play over there. The Mao still stared at the tube of fox blood, with a look in his eyes that Yi Xian couldn't understand. Li Mei suggested that the blood be made into serum, because most of the substances that can play a therapeutic role are contained in the serum. If the serum is okay, it will be easier to drink if mixed with boiled water. Yi Xian watched Li Mei operate and turn 200 milliliters of blood into translucent serum, then took the serum out of the space. After adding a lot of boiled water, Yi Xian gave the fox serum to Ye's mother to drink. Ye's mother took a sip and frowned immediately. Fishy. She picked up the water cup and looked at the slightly turbid liquid inside, and couldn't help wondering, does this thing really work? Ye's father came back from outside and just heard this. Don't worry about whether it works or not. Try it first. Xinshin took so much effort to catch the spirit fox. It should be effective. He took off his hat and hung it on the coat rack. Just now I heard a piece of news that the people from the A701 base went to catch the spirit fox. 3 died and 1 was injured. And the spirit fox was not caught yet. Now on the black market, the blood of the spirit fox has been sold at a sky-high price. Even food can't buy it. It's strange. Xinshin, have you heard that many family members of senior officials are suffering from this kind of headache disease? The kind that can kill them when it starts. How can this be? Yi Xian watched her mother swallow the water in one gulp while resisting nausea. Then she took the water cup from her mother and looked back at her father. I haven't heard of it. Where did you hear it? Father Yi smiled and said, a small market has been set up in Zujiazhuang, where all kinds of goods are traded. Recently, it has attracted many villagers from other villages to join in. I heard about it there. Among them, there is a fat man who makes a living by reselling goods. He said that many rich and powerful people are desperately looking for spirit foxes, and the prices they offer are higher and higher. Huh? Mimi, what's wrong with you? Mother Yi felt dizzy and fell asleep on the sofa. This scared Father Yi. He didn't want to cause other problems, because the blood disease he drank from the fox spirit didn't get cured. Yi Xian quickly moved Mother Yi into the space. Li Mei. Jingjing. Quick! See what's wrong. Li Mei and Su Jing rushed over and pressed Mother Yi to check. The blood pressure was normal. The heartbeat was normal. The breathing was normal. And all the physiological indicators were normal. But she never woke up. Yi Xian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Damn it. It took so much effort to catch the spirit fox. If there are side effects again, it will be a loss. Ye's mother slept for 3 days and 3 nights. And Yi Xian did not dare to leave for 3 days. She asked where the rumor that the blood of the spirit fox can heal mental power came from. It was originally a mother with psychic powers in City B who had a headache because her mental power was damaged. Due to hunger, the two went to Gangai Mountain to find food to fill their stomachs. They accidentally picked up a wounded and dying spirit fox. He was so hungry that he couldn't help but take out a knife to cut a piece of meat before going home, in order not to waste it. The mother drank the blood of the spirit fox, and her headache was cured from then on. As a result, the rumor that there were spirit foxes on Gangai Mountain and the blood of spirit foxes could cure mental damage spread like wildfire. And more people began to go to Gangai Mountain to look for traces of spirit foxes. Since the mother cured the mental damage, why couldn't Ye's mother? Is it because she made it into serum? Yi Xian was puzzled. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Ye's mother finally opened her eyes slowly, and saw her daughter in front of her and was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with me? Yi Xian burst into tears. Mom, you finally woke up. I was so scared. Yi Xian helped her mother sit up. But she was still confused. How long have I slept? 3 days and 3 nights. You have slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Mom, are you hungry? I will ask them to prepare food for you. Yao Yao. Hurry up. Millet porridge. Yi Xian shouted towards the kitchen. Li Mingyao heard Yi Xian's voice, and came out of the kitchen, with a bowl of steaming millet porridge in her hand. Auntie, drink it quickly. It's just cooked. The Lord has asked us to prepare millet porridge every day these days. You finally woke up. Mother Yi had already felt hungry and rumbled. She took the millet porridge, and ate it mouthful by mouthful. Yi Xian stared at her mother's face without blinking. Her mother's face no longer looked uncomfortable. Did the headache go away? Don't ask first. Wait and see. Sometimes the information obtained by unintentional observation is more accurate than intentional questions. After eating a bowl of millet porridge, Mother Yi got out of bed and put on her clothes. Seeing her daughter still staring at her, she couldn't help asking, "Is there something on my face? Why are you always staring at me?" Yi Xian retracted her gaze and smiled. "No. I just think my mom is pretty. Hee hee. I go see if Dad is back." Xian, take good care of Grandma." Xian lowered his head and fiddled with something, nodded and shouted, "Mom, Grandpa said he won't be back until noon. Let's eat. I'm almost starving." Yi Xian realized that she hadn't had breakfast yet, looking at the dishes on the table that hadn't been put away in time. It was obvious that Ye's father had finished his meal and went out. Mother Yi walked to the yard to stretch her body. She felt the air was cool and sweet. She walked around the yard while shaking her arms. Suddenly she froze for a moment, and her arms stopped moving. After a few seconds, she slowly started moving again, with an expression on her face that was obviously a little unnatural. Yi Xian was helping Li Mengyao to serve food to the table, and she didn't notice the change in Mother Yi at all. Only Xian shouted to Mother Yi outside the door, "Grandma, there are dumplings this morning. Do you want to try them?" Mother Yi said vaguely, "I won't eat anymore." "You guys eat. Walk towards the gate of the villa." Li Mengyao glanced at Mother Yi and said softly, "Lord, you see Auntie is out. She just woke up. Is it unsafe to go out like this? Or should I call her back?" Mother had just woken up. Her body had not really recovered after sleeping for a few days. Yi Xian was also afraid that something might happen to her at this time. She drank the millet porridge in the bowl in 2 mouthfuls, grabbed a few steamed buns and stuffed them into her mouth, and said vaguely, "I go and see. You stay at home with Xian." Yi Xian opened the door and ran out. At this time, Ye's mother had already opened the door and walked out. Yi Xian did not disturb her, but followed quietly. Not long after walking, Yi Xian was surprised to find that Ye's mother actually walked towards the jungle opposite the villa. Yi Xian frowned a little. Her mother's behavior seemed wrong. In the past, she said there were wild wolves in the jungle, not to mention that she would not go there easily. She would even stop Yi Xian and Ye's father from going through the jungle to the base next door. What happened to her today? Chapter 222. Yi Xian followed her mother and walked forward until they were deep in the forest. Her mother still had no intention of stopping, but turned and walked southeast. Yi Xian knew very well that from here to the southeast, she could reach Gangtai Mountain by crossing a few hills and passing through a small village. Where was her mother going? She couldn't help but shout, "Mom, what are you going to do? The road ahead is getting harder and harder to walk, and there are wild wolves. Don't go." Ye's mother seemed not to hear and continued to walk forward without stopping. Yi Xian finally understood. Mom is not right. She had been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and had just drunk a bowl of millet porridge. Anyone would choose to rest at home at this time. Why come to this wilderness? Yi Xian ran a few steps and grabbed her mother's arm. "Mom, where are you going?" At this time, Ye's mother seemed to wake up from a dream, and looked at Yi Xian with a confused face. Where am I?" Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly, looking at her mother's state. She seemed to be controlled by someone, just like controlling the people in the space. Yi Xian calmly supported her mother's arm. "Mom, what did you feel just now? What were you going to do? Do you remember it now?" Ye's mother shook her head. "I don't know. It seems that someone in my mind is directing me to go somewhere. It seems to be to get something. I don't remember it." Ye's mother suddenly raised her head. Xin. "Do you remember that time you asked us to enter your space to catch chickens? It feels similar to that." "Damn it!" Yi Xian cursed inwardly. There must be something wrong with the fox blood. They only heard that fox blood can cure damaged mental power, but they didn't know that while curing mental power, it can also be controlled by that person. I don't know what happened to the person who drank fox blood in B City at the beginning. This is not a trivial matter. She must go to Gu Sinan and ask her if she knows about this. Yi Xian helped Ye's mother back to bed to rest, and then flashed into the space. Yi Xian's sudden appearance scared Gu Sinan. He looked at the closed door behind Yi Xian and said in surprise, How did you get in?" Yi Xian didn't bother to be polite with him. "I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you say anything untrue, you will bear the consequences." Seeing Yi Xian's unfriendly face, Gu Sinan was very tactful and did not object. "Will you be forced to follow orders after being controlled by that person? Do you know what you are doing when you follow orders?" Gu Sinan looked at Yi Xian's face and nodded honestly. Sometimes you are forced to follow orders. When you do things, you are not under control. But you know what you are doing. Yi Xian controlled Gu Xinan. Go. Open the door. And turn the soil. Gu Xinan stood up with a confused look on his face. Open the door. Walked to the house more than 200 meters away. Picked up a hoe. And began to turn the soil according to Yi Xian's instructions. After turning the soil 3 times, Yi Xian withdrew his control over him. Gu Xinan seemed to wake up suddenly. Looked at the hoe in his hand. Then looked at the stone house behind him. And then looked into the distance. Just now I was controlled by him again. He asked me to turn the soil. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. What's the difference between the feeling just now and the feeling when I was controlled before? Gu Xinan looked at Yi Xian thoughtfully. Then looked at the surrounding environment and the muddy ground under his feet that had been turned over 3 times. And slowly shook his head. There is no difference. Or not much difference. Gu Xinan continued. The control just now seemed stronger. When I was controlled before, I could resist a little. But this time it was not possible. It seemed that I had no ability to resist at all. At this point, Gu Xinan stared at Yi Xian thoughtfully. It wasn't that person who was controlling me just now. But you? Yi Xian? Right? Yi Xian forced a smile. Why do you think so? Gu Xinan looked far away. First of all, it's the environment here. I have been wondering these days. Although the extreme cold is about to pass and the temperature is slowly rising, the cold is still unforgettable. But here it is warm. At that time, I suspected that I was no longer in that world. Yi Xian remained calm. Then Meng Jinghan came. And my daughter Xinxin also came. And asked me so many questions that I began to doubt where I was now. Today I saw the crops outside, the sky and the house outside. And I was sure that I was far away from the earth we are familiar with. If I am not mistaken, I am in your space. Right? Yi Xian took a breath. No wonder that person chose him. Not everyone has such clear thinking and accurate judgment. At the same time, Yi Xian was also very relieved. Gu Xinan had been controlled by that person outside. But he could still be controlled by her in the space. Does that mean that she can snatch that person followers? As long as he throws his people into the space and controls them. Wouldn't it be much easier to deal with him without anyone to use? There is another very important point. Don't let anyone else get the spirit fox. It is very likely that Ye's mother was controlled by that person because she drank the blood of the spirit fox. And the spirit fox on the Hong Kong and Taiwan mountains must be eradicated. Meng Jinghan and Yi Chao ran over from a distance. Yi Xian. What's going on? Why did he come out? Yi Xian waved her hand. And Gu Xinan disappeared. She looked at Yi Chao and said, Brother, I may have caused trouble. Seeing his sister's face was ugly. Yi Chao hugged Yi Xian's shoulders. Don't be afraid. Tell me anything. I'm here. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly turned red. Brother, Mom's condition is not good. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Chao and Meng Jinghan looked at each other. It turned out to be like this. Yi Chao reacted quickly. If that's true, it's bad. Dad said yesterday that many high-ranking officials and wealthy people's families have headaches and want to spend all their wealth to get a cup of fox blood. If you drink the fox blood, you will be controlled by that person. Then, Yi Xian also thought of this. So her expression was particularly solemn. Where's the big cat? Didn't you say that the big cat kept rubbing against you when you caught the fox? Will it know something? Meng Jinghan's words reminded Yi Xian. She quickly moved Meng Jinghan, Yi Chao and Demiao out of the space. Xian. Ask it about the spirit fox. Why drinking the blood of the spirit fox will cause abnormalities. Go. Call Bai Muran. If this is true, we can't delay any longer. Brother, go find Dad. Let Dad know about this. Yi Chao came back and told Yi Xian. Dad went to Zujiazwang and is on his way back. Meng Jinghan ran out of the villa and came back with Bai Muran in a short while. Bai Muran shook the dirt off his hands. It was obvious that Meng Jinghan found him at the work site. He didn't even have time to wash his hands. He asked as soon as he entered the door, What's going on? I'm digging fortifications. Xian was still hugging the Mao and talking. But his little face became more and more serious. After a while, he finally raised his head. Mom. De Mao said that it probably knows what's going on. The blood of the spirit fox seems to be a conspiracy. Chapter 223. After hearing this, even though she was mentally prepared, Yi Xian still wanted to curse. Yi Chao placed his broad palm on Yi Xian's shoulder and comforted her. Xin. Don't worry. Let's listen to what the Mao has to say. With Xian translation. They gradually understood the origin of the spirit fox. According to the Mao, the spirit fox and they are both special in Hong Kong, Taiwan and Shan. At that time, they were still two little wild cats. After losing their mother, they were almost starved to death. Later, they were rescued by that person. And they have lived in that special cave for nearly 100 years, almost becoming the spokesperson of that person. All the wild animals in the mountain are under their command. And whether outsiders can enter the depths of the forbidden area is also under their control. Even when Gu Sinan entered the cave, it was arranged by that person. They dispatched wild wolves to deliberately drive him to the vicinity of the cave. There are also 6 wild foxes waiting for their orders. But these 6 foxes were not found until they had lived in the cave for decades. I don't know if that person deliberately arranged it. But foxes seem to be different from all animals. Their size has not increased, but their fur color has become redder and redder, gradually turning into fiery red. After they were taken away by Gu Sinan, the spirit foxes took over their functions and began to manage the animals in the entire forbidden area. But they can't survive for hundreds of years like the big cats. They can reproduce and die, but their reproductive capacity is extremely low. This time when they went to the forbidden area, they asked the animals. At most, there were only a dozen spirit foxes in the forbidden area. Many died in this natural disaster. And now there are only 2 left. No matter how big and ferocious the wild beasts are in the forbidden area, they dare not eat the meat of the spirit fox. They all seem to know that this kind of animal cannot be touched. I don't know why humans are suddenly interested in the spirit fox. The reproduction capacity is extremely low, and animals dare not eat the meat of the spirit fox. From these 2 items alone, it can be seen that the spirit fox is indeed related to that person. If there are 2 spirit foxes in the forbidden area, and they give birth to 2 little spirit foxes, then they have been caught by Yi Xian. Now there is only the father's spirit fox in the forbidden area, and it is impossible to reproduce. As long as he is caught or killed, more people can be prevented from getting the fox blood, and that person can be prevented from controlling more people through the fox. Yi Xian thought about it and said to Xian, asked to Miao, how long does it take for that person to train another fox? After a while, Xian replied, it will take at least 6 months. De Miao said that the original fox took 6 months to turn its fur red, and it took more than a year to turn fiery red. Ming Jinghan was thinking for a long time before he said, asked De Miao, how to get rid of the control of the people who are already controlled. Haven't they been released from control? We don't even know how many people have been controlled now. We don't know if someone has caught the spirit fox. If someone catches the spirit fox and sells its blood, wouldn't that be bad? Yi Xian nodded. This is the most important thing. However, Xian said, Big Cat doesn't know how to release control. Although it can hear the person orders, the person never forces it to do anything. They were not controlled from the beginning. Father Yi stepped into the house. Xin. What's going on? Yi Xian told this to Ye's father, and his face suddenly changed. Not good. I just came back from outside, and I heard that someone was selling fox blood. An auction will be held in the south of City A in 3 days, and everyone will be asked to inspect the goods and have their blood drawn on the spot. Now many families of high-ranking officials and rich people have headaches and are waiting for fox blood to cure their diseases. Now people are fighting for this bottle of fox blood. Moreover, some people claim that fox blood can not only cure mental damage, but also awaken people's superpowers. Mimi, how do you feel now? Father Yi turned to look at Mother Yi. Mother Yi shook her head. My head doesn't hurt anymore. But I haven't awakened any superpowers. By Muron analyzed, drinking fox blood can awaken superpowers. Could this be a fake news deliberately spread by that person minions, or the owner of the fox? This is the only way to drive up the price of fox blood? Yi Chao nodded. It's possible. But, no matter whether fox blood can awaken superpowers, as long as people who drink its blood will be controlled by that person, we have to take action. Otherwise it will be too late. Yi Xian nodded. By Muron. Contact Captain Liu and tell the A701 base this news, she said thoughtfully. Now it is not just a matter for our base. By Muron turned and left. Yi Xian called him again. You know what to say. We didn't reveal the fact that we caught the spirit fox when we came back. By Muron smiled. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. You are not stupid. But you are too honest. Yi Xian didn't dare to say this, for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Brother, arrange for someone to spread the news that fox blood is poisonous, and that people who drink fox blood will suffer from intermittent mental disorders. If anyone doesn't believe it, let them go to City B to inquire. Meng Jinghan, Li Yanwu, come with me to City B. Let's find the person who drank fox blood and see what they are like now. Bai Muron, come with us after you contact us. Hurry up. Bai Muron made an okay gesture from a distance. Mom, to be on the safe side, you should go into my space to recuperate. In case. Mother Yi nodded. I have thought about it. The best way is for me to become a citizen of your space, like your brother. This way, you don't have to consume your space energy, and you can monitor my behavior at any time. She sighed. In case I am controlled by that person, you can always put me into the space and wake me up. Yi Xian glanced at Father Yi, who nodded. This is the best way. I am busy now, and don't have time to stay by your mother's side every day. It's good to enter your space. Yi Xian put Yi's mother and Xian into the space, turned around and went to prepare for departure. Bai Muron ran over. Yi Xian, Captain Liu asked you to wait for him at the A701 base when you go to City B. He wants to go to City B with us. Yi Xian waved his hand. Okay. Let's go now. Dad, brother, the family affairs are left to you. We will rush back before the auction starts. Dad, please pay attention to which base caught the spirit fox. Brother, Zhang Fuxiang said that he hopes the base is not peaceful. If they need people, I will transfer you there at any time. You should also be prepared. After some instructions, Yi Xian got on the off-road vehicle, handed the car to Bai Muron, and drove towards City B. She immersed her thoughts in the space. It was a waste of energy for Gu Xinan to stay there. She felt relieved to leave him in the base. Even if she didn't want to, it would be better to accept him as a citizen. First, it is easy to control. And second, she can use him as an experiment to see if Gu Xinan, who has been controlled by that person for so long, can still become her space citizen, and see if he will still be controlled by that person in the space. Although Yi's mother has become her space citizen now, Yi Xian always feels that there is something different between Yi's mother and Gu Xinan. The car stopped suddenly, and then it was put into reverse gear and backed away. Bai Muron's voice was full of helplessness. There is a riot ahead. Damn it! We have been discovered. Sit tight. Chapter 224. Bang! A bullet flew past the car body, and the iron sheet of the car body was rubbed by the bullet and sparked. Bai Muron quickly turned the car around and drove towards the small road next to it. The small road was uneven, and the bumpy land almost shook out the breakfast that Yi Xian had eaten. She moved her thoughts out of the space. What's wrong? What happened? Bai Muron gritted his teeth and turned the steering wheel. The car was like a small boat in the turbulent sea, driving into the fields for a while, and rushing onto the small road for a while. Yi Xian was awakened by this bumpy road. The front should be the tip base and the hope base. They are fighting. Damn it! Why are the people behind chasing so closely? Li Yanwu. Li Yanwu heard Bai Muron shout, stretched out a hand from the window, aimed at the car behind and fired a shot. But the car body was shaking too much, and the bullet had already flown away. The rear car also stretched out a black muzzle. Boom! This weapon is much more powerful than their small caliber pistols. Li Yanwu quickly retracted his head. Oh Bai, can you go faster? Behind us are people from the cutting-edge base. Their weapons have obviously been improved, and so have their cars. We can't beat them. Bai Muron has already driven the car into the air, but the road ahead is flat, and there is no place to hide. Yi Xian dispersed her mental power and carefully checked the road conditions ahead. 500 meters ahead, there is a pile of rocks on the left. Led them up. Bai Muron got the instructions, turned the steering wheel to the left, and rushed towards the pile of rocks. Just 3 meters away from the pile of rocks, she turned the steering wheel again, and the car rushed to the right front. The car behind the car was driving very fast and wanted to turn the steering wheel, but it was too late. He rushed up the pile of rocks, and the car body spun and rushed down the pile of rocks. But it didn't flip over. Bai Muron shook his head. I still can't get rid of it. Yi Xian, let's see if there is any favorable terrain ahead. Yi Xian understood without him saying anything. She had already discovered that there was another opportunity not far ahead. 1,000 meters ahead was an irrigation canal. The overgrown weeds covered the more than 2-meter wide canal tightly. You couldn't see it unless you got close. Be careful. There is a water diversion canal about 1,000 meters ahead. Wait for him to get closer. Byron slowed down the car. How wide is it? 2 to 3 meters. There is water in it. Lead him to the canal. Under such road conditions, he can't fly even if the speed is fast. If the guidance is right, he can make the car rush into the water diversion canal. Bang! Another gunshot. This time, the car was hit in the back, and they were almost blown away by the strong impact. Li Yanwu stared at the car behind him. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. Old Bai. It's up to you this time. The aqueduct was getting closer and closer, and the bushes next to the aqueduct had hit the hood of the car. Byron turned the steering wheel sharply to the left again, and the 2 wheels on the right side of the car were suspended in the air, barely avoiding falling into the aqueduct. The vehicles behind were not so lucky. The bushes blocked people's sight, and they were focused on chasing EXIN's car. Seeing the car in front turn the steering wheel, they also turned the steering wheel. However, due to inertia, the car still rushed into the aqueduct like a leopard. EXIN heard the crisp sound of breaking ice and slapped Byron excitedly. It's done. Slow down and go around. It's impolite not to return the favor. Let's go and say hello to those people. Byron drove the car around for a long time, then returned to the original place and stopped behind the car. They waited quietly for more than 10 minutes, but no sound came from inside. Did he faint? Or drowned? Li Yanwu asked. EXIN shook his head. Neither. They are cunning. There are 3 people in total. One of them is unconscious. One is injured, and the other has already climbed out and is hiding next to the car body waiting for us to fall into his trap. Li Yanwu. Li Yanwu immediately understood what EXIN meant, took out a grenade and threw it over. Boom! The grenade exploded, but there was still no movement in front. EXIN smiled and pushed open the car door. You are so strong. One arm is gone. But you didn't make a sound. Byron pointed his gun at the broken car body, and the man was still gritting his teeth and trying to climb up. People from the extreme base. Haha. Why are you chasing us? The man didn't say anything, picked up a gun with his only remaining left hand and pointed it at EXIN tremblingly. EXIN bent down and snatched the gun from his hand. Don't waste your energy. If you are not useful to me, I really don't want to waste my energy. Come in. As soon as he said this, the man disappeared on the spot. Then EXIN took the car and the other 2 people. When they got to the space, they didn't have to worry about them turning over, so they could be interrogated slowly. After putting the car with the injured rear end into the space and changing to another car, they continued to drive forward. Meng Jinghan. These 3 people are from the advanced base. Wake him up and interrogate him to see if the spirit fox has fallen into their hands. By Bing. If they don't obey, you know what to do. Just don't kill them. Now EXIN is busy with the lawsuit and can't take care of these people. She just wants to get the news of the spirit fox and prevent the spirit fox blood from harming others again. After all these twists and turns, they barely arrived at the A701 base before noon, and Lu Mingfei had already brought people there. After listening to Byron's description of the situation on the road, Lu Mingfei frowned slightly. This cutting-edge base has been very dishonest recently. It is not only attacking the Hope base, but also the Hope base. It even opened fire on us some time ago. If they get the spirit fox, their strength will only be stronger. I'm afraid we won't be able to live in peace at that time. EXIN pursed her lips tightly and didn't say anything. She knew a little about the attack of the cutting-edge base on the Hope base. Fortunately, Zhang Fuxian could still handle it, so she didn't pay special attention to it. Now it seems that this cutting-edge base is very arrogant. Under such circumstances, they dare to fight with 3 bases at the same time. If they don't have something to rely on, they will never dare to do so. What will he rely on? High-end technology? Spirit fox? Or something they don't understand? Thinking about it, she asked. Lu Mingfei also shook his head. I don't know about this. I just know that their boss has changed. Let's go. Let's talk while we walk. Xiao Lu, you drive and follow. I take Captain Ye's car. As he said that, Lu Mingfei got into EXIN's car. EXIN. If the spirit fox really falls into the hands of the cutting-edge base, it may be really troublesome. We have to think of a way. EXIN was a little confused. Lu Mingfei seemed to have made up his mind and said to Yi Xian, "To be honest, after the coup in our base, many bigwigs in the political and business circles had defected to the cutting-edge base. And they..." Lu Mingfei was still considering his words. And Bai Muron's hand holding the steering wheel shook violently. And he asked in a deep voice, "Is Lao Lu also there?" Lu Mingfei nodded fiercely. Chapter 225. Bai Muron sighed. Report to the superiors after returning from City B. If the blood of the spirit fox can really control people, this matter is related to the survival of the entire human race. So they don't have to worry about it. Yi Xian was confused. Bai Muron explained, Lao Lu is a big boss in the business world. Not only does he have a wide network of contacts, he also has inextricable connections with the top leaders of the large bases in several nearby cities. Now that he has gone to the cutting-edge base, all material resources will probably be tilted towards the cutting-edge base. Right, Captain Lu? Lu Mingfei nodded. That's right. Now the food standards of our base have dropped more than one level. Hee. City B. A small village near Gangtai Mountain, with two big characters engraved on the big stone at the entrance of the village. Meng, which is obviously the name of the village. According to Lu Mingfei, the blood of the spirit fox that can cure mental damage came from here. And the psychic awakener and his mother also live in this village. The village was very quiet, and the car drove on the country road without seeing a single zombie. Just as Yi Xian was wondering. Bang! A crisp gunshot broke the silence, and the people in the car suddenly became nervous. Then a man's voice came, "Don't go any further. If you go any further, we will not be polite." Bai Muron stopped the car, rolled down the window and shouted, "We are from the Mid-Mountain Base and A701 Base. Looking for a man named Ma Liang. Is he in your village?" They may not have heard of the Banshan Base, but the reputation of the A701 Base is too loud. When the man heard the shout, he raised the air gun in his hand again. "I don't care which base you are from. Don't even think about entering the village." Humph! What can the A701 base do? Ma Liang has psychic powers, and he took his old mother to seek refuge. But he was still rejected? Yi Xian, Bai Muron and Lien Wu looked at Lu Mingfei at the same time. Rejecting an awakened person with superpowers? This is not something a big base can do. Right? Unexpectedly, Lu Mingfei rolled down the window and shouted outside, "We are here to solve this matter. I am Lu Mingfei, the captain of the Special Mission Execution Team of the A701 base. Please invite Ma Liang." Yi Xian and Bai Muron looked at each other. It seemed that Lu Mingfei knew about this matter, but the person in front was not willing to believe him. The air gun was raised to the level of his eyebrows. "We don't need it anymore. Please go back. Captain Lu. Ma Liang will not see you." Bang! The gunshot rang again, and Bai Muron had to turn around and walk back. Yi Xian never expected to be turned away at the first meeting. They had no choice but to set up camp in the village next to Meng, which was different from Meng. The narrow country road was full of zombies wandering around with their heads down, and they all ran towards the car when they heard the sound of the car. The stench of the zombies could be smelled from a distance. Hee. Roar! There is food here. Delicious food. The zombies opened their bloody mouths and lay on the car window, drooling at the people inside. Their lips that had long been rotten turned outward, and the black flesh hanging on the bones made people feel sick. Yi Xian took out the essence and gave it to the people around her, and reminded them, use cold weapons. Try not to shoot. Bai Muron and Lien Wu nodded. Suddenly opened the car door, and the zombie was knocked to the side. Then a knife was used, and the zombie fell to the ground, dropping a shiny zombie crystal core. Lu Mingfei and his team members did the same thing, and quickly cleaned up the zombies around them. Yi Xian put the car into the space, and even Lu Mingfei's car was taken away by her. Looking at the surrounding houses, the gates were basically destroyed, and it seemed that this place had been searched. Places without gates were unsafe, so they had to keep going forward, hoping to find a relatively intact courtyard to live in. The group walked 800 meters forward, and there was an alley to the right. Inside the alley was an iron gate painted black with a couplet sprayed with paint on it. Live in a wealthy place. Live in happiness. The two gates were closed and intact, forming a sharp contrast with the two dilapidated wooden gates in front of him. Lu Mingfei had sharp eyes, and saw the small courtyard at a glance. He pointed and said, "Here. Let's go and have a look." Yi Xian and Bai Muron chopped down several zombies at the entrance of the alley, and Lu Mingfei had already walked in with his men. Li Yanwu was far behind them. Yi Xian was about to catch up with them, but saw Lu Mingfei suddenly stopped. Then a black shadow flashed from the broken door and clawed at Lu Mingfei. As fast as lightning, Lu Mingfei shouted, "Level 2 zombie. Be careful." Yi Xian's heart trembled, not knowing whether she was lucky or for some other reason. She had never encountered a level 2 zombie since the end of the world. The highest level zombie she had fought was Gu Qingyu, who was at most a level 2 primary zombie. As Lu Mingfei shouted, a flame shot out from his palm and burned towards the zombie. This was a man about 190 centimeters tall. Judging from his body shape, he must have weighed at least 200 caddies when he was alive. Zombies are not afraid of pain, and with such a large body, it is difficult for it to be stopped by a flame. Not to mention that this is a level 2 zombie. Unlike other zombies that only know how to attack, it seems to understand Lu Mingfei offensive and has calculated the retreat in advance. When the flames were about to reach it, it suddenly stepped aside to avoid the flames, and then stretched out its sharp claws to grab Lu Mingfei. Roar! The zombies' voices and fighting sounds attracted more low-level zombies. The two team members Xiao Lu and Dewei brought by Lu Mingfei were already too busy to deal with the low-level zombies that surrounded them. Yi Xian took a step forward, and a water wall gushed out from his palm, blocking the zombies and Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei took a breath. The second-level zombie has already gained intelligence, and it seems to be able to call other zombies. Yi Xian nodded. Let's retreat. However, it was too late. The second-level zombie made a whoosh sound from its mouth, attracting more zombies to attack. The small alley was already full of zombies. If they wanted to escape, they had to kill all the zombies here. Bai Muron and Li Yanwu waved their arms vigorously, chopping down zombies one after another. They were smeared with essence, so it was not easy for zombies to identify and attack them even in a group of zombies. The two people brought by Lu Mingfei were different. They did not use essence. The zombies opened their mouths wide. Hee. Eat. I want to eat. They came around Xiao Lu and Dewei. Xiao Lu shouted anxiously, Deputy Captain Bai. Save me. Bai Muron rushed to him quickly and chopped down several zombies around him. No. Shoot. You can't kill them all like this. Li Yanwu had given up the steel knife, and the water power spurted out from his palms, turning into high-pressure water jets and rushing towards the zombies. At this time, the second-level zombie had already climbed up the wall. Roar! It pounced down from the wall, and Lu Mingfei was pressed down by it before he could dodge. Chapter 226. Even though Lu Mingfei had been through hundreds of battles, he was already at a loss when he was suddenly pinned down by a zombie. He closed his eyes and said, It's over. I'm going to die. Seeing this, Yi Xian behind him suddenly pulled out a steel knife and cut off the two claws that were about to grab Lu Mingfei's face. The claws landed on Lu Mingfei, and he suddenly opened his eyes, only to see the bloody mouth close to his cheek. He tried hard to lift the zombie away, and suddenly heard a crisp sound. Just like a steel knife hitting metal, the zombie's head had been split in half, and the brain sprayed all over him without a head or face. Yi Xian was standing behind the zombie with a steel knife in hand, muttering, It's so hard. It's so fast. If you hadn't attracted its attention, it wouldn't be so easy to cut it. Lu Mingfei opened the zombie's body and stood up with a somersault. Damn! This is too scary. He reached out and touched the brain on his face. Bent down and started to retch. Yi Xian stretched out her palm again, and the water column rushed to Lu Mingfei's eyes, and her smiling eyes seemed to say, Wash it. So disgusting. Lu Mingfei did not refuse, and quickly washed his face and hands with Yi Xian's water. Without the call of the second-level zombies, it was much easier to deal with the low-level zombies over there. The gunshots rang out and zombies fell to the ground one after another. Li Yanwu's high-pressure water column was like a steel knife, harvesting the lives of zombies one after another. Xiao Lu and Dawei had already stood behind Bai Muron and Li Yanwu, gritting their teeth and shooting at the zombies. Damn it! Why are there so many? Yi Xian picked up the colorful zombie crystal core, and then followed Lu Mingfei to the roof next to them, looking down at the zombies below. With fire and water attacking together, the zombies were killed in a short while, leaving Xiao Lu and Li Yanwu to pick up the zombie crystal cores. Lu Mingfei pushed open the door in front of him. As long as the door was closed, they would be safe for the time being. But before closing the door, they had to check whether the courtyard was safe. Yi Xian led Bai Muron to the east, and Lu Mingfei led Dawei to the west. And they checked separately. Maybe Lu Mingfei didn't check the almanac before he went out. Dawei screamed and disappeared. Lu Mingfei was so scared that he screamed, "What is that?" Yi Xian and Bai Muron heard the noise, and quickly rushed out from the east wing. "What's going on?" Lu Mingfei was standing alone in the yard, holding a gun in his hand and shooting back and forth. Dawei disappeared suddenly. He was taken away by something just now. "Be careful." Yi Xian smelled a strong stench and couldn't help frowning and said, "Is there another level 2 zombie here? Why does it smell like the zombie in front?" Bai Muron shook his head. "No. It smells worse than the one in front." Li Yanwu stepped into the door. "Yi Xian." Then he realized that the atmosphere here was not right, and quickly stuffed the zombie core into his pocket. Then took out his gun and stood back to back with Yi Xian and Bai Muron in a defensive posture. "What's going on? Where's Dawei? Don't talk. There are more dangerous things here. Be careful." Xiao Lu and Lu Mingfei also stood back to back, holding guns in both hands and looking around vigilantly. Yi Xian said, "Retreat. We can't stay here. We need to find another place." Before she finished her sentence, she saw a figure swooping down from the roof and rushing towards Lu Mingfei. This time, they saw clearly. It was a child. She was about 10 years old. But her eyes were not the gray and lifeless eyes that zombies should have. She looked like she was wearing beauty contact lenses, with black eyeballs in both eyes, emitting a strange light in the dim evening. Her speed was not at the same level as that of the second-level zombie. Lu Mingfei fired a shot but missed, so he rolled on the ground and barely avoided the attack. Lu Mingfei was indeed a veteran who had been through many battles. Before he even stood up, he had already fired 3 shots at the shadow, and it was obvious that one of the shots hit the target. However, the shadow seemed to have no sense, and it jumped onto the roof and swooped down again not long after. This time she attacked Xiao Lu, who followed Lu Mingfei's movements and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, but looked particularly embarrassed. Bai Muron fired 3 shots at the shadow, but unfortunately all of them missed. "What is this?" Bai Muron and Li Yanwu asked at the same time. Lu Mingfei looked serious. "Level 1 zombie. It should be in the early stage of level 1. Speed type. This? Huh?" The shadow attacked again, and Lu Mingfei had to swallow the second half of his sentence. After dodging the attack again, he continued, "I led people to fight a level 1 zombie, a strength variant, and lost 5 or 6 soldiers at that time. It's just a child. He's not that scary except that he's fast and smart. Adults with strong strength are scary. Be careful." After he pushed Xiao Lu to the ground to avoid the attack, he said, "Retreat. We can't handle it at such a fast speed." Yi Xian and Bai Muron slowly retreated to the door. Yi Xian released the big cat and the small cat out of the space. "Go! Kill that zombie." Seeing the 2 cats released by Yi Xian, the zombie seemed to have a soul. It no longer attacked Lu Mingfei and the others, but stared at the 2 cats carefully and grabbed them with a claw. Big Cat did not retreat but advanced, also waving a claw at the zombie. The zombie's claws grabbed Big Cat's skin, taking off a handful of hair. De Meow's claws grabbed the zombie's cheek, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Meow. Little Cat seemed to have received an order and jumped to the right front, while Big Cat jumped to the left front. The 2 cats and a zombie disappeared on the roof at the same time. Then, there was a ping-pong-pong sound from the roof, and tiles flew down from the roof like cannonballs, and everyone quickly retreated to the outside of the gate. Lu Mingfei stared at him with his eyes wide open. These 2 cats? Right? So powerful. Why are they so big? They look like the animals in the forbidden land of Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. Yi Xian looked back at him. This man always hits the nail on the head. Aren't the big cat and the small cat the animals in the forbidden land of Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain? She didn't say anything, but used her mental power to keep a close eye on the fight on the roof. It was obvious that the zombie had lost its physical advantage under the siege of the 2 cats, and was now surrounded by the 2 cats and struggling for life and death. She then turned back to look at Lu Mingfei. Keep searching. They can handle that zombie, she thought. There is a level 1 zombie here. As long as we kill it, there is probably no place safer than here. Right? Sure enough, there were no other zombies in this yard except this level 1 zombie. Not even a mouse. The pots and pans here are still the same as when the owner was alive. Not damaged at all. Looking at the dark sky, Yi Xian spoke, Captain Liu. We can't just waste time here. The auction of the fox blood will start in 3 days. We must find Ma Liang as soon as possible and convince him to cooperate with the work. There were still sounds of fighting on the roof. Lu Mingfei was obviously still in shock. Captain Yi. What's your idea? He looked at the roof and said, why don't we take a rest first? Tomorrow we will sneak into Ma Ying and find Ma Liang first. The sound of fighting on the roof gradually disappeared. Yi Xian stared at Lu Mingfei's eyes. Captain Liu. He seems to have some grudges against your base. It may be difficult to convince him. You see? Yi Xian didn't finish speaking. Lu Mingfei should make the decision. Lu Mingfei sighed. I understand what Captain Yi means. I will try my best to settle this matter. But Lu Mingfei seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak. After a long time, he said, can you lend me Bai Muron? Chapter 227. Yi Xian looked at Bai Muron. Whether he was willing to participate in the A701 base again was up to him. Bai Muron nodded. Speaking of that matter, I have some connections with him. I am willing to accompany Captain Liu. He turned to look at Lu Mingfei. When do we set off? It would be best tonight. It would be more difficult to get close after dawn. It coincided with Lu Mingfei's idea. Lu Mingfei took out food from his backpack. Let's go after dinner. It's not peaceful here. Let's solve it early and go back early. As he said that, he handed the food to Xiao Lu to heat up. A portion of stir-fried potato shreds. A portion of vinegar-fried cabbage. Not to mention the meat. Even the soup did not have a trace of oil. As if it was boiled in water. Bai Muron looked at the chicken legs, spare ribs and egg-fried rice in front of him, and felt a little bit uncomfortable. And glanced at Yi Xian secretly. Yi Xian turned her head, and pretended not to see. Bai Muron walked up to Lu Mingfei, and put his own dishes in front of him. I have eaten too much meat these 2 days. And I have a little difficulty in digestion. Let's change. Yi Xian, Li Yanwu, brother. Can we find a better excuse? This is a bit like showing off. Lu Mingfei and Xiao Lu were really greedy. They hadn't seen what meat looked like since Bai Muron left. The two of them put their chopsticks into Bai Muron's rice bowl without hesitation. Each of them only picked up a piece of ribs and stopped eating. At the same time, they also gave some of their vegetarian dishes to Bai Muron. Bai Muron simply pushed his ribs in front of the two people, and then put their shredded potatoes into his own rice bowl. Looking at Bai Muron, Yi Xian suddenly remembered Su Jing in her previous life. When everyone was short of food and clothing, she gave food to herself and Xian. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the first year. Now she lives well in the space. This may be the best ending and the meaning of the existence of the space. After dinner and a short rest, Lu Mingfei took Bai Muron and set off. Before leaving, both of them applied essence to prevent being tripped by zombies on the road. The night was pitch black. Even the moon had hidden in the clouds. Two shadows were as agile as cats. Quickly crossing the street and heading towards Mazhuang. Lu Mingfei was in front, and Bai Muron was behind, stopping in front of the boundary marker outside Mang village. Captain Liu, I be in front. If we run into their people, I be more confident than you. Lu Mingfei nodded without hesitation. Be careful. There may be someone on duty at night, and they don't know you. Bai Muron walked forward less than 100 meters. Bang! Another crisp gunshot. The bullet brushed Bai Muron's body and shot into the distance. Who is it? Stop and don't go forward. A man's voice sounded in the darkness. Bai Muron spread his hands. We have no ill intentions. I am Bai Muron from the A701 base. I am looking for Ma Liang. Please lead the way. The man seemed to be difficult to talk to. Muttering to himself, it's really strange. Someone came to see him in the afternoon, and someone else came to see him in the evening. Wasn't the A701 base not going to accept him? Changed your mind? Bai Muron and Lu Mingfei looked at each other, and stood there waiting obediently. The man said to the person next to him, Ma Liang should not be asleep yet. Go find him, and see what he says. Hey! What's your name? The man shouted to Bai Muron. Bai Muron? A small figure quickly ran towards the village. Probably to find Ma Liang. Lu Mingfei breathed a sigh of relief. I hope Muron's name is still useful. Otherwise they have to find a way to sneak in. When Ma Liang and his mother went to the A701 base, they were refused entry because they could not afford the entrance fee. At that time, both of them were almost starving to death and were besieged by two zombies. Bai Muron, who happened to be back from a mission, found them and not only drove away the zombies for them, but also handed them 2 steamed buns. After learning that they were also rejected because they could not pay the entrance fee, Bai Muron felt that there was no zombie crystal core on his body, so he had to watch the mother and son leave. Later he learned that the man was called Ma Liang, and he was a psychic awakener. But at that time, the base was controlled by political bigwigs, and their military Xiao Luoluo had no say at all. So the matter was just covered up. Who would have thought that his mother was the first person to drink fox blood to cure her mental damage? Bai Muron felt familiar with the name Ma Liang when he heard it yesterday, until he walked to the next village and met zombies. He remembered who Ma Liang was. The two did not stay here for long, and saw the small figure running over with a tall man, holding a torch in his hand. The man stood in front of Bai Muron, and the torch came close to Bai Muron. Bai Muron took off his night vision goggles and smiled at him. Long time no see. Ma Liang immediately recognized Bai Muron. Benefactor. Is it really you? Come on. Come in. Follow me. As he spoke, he led the way in front, and Bai Muron followed Lu Mingfei behind him, walking deep into the village. At this time, they realized that Mang was like a small base, with all the households keeping their doors closed, in addition to the people guarding the entrance to the village. There were also people patrolling on the road. The patrollers should also be villagers from the village. They nodded to Ma Liang when they saw him. No wonder the man during the day said that they no longer needed to enter the A701 base. Lu Mingfei and Bai Muron looked at each other. They both understood that even if Ma Liang's mother had intermittent mental disorder, it might be a secret to the outside world. If he couldn't be tempted by the conditions of joining the base, would he tell the truth? Bai Muron was also a little worried. After walking to the end of the village, Ma Liang stood in front of a small courtyard, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Mom, I'm back. Open the door." An old man with gray hair walked out and opened the door for them to come in. Seeing Bai Muron, the old man kept muttering, "Liangzi said that our savior is here, but I don't believe it. Is it really you? Why are you here so late at night?" He poured a bowl of hot water for the two of them. Bai Muron took the bowl of hot water and smiled. "Are you in good health?" "Old man? We passed by here on a mission and heard that you lived here, so we came here to ask for a bowl of water." The old man didn't doubt him. "Have you eaten?" "Oh, Liangzi, go see if we have anything to eat." Bai Muron hurriedly stopped him and said, I've eaten. We all bring dry food when we go on missions." As he said that, Bai Muron took out 2 steamed buns from his backpack and handed them over. "Just consider them as a gift for your trouble." The old man refused to accept them, but his old eyes were fixed on the 2 steamed buns. What else did Bai Muron not understand? Although they could barely make a living here, they could hardly get enough food and clothing, so they were naturally envious when they saw the 2 steamed buns. Bai Muron stuffed the steamed buns into the old man's hand. "Take it. We brought a lot." The old man handed the steamed bun to his son, then took Bai Muron's hand and looked him up and down. "My benefactor is still so energetic. It seems a little fatter." Bai Muron took the old woman's hand and asked her to sit on the chair. "How is your health? It's not easy for everyone in this end times. Many people outside suffer from auditory hallucinations, and some are mentally ill." The old man was slightly stunned when he heard this. Chapter 228. She glanced at her son and asked in confusion, "Really? Why is this happening?" Bai Muron frowned and said, "Of course it's true. I don't know if you have heard that there are people with more serious conditions who also have headaches and can't sleep day and night. This is our captain, Lu Mingfei. If you don't believe me, ask him." Lu Mingfei nodded and asked with concern, "Is there something wrong with the old man's health?" "There is a hospital at the A701 base that can help you with treatment." Ma Liang spoke first. "My mother is in good health. Thank you, Captain Lu, for your concern. As for the A701 base, we can't afford the entrance fee, so we won't go." Lu Mingfei was rejected, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bai Muron understood that if the matter was not made clear, it would be difficult for them to find out the truth about the mother and son. So, Bai Muron became serious. "There is another very important reason why we are worried about the old man's health." He looked at Ma Liang sharply. "This matter is a long story." Then Bai Muron told him about his trip to the Banshan base, where he caught a spirit fox, and the abnormalities that occurred after drinking the spirit fox's blood. Finally, he analyzed the current situation for him, and then stared at Ma Liang and said, "You were also a college student before the end of the world, And you should know the seriousness of this matter. It's up to you whether you want to cooperate with us. After a pause, he continued, if you are willing to cooperate, I can make the decision for the Banshan base and take you back to the Banshan base. I can't say anything else. But at least safety and food and clothing will not be a problem. Ma Liang was silent. His mother did have intermittent mental abnormalities after drinking the fox blood. He once suspected whether the fox blood was poisonous. But he never considered that his mother was controlled by someone else. He didn't like the A701 base. But it didn't mean that he didn't like Bimuron. This person gave up the largest base to go to the mid-mountain base in a city. He must have his considerations. And at present, he didn't seem to be lying. He thought for a moment, I want to meet your lord. This is naturally no problem. As long as he brings Ma Liang to Yi Xian, he will have completed more than half of the task. If things don't work out, there is still room for Yi Xian. If these two people really don't cooperate, they will be handed over to Yi Xian for training. Bimuron suggested, take your mother with you. It's not safe for her to be alone at home. Ma Liang did not object. In this way, Bimuron carried the old man on his back and took Ma Liang to the place where Yi Xian set up camp. This tossing lasted most of the night. Yi Xian had just fallen asleep when she heard Bimuron knocking on the door. Seeing him carrying an old man on his back and a man in his 30s following behind him, she lost her sleepiness immediately. The old man had a keen nose and smelled the meat when he entered the house. And his stomach immediately gurgled, rumbled. She whispered to her son, the benefactor did not lie. There is meat here. And they even had meat for dinner. Yi Xian did not hide her vest. And directly took out 2 large bowls of beef noodles from the space. Pushed them in front of the 2 people. And smiled, the old man seems hungry. Eat first. And talk after you are full. Seeing this young woman take out 2 bowls of noodles like a magic trick, with large chunks of beef on top emitting an irresistible aroma, Ma Liang and his mother were stunned. Isn't this not good? She said this, but couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Yi Xian smiled and introduced herself. I am the lord of the Banshan base. Yi Xian, since you trust my men, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Eat. Eat until you are full. The 2 of them were full of grass and couldn't resist hunger at all. How could they resist seeing these 2 bowls of noodles? He picked up the bowl and started to eat voraciously. After eating more than half of it, the speed of eating gradually slowed down, and he began to chew slowly, as if he was savoring the taste of each noodle. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little sad. This is the life of ordinary people in the end times. Even if this person has awakened spiritual powers, there is still no food without food. It took a long time for the mother and son to finish the bowl of noodles, even drinking up the soup. Then, they wiped their mouths and said, we are willing to cooperate. Lord Yi, we are willing to follow you and join the mid-mountain base. Yi Xian had already seen that not long after they started eating noodles, a small red heart appeared on their heads. It was a sign of surrender. No doubt about it. Yi Xian smiled and stretched out her hands. Welcome. But we still need you to provide information to deal with our common enemy. Lu Mingfei stood aside without saying a word, hoping that Yi Xian could succeed. Ma Liang glanced at Lu Mingfei and began to speak slowly. And the old lady supplemented what was unclear. From Ma Liang's mouth, it was learned that this old man, like Ye's mother, fell into a coma after drinking the fox blood, and was in a coma for several days before waking up. Although her head no longer hurts, she can still hear someone talking in her head from time to time, directing her to do this and that. She can't disobey. 10 miles west of Mang is Gangtai Mountain. When her mother was controlled by someone, she could climb Gangtai Mountain alone. He found her on Gangtai Mountain several times. Old man, after you finish the task assigned by that person, can you remember what you did after you wake up? The old man shook his head. I don't remember at all. He doesn't even know how he got to Gangtai Mountain. Yi Xian was silent. Even if Gu Sinan was controlled, he knew what he was doing and could resist. Judging from what Ye's mother and the old man said, they seemed to have no ability to resist at all. There may be 2 reasons. First, this place is too close to Gangtai Mountain, which is conducive to that person control. And Fengcheng is too far away, so Gu Sinan can still struggle a little bit mentally. Second, the servants directly selected by that person are still different from those who are indirectly controlled by drinking the spirit fox blood. They are almost like zombies, and when they are controlled, they are completely like walking corpses. Yi Xian arranged for 2 people to rest in the west wing. and shared this idea with Lu Mingfei and others. Lu Mingfei nodded. No matter what the situation is, the blood of the spirit fox can no longer be circulated. Stopping that auction is the key. Xiao Lu, send a message to the base immediately, and let them report to the higher level. I'm afraid that this matter cannot be handled by our 2 bases alone. We need more forces to participate. He looked back at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, if we need help, can your mid-mountain base help us eliminate that person? Maybe. Lu Mingfei pondered. Maybe only when that person is completely eliminated. The end of the world can stop. And those who are controlled by him can be completely freed. It coincides with Yi Xian's idea. Just like her space. There is only one way for the space subjects to completely get rid of Yi Xian's control. That is, Yi Xian dies and the space disappears. Perhaps that person is the same. Yi Xian nodded. This is related to the fate of the entire human race. Yi Xian, will naturally not refuse. However, let's think about how to stop the auction from taking place. We still have 2 days to prepare. Captain Lu can go back to prepare first. And then you are welcome to come to the mid-mountain base, where I am not far from the auction. A black shadow disappeared from the yard. Yi Xian looked over intentionally or unintentionally, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 229. The shadow was none other than Ma Liang. His mental power was at a very low level, and he could only hear the conversation between Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei in the house when he stood in the yard. When his mental power explored over, he was captured by Yi Xian, who pretended not to notice and just communicated normally with Lu Mingfei. After Lu Mingfei left, Yi Xian also explored his mental power over. Ma Liang walked into the house and nodded to his mother. She didn't lie. I heard that they are planning how to deal with the person who controls you. The old lady shook her head and said to her son, just do this once. These people are all capable people. It will be bad if they find out. They are good to us. We can't be ungrateful. Right? Ma Liang nodded and helped his mother sit on the bed. All is up to you. Go to rest. The lights in the west wing were turned off, and Yi Xian also collected her mental power. It seems that these 2 people are reliable. Especially this old lady, who is very honest. However, not long after falling asleep, the old lady suddenly got up, opened the door, and walked out. The iron door was opened, and Yi Xian woke up at once. Bai Muran and Lu Mingfei also rushed out of the room at the same time. Then Ma Liang also ran out of the room, putting on clothes while shouting, Mom, what are you going to do? Yi Xian grabbed him. Wait, is she being controlled again? Ma Liang nodded. It should be. Every time she is controlled, she walks out without saying a word, and no one can wake her up. Yi Xian was stunned. You can't wake her up? Ma Liang shook his head. No, unless she wakes up by herself. Once I followed her all the way to Hantai Mountain before she woke up, and I didn't see her do anything. Yi Xian frowned, thinking, this situation doesn't seem to be the same as Ye's mother. Ye's mother woke up when she called her. Why can't this old lady wake up? Is serum different from whole blood? Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. A group of people followed her not far away, wanting to see where she was going and what she was going to do. The zombies wandering on the road rushed towards the old woman. Bai Muran raised his hand to hit him, but was grabbed by Yi Xian. Wait! Ma Liang looked at the scene in front of him very calmly. She can beat the zombies. The old lady saw the zombies rushing towards her, stretched out her hand, and hit the zombies' heads. Although it seemed that she didn't use any force, the zombies fell to the ground as if they were hit by heavy weapons, and their brains burst, and even the zombies' crystal cores rolled out. Yi Xian widened her eyes in surprise. Oh my god! How much power does this require? No wonder some people say that drinking fox blood can awaken superpowers. This is what they are talking about, right? Turning back to ask Ma Liang, has anyone seen your mother like this? Ma Liang nodded. Once. Zombies surrounded our village, and my mother was sick at the time. The way out was blocked by zombies. My mother killed several zombies like this. I was so scared that I quickly took her home and locked her up. When my mother was sick, her power was so great that I couldn't stop her. If it weren't for the help of the neighbors at that time, I would have no way to deal with her. Later, I didn't dare to say that my mother was ill, for fear of being driven out of the village. I only said that my mother was possessed by my dead father. Therefore, few people in the village knew that my mother had intermittent illnesses. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Bai Muran, You accompany him back to the village, and tell the villagers that drinking fox blood will cause intermittent mental abnormalities. Turning to Ma Liang, he said, "Don't worry. We will follow your mother, and ensure that she comes back unscathed. You go quickly, and come back quickly. We will leave for home at 12 noon. Ma Liang was about to speak when Bai Miran pulled him back. Hurry up. Time is short, and the task is heavy. I will answer you on the way if you want to ask anything. Ma Liang was pulled by Bai Miran and ran towards Meng, looking back every few steps. Yi Xian followed with Li Yanwu and Lu Mingfei. The old lady walked quickly towards the most prosperous area of City B. She stopped in front of a more than 10-story office building and looked up, as if she was carefully observing something on the roof. Yi Xian and her group followed her gaze for a long time, but still did not find anything suspicious. Suddenly, the old lady sat down on the ground with a confused look on her face. Yi Xian hurried over. How do you feel? The old lady stared at the three people blankly. I am sick again? What were you looking at just now? The old lady was even more confused. What are you looking at? She turned her head and looked around. What did I do just now? She still knew nothing. Yi Xian helped her up. Yanwu, please bear with me and carry me home. The old lady wanted to refuse, but she almost fell to the ground as soon as she took a step. She had to lie on Li Yanwu's back and let him carry her home. She looked back at Yi Xian. Girl, I am a burden now. Thank you for not disliking me. I don't know how to thank you. It was the same before. Liangzi always carried me home. Hey! Huh? Where's Liangzi? Li Yanwu told her that Ma Liang and Bai Miran had gone home, so she should pack her things and go back to the mid-mountain base tomorrow. The old lady then dispelled her doubts and said to Yi Xian, Girl, if it really doesn't work, just lock me up so that I won't get into trouble. Every time Liangzi finds out early, he will lock me up at home. As long as I can't open the door and go out, it's fine. Yi Xian thought for a long time, and seeing that Lu Mingfei still didn't speak, let's talk about this matter when we return to the mid-mountain base. Li Yanwu sent the old lady back to her room. Lu Mingfei looked at Yi Xian. She seems to be going to confirm something. Li Yanwu and I will go to see her tomorrow morning. Can you and Xiaolu stay here? Yi Xian nodded. That's what I meant. Be careful when you go there, and try to get back before noon. The auction cannot be delayed. After a brief exchange, Xiaolu was left to watch over the old lady, and the three of them went back to the room to rest for a while, until it was bright. Lu Mingfei and Li Yanwu hurriedly ate breakfast and walked towards the building. There must be something that person is worried about, so he forced her to check it in the middle of the night. Yi Xian asked Xiaolu to go and rest, and sat next to the old lady. I have a place that person can't control. She briefly introduced her space rules, hoping that she could choose by herself, so that it would be much easier. The old lady looked at Yi Xian. The girl is a person with great luck. I am willing to go in, as long as I don't cause trouble for Liangzi. I can go anywhere. Yi Xian took the old lady into the space, seeing the endless crops and fruit trees. The old lady was stunned. It's much better here than outside. I like it. I like it. Although she said she liked it, and the expression on her face seemed to be really like it. There were only 4 little stars on her head. Yi Xian was stunned. If you really like it, there should be 5 little stars. Looking at Gu Xinan, who was busy not far away, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown and thought about it. Chapter 230. Gu Xinan has surrendered, but he only has 3 little red hearts. Barely passing. Yi Xian didn't pay attention at the time. After all, she and Gu Xinan were sworn enemies. Now she had to accept him in order to deal with that person. I guess he would be reluctant. But what's wrong with this old lady? From her performance, she should have 5 hearts. Why only 4? Could it be that she didn't really want to surrender, but it was a helpless act? Yi Xian was puzzled. Soon after she was moved out of the space, Bai Miran and Ma Liang came back. After waiting for a long time, Lu Mingfei and Li Yanwu came back from the city. Both of them looked tired. We didn't find anything, and we were almost besieged by zombies. Let's go! There are zombies following us. From a distance, Yi Xian saw a group of zombies running towards this side. But when they entered the alley in front of them, they suddenly stopped and turned to walk in other directions. Yi Xian and Bai Miran looked at each other. What's going on? No matter what happened, everyone is back, and going home is the most important thing. Bai Miran drove. Yi Xian sat in the co-pilot. leaving Li Yanwu and Ma Liang and his mother in the back. And Yi Xian sank his thoughts into space again. Meng Jinghan was looking for him. And the 3 people from the cutting-edge base were interrogated on the way here. According to these 3 people, they were divided into 3 forces to go out for action at that time. They were responsible for attacking the Hope base. And another team was responsible for attacking the Hope base. He didn't know what the specific task of the other team was. He told Meng Jinghan very confidently. They had not been to Gangtai Mountain since last week. As for whether they had caught the spirit fox, they were too low-level to know. The man with a broken leg also provided a very interesting news. Their base prohibited members from hunting zombies at will. If you want to kill zombies, you can look for level 2 or above zombies to hunt. Even the base's universal currency has changed from ordinary zombie crystal cores to level 2 zombie crystal cores. As he spoke, Meng Jinghan took out 7 or 8 level 2 zombie crystal cores from his pocket, all of which shone with colorful light under the sky of space. What do you think this means? Meng Jinghan stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the 2nd level zombie crystal cores and looked at Meng Jinghan and by Bing, what do you think? The 2 people's opinions were surprisingly consistent. Can't the boss of the cutting-edge base control zombies? I guess he can control zombies below level 2 at most. It is precisely because level 2 zombies are beyond his control that he allows others to hunt them. However, how did he get this ability to control zombies? Could it be that this person also gave him this ability? This is what we need to consider. If not, then it is a kind of supernatural power. If it is, Bai Bing did not finish, but looked at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan added, we all agree that if this ability was given to him by that mysterious person, then the spirit fox is likely to be in the cutting-edge base. And that person wants to use the cutting-edge base to develop his own power. Moreover, according to our speculation, this possibility is not low, and we must be prepared in advance. Hope base. At this moment, they are suffering from the dilemma of being surrounded by zombies. Madam, there are too many zombies here. Request for support. Request for support. Zhang Fuxiang asked Yi Xian for help through the space system. Yi Xian took Zhang Fuxiang and Yi Chao into the space remotely, took out the essence and gave it to them, and asked them to lead Meng Jinghan and more than 20 other space citizens. Under the control of Yi Xian's powerful mental power, these people were successfully placed at the location where Zhang Fuxiang was when he entered the space. How far are we from the Hope base? Bai Muron looked back at her. About 170 kilometers. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the Hope base? Yi Xian nodded. It's surrounded by zombies. It should be the work of the advanced base. Speed up. We go to support. Zhang Fuxiang has now become the boss of the Hope base. The base currently belongs to Yi Xian, but the name has not been changed. Naturally, she can't just stand by and watch. Although Yi Chao and Meng Jinghan have already led people over. What is the situation over there? Can they handle it? Yi Xian still has no idea. If they want to completely subdue those people, Yi Xian needs to act as a hero. And Yi Chao can do it too, as long as he can handle it. At this moment, the Hope base is facing a severe test. A tall man turned around and didn't see Zhang Fuxiang, and shouted, Boss! Where's the boss? Damn! Didn't he run away? Li Shang, who was behind, was Zhang Fuxiang's most capable assistant. He shot off a zombie's head and shouted back, Shut your stinky mouth. When has the boss ever escaped? The boss saved our lives. So what if we return them to him today? Another man shot a zombie in the head. I saw the boss go to the right. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fuxiang came over with 20 to 30 people. Li Shang shouted, The boss is looking for reinforcements. Hold on. Meng Jinghan walked behind Zhang Fuxiang and saw countless zombies gathered at the gate of the base. The zombie opened its stinking mouth and shouted ho ho to attack the crowd in front of it. It seemed that the crowd was about to collapse. A thunder suddenly exploded above the zombie, and countless lightnings grabbed the zombie's head like octopus tentacles. The zombie caught by the tentacles immediately fell to the ground without a sound. The pressure on the crowd was greatly reduced. Zhang Fuxiang led people to surround them and handed a glass bottle to Li Shang. Back off. Each person applies a drop on the exposed skin of the body. Remember? Don't waste it. If anyone wastes it, don't blame me for being ruthless. These 20 or 30 men rushed to the front line instead of him, shooting out various superpowers from their palms. Everyone was stunned. Where did the boss find so many awakened superpowers? We are saved. Huh? Were they the ones who caused the thunder just now? It's possible. Who was it? I didn't see who did it just now. Stop talking nonsense. Quick! It's your turn. Is this the legendary thing that can make zombies unable to distinguish? It is said that this thing is precious. Don't waste it. As he said this, the man dropped a drop on his palm and carefully smeared it on his skin. Suddenly, a zombie rushing towards him seemed to have lost its direction, staggered away, and was killed by a high-pressure water column from a water-based awakener. In the fierce battlefield, only one person did not move. He did not stretch out his hand to release his superpowers, nor did he aim his gun at the zombie's head, but stood on the highest stone at the door, his hawk-like eyes constantly sweeping in the direction of the enemy. This person is Meng Jinghan. Only about 20 soldiers came to the advanced base, all standing by the woods 200 meters away from the battlefield. Some were sitting on the ground, some were squatting to eat, and some were staring at the battlefield in front of them. They couldn't see their appearance clearly under the cover of the trees, but they knew very well that someone here could control the zombies. Meng Jinghan observed for a long time and finally found a suspicious person. This person was not tall and looked a little thin. At this moment, he was sitting on a big rock and staring at the battle situation here, for bodyguards were guarding him in a semicircle. Meng Jinghan's eyes narrowed. This person looked familiar. Isn't this the man I met at Magiakio that night? At that time, he crawled out of the drainage ditch. If Yi Xian hadn't stopped him, he might have caught this man that night. He is the current boss of the cutting-edge base, an awakened person with superpowers who can control zombies. Thinking of this, Meng Jinghan's mental power extended and threw a bomb in the direction of the man. Chapter 231. Who knew that there was also a spiritual awakener beside the man? Meng Jinghan's spiritual power was captured by the man as he probed over, and the man only had time to shout, "Be careful!" A bomb exploded on his head. As expected of the boss of the cutting-edge base, the man fell to the ground with amazing speed, rolled on the spot, and hid in the bushes. Meng Jinghan saw clearly. He was injured. At least one leg was injured. Suddenly seeing the thunder above the enemy's head, the people resting behind him understood. It's that guy. The man with long hair. It's not that he didn't attack, but we couldn't see him clearly. Li Shang took the telescope. Someone on the other side is injured, and it seems that the injury is not light. Let's go out from the side door, avoid the zombies, and kill them. At this time, the zombies at the door lost control, and these superpowers were all smeared with essence. So the zombies suddenly lost their attack targets and swayed around stupidly. Before they could act, Meng Jinghan glanced at Yi Chao, and Yi Chao immediately understood and disappeared on the spot. And in the blink of an eye, he popped up not far behind the enemy. He pointed his gun at the injured man. Gunshots rang out. The man grabbed the people around him to block him. The bullet penetrated his teammates, but he escaped. He shouted to the others, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Stop that Earth-type mutant!" Countless bullets shot at Yi Chao. Yi Chao had to hide in the ground. He grabbed an enemy's leg and led him to the Hope base. The people in the Hope base were still hesitating when they saw the zombies at the door. This time, they were completely stunned. Oh my god! What kind of people are these? Where did the boss invite reinforcements from? Before they could figure it out, they heard Zhang Fuxiang shouting, "Come and harvest the crystal cores. The essence in your body is effective for 6 hours. The zombies will not attack you within these 6 hours. Hurry up!" While everyone picked up their weapons and rushed towards the zombies, the 20 or 30 awakened people left the place and quickly chased in the direction where the enemy fled. They worked in groups of 3, moved quickly, and were well trained. Yi Chao went the other way and threw an enemy to the ground. "Damn it! Let them run away. Interrogate this man." Zhang Fuxiang sent someone to take him away, and he rushed into the zombie group to clean up the zombies at the door. "Damn it! Don't shoot. There are not many bullets left. Do you still want to attract zombies? Steel knife. Catch it. Use it." The door of Hope Base switched from life-saving mode to harvesting mode. Bai Muron drove the car on the road leading to Hope Base, and saw a group of people running in front from a distance, and there seemed to be someone chasing behind. Yi Xian took out the telescope and saw Meng Jinghan running in the front at first glance. He turned back and shot at the enemy from time to time, but he dodged them flexibly. "Drive over. They are people from the advanced base. There are a total of 7, 8, 9, 10, a total of 13, all with weapons. The ones behind are ours. Be careful. Bai Muron drove the car into the crowd and immediately knocked down 2 enemies. One of them fell to the ground and struggled, and the other was killed by Meng Jinghan with a knife. After just a pause, the pursuers behind them had caught up. 10 enemies against more than 20 special forces. The outcome was unquestionable. Only the thin man dodged the impact of the car as if he had foreseen it, and quickly rolled into the grass on the side of the road. While others were still fighting, he quickly stood up and ran deep into the grass. Meng Jinghan shouted, "Don't let him go. He is the one who can control the zombies. The boss of the cutting-edge base." Yi Xian opened the car door and chased the man into the deep bushes. At the same time, Meng Jinghan avoided the enemy's entanglement with a knife and chased in the direction of Yi Xian. Bang! The man saw Yi Xian chasing him and turned back to shoot. But he couldn't aim at all while running, and the bullet flew more than a meter to the right of Yi Xian. Seeing that the first shot missed, the man suddenly stopped and used the cover of the trees to shoot at Yi Xian again. Yi Xian's shooting skills were not accurate, but his ability to dodge was still good. Seeing the bullets flying, she also jumped to the right, hiding behind a tree 50 meters away from the man, and took out her AK to aim at the tree where the man was hiding. As long as he dared to show his head, Yi Xian would be sure to hurt him. However, the man never showed his head. But countless zombies began to gather here and headed straight for Yi Xian's hiding place. Yi Xian's heart trembled. It was him. In this Doomsday, there are zombies everywhere. As long as you are surrounded by zombies, it is difficult not to show your head. And then, he will have a chance to take advantage of it. Yi Xian took out the essence and smeared it on herself. She glanced at the zombies not far away and Meng Jinghan who flashed behind the zombies. She raised her lips and flashed into the space. She didn't want to fight these stinky zombies. Using her mental power, she clearly saw Meng Jinghan bypass the zombies, the surrounding bushes and grass, and quietly move towards the tree where the man was hiding. When he was 30 meters away from him, the man suddenly saw Meng Jinghan's figure, and was obviously a little surprised. He quickly raised his gun and shot at Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan, who was well prepared, hid behind a big tree and raised his gun. Bang! Bang bang! Fired 3 shots in a row. Yi Xian couldn't help shaking her head. There is indeed a difference between people. I have practiced for so long, but have not seen any obvious results. And this man has only practiced for such a short time. But he is more than twice as good as me in using a gun. Even with the cover of the trees, these 3 shots still injured the man. Taking advantage of the man's daze, he quickly bypassed the big tree where he was hiding and pounced on the man. The man was short in stature, and suddenly saw a tall figure rushing towards him, and was immediately pressed under him. Yi Xian dodged out of the space. The zombies around him lost control, and with the essence applied on Yi Xian's body, they no longer attacked Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked to him leisurely. Lu Cheng. His ancestors were farmers, and he had served in the army for 6 years. He lives in Kaojiazwang, City B, less than 3 kilometers away from Meng. It's strange. How can a person with only a college degree and no special skills join the cutting-edge base? How can he become the boss of a cutting-edge base? The man raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian. A full-time housewife. A space power awakener. A water power awakener. My husband cheated on me, and I live alone with my children and parents. I fed my ex-husband and mother-in-law to the zombies. I also have a brother in the A701 base, who has been taken back to the mid-mountain base. I just want to know, as a housewife, why can you build a base without taking good care of your husband and children? It's developing very fast. Hope Base is still Hope Base in name, but it's actually under your control, right? Yi Xian narrowed her eyes. It seemed that this person had been investigating her for more than a day. How could he want to attack Hope Base? He was clearly coming for her from the beginning. Meng Jinghan glanced at Yi Xian, and his expression seemed to say, "This guy knows you very well." Taking advantage of their daze, Lu Cheng raised the gun in his hand again and aimed it at Meng Jinghan. Yi Xian was quick-witted and threw Meng Jinghan to the ground. Be careful. Bang! A bullet slashed Yi Xian's arm, tearing a big hole in her cotton jacket. Lu Cheng missed the shot, waved his hand at them, stood up quickly, and limped away. Chapter 232. Meng Jinghan was suddenly knocked down by Yi Xian, and was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Lu Cheng was about to run away, He had no time to stand up while lying on the ground, and shot Lu Chang again. This shot hit Lu Chang's right leg, and Lu Chang fell to the ground again with a fierce pounce. Lu Chang looked at Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan, revealing an inexplicable smile. Humph! Women are women. For a man, she actually ignored her own danger, and she can't achieve great things. Bang! Meng Jinghan kicked him over. Yi Xian said coldly, "He is my man. I am willing to share his burden. If you want to hurt him, you have to ask me if I agree." Meng Jinghan felt a throbbing in his heart after hearing this. Yi Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with him. A green light shot out from her palm, and the branches of the tree suddenly wrapped Lu Chang tightly as if alive, and then threw him into space. What you don't know is that I am also a wood-type awakened ability. Now you know. It's too late. Before Lu Chang had time to speak, he felt dizzy and had entered a strange place. Yi Xian handed him to Bai Bing, then turned to Meng Jinghan and said, "Don't go back yet. Take a few people to find out about Lu Chang in the cutting-edge base. We suspect he is also the henchman of that person." Meng Jinghan nodded. "It's no problem to find out the information. But the auction is probably related to this person. Now that you have taken him in, it will be difficult for us to follow the clues." Yi Xian smiled and said, "This is also one of the tasks. Find out the truth about the auction, and then find someone to replace him." Meng Jinghan was stunned, still thinking about Yi Xian's pounce just now, and couldn't suppress his excitement in his heart, and agreed, "Okay, I will do whatever you say." But in my heart, I was thinking, it felt so good just now. Yi Xian blushed, and then raised her eyebrows. "What did you say just now?" "Ah?" Meng Jinghan was a little confused. "I said I will do whatever you say." Yi Xian still stared at him. "No. What did you say just now that it felt so good?" Meng Jinghan immediately understood. He was a citizen of her space. Not only was his every word and action controlled by her, but she even knew what he was thinking. Quickly put on a smile. I said that the woman I like is not bad. I am praising you." Yi Xian didn't bother with him, smiled, and turned to walk towards the main road. Meng Jinghan, now that we have captured the leader of the advanced base, can we take over the advanced base? After being knocked down by Yi Xian, Meng Jinghan has been in a state of confusion. At this moment, he was following behind Yi Xian, staring at the small figure in front of him, and didn't hear what she said at all. Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and Meng Jinghan behind her couldn't stop and rushed over like a bull. Yi Xian staggered and almost fell to the ground. Meng Jinghan was quick-witted and grabbed Yi Xian's arm and pulled her forward. They were face to face. Their clear eyes met, and Meng Jinghan's face turned red. Almost instinctively, he let go of Yi Xian's hand and pushed forward. How could Yi Xian have thought that he would react like this? He was pushed back a few steps, and was about to hit the big tree behind him. Meng Jinghan reacted again, took a step forward, stretched out his long arms, and gently embraced Yi Xian's slender waist. Looking down at the lovely girl in his arms, Meng Jinghan seemed to be under a spell for a moment, and lowered his head to kiss the bright red lips. When their cold lips touched, Yi Xian suddenly woke up. She wanted to push Meng Jinghan away, but she found that she had no ability to resist in his arms, and her body's reaction was getting weirder and weirder. As a woman with a history of marriage, she naturally knew what was going on, and was secretly surprised. Why can't I control my body suddenly? Why did my body suddenly have this feeling? She thought this man was good, but she never thought of him being Xian's stepfather, let alone being with him. In this situation, Yi Xian tried to calm herself down, but she found that her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she was more and more eager for the caress and squeeze of this man. She looked up at Meng Jinghan, and saw that his originally clear eyes had already turned blood red, and he hugged her body tightly, and tried desperately to take it. Yi Xian was so weak that she couldn't make any resistance. She closed her eyes. "It's over. I fell into Lu Chang's trick." At this moment, she had only one thought. I can't be in this wilderness. Don't let anyone else know about this. She held back the last bit of clarity in her mind, and brought herself and Meng Jinghan into the space. When they reappeared, they were already in Meng Jinghan's dormitory in the space. She didn't remember anything after that. She only remembered that this man tortured her like crazy and murmured sweet nothings. When she woke up again, she realized that her whole body felt like it had been run over by a car. There was no part that didn't hurt. She was sore as soon as she moved. Yi Xian's movement woke up Meng Jinghan, who who was standing beside her. He opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. His eyes sank. Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know why this happened. It seemed like a hearty battle last night. Right in front of him. He tried hard to recall why he did this. But he had no clue. Yi Xian had already sat up. It was that Lu Chong. Damn it. We were all plotted against by him. I skinned him alive. Meng Jinghan hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Calm down. You know. I like you. I've liked you since the beginning. I will be responsible for you. I will treat Xian well, and your parents well. Believe me. Don't be impulsive. You can do whatever you want to that man. But don't kill him. We still need him to provide information. Being hugged by this strong arm. The warmth from his body reminded her, calm down. Calm down. The overall situation is important. Fortunately, this man is not bad. If she met a wretched man, she would really have the urge to hit her head and die. Seeing that Yi Xian stopped struggling, Meng Jinghan let go of her shoulders. How long has it been? They must be very worried if they can't find us. Yi Xian released her spiritual power. And Bai Muron was taking the group to rest. One of the space citizens said strangely, no matter how far away. The mistress can hear our calls? What happened today? There was no response to our calls at all. Yi Xian's old face flushed. Last night's situation was special. So how could she care whether these people called or not? It seemed that they had been looking for a long time, but still couldn't find their figures. So they had to rest on the spot and discuss what to do next. Yi Xian quickly put on her clothes. Hurry! It's the next morning, and they are still looking for us. Looking at Yi Xian, who had woken up and was still resolute, Meng Jinghan felt like something was missing in his heart. Did she really not care? Seeing that he was still in a daze, Yi Xian slapped him. Hurry up! You've been delayed for too long. Meng Jinghan pursed his lips and quickly put on his clothes. Then was taken out of the space by Yi Xian and landed in the same position as yesterday again. Meng Jinghan couldn't help but hold her hand. And Yi Xian didn't object. The two of them walked towards the crowd in the direction indicated by Yi Xian's spiritual power. Meng Jinghan couldn't help smiling at Yi Xian, but thought in his heart, if this road never ends, it seems not bad. However, this is just his dream. It didn't take long for them to be discovered by Bai Muron. They are back. Yi Xian ran over quickly. How is it? Is it solved? Bai Muron nodded. They are all in the factory over there. What happened to you last night? You are not injured, right? Did you catch Lu Chong? Bai Muron grabbed Yi Xian's arm and looked up and down. His anxiety was evident. Meng Jinghan pulled Yi Xian back to his side calmly. Chapter 233. Meng Jinghan said calmly. They were caught and put into space by Yi Xian. Let's go and see those people. As he said that, he pulled Yi Xian forward. And Bai Muron's eyes darkened. What happened between them? Why would Yi Xian let him sign? Yi Xian pointed out a few people and handed them to Meng Jinghan. I leave them to you. That's the cutting-edge base. Be careful. Meng Jinghan nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely come back alive. For you. Only Yi Xian could hear these three words. Watching Meng Jinghan and his men leave, Yi Xian sighed. If time was not tight, she actually had a better way. As long as some of these people were willing to surrender and become Yi Xian's space subjects, and let them take Meng Jinghan with them, he would not have to take such risks. Who knows when they will be willing to surrender? The auction is about to start, and she has no time to delay. The captives have been driven to stand up, and more than a dozen Special Forces members are driving this group of people. Bai Muron drives behind them, and a group of people walk towards the Hope base in a mighty manner. Things there should also come to an end. Yi Xian sat stiffly in the back, trying not to twist her body. Meng Jinghan is a beast. He is too cruel. So far, Yi Xian still feels sore all over when she moves. Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian in the rearview mirror, his expression uncertain. In the spacious reception room of the Hope base, Zhang Fuxiang was playing chess with everyone. There were more than a dozen brothers standing behind him, and more than a dozen men opposite him. The man who once questioned whether Zhang Fuxiang had escaped shouted the loudest, I don't agree. Why would a good base surrender to a woman? You are the one who agreed to her. We didn't agree. The people behind the man nodded. Yes. That's right. I hope the brothers in the base are not spineless. We agree with Brother Qiming's idea. There is no way for us to surrender. Yi Chao sat in the middle chair and watched the two factions arguing. This situation was already expected by him. He stood up and spoke slowly. This brother is backbone. Yi Chao. Admire him. It's just. He looked back at Zhang Fuxiang. I just don't know if courage alone can drive away the enemies of the advanced base and kill the zombies. Li Shang stood up behind Zhang Fuxiang. Brotherly. A man of insight is a hero. We have been targeted by the advanced base. Now the only ones who can compete with the advanced base are the A701 base and the mid-mountain base. You don't think the A701 base will mind our business? Right? Li Qiming moved his lips, but didn't speak. He had to admit that Li Shang was telling the truth. Although the Banshan base was established not long ago, it has developed rapidly. Even the A701 base wants to cooperate with him. He really has no ability to resist such a large base. Yi Chao's cold voice sounded. We killed the zombies and drove away the enemies. This base now belongs to the Yi family. We will not force anyone who doesn't want to stay here. Please. As he said this, Yi Chao made a gesture towards the door. Please. Li Qiming was about to say something when he heard a clear female voice coming from the door. Well said. It is the most basic principle to be a man of rules. Zhang Fuxiang saw Yi Xian coming in and quickly took a few steps forward, clasped his fists and saluted, Ms. Lady. Yi Xian looked at him with dissatisfaction. And Zhang Fuxiang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Li Qiming was about to say something when he felt a strong pressure coming towards him, which was Yi Xian's mental power. Yi Xian opened her thin lips slightly. Li Qiming. Right. I've heard of your name for a long time. I wonder if you are dissatisfied with your boss's proposal. Or do you think we should save you? Li Qiming opened his mouth. But under the strong pressure, he couldn't say a word. Yi Xian slowly walked to the chair in the middle, turned around and sat down. Yi Chao is right. My Yi Xian's mid-mountain base never forces anyone. I welcome those who want to stay. And those who don't want to stay can leave now. After saying that, she withdrew the pressure on Li Qiming. And Li Qiming suddenly felt lighter. And his back was soaked with cold sweat. What a strong mental power. If you want to say that you saved us, then where is the enemy? How do we know that you are not playing a double act with the advanced base? He said the sentence with a stiff face. And it was obvious that he lacked confidence. Yi Xian rubbed his aching waist and waved at the door. Bai Muron led a dozen prisoners from the advanced base into the door. And behind these prisoners followed the 20 or so special forces. Thinking of these people's special abilities, Li Qiming knew that he had to admit it today, whether he recognized it or not. He lowered his head. Okay. We believe in Lord Yi. Yi Xian nodded to Zhang Fuxiang, who immediately understood and stood up and said, We already know this person. It's Yi Chao. He will be the boss of our Banshan base Hope branch in the future. Yi Xian looked at the big man in front of him. Still worried, I say it one last time. If you join my Banshan base, you must abide by our rules. Come. Tell them the rules. Li Yinwu stood up and told everyone in the hall the rules of the Banshan base, including the benefits of the Banshan base, the price of betrayal, and the promotion system. Yi Xian found that after Li Yinwu finished speaking, all those who didn't have a little red heart on their heads had a little red heart on their heads, and their expressions changed from disdain to surprise. Only Li Qiming still had no heart on his head. Yi Xian used her space ability to warn Yi Chao, be careful of Li Qiming. He hasn't surrendered yet. But everyone else is fine. Yi Chao nodded to show that he knew what was going on. Seeing that it was almost done here, Yi Xian stood up and said goodbye. She had to return to the villa halfway up the mountain as soon as possible, because the auction was still waiting for her to disrupt it. South of City A, in an abandoned cinema auditorium. It has now been decorated magnificently, with countless flashes aimed at the wall that was originally the movie screen. The movie screen has been improved, and a retractable table has been placed at the original projection position. This table is like an operating table, with a white disc, scalpel, syringe, magnifying glass, and microscope. In addition, there is a camera about 1 meter above the table aimed at the table. 3 people wearing cutting-edge base uniforms were adjusting the camera to ensure that the operation on the platform could be shown on the screen without omission. There was another man sitting in the last row of the viewing platform. After a long time, he said, Okay, that's all for today. Lu Yen, you stay here and guard it, and the others follow me back to the base. He muttered to himself, something seems to be wrong today. The man who was named was adjusting the camera and projector. Hearing the shout, He raised his head and shouted, "Deputy Captain Zhang, I can't stay here alone. If someone comes to sabotage, how can I deal with it alone? I can't take the responsibility for delaying tomorrow's auction." The man frowned slightly. "Then, the three of you stay and ensure normal operation tomorrow. I have to go back to the base." Looking at his hurried back, Lu Yin shook his head helplessly. "Brothers, keep your eyes open and cheer up. I don't know what happened to Deputy Captain Zhang today. Why did he return to the base at this critical moment? By the way, Brother Zhang, go check on the Spirit Fox. Not only is there no problem here, but there must be no abnormality with the Spirit Fox." Another man leapt in response, turned out of the screening hall, walked a few steps to the left, and turned into a small alley. A dark shadow followed behind him. In the dark corner, he raised his wrist and whispered, "Their Spirit Fox is kept in the cinema. Let the brothers who went to the base withdraw. Be careful of being tricked." Chapter 234. When Yi Xian rushed back to the villa in the mid-mountain base, Lu Mingfei had already sent the news. Lu Mingfei told her that the upper management of the A701 base attached great importance to their discovery, and had found a way to contact several large bases nearby. They were currently gathering relevant personnel, and further seeking help from larger bases across the country. Ye's father told him that it had been confirmed that the personnel preparing at the auction site were from the cutting-edge base. But they were well protected, and their own people had not found an opportunity to take action. The news that the auction will officially start at 10 a.m. tomorrow has spread throughout City A and City B. Many bigwigs are on their way to City A. According to the latest news, many people have gathered near the auction. Yi Xian sank her thoughts into space, hoping to get something more specific from Lu Chang. However, Bai Bing said that he had tried everything, and Lu Chang had fainted several times. But he gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Looking at Lu Chang, who was dragging his injured leg to turn over the ground, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. It seemed that Bai Bing really had no way to make him speak. In this case, Yi Xian also handed over the dozen enemies that were collected into the space to Bai Bing. The current situation is like this, so let's take a shot. Unexpectedly, these people gave Bai Bing a different harvest. Yi Xian, come quickly. Yi Xian had just finished lunch when Bai Bing called her in the space. Yi Xian once again sank her thoughts into the space. Bai Bing said, "Did Meng Jinghan go to the cutting-edge base to get information? Let him come back quickly." Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? It turned out that a captive confessed that since the news of the auction spread, many bases have set their sights on the cutting-edge base. Because of this, their elite soldiers were ambushed 3 kilometers around the cutting-edge base. Once they found someone plotting something bad, they would immediately capture them and use them for human experiments. What kind of experiment it was? The person was too low-level, so he didn't know. But one thing was certain, this was definitely not a good thing. Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. It's bad. Meng Jinghan has been following her. If he is recognized as someone from the mid-mountain base, he will most likely be in trouble. The only thing that makes her feel at ease is that Meng Jinghan has not sent a distress signal so far. Does this mean that he is still safe? Using the connection between space and the subjects, Yi Xian began to call Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan. Please answer if you hear me. What's going on over there? After a long time, Meng Jinghan's panting voice came from the other side. Not too good. We were discovered just as we approached the cutting-edge base. There were constant gunshots coming from inside. And Meng Jinghan's voice sounded again. I found that many bases have sent people here. Damn it! Why are they targeting us? Yi Xian said nothing and threw Meng Jinghan and the others into the space. Only then did Yi Xian realize that they were all injured to varying degrees. Meng Jinghan was wearing combat uniforms, and bullets could not penetrate him. So he was the only one who was not injured. But his clothes were already tattered. Meng Jinghan tore off a piece of cloth that was in the way and threw it to the ground. I suspect that their Spirit Fox is not in their base. Did we get the wrong source? If it was really there, they wouldn't allow so many people to watch it. Yi Xian shook her head. It should be correct. The people who arranged the scene were indeed from the advanced base. And the people who spread the news were indeed members of the advanced base. Here is the invitation. Yi Xian handed over a big red invitation. The inviter was Lu Chang from the advanced base. And the invitee was a well-known figure in Qi County. This invitation was intercepted by Yi Xian's people before it was sent out. Looking at the invitation, and Lu Chang who was turning the soil not far away, Meng Jinghan gritted his teeth and said, I go and interrogate him again. Yi Xian shook her head and said, it's useless. Bai Bing has used all the methods that can be used. Instead of wasting time on him, we might as well think of a way to disrupt the auction tomorrow. Tomorrow's auction will be strictly checked for entry. Speaking of this, Yi Xian took him out of the space and said, Captain Liu will arrive this evening. You and Bai Miran will prepare together. Tomorrow is a tough battle. Combat uniforms must be worn. Others must also wear bulletproof vests. Meng Jinghan nodded and walked towards the office. Lu Mingfei arrived before dusk. With Yi Xian's permission, the car drove directly to the middle of the mountain and parked in the open space in front of the villa. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Mingfei couldn't help but admire. It is said that the base halfway up the mountain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It seems to be true today. Well, if I am given 20,000 troops and heavyweight weapons and equipment, I think I should be able to give it a try. Yi Xian looked at him with a look of dissatisfaction. Lu Qi, who was standing next to Yi Xian, had a murderous look on his face. Lu Mingfei felt uncomfortable being stared at by these two people. Hee. I was just joking. Fuck you. Is there such a joke? Xue Lang kicked at Lu Mingfei. But Lu Mingfei dodged flexibly. Hee. Xue Lang. We meet again. Hey. It seems that you have been well fed here, and have gained weight. He looked back at Yi Xian and said, this guy's kung fu. Supernatural powers and methods are all good. But the mark is too obvious. So I can't use it tomorrow. Xuelong raised his leg and kicked Lu Mingfei on the buttocks. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mingfei rushed forward a few steps and almost fell flat on his face. Are you not done yet? I'm telling the truth. Look at the scar on your face. Anyone can tell at first sight. Xuelong turned around angrily. When he looked back again, not only Lu Mingfei, but also Yi Xian was stunned. Oh my god! What is this? Is it a disguise? In less than half a minute, Xuelong had changed from a scarred macho man to a pretty boy. If it weren't for the murderous look in his eyes, no one would have thought that it was Xuelong standing in front of them. Ha ha ha. Bai Miran ran over from not far away and punched Xuelong hard. You kid finally showed this skill. Did you know? The superior sent him to go undercover because they saw this unique skill. But this kid is stubborn and would rather be disfigured than use the disguise technique. Hey, is your disguise technique inherited from your family? Xuelong nodded. It has been passed down for more than 10 generations. And it seems that there will be no successor. Hee. As he said, he took off the fake skin on his face, revealing his original face, and handed the fake skin to Yi Xian. I know I have to use it this time. I have made more than a dozen masks like this these days, and I will give them to you later. Yi Xian held a mask, which was as thin as a mask, and even the pores were so realistic. She couldn't help but admire. Oh my god! Will this not fall off when I put it on? Xue Lang shook his head. This is a special material. Once it is put on the face, it will fit perfectly. It will stay on the face without tearing it hard. And it will not fall off even if you sweat. But, Xue Lang pulled the mask hard, and the mask stretched to both sides like a rubber band. It's just that it is not breathable. When the weather is hot, the face will not sweat, which makes people very uncomfortable. He glanced at Lu Mingfei. Can I go with you now? Lu Mingfei dared not say no at all. This was exactly the problem that bothered him. He didn't expect Xuelong to solve it so easily. I didn't expect he had such a unique skill. He laughed foolishly, and before he could speak, a team member got off the car and whispered something in his ear. Lu Mingfei's expression suddenly became serious. Is it true? Chapter 235. The team members nodded. It has been repeatedly verified. It is true. Yi Xian looked at Lu Mingfei's face and said quickly, please come in. Let's talk about it. Lu Mingfei nodded seriously. Let's go. You continue to pay attention to the news of the base. After that, he followed Yi Xian into the reception room of the villa. Yi Xian, the current boss of the cutting-edge base is Lu Chong. From City B? You know this, right? Yi Xian nodded to show that he knew. Lu Mingfei continued. The original boss of the cutting-edge base was a zoologist who disappeared inexplicably in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Later, this person stood out and became the boss of the cutting-edge base. Yi Xian continued to nod. This is a well-known fact. We didn't think much about it at the time. After all, too many people died in Gangtai Mountain. Even if he is a zoologist, it is normal for him to be killed by the abnormal animals in the forbidden area. But our recent research on them has found that things are not that simple. At that time, the 5 people who went up the mountain together with the cutting-edge base, including the boss, all died on the mountain. Only Luchan escaped, and he brought the spirit fox back to the cutting-edge base. And, since then, he has inexplicably learned to control zombies. Yi Xion's heart moved. You mean? He didn't know how to control zombies originally, and he learned to control zombies after that time? No. Bai Muron said, there is another possibility. This person is very scheming. He has been able to control zombies for a long time, but he has never revealed it. He only revealed this ability after killing the boss in the forbidden area. In addition, he was the one who brought the spirit fox down the mountain. So he will naturally be supported by others and become the next boss. In the end times when zombies are everywhere, what skill can be more powerful than controlling zombies? Yi Xian nodded. This is also a possibility. Lu Mingfei continued, we sent people to his hometown, and after repeated verification, we learned that his family had never been attacked by zombies. Even though almost every household in the village had died in zombie attacks at the beginning, they were always safe and sound. Some villagers recalled that when their family was moving to the air raid shelter, they were besieged by a large number of zombies. But only the air raid shelter they arrived at last had no casualties. Lu Mingfei continued, at first everyone thought he was lucky. But later they found out that the zombies didn't approach him at all. Occasionally, 2 blind zombies approached his family, but they usually left before they got close enough. Yi Xian and Bai Muron looked at each other. Bai Muron was right. He could control the zombies early on, but he knew how to hide his edge and wait for the opportunity to move. Lu Mingfei continued, our people also found that this person often went to Gangtai Mountain, sometimes for 2 or 3 days. We suspect that he is also a pawn of the mysterious man. Moreover, the auction is about to start, but he has disappeared. Yi Xian only heard one sentence in the last 2 sentences. We suspect that he is also a pawn of the mysterious man, which coincides with Yi Xian's suspicion. But he refuses to speak. What can we do? Yi Xian analyzed this possibility. He went to Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain with 5 or 6 colleagues, and everyone else died. But he was the only one who survived. And he also caught the spirit fox, which is unreasonable. With the skills of the spirit fox, even if he can control the zombies, he can't do anything to the spirit fox. There is only one explanation. This spirit fox was given to him by that person on purpose. The purpose is self-evident. If that is true, he is just a pawn in the hands of that person. Once the spirit fox blood is bought by the powerful, the people who are controlled will be replaced by the powerful group. And then, he can better control the world. What a sinister plot. So, our plan tomorrow is to steal the spirit fox. Only when the spirit fox completely disappears from this world can that person be completely unable to control more people. If we plan to steal the spirit fox in public, we will inevitably stand on the opposite side of everyone present. Yi Xian, our task is arduous. Lu Mingfei sighed. Yi Xian had already thought of this. Fortunately, she had the mask of the snow wolf. After she succeeded, she could just tear off the mask and hide among the crowd. The most important thing was how to steal the spirit fox. Lu Mingfei continued, how about we act in advance? We got accurate information. The spirit fox is at the auction site. It's not at the cutting-edge base at all. The car that the cutting-edge base will use to transport the spirit fox tomorrow is just a bait. Yi Xian turned back suddenly. It's at the auction site? Are you sure? Lu Mingfei nodded. When Bai Muron sent the news of the auction, we sent people to the south of City A to find the location of the auction. And we sent people to stay at the scene to supervise at any time. Lu Mingfei smiled like a fox. At the beginning, they were all 4 people acting together, eating, drinking and living together. One of them was called Deputy Captain Zhang. The people were very vigilant, and they didn't dare to get close. It was not until today when we were about to set off that we received news. Our people said that Deputy Captain Zhang suddenly returned to the base for some reason, leaving only 3 people at the scene. The 3 people were not vigilant, and he found that the spirit fox was hidden in an office not far from the auction site. Originally, Lu Mingfei had the idea of stealing the spirit fox tonight, but his attitude was not so firm. Now that he knew that Lu Chang was likely to be that person pawn, his idea became more determined. Only tonight is the most complete and the best time to seize. And the success rate is much higher than tomorrow. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Let's do it. Action tonight. The quality of people is more important than the number. Xu Along, prepare 4 masks for us. Captain Liu, Ming Jinghan and I will follow. And the remaining person will be decided by Captain Liu. Lu Mingfei looked at Xu Along with a smile. Sorry, buddy. You, Li Yanwu, and Xiao Lu will meet outside. The 4 of us, Yi Xian, Ming Jinghan and Bai Muran, will go in. This operation focuses on surprise. Too many people will make it easier to expose the target. Bai Muran shook his head. Let Xianxian go. I stay at home. Yi Xian. Now we only know the approximate location of the spirit fox. If we search the room by room, the target will be too obvious. Let Xianxian take the little white mouse and explore the way in advance, which will save a lot of trouble. Xianxian nodded vigorously. Uncle Bai is right. The little white mouse is the most useful at this time. I will let it go to explore the way now. As he spoke, Xianxian picked up the little white mouse and gave it some instructions. The little white mouse jumped off Xianxian's hand and ran away. Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei looked at each other and nodded at the same time. That's the arrangement. I will send someone to destroy their monitoring equipment when it gets dark. If we are discovered, Xu Alang, Li Yanwu and Xiao Lu, you will be responsible for containing the enemy and must persist until the mission is completed. After the mission was arranged, Yi Xian asked the canteen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the guests. As soon as it got dark, they set off. This time they did not drive, but in groups of 2 or 3, applied the essence, and approached the auction site in batches. Chapter 236. Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan each held Xianxian's hand, and walked along the road to the south of the city like a family. Li Yanwu was in a group with the Snow Wolf, and Lu Mingfei drove there with 2 team members. He had to destroy the enemy's surveillance equipment in advance. The little white mouse ran from a distance, and Xianxian bent down and held it in his palm. How is it? Did you find a spirit fox? The little white mouse nodded, picked up its 2 front paws and kept, squeak, squeak. Xianxian put it in her pocket. Mom, the little white mouse said that the red fox is in an office on the 3rd floor. The door is locked and no one is guarding it. There are also surveillance cameras inside. And it climbed in through the window. Yi Xian raised her wrist and used the atomic watch to tell everyone the information obtained by the mouse. Lu Mingfei's voice came, received. I will try my best to destroy the monitoring equipment in the room. We need the exact location. Please come as soon as possible. Yi Xian took out the car from the space and asked Ming Jinghan and Xianxian to sit in the back. She drove the car and put on the mask and drove towards the south of the city. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian put away the car when they were still 2 kilometers away from the auction site, and asked Ming Jinghan to carry Xianxian, pretending to be a family and rushing to the auction site. Only then did they realize that there were so many people coming, not to mention those who had already stayed nearby. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were still people rushing in from different directions on the road. So Yi Xian and the other 2 would not attract any attention. When they arrived, Lu Mingfei told her that there was no need to destroy the surveillance outside, as the surveillance inside the building had been interfered with. Looking at the people coming and going at the door, Yi Xian also understood that these people came to check the place in advance, fearing that they would delay tomorrow's auction. They stood here in harmony with the surrounding environment. What else could they destroy? Leading the way by the little white mouse, they bypassed the street in front and walked into a narrow and dark alley. Looking up from here, the window of the office on the 3rd floor was half open, and there was a burglar-proof window outside. Lu Mingfei raised his wrist. Is the office safe? A male voice came from the atomic watch. Safe. The 3 targets are all on the 4th floor, within the surveillance range. Lu Mingfei winked at Zhao Ying, and the young technical team member climbed up to the 3rd floor effortlessly. The security window was not damaged at all. He took out a remote control and adjusted it in the room for a while, then gestured to Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei nodded to Yi Xian. Okay. Let's go in. Ming Jinghan, you are responsible for the police equipment on the left. Zhao Ying, you come down and take charge of the police equipment on the right. The team member who destroyed the surveillance slid down from above like a monkey and turned to walk towards the alley entrance on the right. Yi Xian threw Xianxian into the space, and Ming Jinghan whispered to her, prepare the fake one first. Be careful. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. You should be careful too. As he spoke, Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei released the zip line at the same time. Lu Mingfei arrived at the window one step ahead and used professional tools to tear a big hole in the anti-theft window in a few seconds. He glanced at Yi Xian. Quick! Yi Xian jumped into the office without saying a word. This is an office that couldn't be more ordinary. There are documents and papers scattered on a large desk. And a thermos cup on the right-hand side has been covered with dust. There was a cage under the desk, and in it was a bright red fox. The fox had stood up and looked at Yi Xian warily. Yi Xian put the cage into the space, and put the fake fox in the cage that she had prepared in advance back to its original position. Then she quickly got out of the window, and when she landed on the ground, she saw Lu Mingfei still trying to restore the anti-theft window. Yi Xian raised her wrist and issued a command. It's done. Retreat. Lu Mingfei jumped down from above, waved to Xiaoying, and the two quickly joined together and walked out from the right side of the alley. Yi Xian joined Meng Jinghan and walked out from the left side of the alley. The mission went unexpectedly smoothly, which made everyone very happy, and the way back seemed much easier. Back at the mid-mountain base, they were greeted by Bai Muron. Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian. Changed? Yi Xian nodded. I hope they won't find out. In the living room of the mid-mountain villa, more than a dozen heads crowded together and stared at the iron cage in front of them. In the cage was a little fox with a red body. This is the spirit fox. Such a beautiful animal turned out to be a trap. Yes, father sighed. The little fox was very alert, and its fox eyes kept turning around and looking at the people in front of it. Xian pointed and praised. Look! How beautiful it is! The fox was frightened and turned around in the cage restlessly, as if trying to find a way out. A few red fox hairs fell to the ground. Bai Muron picked up the fox hair and put it on his index finger. He twisted it hard a few times, leaving a faint blush on his finger. And the fox hair was still bright red. Bai Muron looked serious and stretched out his hand to Yi Xian. Look! Yi Xian was confused. Fox hair? What's wrong? Bai Muron said. Its hair will fade. Yi Xian was stunned and quickly grabbed Bai Muron's hand to take a closer look. There seemed to be some red marks on his fingers. Just like the color will fade when washing hair after dyeing it. Yi Xian carefully picked up a few fox hairs, moistened her fingers with saliva, and then twisted them vigorously. Sure enough, there were also faint red marks on her fingers, which could not be found without careful observation. At this time, the fox fur was still bright red, and did not change to other colors due to fading. Lu Mingfei and Meng Jinghan also picked up a piece of hair to do the experiment, and the results were the same. Lu Mingfei was a little confused. Will the fur of the spirit fox fade? Or is the one we stole a fake one? Meng Jinghan raised his head. We caught the spirit fox. Yi Xian, go and pull some fox fur to see if its fur will fade. Yi Xian sank his thoughts into space, and the female fox was still sleeping in the tree hole. Yi Xian plucked a handful of fox hair from it and put it on the table in front of her. Try it. Everyone picked up a few fox hairs, twisted their fingers with saliva, and opened their fingers again. No fading. Lu Mingfei was so angry that he cursed. Damn it! We were fooled. A fake one was stolen. Bai Muron pondered. There are two possibilities. 1. They didn't catch the real spirit fox at all. They just wanted to use this fake one to make money. 2. This fake spirit fox is just to confuse people. Just like us. If they want to steal the spirit fox, they can only steal this fake one. There is no loss for them. But we expose ourselves. Uncle Bai, how did you know it was fake? Xian's question attracted everyone's attention to Bai Muron. Yes, we have all seen the spirit fox, but we didn't notice it was fake. I even fought with the spirit fox and was almost killed by it, but I didn't notice it. Lu Mingfei was also very curious why Bai Muron could see it, but they didn't notice it at all. Chapter 237. Bai Muron smiled bitterly. We have seen the spirit fox many times, and we have a certain understanding of its habits and demeanor. As far as I know, the ears of that spirit fox will keep turning when it encounters danger. Look at this spirit fox. Everyone turned their eyes to the spirit fox in the cage. It still stared with big eyes and kept turning around. Yi Xian understood it all at once. A real spirit fox turns its ears when it is frightened, and its whole body will not move. But this fox only moves its eyeballs, and will run around the cage when it is frightened. Bai Miran nodded. I also remembered that someone used a dyed fox to cheat people out of money. So I wanted to try it. But the result was... Hee. Xian and Lu Mingfei looked at each other. What should they do? After working hard for most of the day, they exchanged a fake one for a fake one. Does the advanced base have a real spirit fox? If this spirit fox is just to lure someone into the trap, they must have placed surveillance equipment in a difficult-to-detect location. In other words, their actions tonight have exposed their intentions, and maybe even their whereabouts. There is another question, Bai Miran suddenly said. Little White Mouse doesn't know the real spirit fox. How can we tell if it is a real spirit fox at the auction tomorrow? Do we have to twist the fox fur? Ming Jinghan suddenly said. Big Cat. Big Cat knows the real spirit fox. Xian. Let Big Cat come and see. Xian took Big Cat out of the space. Big Cat yawned and glanced at Xian. Big Cat, come and see if this is a spirit fox? Xian didn't care about its attitude. It was safer to listen to Big Cat's opinion. What if this is really the spirit fox? When Mao heard this, his eyes widened, and he turned around twice, staring at the fox in front of him. And he made a sound of meow. Meow? After a while, Mao shook his head at Xian. No need for Xian to translate. Everyone understood that this was not a real fox spirit. It was really fake. The little white mouse could not tell the difference. But Mao could. Xian sat on the chair dejectedly. Xian will take Mao over tomorrow and let Mao confirm it on the spot. If it is fake, we will watch the fun. If it is real, we will take action. Lu Mingfei agreed. This is the only way. Bai Miran. Take people to guard the base. Don't let anyone touch our nest. Damn it! This is actually a trap. The drone is still patrolling over the base. And there is no special situation at present. However, the opponent now is a cutting-edge base, where elites from all industries gather. They can make the monitoring temporarily fail, let alone the elites of the cutting-edge base. It's better to be careful. Except for those who will follow the mission tomorrow. Half of the management staff will not rest tonight. And more patrols will be sent. And they will take turns to sleep tomorrow. Xian arranged all this before letting everyone go back to rest and prepare for the tough battle tomorrow. At this time, the cutting-edge base was in chaos. Deputy Captain Zhang, who returned to the base from the auction site, was furious. The auction will start tomorrow. Where is the boss? Can anyone tell me where the boss went? He led more than a dozen people to attack the Hope base. The Hope base is still fine. But our boss is missing. More than a dozen brothers are missing. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Everyone in the room lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. The people above have already said that if they can't get funds, the supply of materials will drop a lot. And there is also research funding, which one does not require strong financial support. Fortunately, the boss caught the spirit fox. He thought that this spirit fox could become their cash cow. But he didn't expect that the boss disappeared at the critical moment. They have sent people to the Hope base to check several times. And they are the only prisoners there. They spent a lot of money to buy that person back from the Hope base, hoping to find the whereabouts of the boss through him. But they didn't expect the prisoner to say, the boss ran away with his men when he was captured. Fuck. Deputy Captain Zhang smashed another teacup. He is already the boss of the advanced base. Where else can he run? Where can he get more advantageous than the advanced base? Not even the A701 base. Everyone knew that he was telling the truth. But it was also true that the boss could not be found. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses said, It seems that we have to adjust tomorrow's procedures. Deputy Captain Zhang. Tomorrow you will say that you caught the spirit fox. It's just a story. It won't affect anything. But when the boss is not here, we can't let the zombies serve as guards. Our guard force needs to be strengthened. Zhao Ming. Go and get some people to go with Deputy Captain Zhang. And the spirit fox. We must send more people to follow the car tomorrow. The spirit fox must not get into trouble. The fake one was targeted today. Deputy Captain Zhang sat on the chair and panted. Others don't know. But he knows it very well. This is a big black pot. He doesn't want to bear it. If something really goes wrong, his uncle can tear him to pieces. But Lu Chong disappeared at the critical moment. He had no place to vent his anger, so he could only smash a few cups. No! This matter should be discussed with his uncle in advance. Want him to bear the blame. It's not that easy. Deputy Captain Zhang stood up and ran out, completely ignoring that it was already late at night. The night at the mid-mountain base was unusually peaceful. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. So he had to leave Li Yanwu at home to strengthen the guard. He took Bai Muran, Meng Jinghan and Xian Xian to the auction. Meng Jinghan took Xian Xian cat to a shop 200 meters away from the auction. And the big cat and the small cat followed Xian Xian. Xuelong, Xiao Lu and another person stayed outside the auction to prepare for support. Yi Xian, Bai Muran, Lu Mingfei and Zhao Ying put on masks and entered the auction site. It was still early for the auction to start, and the venue was already full. Music was playing in the hall, covering up the sound of each other's conversation. Yi Xian raised her wrist and pointed at Lu Mingfei. And Lu Mingfei noticed that the signal had been blocked in this hall, and even the atomic watch could not be used. They took off the atomic watches on their wrists tacitly. Yi Xian guarded the right rear. Bai Muran guarded the left rear. Lu Mingfei was 5 or 6 rows in front of Yi Xian. And Zhao Ying was level with Lu Mingfei, guarding the left front. With this arrangement, they can quickly control the whole place once the whole place is in chaos. There are safety exits not far from Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei, so they can escape if things get bad. Bai Muran, Lu Mingfei, and Zhao Ying all made okay gestures to her. Yi Xian sat down with a smile, watching the music playing on the big screen in front of her. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to the beginning of the end of the world. It's just that what is about to start here is not a movie, but an auction that concerns the fate of the entire human race. At 10 o'clock, a man in a gray-brown suit walked onto the stage. The music stopped, and the whole place was suddenly silent, with hundreds of eyes staring at the man in front of him. Chapter 238. The man cleared his throat and began to speak. Welcome to the auction of the Spirit Fox Blood. I am Lu Jian from the advanced base. I think everyone must be looking forward to seeing what the Spirit Fox looks like. A man and a woman in white coats came behind him. They stood behind the man with serious expressions and watched the hundreds of people on the stage start to go crazy. Did they really catch the Spirit Fox? The advanced base is awesome. I heard that the Spirit Fox blood can not only cure mental damage, but also awaken people's superpowers. I wonder if it's true. Someone else said, awakening superpowers? Humph! Haven't you heard? Although fox blood can heal damaged mental power, it can also cause people to become intermittently insane. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Is it true? I've heard that the first old lady in City B who drank fox blood became intermittently insane, and her fighting power exploded when she was insane. The man on the stage waved his hands and shouted, Friends! Friends! Everyone! Be quiet! It's not too late to discuss it after I finish speaking. When the stage was quiet, he continued, the Spirit Fox was caught by our boss himself. But today our boss Mr. Lu Chang has more important things to do, so he didn't come to our auction. Let me introduce it to you. I believe everyone has heard that the blood of the Spirit Fox can heal mental damage, and can also awaken people's superpowers. I can assure you that it can definitely heal mental damage, but whether it can awaken superpowers depends on the individual's physique. Someone on the stage shouted, we also heard that the blood of the Spirit Fox can cause people to have intermittent mental disorders. Is this true? Lu Jian smiled like an old fox. In fact, we went to great lengths to catch the Spirit Fox, not to auction this little bit of Spirit Fox blood, but because the mother of a big shot in our base had a headache and urgently needed Spirit Fox blood to treat her mental damage. He waved his arms. Everyone knows that no one who entered the Hontai Mountain Forbidden Area in the past 100 years has been able to come out alive. We also lost a large number of brothers to catch this Spirit Fox. The old lady enjoyed it on the day we caught it. Some people say that 200 milliliters of fox blood is needed to be effective. But it is not true. 20 milliliters is enough. After hearing that someone at the cutting-edge base had drunk fox blood, hundreds of eyes on the stage stared at him without blinking. I can tell you responsibly that the old lady drank 20 milliliters of fox blood and has now cured the headache caused by the damage to her mental power. We have not yet discovered whether she has awakened her supernatural powers, but the old lady's mental power is much stronger than usual. I don't know if this counts as awakening her mental power supernatural power. Of course, we didn't find any mental disorder in the old lady. There was another uproar on the stage. The mental damage was cured, and it is possible that the mental power was awakened. There is no intermittent mental disorder. Does this mean that at least the fox blood is safe and beneficial? Who knows if he is telling the truth? He is the seller today. Is there a possibility? Their intermittent mental disorder is because they drank too much fox blood? After all, 200 milliliters and 20 milliliters are 10 times different. What should we do? Should we still bid? Yi Xian and Lu Mingfei exchanged glances. This man is very cunning. He just confirmed that the old lady had cured her mental damage, implying that she had awakened her mental power. As for the intermittent mental disorder, it may be that the man did not issue an order, or he simply did not want to admit it. Yi Xian sank his thoughts into space, waved his hand to release Lu Chang's compulsory behavior control, and he sat on the ground panting. Yi Xian said coldly, "The auction has already started. Do you want to know how they let you take the blame?" Lu Chang glanced at Yi Xian and sneered, "Humph. What if I take the blame? What if I don't? This apocalypse will end sooner or later. And the day it ends is the day when all mankind is destroyed. It doesn't matter whether I take the blame or not. My parents, my wife, and children are all dead. They were not bitten to death by zombies. They starved to death. They died in my arms. They could have saved us, but they were not willing to lend a hand. Not even a little bit. Now I let them all be buried with me. Am I wrong? Ah? Tell me. Am I wrong?" Lu Chang's neck veins were throbbing. Yi Xian's heart trembled. "So that's it. Can 20 milliliters of fox blood be controlled?" Lu Chang sneered. "Don't say 20 milliliters. Even if it's only 2 milliliters. It will have the same effect. Don't waste your energy. You can't save them. Let alone save humans. Ha ha ha. They all deserve it. Humans who watch people die without helping are demons, and don't deserve to live in this world. Ha ha ha." He laughed until tears came out. It seems that he has admitted that he was controlled by that person. And he knows that others who drink the blood of the fox spirit will also be controlled. But Lu Chang is already in a state of madness, and tormenting him no longer has any effect. And now there is no way to get him to cooperate. Yi Xian called Bai Bing, explained to Bai Bing, and left the space. Watching Bai Bing lead him to the civilian area, Yi Xian prayed secretly, hoping that this move could awaken his hope for life. The man on the stage was introducing the two people in white coats behind him. "This is Dr. Zhang Shuang. I believe many people have heard of her name. She is not only a famous brain expert and doctoral supervisor, but also an expert in blood and psychiatry." The woman bowed slightly to the stage. The man continued to introduce, "This is Dr. Zhang's assistant, also a doctoral student. Today, these two people will introduce the spirit fox to us, and take blood samples on the spot for comparison with ordinary foxes. Now we invite today's protagonist, Mr. Ling Hu, to make his debut." The man took 2 steps back and pressed the remote control in his hand. A test bench-sized platform rose up in front of him, on which was a cage with a fiery red fox in it. Seeing the spirit fox, the people on the stage stood up and stretched their necks to see more carefully. Yi Xian took the opportunity to contact Meng Jinghan. "The spirit fox is out, and we are going to let Demiao come to confirm it." After saying that, he made a gesture to Lu Mingfei. Bai Muron's face was full of seriousness, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. This might be a real spirit fox. The rapidly flapping ears and the alert expression were exactly the same as the spirit foxes they had seen the last 2 times. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, 2 Zhang Shuangs led her assistants forward and adjusted the loudspeakers clipped on their clothes. "Hello. Hello." Hearing Zhang Shuang's voice, everyone suddenly quieted down. She wore protective gloves and a mask. This spirit fox is a masterpiece of nature. As we all know, all the animals in the forbidden land of Gangtai Mountain have undergone mutations and are extremely tall. It is no exaggeration to say that mice are bigger than cats. Wild boars are as strong as calves, and black bears are as tall as 2 stories. But it is still so small. What allows it to survive in such an environment? She pointed to the claws of the spirit fox and said, "It has been selected and evolved by nature. Now its claws are highly toxic. It is a toxin that humans have not discovered so far. Any animal or human who is scratched by it will hardly escape the fate of death. Of course, many members of our base have also died under its claws. However, according to our research, the blood of the spirit fox is also very different from that of a normal fox." As she said, she brought another cage to the table. "This is an ordinary fox. Today we will draw blood from them and show it to everyone under a microscope." Chapter 239. Zhang Shuang adjusted his glasses and glanced at his assistant, who took out a straw-sized syringe from the white porcelain plate next to him. He held it up and told everyone, "The fox's paw is highly toxic. For safety reasons, we must anesthetize it first. But don't worry. The amount of anesthetic is very small. It will wake up after the blood is drawn, and it will not have any effect on the blood quality. As he spoke, he gently pushed forward, and the fox standing vigilantly in the cage was injected. In less than half a minute, the fox fell in the cage. He gently opened the cage, took out the fox, inserted a needle into the heart, and drew 20 milliliters of fox blood in front of everyone, and then injected it into a test tube that had already been added with anticoagulants. Then he drew blood from another fox in the same way. When he drew blood from the other fox, the fox was already awake and stood up suddenly from the cage. Zhang Shuang smiled and said, "A fox is a fox. With the amount of anesthetic we used, it should have been unconscious for at least 5 minutes. Now it's less than 3 minutes, and it's already awake. It shows that the fox's mental power is very strong." Okay. The assistant has taken both tubes of blood. Now let's look at the difference under the microscope. The assistant showed the smear made with the blood of an ordinary fox. The smear was just put under the microscope, and the screen was still blurry. Suddenly, a scream was heard at the door, followed by the sound of a human body hitting the door. The door opened and a black shadow quickly rushed into the venue. "Big Cat is here." Big Cat did not go directly to the spirit fox, but quickly circled the venue, causing many people to exclaim, "What is this? Dog? It's a dog. No! Have you ever seen such a flexible dog? Ah! I felt its fur. It looks like a cat." Lu Jian, who was hosting the auction, held up a gun and didn't know how to shoot for a moment. There were too many people at the scene. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a sharp pain came from his wrist, and the pistol fell to the ground. Big Cat began to circle around the fox, quickly circle after circle. Finally, it stopped in front of the spirit fox, and kept making the sound of meow, meow from its mouth. "Ah! It's a cat. There's such a big cat. Look! It seems to be communicating with the spirit fox? Yes, it is communicating with the spirit fox. Aren't the animals in the Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain Forbidden Land said to be very big? Is it from the Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain Forbidden Land? Like the spirit fox? Catch it. Maybe its blood has the same effect." All the members have been searched, and no weapons are carried on them. Some awakened people have begun to gather their powers in their palms, intending to catch the big cat. At this moment, the big cat suddenly exerted its strength and circled the venue again, leaving the security guards at the door helpless. After circling twice, it quickly escaped from the venue. A group of security guards chased and blocked it, but they didn't catch it at all. Looking at the empty door, Lu Jian quickly calmed down, while letting his assistant bandage his wound. He arranged the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. As you can see, this is also an animal in the forbidden area of Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. It may be a good friend of this fox and wants to save it. It has already escaped. Security guard, strengthen defense. Let's continue." Oh, what a pity. This tube of blood was spilled. Fortunately, it is the blood of an ordinary fox. Assistant, please take another sample. The fox still did not wake up, and the assistant began to take blood again. Meng Jing'an's voice appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian. De Miao said it was a spirit fox. Don't let them succeed. I will go to support them now. The assistant has put the blood smear under the microscope. As the lens is adjusted, the components of the blood are displayed on the big screen. Zhang Shuang began to introduce. This is a red blood cell. This is a platelet, which is a substance that promotes blood coagulation in the body. This is a white blood cell, an immune cell. Suddenly, a scream came from the door again, followed by gunshots and roars. Zhang Shuang had to stop explaining. Lu Jian comforted, "It doesn't matter. The door has been locked. It can't get in." At this moment, a black shadow appeared again from nowhere. Unlike the previous black shadow, it did not run around the venue, but directly attacked the 3 people on the stage. "Ah!" The assistant screamed. His eyes were blinded, and blood flowed down his cheeks. Just when Zhang Shuang wanted to check on the assistant, the little cat that was attacking Li Jian suddenly turned around and knocked Zhang Shuang's glasses away with one claw, leaving 3 deep scratches on his fair cheek. Lu Jian exclaimed, "Quick! Blogger Zhang is injured. Send Dr. Zhang away." The door opened, and the big cat followed a dozen security guards into the venue. The security guards held the spirit fox tightly with weapons in hand. The two cats not only knocked over the tube of fox blood while moving quickly, but also scratched many members of the meeting. Lu Mingfei winked at Zhao Ying, and Zhao Ying quietly left. After a while, Zhao Ying's voice came from the atomic watch. Done. Eye contact the base. Yi Xian raised her wrist and shouted to Lu Mingfei, pay attention to cover. Lu Mingfei and Bai Miran looked at each other. I don't know who shouted. The cutting-edge base did it on purpose. Protect your belongings? Gunshots rang out, and a man who tried to snatch the spirit fox was shot and fell to the ground. He was quickly pulled out of the auction venue by the security guards of the cutting-edge base. Someone shouted angrily, he is not dead yet. He has all the crystal cores we brought. What do you want to do? Let him go. Taking advantage of the chaos, more people rushed towards the spirit fox. Since the spirit fox blood has been spilled, whoever can get this spirit fox will have the opportunity to make a fortune. The cutting-edge base had spread the news early in the morning that a tube of spirit fox blood was priced at 2,000 level 2 zombie crystal cores. Level 2 zombie crystal cores. How hard to find. Even if it is a large base. With all the power of the base gathered, it would be difficult to find so many level 2 zombies in less than half a month. Not to mention that ordinary people can't deal with this kind of zombies at all. Spirit fox is wealth. No matter when. Wealth can always make people's eyes red. Countless people, whoa, shouted and rushed towards the spirit fox. The cage containing the ordinary fox was crushed, and the fox was crushed into meat paste. They didn't notice it at all. Two people grabbed the cage of the spirit fox at the same time. Before the winner was decided, they both let go with a scream, revealing bloody wounds on their arms. Big Cat made a move. The cage had not yet landed on the ground, but was grabbed by another group of people. The auction site was suddenly in chaos with gunshots, shouts, and calls. Meng Jinghan appeared at the door, and Yi Xian gestured to him. He flew over the heads of the crowd like an eagle. A long sword was unsheathed. Blood splashed, and the cage suddenly appeared in his hand. He did not leave, but quickly rotated around the venue like Big Cat. Chapter 240. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Good job. Her mind flashed. Meng Jinghan suddenly disappeared from the venue, and appeared in Yi Xian's space at the same time. Huh? Where is he? Where is he hiding? Don't let him run away. The security guards of the cutting-edge base also quickly ran in the direction where Meng Jinghan disappeared. After Meng Jinghan appeared in the space, he did not stop for a moment, but quickly put down the spirit fox in his hand and grabbed another cage beside him. Yi Xian moved him out of the space again, before the security guard rushed over. Meng Jinghan poked his head out from under the chair and shouted, "Give it back to you. Give it back to you. Don't shoot. Don't shoot." As he said that, he put the spirit fox on the chair in front of him, raised his hands, and slowly left the scene. Bang! Boom! Thunder power, water power, and spiritual power were released at the same time, attacking the security guards of the cutting-edge base. Damn it! Who would spend money on the auction that turned out like this? Kill these greedy guys. The spirit fox is ours. Deputy Captain John of the cutting-edge base peeked out of the door, raised his wrist and shouted, "Start the secondary backup plan. Save the spirit fox." After saying this, he turned and walked out the door. Yi Xian and Bai Miran looked at each other and said one word at the same time, "Retreat." Lu Mingfei nodded at Yi Xian, indicating that he had arranged for the support. Walking out of the auction venue, someone in the hall checked, "Which base are you from?" Lu Mingfei stepped forward, took out his ID and invitation, "A701 base. Your auction is well organized." Humph! Even Yi Xian couldn't help but take the anger on his face seriously. Lu Mingfei walked out, but the security guard reached out to stop Yi Xian. "Meng Jinghan and Bai Miran, please show your ID." Lu Mingfei looked back and got angry again. "What? You must go against us? Your auction has turned into a gunfight, and you won't let me go?" The security guard seemed a bit stubborn. The captain has ordered that no one can come in and out at will to prevent someone from taking away the spirit fox and spirit fox blood. Bullshit! Lu Mingfei was furious. "Open your eyes and see. The spirit fox is still being fought over in there. We just don't want to wade into this muddy water. Who is your captain? Call him here." The captain of the special operations team of the A701 base. This title can still scare people. The security guard was obviously a little guilty. At this time, 4 or 5 men came from behind. One of them had blood on his head. The security guard stopped him again. Which base? Please show your ID. The man walking in front was a beard, more than 2 meters tall, and his eyes were wide open. Damn it. Don't you know me? Bang. A fist as big as a basin hit the security guard's head, and the security guard immediately fell to the ground. Another security guard laughed. Asshole. Don't you know Captain Wong of B1 base? You deserve it. Captain. Please. The man helped his teammates out, and Yi Xian and his group followed him out of the venue. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Looming Fei atomic watch rang. Captain. Retreat quickly. Quick. Damn it. The advanced base is going to blow up this building. What? Looming Fei was stunned. Ling Hu was still inside, and there were their people inside. How could they blow up the building at this time? Without thinking, Looming Fei took Yi Xian and his group and ran out quickly. Zhao Ying and Xuelong had been waiting at the gate in the car. Quick! Get in the car! Xian had been waiting in the car for a long time. Yi Xian took Ming Jinghan and Bai Miran and got in the car quickly. Before the door was closed, Xuelong had already started the engine. The car roared away. Yi Xian had time to ask, what's going on? Why did they blow up the building? Xuelong said in a muffled voice. Zhao Ying overheard it by accident, saying it was a secondary backup plan. This time, they just wanted to test the market and let these people advertise for them. They didn't invite too many big guys, and many of them were their enemies. Just like the A701 base. Their goal is to hold it smoothly. If someone deliberately makes trouble, they will knock them all down here, and then find an excuse to eliminate dissidents. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. This advanced base is too cruel. No wonder they don't want to let us out. No! Aren't they afraid? Boom! Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise behind him, and the huge air wave almost blew the car away. Yi Xian looked back and saw a huge mushroom cloud rising slowly, and the building had disappeared. They looked at each other. It's a close call. Ling Hu? What should Ling Hu do? In this case, Ling Hu will also die at the scene. Yi Xian didn't believe they were willing to give up the Spirit Fox. Xuelong shook his head. We don't know about that. Could it be that the Spirit Fox has other escape routes? Yi Xian, take out the Spirit Fox and let's see. No! Just the cage that holds the Spirit Fox will do. Bai Miran seemed to have thought of something. Auction site. Deputy Captain Zhang looked at the mess in front of him, waved away the dust in front of him, and asked, how many escaped? The security guard who stopped Yi Xian and his group at the door replied respectfully. 12. 5 people from the A701 base, and 5 people from the B1 base. We dared not stop them. 2 people from the Shi base left before the auction started. Deputy Captain Zhang had a gloomy expression. Humph. They got it easy. Looming Fei. You are really lucky. Zhang Shuang had a bandage on his face. Only his eyes were exposed. Deputy Captain Zhang. Where is the Spirit Fox? Hurry up and get the Spirit Fox out. The oxygen cylinder is only good for 6 hours. Deputy Captain Zhang looked at the security guard beside him. Locate. Start search and rescue. Yi Xian threw the Spirit Fox into the space and took out the cage containing the Spirit Fox. Bai Miran studied it carefully. I heard that the cutting-edge base has developed a marine escape jacket that can withstand strong earthquakes and can withstand a level 12 typhoon. He fumbled here and there and continued. It is said that this clothing will automatically open and turn into a lifeboat when it is hit hard. It is also equipped with oxygen bottles and drinking water, which can maintain survival for at least 12 hours. It is also equipped with a signal tracker, which is convenient for teammates to find it at any time. As he was talking, a green light suddenly flashed on the lower right side of the cage, and a sound was heard at the same time. Beep beep. Beep beep. Locator. Yi Xian and Bai Miran shouted at the same time. Yi Xian reached out and put the cage into the space. How cunning! They actually installed a locator on the cage. That is to say, this cage must be the kind of life jacket that Bai Miran said. And they dug it out according to the location after the life-saving system was turned on by the strong earthquake. In order to eliminate dissidents, the cutting-edge base really took great pains. Now that the signal device sounded, although it was less than 2 seconds, I don't know if it was successfully located, and I don't know if they will infer that the Spirit Fox has been stolen. Chapter 241. The bombed auction site. A man was carrying a briefcase-sized instrument. After connecting it to the power supply, the instrument emitted beep beep. Beep beep. It can be found. As soon as he finished speaking, the signal disappeared instantly. The man was stunned. Deputy Captain Zhang. The signal disappeared. Deputy Captain Zhang stepped forward. Wasn't it fine just now? Why did it suddenly disappear? Li Hao. Another man ran over quickly. Captain. The equipment will not make mistakes. We have gone through countless simulation experiments. The only explanation is that it was buried too deep, and the signal reception was not good. Try again. The man continued to experiment with the instrument. But there was still no movement. Deputy Captain Zhang looked at the motionless instrument and became more and more irritable. Can the connection just now be roughly located? The man hesitated for a moment. The time is too short. It is difficult to track. I will try to find the general location. The atomic watch on Yi Xian's wrist rang. And it was Lu Mingfei's voice. Yi Xian. We will not go back with you. Our news has attracted the attention of major bases across the country. Currently, 4 or 5 bases have arrived at the A701 base and plan to enter the Hongtation restricted area. I must go back. After a pause, he continued, pay attention to the advanced base after you go back. This time we have completely made enemies with them. If you need support, feel free to contact me. If Hongtation needs your help, I hope you will not hesitate to give me advice. I am afraid that this time we will have to get serious. Yi Xian said to the atomic watch, I understand. Be careful. If you need my help, my mid-levels base is also willing to go all out. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Bai Muron and said, the Hongtation forbidden area may no longer exist in the future. This war belongs to all mankind. Don't you want to go back and join this battle? Bai Muron smiled calmly. There are many elites in the whole human race. And I am not a big deal. I'd better guard our nest. I think the cutting-edge base can locate the spirit fox, and it is no longer under the ruins. Ming Jinghan knows nothing about this kind of high technology. But analyzed, even if they can locate the spirit fox is not under the ruins. The biggest possibility is to suspect the B1 base and the A701 base. We should remind Captain Lu and others. At this time, Lu Mingfei was eager to go home, and the car accelerated and ran out of the contact range of the atomic watch. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Use the radio to contact him after returning to the base. Bai Muron shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. If the advanced base dares to provoke A701 at this time, it may be exterminated. Let's worry about ourselves. After thinking for a while, Bai Muron continued. The 2 spirit foxes are in our hands. We have to go to A701. If they find that your space is similar to the way that person controls humans, it may cause trouble. Yi Xian nodded. I have inquired about this matter a long time ago. Most high-level space abilities can allow living people to enter. As long as we don't say that I can control the people inside, it shouldn't be a big problem. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian continued, if my ability can help humans eliminate dissidents, I am willing to do my best. The car drove into the mid-levels base, and the base was still peaceful. It seems that the action that night was not tracked, which made Yi Xian quietly relieved. Only 3 days of peace and stability. Lu Mingfei from the A701 base sent a message. The elimination of the Hontai Mountain forbidden area requires Lord Yi to do his best. Please bring the spirit fox to the A701 base as soon as possible. Please reply with the departure time, and we will arrange for relevant personnel to pick you up. When Bai Muron handed the message to Yi Xian, he emphasized the word pick up. It seems that there is chaos outside again. Otherwise we don't need pick up. Yi Xian. Shall we go? Or let them come to Linghu? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. Let's go. Recently, I heard that Hontai Mountain has begun to cut down forests on a large scale. It is probably related to the operation. If we can help, it will be a merit for us. In order to prevent a sudden attack from the cutting-edge base, Li Yanwu and Xuelong stayed to help Lu Liang defend the base. Yi Xian only brought Bai Muron and Ming Jinghan with her. Xian has recently fallen in love with the training ground of Yi Xian's space base. He stays there to watch others train when he has nothing to do. And by the way, he also takes Xian with him. Bai Muron drove the car, and Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan sat side by side in the back, looking at their tightly clasped hands. Bai Muron's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Sure enough, the outside was in chaos again, with refugees and zombies everywhere. Occasionally, you can see a few people wearing cutting-edge base uniforms running on the road, as panicked as dogs that have lost their homes. Halfway through the journey, the car met Xiao Lu and Zhao Eng, who drove to meet them. Xiao Lu told Yi Xian that the recent chaos outside was because the actions of the cutting-edge base had been known by most bases. And now many bases were surrounding the cutting-edge base. The people nearby were affected and had to live on the streets. And sometimes uncontrolled base personnel came out to rob along the streets. Look! We are all affected. Xiao Lu pointed to the big hole on the front of the car and said helplessly. Xiao Li, you drive behind? I will tell Captain Yi about the general situation. So, Zhao Ying drove in front, and Xiao Li drove in the back, protecting Yi Xian's car in the middle. Captain Yi, we asked you to come this time because several animal experts and medical experts came. They heard that drinking the blood of the spirit fox can be controlled by that person. And they want to study the spirit fox to see if they can find the weakness of that person. Where is Captain Lu? Bai Muron turned around and asked. Xiao Lu sighed. Don't mention it. Captain Lu has not been seen these days. He follows the action team to cut trees in Gangtai Mountain every day. He refuses to rest even when he is injured. Oh! The captain said that when Captain Yi arrives, he will come back to report to you personally on the situation in Gangtai Mountain. Now I will tell you the general situation. From Xiao Lu. I learned that there are no less than 10 representatives from the bases stationed in the A701 base. And almost all the largest bases in the country have come. The experts have entered the Gangtai Mountain forbidden area twice. And their opinions are very consistent. They all believe that it is indeed an alien UFO. And it is possible that all this was concocted by the alien. Experts now have 2 steps. First, destroy the forbidden area of Hantai Mountain. Destroy the environment it relies on to hide, and the giant animals it can control, so that our people will be harmed as little as possible by the giant animals. The second step is to find a way to destroy the UFO. If it is really impossible to destroy it, then blow up the mountain near the UFO and bury it completely underground. The only variable now is that we don't know what mechanism it uses to control humans, and how to prevent humans from being controlled again. This is also one of the purposes of their research on spirit foxes. Yi Xian was concentrating on thinking about what Xiao Lu had introduced. When suddenly, bang! The car seemed to hit something. And Yi Xian was careless and hit her head on the backrest of the passenger seat. Ming Jinghan grabbed her. What's going on? Bai Muron said with a gloomy face. We are in trouble. Get out of the car. Chapter 242. Yi Xian looked up and saw a huge rock lying in front of the car driven by Zhao Ying. And behind the rock stood a dozen men holding guns. Judging from the men's clothes, they were from the advanced base again. Xiao Lu sighed. They are here to get the spirit fox again. They have been restless since we returned to the base. I don't know why, but they always think that the spirit fox is in the A701 base. And they will start fighting if they can't reach an agreement. If it weren't for the fact that Gangtation tied up most of our troops, the advanced base would have been wiped out by us long ago. As annoying as a fly, Xiao Lu pushed open the car door and walked out, shouting, Are you done yet? We've already said we don't know where the fox is. And don't you know? Drinking fox blood will be controlled by aliens. And now you still want the fox. Are you sent by aliens to make trouble? A muffled voice came from behind the boulder. Now that the fox is in your hands, naturally you have the final say. We won't accept any explanation if you don't hand over the fox. Come with us. Explain to our boss in person. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes. Boss? Lu Chan was abandoned after all. Have you heard about the background of the newly elected boss of the cutting-edge base? Can he control zombies? Bai Muron and Ming Jinghan both shook their heads. After a long confrontation, neither side was willing to give in. Just when Yi Xian was about to charge, gunshots were heard from the front, followed by Xiao Lu's exclamation, It's the captain! The captain is here! Lu Mingfei led a dozen fully armed soldiers down from the armored vehicle, knocked down several of them with a volley of bullets, and waved his hand, Tie them all up and take them away. Yi Xian got out of the car and smiled at the fully armed Lu Mingfei. Look at the equipment Captain Lu is wearing. He should not be here to greet us. Right? Lu Mingfei took off his helmet and smiled. Of course not. I received the mission to destroy the cutting-edge base. He put his mouth close to Yi Xian's ear and whispered, The boss of the cutting-edge base is also controlled. And not only that, many people in the cutting-edge base have been controlled. This matter is a long story. According to our analysis, they should have been controlled when the previous boss came. And it is estimated that there are many such people in their senior management. You go back first. I will tell you in detail after I complete the task. Yi Xian nodded and got into the car. watching the soldiers move the big stone in front. When the car drove into the EP171 base, Yi Xian knew that everything was not simple. The originally quiet management area was now busy, with soldiers coming and going in a hurry with firm steps. She was still arranged in the dormitory where she lived before, and she could see everything from here. The office building was already full of people, and there were 2 more soldiers at the door watching people coming and going, and stopping people from time to question them. Xiao Lu told her that she should rest here first, and wait for Captain Lu to come back and take her to see the experts. Looking at the people coming and going downstairs, Yi Xian looked at Bai Muran and Ming Jinghan. They understood that they were no longer the protagonists, and how things would develop in the future depended on the decisions of these people. I hope that the person in the Hantai Mountain forbidden area can be completely cleared. Lu Mingfei came back in a long while, covered in dust. He told Yi Xian that there would be no A701 base in the future, and all those suspected of being controlled had been controlled. The experts had already drawn their blood, and now Yi Xian needed to go with Linghu. On the 3rd floor of the office building, a conference room was temporarily converted into a laboratory. It was obvious that one of the experimenters was also a space awakener. She kept turning into various experimental supplies out of thin air, and skillfully operated the blood samples in front of her. The other 2 men in white coats made a common gesture to Yi Xian. Ms. Yi, we got the news that all the spirit foxes are now with you. Can you give them to us? Yi Xian nodded and reached out to take out a large cage, which contained the 2 spirit foxes and 2 little spirit foxes. Yi Xian's space was full of spiritual energy. The little fox had grown up a lot. Its fur was bright red like burning charcoal, which made people want to touch it. Lu Mingfei said to one of them, "The fox is now in your hands. Please sign the formalities. We have other tasks to do, so we won't keep you any longer." The man handed the signed document to Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei didn't stop for a moment and ran out with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, our old leader wants to see you. Yi Xian was stunned. Now you have the people and equipment you need. So it seems that you don't need me anymore. Right? What do you want to see me for? Lu Mingfei, he smiled. Don't be nervous. The old man just wants to see what the Lord of the Mid-Mountain Base, who kidnapped his beloved disciple, looks like. Very kind. Yi Xian stretched out her hands. Don't. Bai Muran was not kidnapped by me. If they hadn't deliberately made things difficult for him, why would Bai Muran follow me? I won't take the blame for this. After saying this, an old voice came from behind. You are right. You can't take the blame for this. It's all because of us old guys who are useless, and let them suffer. Yi Xian turned around suddenly, and an old man with white hair stood behind her, his back still straight, his eyes firm. Lu Mingfei and Bai Muran stood up and saluted at the same time. Hello, old leader. The old man patted Bai Muran's shoulder and nodded attentively. Good. Good. It seems that the food at the Banshan base is good. It's strong. Let's go. I just need to find you. Lord Yi, come with us. Yi Xian followed the old man downstairs. His office was the innermost one on the 2nd floor. The old man didn't say anything polite, but came straight to the point. Lord Yi, you are not from our base, so I have no reason to ask you to do anything. But we need your help now. Yi Xian didn't say anything, looking at the old man in front of him. His wrinkles seemed to tell of his life's achievements. His eyes were firm and resolute as he stared at Yi Xian without blinking. Yi Xian nodded. Please tell me, old man, if I, Yi Xian, can help. I will do it at all costs. Yes. The old man nodded. I know you are a space power awakener, and your level is not low. You are also a psychic power awakener. We need your help in fighting the aliens with these 2 powers. It turned out that they had been to the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land more than once. The magnetic field of the Hantai Mountain Forbidden Land seemed to be much stronger. It should be controlled by the alien. The atomic table they improved could only communicate with the surrounding area of about 500 meters. It was difficult to work effectively at such a distance. He now needed a person who had awakened both psychic and space powers to control the situation. It would be best if all the soldiers could be put into the space, and then deployed to the corresponding locations according to the deployment. It would be best if these people could communicate with each other through this transit station. As far as I know, high-level space ability users can do it, which is one of the reasons why we valued Lu Fafong so much. I wonder if Lord Yi has reached such a level. Yi Xian pursed her lips, and did not dare to agree. Her space was very powerful, but it was not at that level yet. She could control the space subjects at any time and send and receive their messages. But she could not send and receive messages to strangers in real time. Moreover, her space is still time limited, and not too many people can enter. Yi Xian sank her thoughts into the space, asked this question on the question panel, and got a reply immediately. This function belongs to the full level 10 space skill. The host is currently at level 8, and needs to be upgraded twice. Yi Xian looked at the old man in front of her and said, "Can I trust you?" Chapter 243. After hearing this, the old man grinned. "I am buried up to my neck in the earth, and I will not have any intentions towards you. If you are worried, you can bring up a reason. As long as I can agree, I will agree to it." Yi Xian looked at Bai Miran, who nodded, indicating that he could be fully trusted. She looked at Meng Jinghan again, and Meng Jinghan squinted his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him, and said, "If you are willing to become her subject, I believe she will be willing to believe you." The old man was obviously stunned. "I am already a subject of a 701. From a personal point of view, I admire Lord Yi very much. A young girl can create her own base and manage it so well. But I want to betray a 701. The old man looked at Yi Xian and paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Haha. That's impossible. For this feeling, I believe Miran and Mingfei may understand me better." Meng Jinghan refused to give in, even if it's for the sake of family and country. For the sake of all mankind. "Isn't it okay?" The old man ignored Meng Jinghan and turned his gaze to Yi Xian. "Is this what Lord Yi meant?" Yi Xian chuckled. "I am willing to believe the old man. It's just that I am not at that level yet. I need jade. The more the better. If not, antiques are also fine." The old man looked at Yi Xian, thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Leave this to me. Lord Yi, please have a good rest. These things will be delivered to your residence before tomorrow." As soon as he left the office, Meng Jinghan used the space contact system to complain to Yi Xian. "You are too easy to trust others. He is from a 701. What if he has other intentions?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I took advantage of the time when you proposed conditions to him to learn about the rules of the full-level space. After the space reaches the maximum level, all people who have entered the space will automatically sign a spiritual contract, and all will become my space subjects. Hee. Can't we just invite him to come over when the time comes?" Hearing this, Meng Jinghan suddenly frowned. "Do you think that person has the full-level space skills?" "Why do I think so the more I listen? Do you still remember what Gu Sinan said? He just spent a night in that cave, and he was inexplicably controlled by him. And he seemed to say that he saw that person in his dream." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I have suspected this for a long time. But there is no other way at present. I can only take one step at a time, or wait to be destroyed." Meng Jinghan stopped talking, and had to admit that Yi Xian was telling the truth. "If you don't agree, you can only watch the destruction of mankind. How can the eggs be safe when the nest is overturned? I'm afraid their fate will be the same. At least there is hope if we can defeat him." Sure enough, someone came at dinner time, not only bringing today's dinner, but also bringing 2 large boxes full of jade and antiques. According to the soldier, the old man said, "If these are not enough, he can find another way." Yi Xian smiled and sent the soldier away. Looking at Bai Miran, it seems that he knows the function of these things. It's not easy to get so many jade and antiques in this end of the world. Bai Miran pursed his lips and said after a long time, "Yi Xian, have you decided to do this? This way, all your secrets will be exposed." Meng Jinghan crossed his arms and looked at Bai Miran. "What else? Do you have a better idea?" Bai Miran choked. "Haha. That's right. This is related to the survival of the entire human race. It seems that we only have this one choice. Try it quickly, and see if these things can upgrade the space." Yi Xian put her hand on the box, and the box disappeared instantly. Yi Xian sank her thoughts into the space, and began to write frantically on the message board. A jade pot was found. The cabin increased by 20 square meters. The black land increased by 200 square meters. And the civilian space increased by 200 square meters. A jade safety lock was found. The cabin grew by 15 square meters. The black land grew by 150 square meters. And the civilian space grew by 150 square meters. Found. The cabin is growing rapidly. The black land has become larger and more vast. And the civilian space has increased by an unknown amount. Standing in front of the cabin, The forest that separated the civilian space and the Lord's land has disappeared. The space system prompts. Congratulations on upgrading to level 9 space. And opening the level 9 space mall at the same time. Do you want to receive the upgrade reward? Get it. Rewards. 10 sets of combat uniforms. Any size is available. Reward. Double the base defense. Use it immediately. Use. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Reward. Upgrade the space civilian's ability by 1 level. Reward. Upgrade the space factory by 1 level. And double the quality and quantity of the products produced. Yi Xian. Wow. This is great. Currently, the arsenal in Yi Xian space is making all-out efforts to produce that new set of weapons. And is worried about the quality of the materials. The system continued to absorb the energy of jade and antiques. However, the progress bar stopped at more than half of level 9. The jade in the box had almost been absorbed. And there were still a dozen antiques left. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This is all fake. It seems that another box of jade is needed. By Miran. It's still not enough. By Miran looked at the big box that Yi Xian took out from the space and smiled bitterly. I have heard that space power needs to be nurtured with jade. But I never knew that its appetite is so big. I go tell the old man. As he said this, he walked out dragging a big box in one hand. After breakfast the next day, the third box of jade was delivered. This time, the jade was delivered by Looming Fei. He had 2 panda eyes and reached out to open the big box. The jade this time was obviously very new. It should be something from the jade shop before the end of the world. There was also a piece of jade that had not been carved yet. This piece of jade was only the size of a palm. But it was snow white without a single flaw. People couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. Yi Xian held the jade in her palm. In such cold weather, she felt that it was warm and unusually smooth. Looming Fei explained, we stayed up all night to get these last night. Let's try it. Yi Xian first put the jade into the space. The system immediately prompted. A piece of high-quality jade was found. The reward is that the cabin space increases by 130 square meters. The black land increases by 1,300 square meters. And the civilian space increases by 1,300 square meters. The upgrade progress bar increased a lot at once. It's really a good thing. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel sorry. It would be great if it could be polished into a jade pendant and worn on the body. It's a pity that it's the end of the world now. And saving lives is the most important thing. Bai Miran and Looming Fei both stretched their necks to stare at Yi Xian. How is it? Is it effective? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Good things will naturally work. Let me try this box and see if it can be upgraded smoothly. After absorbing this box of jade, the space successfully reached the maximum level. There are still 2 jade pendants left to be absorbed. It seems that the space energy is full and no longer needed. Yi Xian stretched out her hand and threw Bai Miran and Looming Fei into the space. Automatically sign the contract? Let them try first. Chapter 244. Bai Miran and Looming Fei felt a flash before their eyes. And before they could react, they felt their feet were already on the ground. Looking around again, where was the small dormitory? Here was a large lush field. The crops in the field were ripe and waiting to be harvested. Not far away, a harvester was rumbling and busy. Looking further away, there were a few small villas and a fruit tree. And then, there was an endless field. Looking back, there seemed to be buildings and trees at the end of the wilderness. But they were too far away to see clearly. Bai Miran and Looming Fei looked at each other and shouted at the same time, Yi Xian's space. My God! I was shocked and admired. I was shocked by the richness and authenticity of this land. I admired how Yi Xian upgraded the space to this. There were even people in it. Why do I have an inexplicable admiration when I think of Yi Xian? I didn't have this feeling before. Is it just because this space was built too well by her? From Yi Xian's perspective, the moment they entered the space, little red hearts appeared above their heads. Bai Miran had 5, and Looming Fei had 4. As expected, they could actively sign a contract. Looming Fei left Bai Miran behind, strode to the fruit tree, and stretched out his hand to pick the fruit from the tree, only to hear a man shout, Don't move. Looming Fei's hand stopped halfway. The man ran over from the harvester. Where did the newcomer come from? How can you touch the heroine's things casually? Don't want to live anymore? Looming Fei's eyes widened. What did you say? Madam Lady? Damn Yi Xian. This is too stingy. She was reluctant to give me a single fruit. Yi Xian smiled. Sure enough, Lu Mingfei cursed her in his heart. Go. You dare to curse me from your heart. Go to work. Pack the food. Bai Muron was surprised to find that Lu Mingfei walked towards the harvester as if he was possessed by a demon, and silently picked up the tools in front of him and started to work. Hey! Captain Lu. What are you doing? Lu Mingfei ignored him. He grabbed Lu Mingfei's arm. What's wrong with you? Lu Mingfei glanced at him, as if he didn't know him, and shook off his hand and continued to put wheat into the bag. Bai Muron understood immediately. This is Yi Xian's world. She has the final say here. Lu Mingfei is controlled by her. Bai Muron's heart trembled. Just like being controlled by that person. Yi Xian. I know you can hear me. Stop joking. Let him go. We still have to go to Hongtai Mountain. Yi Xian's voice came, and he couldn't help but shudder. Why does this voice feel more majestic? There is a kind of power that cannot be refuted. He is very sure that it was never there before. Yi Xian said, what do you think of this place? If human beings are no longer savable, how about using this place as a refuge? It can also keep us safe for the rest of our lives. Bai Muron pursed his lips tightly. It was true. The environment and land here are no worse than the earth before the end of the world. If that person really can't win, this may be our only place to save our lives. Yi Xian released Lu Mingfei control and moved them out of the space. Lu Mingfei looked at himself covered in dust, and his eyes changed when he looked at Yi Xian. Was I controlled just now? Controlled by that person? Or was I controlled by you? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Lu Mingfei took a breath. According to their description. And the feeling I just had. Why do I feel that the feeling of being controlled by you is similar to what they described? Yi Xian nodded. This is also what I am worried about. Captain Lu. Have you ever experienced that feeling? If that person uses the people he controls to resist, do you think our soldiers can fight back? What if he can also control zombies? This? Lu Mingfei hesitated. Should I report this to the leader? If I report it, your secret may be... Yi Xian understood his concerns. He was afraid that after Yi Xian's secret was exposed, Yi Xian would be forcibly taken to do research. Yi Xian shook his head. You are the deputy captain of this operation. You just need to know the situation. There is another possibility. The person controlled by that person does not feel tired or painful, but can distinguish the enemy's behavior by himself. He has intelligence and wisdom, just like a special zombie. This is the worst plan. We must be prepared in advance. Lu Mingfei nodded. Don't worry. I won't expose any of your secrets. I will make arrangements now. We will leave for Maggiacchio in the afternoon. You should also prepare. After saying that, Lu Mingfei turned around and left. Meng Jinghan glanced at Yi Xian. If it is really as you said, it is too scary. How sure are we that we can deal with him? Yi Xian shook her head and smiled bitterly. I have tried my best. Man proposes, God disposes. If it really doesn't work, you all go into space, where you can be safe for the rest of your life. What about you? Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian with a heavy face. Hee. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. I am the god of that world, so I can enter it naturally. However, this is the worst plan. I don't know if that space will be affected after this world disappears. We still have to work hard to save our living space. Bai Muron nodded and began to check the weapons. Meng Jinghan still stood at the door holding the long sword, looking thoughtful, while Yi Xian was upgrading the space. Hundreds of people from different places had already started to go to Gangtai Mountain. They looked wooden, like walking corpses. The thorns on Gangtai Mountain scratched their clothes and pierced their bodies, but they seemed to have no feeling and continued to move towards the forbidden area. The lumberjack shouted, Who is it? Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain has been closed. Go home quickly. They acted as if they didn't hear anything and continued to walk forward. One of the lumberjacks reached out to stop them, but was pulled back by his colleague. Don't touch them. They don't seem to be right. Why do I feel like they are zombies? After being reminded by his colleague, the man came to his senses, looking at these people's eyes again. Although they don't have the grayish-white color that zombies should have, they still have unfocused eyes like zombies. He took 2 steps back and shouted, Quick! Radio! Where's the radio? Inform the base that there are living zombies on Gangtai Mountain. Then he shouted into the intercom on his collar, Brothers, where are your weapons? Shoot them to death. Don't let them pass. Hearing the shout, the lumberjack who was a soldier immediately turned into a warrior, holding a gun in his hand and aiming at these zombies. If you move forward, we will shoot. These people still acted as if they didn't hear anything. Bang! A bullet shot at the person closest to him. Chapter 245. The man who fired the gun watched the bullet penetrate his chest, splashing a large pool of blood on his chest. But he did not fall down as expected. He continued to move forward towards the forbidden area step by step, as if nothing had happened. The same thing happened to 3 or 5 people at the same time, and they were stunned. The first person who fired the gun reacted the fastest and quickly put away the gun in his hand. Quick! Report the situation here to the base. These people are abnormal. Everyone, get on the tree. The lumberjack quickly climbed up the tree to hide himself, watching the enemies below him move towards the forbidden area one by one, and quickly disappear among the tall trees in the forbidden area. After they all passed, the man asked again, "Have you counted them? How many people?" Another man hid in a big tree and shouted, 138 people. 138 people just passed. The man nodded, "Wait a minute." Seeing the large group of people passing by, and there were still some members who fell behind, the man jumped down from the big tree and grabbed the last person. This was a woman in her 30s, skinny and emaciated, staring with a pair of lifeless eyes as she struggled desperately in his hands. With surprisingly strong strength, the man reached out to her neck and found that her carotid artery was still beating. So she was alive. Just as he was stunned, the woman shook off his arm and walked towards the forbidden area again. Notify the base. 142 puppets are coming over. Alive. Extremely strong. Get to work. Chop down all the trees as soon as possible. They will be much safer without the protection of the trees. Notify the comrades who are clearing animals in the forbidden area and tell them to be careful. Orders were issued one after another, and they soon began to cut wood. At the A701 base, Yi Xian had already stood in front of the team with Bai Muron and Ming Jinghan. The team leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s named Fang Xian. He looked around the room with sharp eyes. Our goal this time is the cave where the aliens are. I won't say much about the degree of danger. You are all elites who have been to the forbidden area several times. Now let me introduce you to 3 comrades. This is Yi Xian. Ms. Yi, the founder of the mid-levels base, a space power awakener, a mental power awakener, and a water power awakener. The eyes of everyone looking at Yi Xian changed. She turned out to be a multi-power awakener. This time we need her help with space power and mental power. Everyone will listen to her command later. Before Fang Xian finished speaking, Lu Mingfei ran over from a distance. Team Fang. The latest information came from Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. Maybe our worst plan has come true. Fang Xian and Lu Mingfei looked at each other, and Lu Mingfei nodded vigorously and repeated the information he had just received. Fang Xian looked at his teammates again, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Everyone has heard that the puppets controlled by aliens have entered the forbidden area of Hongtai Mountain. They are not afraid of pain, or even bullets. Everyone, are you all ready for the heavy lethal weapons? The soldiers answered in unison, ready. Fang Xian ordered again, double it for everyone. Such an arrangement may be a test of your physical strength, but it can guarantee your safety to the greatest extent. Yi Xian had a headache. She was sure that her space subjects were not in this state. They would get hurt, feel pain, and would not become zombies. So, what was going on with the puppets in Hong Kong? Taiwan and Mountain? Yi Xian was distracted. It was not until Fang Xian called her twice that she realized it was time to set off. Oh! Let's go! Stand together, holding hands. Yi Xian looked at Fang Xian. Captain Fang, are you coming in too? Fang Xian looked at Lu Mingfei, then at his comrades who were already standing in 4 rows hand in hand, and nodded. I get used to the environment and communication methods there first. Yi Xian smiled slightly, reached out and touched him, and Fang Xian disappeared on the spot. The soldiers' eyes widened immediately. Disappeared just like that? Before they recovered from their shock, they were thrown into space by Yi Xian. A temporary command shed was built on the black soil of the space, and not far in front was the window for the space to communicate with the outside world. As long as Yi Xian opened this window, they could receive news from the outside world and even see the scene in front of them. They have all become citizens of Yi Xian's space. No matter how far away they are, communication is no longer a problem. A large loudspeaker is hung on the top of the command tent. As long as Yi Xian opens the voice permission, their voices will appear here at any time. and the orders will be transmitted through the signal devices in their hands. Before Fong Xian sighed for too long, Yi Xian took him out of the space. Haha. Fong team, you should take the car with us. You can also talk about the specific combat plan on the way. Fong Xian had no choice but to get in the car with them. He looked at Yi Xian again, with a little more admiration and vigilance. With such ability, it will be a threat to any organization. Yi Xian narrowed her eyes. Haha. Now you think I'm a threat? It's too late. Don't try to jump out of my palm. Lu Mingfei drove. Fong Xian sat in the passenger seat, and only Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan were left in the back seat. Meng Jinghan was worried about Yi Xian cooperating with Fong Xian, and refused to enter the space. He had to stay by Yi Xian's side to ensure her safety. Fong Xian glanced at Meng Jinghan and said nothing. All the way, Fong Xian was studying the battle plan with Lu Mingfei, and Yi Xian sat in the back and watched coldly. Now she has created a space. As for fighting, they are professionals. Yi Xian has never thought of participating in it. When they arrived at Majiakyo, the sun was about to set, so they had to stay temporarily in the village compound. Someone made a fire and cooked, and Yi Xian was happy to be free. She took Meng Jinghan to the entrance of the tunnel. Unexpectedly, this tunnel was dug by Gu Xinan, and now it is also their passage into the mountain. Yi Xian came here just to confirm whether it is safe inside. When she reached the entrance of the tunnel, she did not go in, but radiated her mental power. As the space level increased, her mental power ability also increased rapidly. Now her mental power can penetrate the tunnel and see the scene at the exit of the tunnel. The scene there made her shudder. Too many people. They were men and women, sitting or lying, and had blocked the exit of the tunnel. It seemed that the man also knew their route, and now he set people to block their only way. The soldiers would not be able to enter the space tomorrow, and they had to clear a passage first. Yi Xian told Meng Jinghan the scene in front of her, and Meng Jinghan agreed with Yi Xian's idea, pulling Yi Xian back and running. Let's go! We can't stay here for long. Who knows if those people will come down the tunnel? Someone must be on duty tonight. Maybe that person already knows we are here. Looking at those zombie-like puppets, Yi Xian knew that Meng Jinghan's worries were not unreasonable. Chapter 246. Yi Xian shared what she had observed with Fong Xian and Lu Mingfei. Fong Xian immediately decided to add more people to watch the night. The woods behind the village compound were the focus of monitoring. He and Lu Mingfei revised the battle plan overnight. The next morning, Fong Xian personally led the team and led 30 members to clear the way. These 30 members were covered with weapons and walked towards the tunnel under the eyes of everyone. Lu Mingfei opened his mouth, but could not say a word. Instead, he sighed and stood up straight and saluted the receding figure. The soldiers behind him did the same. Lu Mingfei waved his hand until they could no longer be seen. Let's go! Let's go to the tunnel and guard it, and be ready to support at any time. Bai Muron quietly told Yi Xian that the people in front were the death squad. Captain Fong Xian deserved respect for leading by example. But if he died here, I'm afraid that future operations would be greatly affected. Yi Xian nodded vigorously. I understand. I know what to do. Don't worry. I will do my best to ensure his safety. When they arrived at the tunnel entrance, Fong Xian and the others were gone. Lu Mingfei ordered the team members to rest on the spot, and Yi Xian released his mental power again. As expected of a regular combat unit, their marching speed was very fast, and they had already passed half of the tunnel. There were still many puppets wandering around the tunnel exit, and there was a person sitting on the stone slab blocking the tunnel exit. Yi Xian used the space ability to contact Fong Xian. Captain Fong, the enemy is still guarding the exit, and there is still a person sitting on the stone slab at the exit. Be careful of the enemy when you go out. Fong Xian replied, understood? Yi Xian clearly saw that when they reached the tunnel exit, Fong Xian adjusted the formation, and 2 soldiers approached the stone slab with guns. Ms. Yi, what is the situation at the exit now? About 13 people. 6 within 5 meters around the exit. 2 at 1 o'clock, 1 at 3 o'clock, and 3 at 6 o'clock. There are 2 at 11 o'clock approaching your position. Fong Xian repeated Yi Xian's words. Waved to the soldiers, and the 2 soldiers quickly overturned the stone slab covering the cave entrance and jumped out of the tunnel like monkeys. 5 enemies at 1 o'clock and 6 o'clock were quickly shot in the head. The team members behind him filed out one after another. When the enemies heard the gunshots, They quickly moved closer. Yi Xian saw more than a dozen puppets running from a distance. These people were holding guns. Captain Fong. There are more than a dozen armed men coming from the 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock directions. They have guns. Hide. Fong Xian made a judgment immediately after receiving the news. 30 soldiers each looked for a big tree to hide. One of them was a little slow and was shot in the back. If he hadn't been protected by a bulletproof vest, he would have died. Bullets flew through the jungle like meteors, hitting tree trunks and sending wood chips flying. The sound of gunfire and the shouts of humans attracted a shiny tiger and 2 big black bears. These 3 beasts seemed to be able to distinguish the enemy. They did not attack the puppets at all, but ran directly towards the soldiers led by Fong Xian. Roar! The tiger moved quickly, and its body pounced on the 2 team members like a hill. The 2 quickly turned their guns to aim at the tiger. However, it was still a step too late. The tiger's sharp claws had already grabbed the soldier's chest, and the bulletproof vest was torn into pieces as if it was made of paper. Before the 2 soldiers could pull the trigger, they were slapped away by the tiger's claws. They fell to the ground without even a scream. Zhang Lin. Lu Ming. Fong Xian shouted, "Be careful." The tiger hit the target with 1 strike and quickly turned around to pounce on the other 2 soldiers. With Fong Xian's reminder, the 2 soldiers reacted faster. They raised their guns and fired bang. Bang. 2 bullets were fired at the tiger at the same time. Even the tiger could not withstand the damage caused by the large caliber gun. Roar. After being wounded, it roared and slapped Zhang Lin with 1 claw. Zhang Lin quickly went around behind a tree to avoid it, and a large piece of the tree trunk was grabbed by the tiger's claw. Taking advantage of the tiger's missed attack, Fong Xian's bullets hit it again, and the tiger, which was hit by several bullets, finally fell down and did not move. The big black bear over there was still showing off its power. Its fur was obviously much thicker than the tiger's, and the bullets would at most make it bleed. It slapped a soldier away with 1 claw with a gunshot wound. Roar! It continued to run towards the crowd angrily. Go up the tree. Go up the tree. Fong Xian immediately changed his battle plan. However, if they went up the tree with enemies around them, they would undoubtedly become moving targets for others. Although bulletproof vests can protect the chest and back, they cannot protect the limbs and head. Several more soldiers fell from the tree after being hit, and died under the claws of the big black bear. Yi Xian turned around and said to Lu Mingfei, "Captain Fong is in a difficult situation. Do you want support?" Lu Mingfei asked back, "Has Captain Fong requested support?" Yi Xian shook his head. Lu Mingfei pursed his lips tightly. "Let me enter the space. I go and take a look." He was also worried about the battle situation on Fong Xian's side, but he couldn't easily disrupt the battle plan. Yi Xian had to take him into the space, and Lu Mingfei also saw the battle situation in front of him through the observation window in the space. It was too tragic. The big black bear roared, slapping the tree trunk 1 palm after another, and the tree shook violently. Some soldiers who were standing unsteadily on it fell off the tree and were killed directly, and some were hanging on the branches and dangling, and were shot in the head by the enemy. The remaining soldiers all aimed their guns at the big black bear and fired bullets at it. The big black bear was soaked in blood as if it had just taken a bath. The injured big black bear became even more crazy, and also caused more casualties to the soldiers. Fong Xian gritted his teeth. Team 1. Team 2. Deal with the big black bear. Team 3. Team 4. Fight back. As he said that, he took out a grenade from his waist, pulled out the pin with his teeth, and threw it at the enemy in front of him on the right. Boom! The huge sound blew away 4 or 5 enemies, but they still stood up with blood all over their bodies, and fired wildly at the big tree where Fong Xian was hiding. Yi Xian shouted anxiously, "Captain Fong, this won't work. They are like zombies. Hit the head. As long as the head is not damaged, they will never fall." Lu Mingfei and Bai Muran, who were observing the window, suddenly shouted, "More and more people are coming. They are surrounding Captain Fong. Captain Fong, be careful behind you." As soon as these words came out, a bullet shot into Fong Xian's left shoulder as if it had eyes. If Fong Xian hadn't heard the shout and turned around quickly, this shot would have shot him in the head. Fong Xian's body shook violently, and he grabbed the branch and almost fell off the tree. Looking at the mad black bear below, Fong Xian was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. There is a sharpshooter behind. Team Fong. Be careful. Bai Muron shouted anxiously. The movement on Fong Xian's side attracted the attention of the black bear. And the black bear slapped the tree where Fong Xian was hiding. Fong Xian was unstable and fell under the tree again. Chapter 247. Yi Xian was always paying attention to Fong Xian's movements. Seeing Fong Xian about to fall off the tree, Yi Xian quickly threw Fong Xian back into space. The sharpshooter in the back saw Fong Xian's hand hanging on the branch. He wanted to shoot, but the man suddenly disappeared. He was also stunned and looked around blankly, as if he had lost his target. Yi Xian's voice sounded, Captain Fong's position. The man in a black cotton jacket at 9 o'clock. He is the sharpshooter. The team received the message. Bang! 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 3 guns were pointed at him, followed by a row of bullets. The man fell to the ground and died. Fong Xian felt dizzy and came to the space. He looked at the scene in front of him, not caring about the wound on his shoulder, and quickly went to the observation window and took out the signal device. Lu Ming. There is someone behind you. Zhang Lin. Damn it! Don't shoot the black bear. Enemy! Be careful. There is an enemy behind you. More than half of the 30 soldiers were injured, and the 2 big black bears fell to the ground and were motionless. Yi Xian rescued 5 people, but the others died before they could be rescued. Yi Xian. Let me out. I will bring people to support. A dozen soldiers can't defeat so many enemies. Seeing that Fong Xian did not object, Yi Xian moved Lu Mingfei out of the space, and watched Lu Mingfei and his men disappear quickly at the entrance of the tunnel. Yi Xian looked back at Ming Jinghan. Let's go! It's just the 2 of us. However, Lu Mingfei was still a step late. When Lu Mingfei arrived at the scene, the battle was over. The remaining dozen soldiers killed hundreds of enemies. When the last enemy fell, the last soldier finally collapsed. Yi Xian moved him into the space, and she suddenly understood what the Suicide Squad meant. It meant the firm belief to complete the mission even if it meant fighting to the last man. Even if all the team members died. Li Mei. Jing. Come quickly. Yi Xian sent the soldier directly to the hospital, and forcibly moved Li Mei and Su Jing to his bedside, ignoring that Li Mei and Su Jing were bandaging others. Save him! Quick! The first time Yi Xian forced them to act. Li Mei and Su Jing were unusually calm and acted much faster than usual. However, the soldier still could not be saved. When Li Mei announced that the rescue was ineffective and he had died, Yi Xian shed tears for the first time. She did not shed tears even when Ye's father and mother were arrested. After watching this battle with her own eyes, and watching this hero die with her own eyes, she began to lose control of her tears. Meng Jinghan, who learned about this battle from Yi Xian, was silent. Maybe I am a little mean. These people seemed different from anyone he had seen since he came to this world. They had goals and beliefs. They were truly worthy of admiration. Watching Lu Mingfei and his men go deep into the jungle, Meng Jinghan suddenly said, Yi Xian, go back to the space and stay. I go help Captain Lu. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but a wild wolf ran out from the depths of the jungle. Meng Jinghan raised his gun and shot. The wild wolf was shot, rushed forward 2 steps, and fell to the ground without moving. Meng Jinghan raised his gun and smiled at Yi Xian. See? I am no longer the Meng Jinghan, who only knows how to use a sword. With it, you can rest assured. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but Meng Jinghan didn't let her speak, and rushed to say, for you, I will definitely live well. Go! I am worried about you outside. It is too dangerous here. Yi Xian nodded and flashed into the space. At this time, Fong Xian had finished bandaging and continued to sit in front of the observation window to pay attention to the situation outside. Seeing Yi Xian coming in, he said gratefully, thank you, Ms. Yi. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would really become a death squad. I've seen the 5 soldiers. They're all good. Bai Muron glanced at Meng Jinghan and volunteered, I go help Captain Lu too. Although Meng Jinghan has been trained, the time is still too short. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't object, and asked him to bring enough weapons and ammunition, and then released Bai Muron from the space. Watching Bai Muron stride after him, Fong Xian's eyes changed again when he looked at Yi Xian. She didn't seem to be as cold and ruthless as the legend said. She had agreed to only use space abilities, but now she was willing to send someone to help. Yi Xian looked at Fong Xian with dissatisfaction. Is the legend of my sister still popular outside? And still cold and ruthless? How am I cold and ruthless? What a gentle and kind little sister. Fong Xian couldn't help but shudder. What did I feel just now? It was the feeling of approaching danger. How could there be danger here? Yi Xian once again radiated her mental power. The area around the forbidden area had already started logging. And there were still many people in the forbidden area hunting mutated animals. Suddenly, a wild wolf appeared in front of Yi Xian. With gray-white fur, staring eyes, and ears flashing constantly, as if it sensed Yi Xian's presence. Big Gray. Yi Xian recognized the wolf that had communicated with Xian twice. Without saying anything, Yi Xian grabbed Xian, who was playing at the training ground, and said, "See if it's Big Gray?" Xian nodded. "Yes." "What's wrong?" Looking at the dangerous forbidden area, Yi Xian smiled like a fox. "Haha. It still owes us a favor." Big Gray was startled by the two people who suddenly appeared. After seeing Xian and Yi Xian, he hesitated and stopped running. Xian walked up to Dahui and stroked its gray fur. "Dahui, why are you here alone? Aren't you supposed to go deep into the forbidden area if you don't have anything to do?" Yi Xian watched Xian and Dahui communicate until her feet were sore. And then Xian walked up to her. "Mom, can you take in Dahui and his family?" Yi Xian jumped up. "What? You want me to take in a group of wild wolves? Or a group of wild wolves as big as calves?" Xian nodded. Dahui said that a group of people came to the Hongtai Mountain forbidden area recently, and all animals would be beaten to death. At the same time, their owners have become more severe, constantly asking them to patrol and kill people. It said that many members of its family have died. Now it has received orders from its master to besiege those humans who cut wood and hunt. It knows that it is dangerous and doesn't want to do it, but it can't disobey its master's orders. Yi Xian suddenly thought of Gu Xinan and the mother and son in City B. Could it be that the man can control animals in addition to humans? If that's the case, Lu Mingfei and his men may not be able to act smoothly. Yi Xian nodded. "Okay. But tell it that if you want me to take it in, it has to obey my orders. Besides, it still owes us a favor. Let it not forget it." Xian communicated with Dahui again. After a while, Xian nodded to Yi Xian. "Mom." It agreed. With Yi Xian's permission, the wolf quickly ran through the jungle to the south. After a while, a group of wild wolves followed behind it, roughly estimated to be 17 or 18. And there were also 4 little wolves. "Awuh!" Dahui squatted in front of Yi Xian and raised his head and howled. Xian expression changed. "Mom." Dahui said that Uncle Lu and the others are in danger. It said that many animals were heading towards Uncle Lu, probably because they had received some order from their master. Yi Xian released her spiritual power again. Sure enough, countless animals were gathering in the direction of Lu Mingfei. Black bears, wild wolves, tigers, and even wild boars. Yi Xian stamped her feet in anger. "Damn it! I knew this would happen. Lu Mingfei, be careful. A large number of animals are surrounding your team." Chapter 248. Bang! Lu Mingfei fired a shot, and a hedgehog the size of a wolfhound was blown away. "I've seen it. We are close to the cave. The superior's order is to blow up the UFO." Yi Xian. "Let's try. Team 1. Team 2. Bury the explosives. Team 3 and Team 4 are responsible for cover. The rest follow me." Lu Mingfei led more than 20 soldiers to quickly climb up the tree to hide their bodies, and took out the improved atomic watch. "Hunting team. Hunting team. Please reply if you hear me. We need support here." No response for a long time. The hunting team had already received the notice to stay away from the cave today. Now they are at least 3 kilometers away from the cave. How can they receive any news under the strong magnetic field? The big gray squatting in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled, and his body retreated involuntarily. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Did they receive another order? Xian. Ask it. Xian grabbed the big gray's hind legs. "Big Gray. What's going on? You look wrong." "Awuh!" Dahui cried again. "Mom." Dahui said it was asked to follow orders quickly. "Mom, it's a little out of control." Yi Xian reached out and took Dahui into the space. She moved and took all the wolves around into the space. The wolves that entered the space calmed down immediately. "Awuh! Awuh!" The wolf howled to the sky. Xian. Go ask Dahui again to see if he can still receive the master's orders. Soon after Xian entered the space. He said, "Mom, Dahui said it can't be collected anymore. And it doesn't feel like it's in control anymore." After a while, Yi Xian moved Dahui and Xian out of the space again. Ask it, "What's going on now?" After repeating this several times, Dahui said that he felt less and less controlled. Yi Xian then moved all the wolves out of the space. Xian, let them help Lu Mingfei. At this time, Lu Mingfei was already a little overwhelmed. More than 20 soldiers were already injured, and many died before they could be rescued. Meng Jinghan and Bai Muron helped to bury the explosives. Meng Jinghan followed the first team in the cave, and Bai Muron followed the second team to bury the explosives around the cave. Meng Jinghan approached the flying saucer, bent down and buried the explosives near the flying saucer. Suddenly, the roar of the beasts outside the cave, the screams of humans, and the gunshots all disappeared. A door with a milky white light appeared in front of him, and a voice appeared in Meng Jinghan's mind. "Poor man, you don't belong to this world. Go back. Enter through this door, and you will be able to return to your own world." Meng Jinghan shuddered. Is this the way home he has been looking for all these years? Why did it appear at this time? The voice was full of temptation. Your world has no extreme cold, no zombies, and no destruction. There are still unfulfilled wishes for you there. Go. Go home. Meng Jinghan tried to stay awake. Is this door really the way home? Why didn't it appear when he came here last time? But appeared when he was about to blow up this place? No. I can't believe him. He bent down and tried to bury the explosives, but heard a sigh in his ear. What a pity. Poor man. Do you know? As long as this place is blown up, your way home will be buried forever, and you will never be able to go back, and you can only perish with the humans here. Are you really willing to not take revenge? The throne there is still waiting for you to inherit, and you still have countless wealth and glory to enjoy. Don't you want it? Meng Jinghan stood up involuntarily, and his feet slowly moved towards the glowing door. Yi Xian noticed the change in Meng Jinghan and understood immediately. That person wanted to control Meng Jinghan. Yi Xian shouted, Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan! Wake up! Just after taking 2 steps, Meng Jinghan suddenly stopped when he heard Yi Xian's voice. No! Why should I believe you? That's right. I still have infinite regrets for not taking revenge over there. But there are also people here that I can't let go. How can I let her down for revenge? He swung the sword in his hand, and the door in front of him disappeared. He quickly buried the explosives and left the cave. When he walked out of the cave, he realized that he was soaked with sweat. The cold wind was piercing, and he couldn't help shivering. A black bear slapped him. Meng Jinghan jumped up with his sword against the ground. With the help of the elasticity of the sword, he jumped onto the shoulder of the big black bear. With a flip of his right wrist, a pistol appeared in his hand. Bang! The pistol was aimed at the big black bear's eyes and fired. Ah! The big black bear ran around like crazy. Meng Jinghan found the right time to jump off its shoulder. Soon the big black bear fell to the ground and didn't move. Lu Mingfei's eyes condensed, and he couldn't help but admire. Good skills. Shoot at the eyes of the beasts. That's their weakest point. Dahui led the wolf pack to join the battle. Almost all the small animals were harvested by Dahui's family. Lu Mingfei and his few teammates began to launch a fierce attack on the eyes of the beasts. Team 1 completed their mission and joined the battle. Team 2 by Muron ran over. Captain Lu. Retreat quickly. It's done. Lu Mingfei began to call Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Are there any living people around? It will explode in 3 minutes. Everyone ignored the beasts and jumped off the trees and ran back the way they came. The farther away, the better. Yi Xian once again radiated his mental power. The nearest hunter is 3 kilometers away. Is it safe? Safe. Put them in the space. This time it was Fong Xian who spoke. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all, and collected all the surviving team members, including the Dahui family, into the space, and also flashed in. Boom! The explosion shook the entire Gangtai mountain 3 times. The cave had been razed to the ground, and the surrounding trees and beasts were all turned to ashes, and the fire began to burn. The hunters and lumberjacks in the forbidden area heard the explosion and began to retreat. The superiors ordered that they would retreat to the foot of the mountain after the explosion, and go up the mountain again after a day of rest. The task became to observe the changes in the Gangtai mountain forbidden area, including changes in the magnetic field and animals. The retreat was orderly. Yi Xian also released the team members from the space after the explosion. Some of them headed for the tunnel. They would return to the A701 base after a night of reorganization in Maggiacchio, and then wait for instructions from their superiors. The next morning, Yi Xian and his team received a message. The plan has changed. Please evacuate quickly. The fire in Gangtai Mountain burned for more than a month. During this period, countless planes dropped gasoline from the sky, which fueled the fire until the entire forest was reduced to ashes. After the fire disappeared, the A701 base sent people to Gangtai Mountain again, but received news. The strong magnetic field of Gangtai Mountain still exists. Although many animals were killed by the fire, many still survived, and no one knew how they survived. When Yi Xian received the news at the mid-mountain base, she was discussing the personnel arrangements for the Hope base with Meng Jinghan in his office. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan's tightly pursed lips. It seems that this matter is not over yet. Could it be that the cave was bombed, but the UFO is still intact? No one could answer her question. Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan again. Do you really not regret it? Maybe it's right. That's the only way you can go home. When we completely destroy that person base, you may never be able to go back. Meng Jinghan looked at the lovely girl in front of him, pulled him into his arms, and smiled with his eagle eyes. If I can get you, I won't regret it. As he said, he pressed his lips. If the past was a nightmare, you are the savior of my nightmare. Aren't you afraid? Yi Xian hadn't finished speaking, but Meng Jinghan smiled slightly and took over the conversation. What are you afraid of? In this base halfway up the mountain. Except for that Bimuron, who looks at me as if he wants to eat me. Everyone else is fine. Haha. It's a pity that I'm not afraid of him. As he said that, a handsome face enlarged in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't refuse. Let me take care of you for the rest of my life. Without waiting for Yi Xian to answer, his lips pressed down again. Cough cough. There was a fake cough sound at the door. Chapter 249. Bimuron and Li Yanwu were standing at the door with the three sisters from Haoyue base. The cough just now was from Bimuron. Yi Xian blushed, pushed Meng Jinghan away, and stood up calmly. What's the matter? Bimuron's face was a little ugly, and his eyes looking at Meng Jinghan were obviously not very friendly. Li Haoyue and the other two smiled with pursed lips. Li Yanwu glanced at Meng Jinghan meaningfully, and said to Yi Xian, Sister Haoyue said that they know a secret of the forbidden area of Gangtai Mountain. I don't know if it will be useful. Li Haoyue also turned to look at Bimuron, and immediately understood something. He put away his smile and said seriously, I heard from the old people in my family that Gangtai Mountain was a volcano hundreds of years ago. It is said that the crater is deep in the forbidden area. It has not erupted for hundreds of years, and no one has ever been to the forbidden area of Gangtai Mountain. We don't know where the crater is. Yi Xian's heart moved. If Gangtai Mountain itself is a volcano, what if the volcano erupts and completely buries the UFO underground? Will the hot magma completely eliminate this scourge? Are you serious? Is there any record? Li Haoyue shook his head. I don't know. This is a small place, and it is deep in the mountains. It is hard to say whether there is any record. But if we can contact a geological expert, maybe we can determine whether what the old man said is true. Yi Xian did not delay for a moment and immediately used the power of space to contact Fang Xian. Captain Fang, I got a message that there is a volcano near the Hantai Mountain forbidden area, which has been dormant for hundreds of years. Fang Xian immediately understood the key. I will contact the experts. It would be even better if there are documents to refer to. Unfortunately, this disaster has destroyed most of the books recorded in human writing. Captain Fang, I still have some books here. I will have someone look through them carefully and try to find relevant documents. The rest is up to you. Fang Xian suddenly said, Ms. Yi, Staff Officer Li wants to talk to you. Staff Officer Li? Yi Xian was a little dazed. It's the old man who invited you to join the A701 base. It turned out to be him. Due to the rush of action, Yi Xian had not had time to put him into the space. And at this moment, he had no way to communicate directly with Yi Xian. Let him speak, and you help convey it. After a while, Fang Xian suddenly said, the old man said that he also heard the rumor that Gangtai Mountain was a volcano hundreds of years ago, and said that this matter should be recorded in the city records of City B. We will send people to City B to find the city records. If it is convenient, please help find the city records of City A. Both cities are so close to Gangnam Mountain. Maybe there will be gains. In addition to books on agriculture and breeding. The Xinhua bookstore that Yi Xian had emptied was used for the first time in a real sense. Yi Xian used her mental power to move all the books on this subject to the garden. And more than 30 soldiers turned into good children, who loved to study, and began to study hard. The 3 sisters from Haoyue base were taken into the space to help read. And Li Yanwu also volunteered to join the reading army. Seeing Li Yanwu's eyes looking at Li Haoyue, she smiled slightly. This kid has already started quietly. It seems that the happy event at the mid-mountain base is not far away. Bai Muron looked at Meng Jinghan deeply again, and turned to leave. Meng Jinghan smiled nonchalantly. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Lu Liang went to City A. What? What did he go to City A for? He said that his son-killing enemy suddenly appeared in City A. And no one could stop him. So he ran away alone. Yi Xian knew Lu Liang's story. This hot-blooded man would never let his enemy go. But it was too risky for him to go alone. Using her spatial ability, she saw that LV Liang had been slashing zombies all the way, had passed the south of the city, and was heading northeast. Let's go! Let's go help him. Yi Xian ran out with Meng Jinghan. At the door of the villa, she met Ye's father. Seeing his daughter driving out, Ye's father frowned. Going out again? I heard that a level 1 zombie appeared in Qi County. And 2 villages were destroyed. Be careful when you go out. Yi Xian. He smiled. I know. Dad. Tell Bai Muron and Xuelong to strengthen precautions. And bring a few more people with you when you go out. After saying that, the white SUV rushed down the mountain like a snow leopard. Ye's father shook his head. This kid. Without saying anything, Yi Xian put Lu Liang into the space. Lu Liang shouted, Madam. Let me out. You promised me that you would help me get revenge. Yi Xian sighed. We will go with you. We promise to help you get revenge. So we won't let you take risks alone. Lu Liang's figure appeared in the car. He was panting, and his eyes were red. Meng Jinghan pressed his shoulder. Calm down. Your enemy is not so easy to deal with. Let's take a long-term view. It's useless for you to go there like this. Yi Xian's car knocked down several zombies. Tell me. Where is he? LV Liang gave an address. Yi Xian knew that place. It was in the northeast of the north of the city. If she remembered correctly, it was Gu Xinan's base, which was later taken away by his eldest brother. Could it be that he was Lu Liang's enemy? What's the name of that person? Do you still remember what he looks like? Li Fei. I can recognize him even if he turns to ash. Lu Liang gritted his teeth. What's your relationship with Boss Gu? We are partners. I approached Gu Qingyu to seek revenge. Take him to choose a handy gun. If I remember correctly, you are a sniper. Right? Yi Xian looked back at Lu Liang. He had gradually calmed down. Lu Liang nodded. As long as he appears in the range of my sniper rifle, he can't run away. Yi Xian shook her head. She believed in Lu Liang's skills. But the current situation was not that simple. It would be difficult for a person to get close to Boss Gu's base silently. LV Liang was thrown into the space again. And Yi Xian told Meng Jinghan the story of LV Liang. Meng Jinghan pursed his lips tightly, and said after a long time, it is also a base. It is not so easy to kill other people's partners in other people's territory. Yi Xian. Why not take the long view and take over the base? Anyway, Boss Gu is not a good person. Just take it as revenge for Su Jing's mother. Yi Xian glanced at Meng Jinghan in the rearview mirror, and saw that he was not joking at all, and smiled. I thought so originally. But I have to wait and see the situation. Don't tell LV Liang this. Meng Jinghan nodded. If it weren't for Gu Qingyu, maybe we wouldn't have come this far. Haha. Gu Qingyu. Gu Xinan. Boss Gu. None of them are easy to deal with. So be careful. Thinking of the previous escape route, Meng Jinghan couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xian grabbed Xian out of the space. Go. Send the little white mouse to explore the way first. I want all the information about their base. Chapter 250. The little white mouse is out. 1 is worth 2. It is small. And except for its unusual color, it hardly attracts the enemy's attention. Yi Xian watched the little white mouse disappear from her sight, and continued to drive carefully towards her destination. 2 black shadows behind her caught Yi Xian's attention. And she shouted, Hold on tight. As soon as she stepped on the accelerator, the car sped forward. The people behind seemed to be afraid of losing her, and seeing Yi Xian speeding up, they ran forward quickly without hiding, and one of them raised his wrist and seemed to be saying something. At this time, Meng Jinghan also noticed these two people. Yi Xian, we are being followed. Stop the car. Leave these two to me. Yi Xian did not stop the car, but turned and drove towards the small road. The main road was very far away at a glance, and it was too easy to be followed. As long as she crossed a few small roads, they would not be able to catch up with her on foot. However, she never thought that this small road was actually the side door of a hospital. Now the front of the car was blocked by zombies. The zombies stared with cloudy eyes, and the flesh at the corners of their mouths had rotted and hung on their faces stickily. The bloody mouth grew even bigger, and a meaningless ho-ho sound came out of its mouth. It stretched out its skinny claws and slapped Yi Xian's car window, making a bang-bang sound. Meng Jinghan held Xian tightly in his arms. Can we back out? Yi Xian looked back and saw that the back of the car was also blocked by zombies. Some zombies had already started to climb onto the roof of the car. The rotten flesh had left marks on the car body and windows, and the stench rushed straight into the nose. Yi Xian put the car in reverse gear and gritted her teeth to start backing up. If they didn't back out, as soon as they opened the car door, they would be surrounded by zombies immediately, and they would not have time to escape. The car knocked down the zombie, and the wheels pressed on the zombie's body. There were more and more zombies behind, and the car was soon blocked. Meng Jinghan suddenly said, "No! Why do I feel like they know what you are going to do?" The zombies in front have all run to the back to block the road. There is a small road in front of the right. Yi Xian took off the reverse gear and drove towards the small road on the right, while the number of zombies in front of the car decreased. Just less than 100 or 200 meters away, there was another group of zombies in front. There are more than the group just now. They all stared at Yi Xian with gray eyes. Ho-ho! Roar! A tall zombie suddenly pounced on the car. The front window shattered. Get out of the car! Yi Xian roared, stretched out her hand and threw Xian into the space, then rolled on the ground to avoid the zombie's claws, kicked a zombie away, stood up and ran in the opposite direction. Meng Jinghan's movements were faster than hers. After he got out of the car, he held the gun in both hands. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and all the zombies that were close fell to the ground. He stretched out his left arm, clamped Yi Xian under his armpit, and rushed to the low shed on the roadside with both feet. It was a shantytown in a snack street. The shed was built with steel bars and asbestos tiles, and some places were already very fragile. Meng Jinghan seemed to have eyes under his feet, and stepped on the places where the steel bars were, and ran out quickly with Yi Xian. The iron hoop-like arm clamped Yi Xian's ribs so hard that it hurt. Yi Xian didn't say a word, and occasionally pointed him in the direction. Don't go to the left. That's a dead end. Right. Go to the hospital. We be safe after we pass through the hospital. Meng Jinghan held Yi Xian with one arm and shot at the zombies that were climbing up with a pistol in the other hand. When they entered the hospital, the zombies finally became fewer and fewer. Meng Jinghan put Yi Xian on the ground and let out a long sigh. Let's go! Don't let them catch up with us again. The zombies behind him, woo-woo, screamed and tried to squeeze in through the side door. Yi Xian pulled Meng Jinghan and ran quickly towards the door. The gate faces another road, and the road is wide, so there is no need to worry about zombies gathering. However, before they ran to the gate, a black shadow rushed out from behind and hit Meng Jinghan with a strong wind. Meng Jinghan felt a wind behind his head and immediately knew that something was wrong. He pushed Yi Xian away and took 2 steps to the left. He looked back and felt so disgusted that he almost vomited the overnight meal. This was a zombie transformed from an adult man. It was estimated to be about 185 centimeters tall, more than half a head taller than Meng Jinghan. Tall and strong, the man seemed to have been sent to the hospital after being injured. He still had a bandage on his head. The white bandage had been soaked in blood and dried up, hanging loosely on his forehead. Above the bandage, where the brain should be, most of it was empty. The brain mixed with blood was still wriggling inside like jelly, trembling with his movements, as if it would fall off at any time. Meng Jinghan raised his pistol, but before he could shoot, the zombie seemed to know what he was going to do and rushed towards Yi Xian. Meng Jinghan was concerned about Yi Xian and didn't dare to shoot casually. He watched the zombie approach Yi Xian and stretched out its sharp claws towards Yi Xian's little face. So fast. This was not only Yi Xian's feeling. Ming Jinghan also felt that this zombie was not simple. The speed alone was not comparable to other zombies. Adding his strength, it was at least a level 2 zombie. Be careful. Before he said this, Yi Xian suddenly took a step to the right, and a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Bang! Even if his shooting skills were terrible, it was impossible for him to miss at such a close distance. However, the zombie continued to rush towards Yi Xian as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian was stunned. Didn't hit? It can't be? The cold wind rushed towards Yi Xian with the unique stench of zombies. Ming Jinghan had already rushed to her side and shot the zombie in the head again. This time Yi Xian saw clearly. He hit it. The bullet didn't fly out from the back. It should have stayed in his brain. However, the zombie didn't fall down. The smelly cold wind blew again. Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan rolled at the same time and barely avoided the zombie's attack. It's not easy. We can't fight to the end. Let's go! Yi Xian got up and rushed to the door. Ming Jinghan kicked the zombie hard behind her. Ming Jinghan was dumbfounded. He felt that he didn't kick the zombie, but kicked the steel plate. At this moment, his right foot was still numb and couldn't move. Yi Xian saw Ming Jinghan standing there stupidly. The zombie that he kicked away came back again, and he stood there as if he didn't see it. The zombie's sharp claws were already in front of Ming Jinghan. He felt dizzy and suddenly appeared on the black soil of Yi Xian's space. Yi Xian, let me out. That zombie is not simple. You can't deal with it by yourself. Let me out. How could Yi Xian have time to care about him at this time? Seeing Ming Jinghan disappear, the zombie immediately turned around and pounced on Yi Xian. Yi Xian had eaten the body-strengthening pill, and her speed and strength were unmatched by ordinary people. However, compared with this zombie, she still admitted defeat. The smell of the zombies had already sprayed on her face. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot, and she also appeared on the black land in the space. Yi Xian panted and looked at the zombie from the window. He seemed puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the two people. He sniffed and looked around, and even his rotten face seemed to have a puzzled expression. Yi Xian's heart jumped. He has intelligence. At least a level 2 zombie. Maybe it's level 1. Try using the thunder power later. Chapter 251. She had heard from Lu Mingfei that the A701 base had encountered a level 1 zombie, and it took several soldiers to defeat it. Its skull was harder than steel, and ordinary bullets could not cause fatal damage to it, unless they were large-caliber firearms. Ming Jinghan's lightning ability was nourished by Yi Xian's spiritual spring water, and now it was at a very high level. Let's see if it can deal with the zombie. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian prepared a large-caliber pistol for him. Double insurance. Are you ready? Ming Jinghan nodded. Okay. Yi Xian moved him to a position about 5 meters behind the zombie. Ming Jinghan's spiritual lightning arrived as soon as he said it. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, the bomb exploded above the zombie's head. The zombie turned around suddenly, intending to rush towards Ming Jinghan again. Facing the obstruction of the bomb, it shook its body for a few times but never fell down. Then it pounced in front of Ming Jinghan again. Ming Jinghan exerted force with his feet and retreated more than 10 meters. Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the zombie, raised his hand, and a high-pressure water jet was aimed at the zombie's head. The zombie was hit by the water jet and staggered again. The jelly-like brain on the top of the head also flowed to the ground with the water. Yi Xian was surprised to find that even so, the zombie was still able to move. It turned and ran towards Yi Xian, but was hit by the thunder again. While the zombie was staggering, Ming Jinghan raised the large-caliber pistol in his hand. Yi Xian quickly dodged to the side. The gun went off, and the bullet accurately penetrated the zombie's head. It shook a few times again, and finally fell to the ground and did not move. After a long while, Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan dared to get close. Ming Jinghan used his long sword to poke twice, but there was no movement. He kicked it twice, but there was still no movement. He nodded to Yi Xian. Dead. Let's see where the zombie crystal core is. The two people resisted the nausea and turned the zombie over. Sure enough, there was a colorful zombie crystal core under him, which was much larger than the second-level zombie crystal core, and even larger than the first-level zombie crystal core obtained in City B. Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan looked at each other. Level 1 zombie. It was a bad start. They actually encountered a level 1 zombie. Yi Xian picked up the crystal core and put it in his pocket, and ran towards the hospital gate. After walking out of the hospital gate, he took out a car from the space, and the two drove on. LV Liang had already chosen his weapon, and was waiting in the space. Yi Xian released him from the space and asked, "Do you want revenge?" LV Liang nodded vigorously. "Then follow the instructions, and don't act rashly." After calming down, Lu Liang understood the pros and cons and nodded again. "I understand. Madam, what are your plans?" Yi Xian pointed to the front and said, 3 more intersections will lead to the north of the city. Not far from the north of the city is the base. I have asked Xiao Baishu to get information. We will not leave the city before getting specific information. So careful?" Meng Jinghan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. "Don't forget the lesson we learned in the Gu family compound. The base may be more tightly guarded than the Gu family compound. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it away from Gu Xinan so easily. Since Li Fei is here, we must be careful." Yi Xian parked the car in front of a residential building. "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Pay attention to whether there are any tails behind you." Yi Xian deliberately made a loud noise with the big iron door at the entrance of the apartment building. After waiting for a long time, no zombies came out. But the zombies outside were attracted by the sound and staggered towards this side. They were all killed by Meng Jinghan and Lu Liang. After confirming that no one was following them, the 3 climbed upstairs. We found a relatively intact house on the 5th floor, and used it as a resting place for the time being. The little white mouse came back when it got dark. Yi Xian quickly pulled Xian out of the space. "Ask it how it is?" From the description of the little white mouse, Yi Xian learned that this base was called Xintai Base. Although it was called a small base, it actually covered a large area of more than 200 acres. It was just that the surrounding area was sparsely populated, and they did not have many people. Most of them were brought by Gu Laoda and Gu Xinan, and some local gangsters sought refuge with them. After Boss Gu drove Gu Xinan away, he moved all the equipment from the Gu family compound here. With the wealth accumulated in City A over the years, the equipment of Xintai Base is relatively complete compared to other small bases. At this time, Lu Liang's enemy Li Fei was at Xintai Base, seemingly discussing something important with Boss Gu, and seemed to be staying for a few days. Li Fei's appearance features: bald head, height 180, weight about 180 pounds, a gold chain around his neck, and a large green snake tattooed on the right side of his neck and all the way to his arm. He is temporarily staying in the 3rd row of houses from the bottom of the Xintai Base, the 4th from the right. His bodyguards live on both sides, so it is difficult to launch a surprise attack. Meng Jinghan handed a newly drawn map to Yi Xian. He pointed to the 3rd row of houses from the bottom and said, "He lives here, almost in the middle of the Xintai Base. And in front is the residence of Boss Gu. It may not be easy to sneak in. We have to think of another way." Lu Liang stared at the paper. His eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and gritted his teeth and said, "Lure the snake out of its hole." Meng Jinghan and Yi Xian looked at each other. This was probably the best way. According to the layout and personnel of Xintai Base, it was a little unrealistic to wipe out Xintai Base. The best way was to lure out the big snake and then destroy it. As for this base, they had to take their time. LV Liang and Yi Xian looked at Meng Jinghan at the same time. Among the 3 people, he had the best skills. If they wanted to lure out the snake, he was the best candidate and the one who was most likely to escape from Xintai Base. Lu Liang clasped his fist towards Meng Jinghan and said, "Brother Meng, if you are willing to do me this favor, from today on, my life is yours. I have waited too long for this day." Meng Jinghan pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. "You just need to lead him out, and leave the rest to me, Brother Meng." Meng Jinghan still didn't speak. He knew he was the best candidate, but he didn't want to leave Yi Xian, because they were followed halfway just now. Although those people had been thrown off, who knew if they could find this place? What if those people can locate their position? There is one more thing he dare not say. When the 2 shadows flashed by, he seemed to think that he had seen those 2 people before. Both their movements and figures were very familiar. From the A701 base? But why did the people from the A701 base follow Yi Xian? He was puzzled. Chapter 252. Meng Jinghan pondered for a while, then slowly said, "There is someone more suitable than me." "Who?" Yi Xian and Lu Liang asked at the same time. Gu Xinan. Yi Xian suddenly got it. Yes. This was once Gu Xinan's property. But now it is occupied by Boss Gu. If he says that he has never thought of revenge, I'm afraid no one will believe it. If Gu Xinan leads people to attack Xintai base, wouldn't it be more legitimate? Most of the people in Yi Xian's space are Gu Qingyu's people. As a guest, Li Fei should lend a helping hand when the host is in trouble. Right? Wouldn't that solve everything? Haha. Good idea. Yi Xian released Gu Xinan from the space. Gu Xinan's hair had turned completely white. Even though he had not been abused in the space, he had aged rapidly. Perhaps because he had lost his faith. The wrinkles on his face could not be hidden. When Gu Xinan heard Yi Xian's plan, his eyes suddenly glowed like a wolf. I do. Yi Xian. If you can help me avenge this, I am willing to join the Banshan base and stay in the space and never come out again. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Give me 30 people, weapons and equipment you can choose, and take action tonight. The latest weapon has been released, and it is still in the trial stage. You can try it. Gu Xinan's eyes suddenly shrank. Gu Xinan said that he didn't expect anything. After a long journey, he was the first to get the latest weapon. It's just that what he got now is only for temporary use, which is very different from what he had before. Yi Xian dispatched 30 soldiers from the space, equipped with various weapons and equipment, and led by Gu Xinan to walk out of the city. After they left, Yi Xian and the other two hurriedly ate dinner and quietly set off. Yi Xian noticed that LV Liang only ate some dry food and didn't even drink water. Xintai base is backed by a large reservoir and in front of an industrial area, with no tall buildings to serve as sniper points. LV Liang had to climb up the water tower of the factory opposite, where the view was wide and the Xintai base was not far away. Less than 1,500 meters away from the water tower. He lay quietly on it like a wild wolf. With the help of infrared night vision goggles, he could see the base opposite at a glance. He had already prepared for a long-term ambush. If he could not lure Li Fei tonight, he would ambush here for a long time. Once he found an opportunity, he would never miss it. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan jumped onto the roof of the factory building and also watched Gu Xinan's every move with the help of night vision goggles. He is indeed the one chosen by the aliens. Even though he was frustrated, Gu Xinan led the troops without any hesitation. He divided the 30 people into small groups. 6 of them sneaked into the Xintai base from different angles, and 16 of them hid in 8 directions of the base. The rest of the people followed him and hid at the front door, waiting for the battle to start before they could act accordingly. Gu Xinan held a weapon that was smaller than an egg, which was just developed by Yi Xian. Although this thing is small in size, it is very powerful. Press the button on the right, and it can turn into a pistol the size of a palm. But the caliber is not small at all. If you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with, press the button on the left to restore the pistol to an oval shape, and just throw it at the enemy to cause a huge explosion. The most rare thing is that there is a layer of film on its surface. If you tear off this layer of film and stick it anywhere, it will be a time bomb, and the time of explosion can be controlled by the weapon holder at will. This experiment has been tested many times in Yi Xian's arsenal, and basically there is no problem. This is the first time it is used in actual combat. Each of the 30 Special Forces members has won. Judging from what Gu Xinan said, the 6 people who sneaked in should have arranged explosives in advance. Yi Xian used the space ability to observe the 6 members who sneaked into the base. And it was as expected. The 6 team members moved in different directions, tore off the outer film of the weapons, and quietly pasted them on the side doors, houses, weapon rooms, granaries, and other places. One of them wanted to touch the gate, and suddenly a dog barked on his right. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. The wolf dog rushed towards him, and the man was startled and his body suddenly shrank. He turned around and went behind the wolf dog. He didn't care about pasting explosives and jumped onto the wall. Ah! There is an electric fence on the wall. Damn Gu Xinan! Why didn't he say that he couldn't go on the wall? The man fell headfirst off the wall. The bodyguards heard the noise and ran over immediately, shining several powerful flashlights on him. Who is it? Yi Xian quickly took him back to the space. The man just touched the electric fence and fell down. He was still conscious at this time, and used the signal device to inform his teammates. There is an electric fence on the wall. Don't get close. Gu Xinan gritted his teeth. Damn it! The electric fence on the wall is pulled up. Then go in through the main gate. He quickly ran out of his hiding place. Not even a trace of old age left. His 2 short legs moved quickly as he rushed towards the gate. After sticking the film in his hand on the gate, he rolled on the ground and hid behind the big tree at the gate, and climbed up the tree in a few steps. The sentry on the tree saw a black shadow rushing towards the gate and was about to shoot, but suddenly found that the man touched the gate and turned around and disappeared. Just when they were stunned, Gu Sinan had already climbed up the tree and kicked him under the tree. And then, egg. The gun turned into a pistol. The sound was so slight that it was almost inaudible, and the sentry's head had already exploded. At the moment when the sentry died, a sharp alarm sounded at the gate of Shintai Base, and then an alarm sounded inside Shintai Base. There is a surveillance at the door. Once the sentry has any abnormality, the surveillance system will be triggered. In this way, it is impossible to deal with the sentry secretly. It seems that Boss Gu has really put a lot of thought into this base. When the alarm sounded, the people in Shintai Base responded immediately, and countless bodyguards rushed out of the house. And Boss Gu also walked out of the door with his bodyguards. He stood at the door in a black suit. Who is it? A bodyguard hurried over from the right. Boss. It's Gu Sinan. The surveillance camera at the door recorded him. He's in the tree. Boss Gu sneered. Humph. My good second brother finally came. I knew he wouldn't accept it. How many people did he bring? The bodyguard shook his head. So far, only he has been found. Before he finished speaking, explosions were heard from all directions of the base at the same time. The explosion scared Boss Gu, and he was immediately furious. Asshole. Isn't he alone? Quick. See what's going on. Li Fei came out of the rest room with his bodyguards. What's going on? Brother. What's going on? Boss Gu looked grim. It's okay. It can be solved in a while. You want to attack my base just because of him? Humph. Li Fei appeared in Lu Liang's sight, and Lu Liang trembled all over. It's him. That's right. He still remembered his son's death. And this devil is still alive. Lu Liang gritted his teeth to control his emotions, but his hands were as steady as a rock. Calm down. You must calm down. Chapter 253. The bald man flashed in Lu Liang's vision, and then hid behind Boss Gu. From a distance, he nodded and bowed to Boss Gu very respectfully. From Lu Liang's point of view, he seemed to know that there was a sniper here, and was using Boss Gu to hide his figure. Yi Xian also noticed the scene, and hurriedly comforted Lu Liang. Hold steady. Don't panic. The battle has just begun. Lu Liang's gritted teeth came. Don't worry. Mistress. I'm fine. The bodyguard approached Gu Sinan silently. Yi Xian sighed and reminded him, your hiding place has been discovered. Retreat quickly. Gu Sinan heard Yi Xian's voice, and jumped down from the tree without hesitation. He rolled on the ground to relieve the impact, and hid in the darkness in the blink of an eye. Then, there was the sound of the gate exploding. Several bodyguards, who came were killed before they completely walked out of the gate. He raised his wrist and shouted softly, Action! Suddenly, gunshots rang out all around the Shintai base, followed by the screams and calls of the bodyguards. The bodyguards who came to arrest Gu Sinan were stunned, and immediately realized he ran away. The leader waved his hand. Team 1 to the left. Team 2 to the right. Search! Gu Sinan was waiting for this moment. He whistled, and the gun in his hand made a barely perceptible sound again, and the leading bodyguard fell to the ground. This way, before the bodyguards could react, the people brought by Gu Sinan had already opened fire, and bullets were fired from all directions. The bodyguards lost their command and immediately became a mess. When Boss Gu heard the explosion at the gate, he knew something was wrong and turned to rush to the gate. He didn't hear the gunshots, but heard the screams and falls of the bodyguards. Boss Gu is indeed an old fox. He immediately guessed what happened outside. He dodged and hid behind the gate, reaching out to press the wall a few times. Gu Sinan led his men into the Shintai base, but did not find Boss Gu. Gu Sinan immediately understood. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Boom! 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 Before they could turn around, explosions sounded one after another. Gu Sinan reacted quickly enough and fell to the ground when the first explosion sounded. Even so, his legs were still seriously injured. The soldiers behind him were all specially trained and reacted faster than him. Only a few of them were injured and limped towards the gate. Boss Gu came out from behind the gate, looked at the dozen people beside him, and then looked at Gu Xinan who was lying on the ground, and sneered, "Second brother, I told you long ago that this is no longer your home. Why are you running so fast? Ouch! Look at his old arms and legs. How painful it must be to fall. Ha ha ha." Gu Xinan tried several times, but failed to stand up. He stared at Boss Gu fiercely without saying a word. Li Fei rushed over with his bodyguards. "Brother, how are you? Are you okay?" Boss Gu glanced at him, and snorted coldly. This Li Fei ran faster than anyone else when something happened, and his mouth was very sweet. LV Lian on the water tower saw Li Fei appear in front of him again. Without hesitation, he tightened his hand, and a bullet flew towards the Xintai base. "Brother, this guy." Before Li Fei finished speaking, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. He widened his eyes, and slowly fell backwards. Boss Gu reacted faster. Seeing Li Fei was shot, he dodged and hid behind a stone pillar, staring at Gu Xinan fiercely. "Great. Very good. My second brother finally made it. Is the next bullet aimed at my head?" As he said that, he winked at the bodyguard beside him, and the bodyguard quickly disappeared at the gate. LV Lian watched Li Fei fall down, and suddenly collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and he murmured to himself, "Zhizha, Dad finally avenged you. Angzi, I don't know if you are still alive in this world. In any case, Li Fei is dead. Dead. I finally avenged you and your son." Ha ha ha. LV Liang's laughter came from the water tower, and Yi Xian immediately put him into the space. At this time, Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan had moved from the roof to the house. This should be an office. Although it has been abandoned, it can still shelter from the wind and rain. Meng Jinghan suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Someone is approaching. Be careful." As he said that, he pushed Yi Xian down. With a gunshot, a bullet flew past her scalp and hit the opposite wall, leaving only a black hole. Yi Xian rolled on the ground and hid behind the desk. Her mental power radiated out again. Only then did she realize they were surrounded. More than 20 men in black surrounded the office silently. There were people on the roof and behind the house. One of them was still making gestures, and it seemed that he was still planning how to catch her. In the distance, Gu Xinan was still talking to Boss Gu. Gu Xinan had a miserable smile, but he was very sure of Yi Xian. "You can't run away. You think you can win by catching me? You wish. Old thing." Yi Xian cursed fiercely in his heart. He was clearly telling Boss Gu that there was someone behind today's incident. Yi Xian waved his hand, and all the soldiers surrounded in the yard were taken back to the space, leaving only Gu Xinan to face Boss Gu alone. Let them solve their problems by themselves. Meng Jinghan pointed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian understood. A thought flashed through her mind, and Meng Jinghan, and she appeared on the black land in space. At the moment they disappeared, the door and window were pushed open at the same time. No one. The room was empty. There was no one. How could it be possible? The bodyguards looked at each other and immediately reacted, quickly retreat. However, it was too late. Yi Xian and Meng Jinghan suddenly appeared outside the door and fired a volley of bullets at the group of bodyguards. Several people were shot and fell to the ground, and many people immediately fought back. Meng Jinghan pulled Yi Xian over. "Watch out behind you." A bodyguard jumped down from the roof, and Yi Xian raised her gun and shot. However, this person seemed to know what Yi Xian was thinking. After landing, he did not stand up, but rolled on the ground and shot Yi Xian. Behind Yi Xian was Meng Jinghan. If she chose to dodge, Meng Jinghan would definitely be hit. It was too late to enter the space at this time. Yi Xian just wanted to pull Meng Jinghan, but a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked Yi Xian exactly. The bullet penetrated his chest, and the man seemed to look back at Yi Xian, then fell to the ground without a word. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian released the warrior she had just retrieved again, and then fired 2 shots at the man who jumped down from the roof. However, he disappeared into the darkness in a few steps. The soldiers found a hiding place and began to fight back. Yi Xian had the opportunity to step forward and wanted to see who had blocked the fatal shot for her. The man was lying on the ground, breathing out more than breathing in, with a bloody red chest. He was wearing ordinary clothes, and his identity could not be seen at all. Meng Jinghan saw him and his eyes suddenly shrank. "It's you. Why are you here?" Chapter 254. Before the man on the ground could answer, another man in black fell from the roof. The man in black had been shot when he fell, and fell to the ground without moving. Following him, another black shadow jumped down from the roof. Yi Xian immediately raised the gun in her hand, but heard the man shout, "Don't shoot! We are one!" The man did not continue to shoot after jumping off the roof, but stepped to the side of the man who took the bullet for Yi Xian, loudly. "How are you?" Oldie turned his head with difficulty. "I'm afraid it's not going to work." "Yi, Miss Yi, be careful behind you." Ming Jinghan raised his hand and fired a shot, and the man in black behind Yi Xian was shot in the head. Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan dragged him into the office, and then Yi Xian found that these two people seemed familiar. Ming Jinghan asked directly, "Why are you here? Are you the ones who followed us on the road?" The man nodded, "It's us. But please believe that we have no ill intentions. It's the old man who sent us to secretly protect Miss Yi." Yi Xian took a look at the battle outside. "Protect me? Or monitor me? Why protect me?" The man pondered for a moment. "My name is Lu Jia, and I am a member of the old man's family like him. Maybe Miss Yi has noticed that there are people working in various bases recently, doing physical examinations for people." Yi Xian nodded. She knew about this. Fong Xian told her that this was a joint operation of the big bases to investigate the physical condition of humans on a large scale. The same thing was done by the cutting-edge base before, but they did it secretly, and finally concluded that women's fertility has almost been lost, and men are not much better. This large-scale investigation may also be related to this matter. Seeing Yi Xian nod, Lu Jia continued, "According to the results so far, except for the normal fertility of women in your mid-mountain base, the results of other people are almost consistent with the conclusion of the original cutting-edge base. This is also true for men." Yi Xian and Ming Jinghan looked at each other and listened to him continue. "Therefore, the old man has a bold guess." Lu Jia looked at Yi Xian deeply and said, "The old man thinks that this may be related to your space. The old man ordered us to protect your safety." At the critical moment, he glanced at the dead oldie lying on the ground, and said firmly, "At the critical moment, we can pay any price." Ming Jinghan took a breath. So that's it. No wonder he felt that the people behind him were so familiar. He had seen these two people when he went to A701 base last time. He once thought that A701 base wanted to do something behind his back, but he never expected that it would be like this. Yi Xian used the space to contact Fong Xian. Fong Xian's statement was the same as Lu Jia's, but he refused to withdraw his secret protection of Yi Xian. In Fong Xian's words, Yi Xian is the only hope of mankind at present, and no matter how much protection is given, it is not too much. Yi Xian was speechless and had to let them go. At this time, the situation in Xintai base also changed. Gu Xinan sat on the ground and couldn't move. He was dragged into the lobby by the bodyguard. Gu Lao listened to the gunshots outside, looked at Gu Xinan in front of him, and said with a serious look, "I say, second brother, we are from the same roots. Why do we have to fight to the death? I've already given Fengcheng to you. Why are you still coming to a city to rob my property? It's the end of the world now, and you still won't let me go. Can you tell me why?" Gu Xinan stared at him without saying a word, but the hatred in his eyes was about to overflow from his eyes. Suddenly he laughed like crazy. "Ha ha, brother? Ha ha. Since childhood, when have you ever treated me as your brother? In order to support your schooling, you guys tore up my admission letter together. Do you think I don't know? Luli, that was my first love. We were already talking about marriage, but you wanted to trick her away. Why? Just to make me work and earn money, so that you can marry a wife first. Am I your brother? In your eyes, I am just a tool for you to make money." Boss Gu looked at him without saying a word. What he said was true. So what? This was all tacitly agreed by my parents. Gu Xinan stared at his face. "Don't say that all this is my parents' fault. If you hadn't used sweet words to deceive my parents, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even though I've embarked on the road of drug trafficking, you still tried every means to use me. You let me rush to the front in dangerous things, but you hid behind and reaped the benefits. Why? Tell me why." Gu Xinan's neck was bulging with veins. "Don't tell me that you chose City A without purpose. Uh-huh. It's just that you don't have that opportunity. Even if you have the opportunity, that person will not choose a selfish person like you." An egg-like object was thrown in front of Boss Gu. And Gu Sinan continued, don't you always want the blueprints of the latest weapons? This is the latest weapon. Boss Gu looked at the egg at his feet. A little confused. Is this the latest weapon? He bent down to pick it up. But he didn't see the determination and sneer on Gu Sinan's face. Boom! Before Boss Gu bent down, a huge explosion sounded, and the two-storied building was razed to the ground. And the earth shook 3 times. The flame shot up into the sky, and all the people who were fighting stopped fighting and looked back at the scene in front of them. It's over. Everything is over. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. We are of the same roots. Why are we so anxious to hurt each other? I am afraid that Su Jing will find it difficult to accept this matter. Ming Jinghan hugged her shoulders and comforted her softly. Don't worry. She will understand. This is not your fault. Take a rest. I will take people to clean up. Yi Xian grabbed Ming Jinghan's hand. Don't go. Let Bai Bing and Su Jing come. After all, this is the Gu family's property. Ming Jinghan nodded. Okay. I will listen to you. The battle outside was basically over, and only a few gunshots could be heard occasionally. Yi Xian released Su Jing and Bai Bing from the space. Did you see it all? Su Jing nodded vigorously with red eyes. Xin, this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame people for being too greedy. Bai Bing hugged her tightly and asked softly, can you do it? Don't force it. Su Jing reached out and touched her lower abdomen, which was slightly bulging at this time. It seemed that the fetus was developing very well. Su Jing bit her lower lip and nodded vigorously. I can do it. Now I am the only one left in the Gu family. I will definitely be able to support this family. The pale face and firm tone made Yi Xian feel distressed. Go. Do you want me to find someone to help you? Su Jing thought about it and shook her head. I want to try first. Bai Bing took Su Jing to the Xintai base. Yi Xian watched silently for a while, left a few people to take care of it secretly, and then set off on the return journey with Ming Jinghan. The car drove steadily on the road, but Ming Jinghan seemed very uneasy. Yi Xian turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong with you? Ming Jinghan frowned slightly. I feel like someone is still following us. Yi Xian's hand holding the steering wheel trembled. Could it be someone from the A701 base? Ming Jinghan shook his head. No. Ever since they showed up in front of us, I have been able to sense their position, and there is no murderous aura from them. This time it feels different. The murderous aura is very strong. Chapter 255. Yi Xian glanced at him again. Just a feeling? Ming Jinghan nodded. I've had this feeling since we left the city, but I haven't found the source yet. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless and released Xian out of the space. Xian. Uncle Ming said that there are bad guys following us. Ask the little white mouse if it can find out anything. Xian held the little white mouse in his palm, and after a while Xian said, Mom, it said it can go out and take a look, but it can't detect anything by feeling. Yi Xian nodded and slowed down the car. Xian opened the car window a little, wrapped the little white mouse in several layers of paper towels, and threw it out of the window. From an outsider's perspective, he just threw a ball of garbage out of the car window. But he didn't notice that after the ball of paper towels fell to the ground, a sneaky little mouse came out of it. The little mouse didn't move in a certain direction, but lay not far away and observed carefully. A young woman came out from the dark and looked at Yi Xian's car in a daze. It's her. That's right. How can I sneak into the base in the middle of the mountain? She didn't chase Yi Xian's car, but turned to the southwest. The little white mouse fell far behind her. The car drove about 2 kilometers. And Ming Jinghan suddenly said, Will the little white mouse be discovered? Huh? Yi Xian was stunned again. Why do you say that? The feeling of danger faded. I can feel that the person is getting farther and farther away from us. Yi Xian drove the car, and did not dare to send out her mental power to look for the little white mouse, but said to Xian, See how the little white mouse is doing. Now it is only 2 kilometers away from the place where the white mouse was dropped. With Xian ability, he should be able to sense the movement of the white mouse. Xian reply was, Everything is normal. Ming Jinghan pursed his lips tightly. His sense of crisis was trained on the battlefield with real swords and arrows, and he has never made a mistake. The sense of crisis just now was very real. He would never make a mistake. No. Yi Xian is still being targeted. He must stay alert at all times. Mid-mountain base. It was a little after 2 o'clock in the morning, and most people were asleep. Only the drone was still flying tirelessly. circling the base again and again. A shadow raised his head and carefully observed the drone overhead. Taking advantage of the gap when the drone flew over, he quickly ran to the foot of the mountain. She did not go through the main entrance, but came to the cliff on the left side of the villa halfway up the mountain. With a lift of her wrist, a flying rope was stuck in the crack of the stone. She swung into the stone forest like a swift, grabbed the crack of the stone with her hand, and raised the flying rope again. Meng Jinghan, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. It was that feeling again. The feeling of approaching danger. Someone is coming. He turned over and got out of bed. Quietly opened the door, touched the ground with his toes, and jumped lightly onto the roof. Seeing a dark shadow climbing up the cliff, Meng Jinghan narrowed his eyes and smiled. I finally waited for it. The next morning, Yi Xian woke up from her sleep and felt refreshed. It feels so good to sleep at home. LV Liang's revenge was achieved. Su Jing and Bai Bing also had their own destinations, and the busy day and night were not in vain. At this time, Su Jing's voice came from Yi Xian's mind. Xin, can I ask you for a favor? Yi Xian said while putting on her clothes. What's the point of asking for favors in our relationship? What's the matter? Tell me now. Su Jing seemed a little hesitant. Yi Xian, can you send someone to take over this base? Yi Xian's hand stopped midair while she was putting on her clothes. What's wrong? Didn't you and Bai Bing get along well these past 2 days? Bai Bing took over the conversation. Yi Xian, Su Jing doesn't like this kind of life of intrigue all day long. She wants you to send someone to take over this base. And then we can go back to the space to live. Hee. It's still more comfortable there. Su Jing nodded fiercely. Yes. That's what I mean. Xin, I know you are short of manpower. Do you think this is okay? Yi Xian was speechless. It seems that these two people have taken a fancy to her space, and this real world can no longer keep them. Okay. Wait for me to think about who to send over. And before I send someone over, you two should be well. How many people are eyeing that big piece of fat meat now? Don't let others take it. Bai Bing seemed very happy to hear this. Don't worry. We will not give up our jobs. But please hurry up. Yi Xian shouted to the space while washing. Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan. No response. Yi Xian spoke again. Bai Miran. Bai Miran. Bai Miran replied immediately. What's the matter? Come to the villa after dinner. Remember to call Meng Jinghan and Xuelong. Currently, LV Liang and Xuelong are guarding the old nest. Li Tao is guarding Zishuangtang. And my brother and Zhang Fuxiang are guarding Hope Base and Haoyue Base. If Xintai Base needs more people, who should go? She preferred Bai Miran or Meng Jinghan. But the matter in Hongtation was not over yet, and they might still need their help. If she really sent them out, it might not work. Yi Xian had a headache. It was good enough for Bai Bing and Su Jing to stay. But who knew that these two people didn't want to do it? Yi Xian shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She would eat first. Ye's mother brought out a big soup bowl from the kitchen, and Yi Xian exclaimed, Oh! I can finally eat the hot and sour soup made by my mother. I miss it so much. After Ye's mother came out of the space, she had been thinking about cooking for her family. She got up early today and made a big pot of hot and sour soup. It was delicious with the fried dough sticks and fried dough rings in Yi Xian's space. Yi Xian scooped out a bowl of soup and couldn't wait to drink it. It still tastes the same. This is the taste of mom. Hee. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't have time to put down the bowl. She saw Bai Miran running in with the snow wolf, and said as soon as she entered the door, Yi Xian, it's bad. Meng Jinghan is gone. What? Yi Xian's hand trembled, and the hot and sour soup spilled out. She quickly put the bowl on the table. Her hand was burned by the hot soup, and she suddenly woke up. Don't worry. Talk slowly. Why did he disappear? Bai Miran said, I went to the dormitory to look for him after receiving your message. But there was no one inside, and no one in the cafeteria. He glanced at Xuelong and continued, I met Xuelong in the cafeteria. He said that Meng Jinghan has the habit of getting up early to exercise, and maybe he went to the woods to practice sword. After dinner, we went to the place in the woods where he often practiced swordsmanship. But there was still no one. Snow Wolf added, we also asked other people, and they all said that they had not seen Chief Meng today. This is indeed a bit strange. Meng Jinghan is always the earliest and most diligent person here. If no one has seen him in the morning, This is not normal. Recalling that she used the space power to call Ming Jinghan in the morning. But he did not respond. Yi Xian's heart sank suddenly. Something happened. Chapter 256. Yi Xian didn't have time to eat, and quickly immersed her thoughts into space, using her space ability to call again, Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan! Where are you? Still no one responded. Yi Xian closed her eyes and felt carefully, but still couldn't feel Ming Jinghan's presence. This is not normal. As her space subject, Ming Jinghan has a close connection with her. Even if she is thousands of miles away, she can still feel his presence, and even his location and the environment around him. But now, there is nothing. The connection between her and Ming Jinghan seemed to be cut off at once. And there was no news at all. The hot and sour soup on the table suddenly lost its fragrance. Yi Xian frowned slightly. When was the last time you saw him? Bai Muron said. I saw him patrolling outside at around 9 o'clock last night. He didn't look like he had anything to do. Yi Xian walked around uneasily, constantly using her space ability to contact Ming Jinghan. But there was still no movement. Bai Muron looked at Yi Xian's appearance and said in a deep voice, What do you want to talk to us about? Why don't we talk about the matter first? And then we can look for it later. Father Yi comforted her and said, Xin, sit down and eat. No matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as your stomach. Only when you are full can you have the strength to think of a solution. Yi Xian sat at the dining table, eating the meal tastelessly, and she didn't even know what she had eaten. Looking at her lost and distraught appearance, how could Bai Muron not understand? Compared with Ming Jinghan, he had already lost the initiative. After Yi Xian finished eating, he told him what Su Jing said. Bai Muron and Xuelong looked at each other and said at the same time, What do you think? Yi Xian shook her head. Originally, you three were the best candidates. Now that Ming Jinghan has suddenly disappeared, we need manpower here. There is no better candidate for the time being. I want to hear your opinions. Xuelong said shockingly. Can't I let my uncle go? Father Yu is drinking tea after dinner. He spat out a mouthful of tea after hearing this. Quickly waved his hand. Don't. This is a matter for you young people. I'm old. I can help out. But if I were asked to take charge of the work of a base, I would be scared. Mother Yi smiled and handed over the tissue, nodding to show her agreement with her husband's statement. Your father is old. Just let him help. Later, it was decided to let Xuelong go. First, he is more familiar with Gu's equipment and personnel than others. Second, if he goes there, it will not attract more people's attention. After all, the Baishan base is now in the limelight, so it is better to do it quietly. Xuelong was collected by Yi Xian into the space, and after establishing a space connection, he was released from the space. Bai Muron sent him to Xintai base and brought Bai Bing and Su Jing back at the same time. As for Ming Jinghan, Yi Xian would use her space ability to contact him every 10 minutes, hoping to find his whereabouts. Not long after Bai Muron left, Li Yanwu came. Someone said he saw Ming Jinghan in the middle of the night. Yi Xian stood up suddenly. Where is he? Tell me quickly. Where did he see Ming Jinghan in the middle of the night? The man was a patrol member of the Mid-Mountain base. According to him, he was on duty in the second half of the night last night. When he returned to the rest area after patrolling, he saw Ming Jinghan coming out of the room. At that time, he was still wondering why Chief Ming hadn't rested so late. Before he could speak, he saw Ming Jinghan leap onto the roof, as if he had discovered something. He didn't dare to disturb Ming Jinghan, so he had to tell his teammates to be extra careful on patrol tonight. Until dawn, he didn't find anything unusual. Li Yanwu nodded. It has been confirmed. He did tell the team members to be extra careful last night. What time did you see him? The man scratched his head. I took over from my teammates at 1 o'clock. It takes more than an hour to patrol a circle. About 2 o'clock. Ming Jinghan went up to the roof at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night? What did he find? Yi Xian couldn't help but think of what he said before, that someone was following them. And this time, the stalker was very murderous. Did that person show up? Ming Jinghan was killed by him. If that was the case, why didn't anyone hear anything? With Ming Jinghan's skills, it would not be easy to kill him quietly. Or was the visitor an acquaintance? Ming Jinghan followed him without any fight? If so, why couldn't her space find his whereabouts? Once her space establishes a connection, it will not lose contact with him unless the person dies. Otherwise this will never happen. Yi Xian's heart was shrinking. Where was he? What happened last night? Yi Xian called Ming Jinghan into space again. But it was still like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. At this time, in the small villa where Gu Xinan once lived in the west of City a woman with a calm expression was eating lunch leisurely. She had a good figure, but ordinary clothes. She wore a pair of black fleece pants, a high-neck sweater to protect her neck tightly, a light blue down jacket, and a pair of black leather boots. Sitting leisurely on a low stool and cutting steak slowly. In front of her, a grilled steak, a cup of hot milk, and a sandwich were all her food. She was elegant and unhurried, as if she was still living in a prosperous era. After lunch, she picked up the tissue beside her to wipe her mouth, and with a wave of her hand, the dishes on the table disappeared. She smiled slightly and waved again. Ming Jinghan suddenly appeared in front of her, stumbling a few steps without standing firmly. Ming Jinghan's hands were tied, and he stared at her coldly with his eyes. Do you think you can deal with her like this? You are far from it. The woman elegantly picked up the milk on the table, drank it slowly, and chuckled. You don't count for what you say. You are now helpless. I don't believe she won't be anxious if she can't find you. Haha. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait and see. She will definitely come. Ming Jinghan looked at her without saying anything, as if he wanted to see through her. She raised her head and glanced at Ming Jinghan. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, you can inform her where we are now. Looking at those eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, Ming Jinghan knew, at this time, he could not inform Yi Xian. Nor could he let Yi Xian take him back. He wanted to stay. He wanted to stay and find out the details of this woman. Only by completely getting rid of this woman can Yi Xian be truly safe. She actually has a space, and her space can also throw people in. Although he still doesn't know what her purpose is, he dares to guarantee that this woman will never be friends with Yi Xian. They are natural enemies. He was thinking about how to get her to talk, and suddenly Yi Xian's voice appeared in his mind. Ming Jinghan. Ming Jinghan. Where are you? Ming Jinghan was stunned. It's bad. He forgot this point. As long as he is in this world, Yi Xian can find him at any time. Can't let her take risks. At this time, Ming Jinghan had only this thought in his mind. Chapter 257. He replied to Yi Xian with his mind. Don't worry. I found something special. I will go back when I figure it out. You must not leave the base on the hillside. And don't go out alone recently. Yi Xian suddenly contacted Ming Jinghan, and was delighted. What did you find? Where are you now? Huh? Why did you go there? Who is that woman? Ming Jinghan's heart tightened. She could actually see what he saw. No. I can't let her know my current situation. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was also tense. Why can't you let me know his situation? I'm afraid it's not as simple as he said. A woman can quietly capture him and make him so nervous. There must be something wrong. Yi Xian wanted to take him back from a distance, but heard Ming Jinghan say, Don't take me back. This woman is the one who followed us on the road. I want to stay and find out the situation. Xiang was afraid that Yi Xian would be worried. So he continued, Don't worry. If there is any danger, I will ask you for help as soon as possible. The woman looked at Ming Jinghan in a daze and chuckled. What? You contacted her so quickly? Will she come to save you? Ming Jinghan had no expression on his face. I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Banshan base. Why should she risk her life for me? It's just... Which base are you from? You are so capable, but you act alone. How can your teammates feel at ease? The woman finished the milk in the cup and threw the cup back into space. Haha. I'm different from her. She has parents, children and concerns. I'm alone and have no concerns. Isn't it more suitable for survival in this end of the world? As she spoke, she walked towards Ming Jinghan step by step, put her hands on his shoulders, and said to Ming Jinghan in a sweet voice, There is another way to save her. But I don't know if you are willing to do it. The hands were soft and boneless, gradually climbing from his shoulders to his back. The woman was almost sticking to him, and whispered in his ear, Be my man. I will take you to become the king of this world. Ming Jinghan's muscles suddenly tensed up. She was actually teasing him. Yi Xian? Yi Xian is still watching over there. He panicked immediately, shook off the woman's arm, and stepped back a few steps. You, shameless. The woman heard this and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, shameless. Ha ha ha, you are so funny. This kind of thing is consensual. What's shameless about it? Then, her face changed, and she tore off her clothes, revealing the scars on her chest. See? These are all the marks left on me by you stinky men. Ming Jinghan saw her pulling her clothes, and quickly closed his eyes. The woman looked at him and laughed even more. Ha ha. Are you shy? Or are you afraid to look? Ha ha ha. Open your eyes, and take a look. Take a look. Why can only you play with us women? But we women are not allowed to have some fun with you men. The moment Ming Jinghan closed his eyes, Yi Xian saw the bite marks on her body, which were modeled all the way to her neck, with almost no good meat. No wonder she had to wear a turtleneck sweater. Ming Jinghan opened his eyes, and asked coldly, what does this have to do with me? Go and seek revenge on whoever did it. Why do you want to pick on me and Yi Xian? The woman straightened her clothes, with a devilish smile on her face. Revenge? Ha. They have already become my fertilizer. I have already taken revenge. And Yi Xian, I must kill her. As she said that, she took 2 steps forward and approached Ming Jinghan again. Don't worry. I will give her a quick death. When I complete this task, I will live with you forever. And no one in this world can stop us from being together. Crazy. She is definitely a lunatic. Ming Jinghan is very sure that he has never seen her. Why does she have to kill Yi Xian and live with him? If you dislike my scars, that's fine. The woman walked around behind Ming Jinghan and hugged him. Isn't there spiritual spring water in Yi Xian's space? As long as you find a way to get some out for me, I can recover as before, and will never let you down. She turned to Ming Jinghan. Look, my appearance is not worse than Yi Xian's. Right? Ming Jinghan turned his head away, and refused to look at her. Spiritual spring water? She actually knew about the spiritual spring water in Yi Xian's space? If he didn't enter her space, he didn't even know about the spiritual spring water. So how did this woman know it? Is her goal the spiritual spring water? No. If her goal was just the spiritual spring water, she would have no need to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian sighed. You stay by her side and pay attention. I go check the origin of this person. After thinking about it, she was still worried and told him, if there is any danger, notify me immediately. Yi Xian pulled her thoughts back from the space, holding a photo in her hand. Dad, don't go to Zujiazwan today. Help me find someone. She handed the photo of the woman to Ye's father. She is the one who captured Ming Jinghan. Find out where she came from. She knows that I have a space. And she even knows the spiritual spring water in my space. Ye's father hand tightened. It's not strange to know that you have a space. But it's strange to know the spiritual spring water. Besides these people in your space, who else knows this secret? Is there a traitor in your place? Yi Xian shook her head. I never said a word. Even when I gave it to Bai Muran and Li Yanwu, I mixed it with drinking water. They don't know about the spiritual spring water now. Could it be that someone in the space let it slip? Yi Xian shook her head. No. That woman said that my spiritual spring water can heal scars. And I didn't even know this function. Father Yi had no choice but to run out with the photo. I go now. And you can check those people in your space. Yi Xian knew without his instructions that even if there was no problem with the loyalty of these people, she would check it carefully. In fact, she didn't need to check it all. Once the loyalty of the space citizens changed, the system would notify her. So far, she had never received any notification. She also believed that the secret was not leaked from her. Snow Wolf. Yi Xian suddenly thought of the scar on Snow Wolf's face. She would try it on him first. If the spiritual spring water could really remove the scar, then this woman must have other information channels. At this time, Bai Muran was driving on the way to Xinsai base, and Xuelong was sitting next to him. Yi Xian waved her hand, and Xuelong disappeared and appeared on the black soil of space. Yi Xian held a glass bottle with half a bottle of spiritual spring water in it, and handed it to Xuelong and said, I just got the essence, which is said to be able to remove scars. I give it a try. If you remove the scars on your face, maybe you can find a wife. Xuelong did not doubt him, and grinned. Thank you, Lord. Oh, no. Everyone here calls you the mistress. Ha ha. Thank you. Mistress? Yi Xian waved her hand, and Xuelong appeared in the co-pilot seat again, holding a half bottle of spiritual spring water in his hand. Bai Muran looked back at him. Yi Xian is looking for you. What is this? Xuelong holds a half bottle of spiritual spring water. Hee hee. Giggle. She said this scar removal Let me remove the scar on my face, so that I can find a wife in the future. Bai Muron couldn't help but smile. This benefit is not bad. Then you should try it quickly. There are many beauties in our mid-mountain base now. Have you heard? Women outside cannot have children. Only the women in our mid-mountain base are not affected. Hurry up and find a wife. If you give birth to a big fat boy, you will have descendants. Xuelong pulled down the makeup mirror on the car and used his fingers to apply the spiritual spring water to his face. While applying, he said, "Hey, it's cool and quite comfortable. Well, it feels like water. Don't just blame me. There are so many beauties in the base. Hurry up and find one. If you are late, others will pick them up. It will be too late to regret it. Look at that kid Lianwu. He is really quick." Chapter 258. After hearing this, Bai Muron's eyes dimmed. What a pity. The woman I like doesn't like me. Don't refuse. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. This is what he wanted to say to Yi Xian. But he heard another man say it to her. And she didn't seem to refuse. I'm afraid he will never have the chance to say this again. Thinking of this, Bai Muron felt a dull pain in his heart. Looking at the snow wolf still applying it carefully, he couldn't help but say, "It's almost done. You're so hesitant like a woman." Snow wolf ignored him and continued to carefully apply the spiritual spring water on his fingers on his face. Muttering to himself, "What kind of essence? Why do I feel more and more like boiled water?" As he said, he took it under his nose and sniffed it. It doesn't smell either. At this time, Meng Jinghan was thrown into the space with his hands tied again. He could clearly feel that this woman wanted to control his actions. How could Meng Jinghan let her do what she wanted? With a powerful spiritual power, he carefully observed the woman's space, which was similar to Yi Xian's, with a small wooden house and a piece of black land, on which only some wheat and a few vegetables were planted. The wheat seedlings were less than half a foot long, and the vegetable seedlings were even thinner, so it was hard to tell what kind of vegetables they were. The cabin couldn't be entered, and from the outside, there didn't seem to be anything inside, just some bags piled up in a mess. There was also a forest behind the cabin, but there were many more animals here than at Yi Xian's place. He saw several hares and pheasants flying through the forest as far as he could see. The forest seemed to be a mist in front of him. Is this the end? Meng Jinghan thought to himself. It's too similar to Yi Xian's space. It's just not as big as Yi Xian's space, and it's not as well equipped as her space. So, why does this woman want to kill Yi Xian? To snatch the things in her space? This is the biggest possibility at present. But how can she have the confidence to kill Yi Xian? Just relying on this small space? Meng Jinghan was puzzled. At this time, the woman was also very irritable. Didn't I say that people who enter the space can be completely controlled by me? What's wrong with this man? He is not obedient at all. He does not move at all when she asks him to work. And he seems to have no feeling no matter how she controls him. She uses small animals in the woods to do experiments, and all of them are obedient. What is going on? Is it because he has entered Yi Xian's space and has been bound by Yi Xian? Not only that, he has always wanted to break into her cabin. The cabin is full of food and meat, which are the things she relies on to survive in this apocalypse. How could she let him in? Seeing the time bar getting shorter and shorter, she became more and more anxious. It was said that with this space, she could live well in the end times. So why couldn't she even lock one person in it? Aren't there quite a few people in Yi Xian's space? Why can't I upgrade the space? Damn it! This is the end times. It's dangerous to go out. Where can I get so many materials to upgrade the space? The best way now is to kill Yi Xian and absorb her space energy. That person also said that she has abilities that Yi Xian doesn't have. And as long as Yi Xian is confused, she can take advantage of it. Now that I have captured her man, why doesn't she come over? No, I have to capture a few more people, preferably her parents and children. I don't believe she can keep her composure. She stood up and walked out, but stopped after a few steps. It still won't work. That man can't be brought with him. He will only ruin my plans. With a wave of his hand, Meng Jinghan was thrown out of the space. And then he was tied tightly to a pillar. Sneering, "Wait for your master to save you." Meng Jinghan was thinking about the chances of successfully using the mental lightning ability at this moment, but saw her go out like a gust of wind. Meng Jinghan immediately contacted Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. She's out. Be careful not to let her sneak into the base again. She is a space ability user. The same space as yours? Yi Xian was stunned. What did you say? The same space as mine? Ming Jinghan told Yi Xian about what he had seen and heard, including the feeling of being controlled, which surprised Yi Xian even more. Isn't this the space she had before upgrading? According to Ming Jinghan, her space is at most between level 5 and level 6. So why did she kill herself? Could killing me help her level up? Is this her own idea? Or is there someone behind the scenes manipulating her? Yi Xian instinctively felt that this matter was not simple. She asked on the question panel, if I am killed by a low-level space power user now, what will happen to her? The system immediately gave a prompt. She can absorb your space energy, allowing the level to rise rapidly. And at the same time, all the equipment in your space will fall. And you and I will be wiped out at the same time. You and me? Yi Xian immediately grasped the key point. The system replied, yes. You and I are now inseparable. If you die, I will cease to exist. However, there may be no one in this world who can absorb your space energy, because your space energy is different from that of ordinary space power users. Yi Xian sighed, but there is a person like me who has captured my people and threatened me. The system was silent. Yi Xian waited for a long time, but did not see a reply. Just when Yi Xian was about to leave, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Be careful of that person. It was the robot's voice. This was the second time Yi Xian had heard its voice. She hurriedly asked, why? Are you related? However, the voice fell silent again. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed angrily. You only say half of the words. And you give birth to a child without an asshole. Since the system refused to say anything, she had no choice. It was just that the woman had already gone out, and she must not be out for a stroll. The most likely possibility was that she came here to cause trouble. She calculated the time from the villa in the west of the city to here. Mom! Xian. Mother Yi ran out of the kitchen. What's wrong? Xian also poked his head out of the bedroom. Mom? What's wrong? Don't go out recently. Wait until Ming Jinghan comes back. Also, Mom, contact my dad quickly and tell him to be careful too. Speaking of this, Yi Xian went out like a gust of wind. She couldn't keep passively taking a beating like this. She had to fight back. The patrol drone recorded the woman's photo, and once the person was found, the drone would automatically alarm and attack. At the same time, she checked the base's defense measures and attack systems again, and only went home after ensuring that everything was safe. Before she reached the door of the villa, she saw Li Yanwu and Li Haoyue coming over from a distance. The two held hands, talking and laughing as they walked. Looking very close, Li Yanwu saw Yi Xian from a distance and shouted to her, Sister, I found her. Haoyue said she knew this woman. Chapter 259. Hearing Li Yanwu's words, Yi Xian ran 2 steps quickly. Great. Come in and tell me. Li Haoyue calmly pulled his hand back from Li Yanwu's hand and followed Yi Xian to the villa. Li Yanwu grinned and followed closely. Yi Xian handed the two a cup of tea. Tell me, what is the origin of this woman? Li Haoyue held the cup thoughtfully. Her name is Li Min. She was originally a member of my Haoyue base, and she was one of the people who entered the base earlier. From Li Haoyue, I learned that Li Min was a distant cousin of hers. She herself was not very clear about how distant the cousin was. Anyway, it was not easy to know this cousin. She had good grades since she was a child. She was always ahead in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. She could only enter an ordinary university because she failed the college entrance examination. For this reason, she wanted to repeat the second year and take the college entrance examination again. But her family unanimously opposed it. There was only one reason. She had a younger brother who was only 2 years younger than her. He did not get into high school after graduating from junior high school. He had a girlfriend in the local area and was about to consider getting married. The family meant that your younger brother needs money for his wedding. If you go to college earlier, you can earn money earlier. Your younger brother's dowry money is still counting on you. She cried for 3 days and tore up her college admission letter. But her parents had made up their minds. She finally had to take the broken admission letter to the school to check the enrollment system. For this reason, she almost cut off contact with her family. She worked part-time to earn money for 4 years in college. She thought she could get rid of her family's control after graduating from college. Unexpectedly, she encountered the end of the world in the second year after graduating from college. She was still working in the company when the heavy rain came and was almost drowned in the heavy rain. Fortunately, Hanwha passed by and pulled her back. She was there when Haoyue Base was established. But later when Hope Base and Shi Base came to attack, she volunteered to go to Shi Base to investigate the news and disappeared. Since then, no one has seen her again. I also sent people to inquire about the news, but there has been no news. We all thought she was killed. Yi Xian took the photo and looked at it carefully. The woman was very young, about 20 years old, but her face was full of vicissitudes due to the suffering of the end of the world, and her eyes were full of hatred. Yi Xian handed the photo over again. Take a look. Are you sure it's her? Li Haoyue nodded. I'm sure. Yi Xian thought for a while. Did she do anything unusual when she was at the Haoyue Base? Just like that old lady. Li Haoyue thought for a while and shook her head. No. Does the Lord suspect that she is also controlled by that person? Yi Xian frowned and said, I'm not sure. I just think it's very strange. From the news said by Meng Jinghan, her space is very similar to mine, and the level is about 4 or 5. If, as you said, she got another space after the end of the world, then it is not easy to upgrade to level 4 or 5. By the way, has she ever been to Gangtai Mountain when Haoyue Base went to look for the spirit fox? Or, has she ever been to Gangtai Mountain before? Li Haoyue shook her head firmly. She didn't go when we went to look for the spirit fox, because she had disappeared at that time. As for whether she had been to Gangtai Mountain before, I can't be sure. But what I can be sure of is that when she was at Haoyue Base, she didn't show any signs of having space abilities. Yi Xian's brows were furrowed tighter and tighter, but she still refused to give up. So, did she wear any jade or something like that? Li Haoyue recalled carefully for a long time, shook his head and said, It seems not. Why? What does the Lord suspect? Yi Xian waved her hand. Nothing. I just want to confirm it. We don't know what happened to her in the Hope Base, so we can't confirm any information at the moment. Okay. You go back first, and come to me anytime if you remember anything. Li Yanwu took Li Haoyue away. Xuelong's excited voice came from Miron. I said Yi Xian. No. Miss Heroine. Where did you get this essence? Isn't it too good to be true? Yi Xian was excited. Does it really work? Xuelong nodded vigorously, and then remembered that Yi Xian couldn't see it at all. Then he said, Look. Put me into the space and see. It's really gone. No scars left. It's amazing. Yi Xian put him into the space, and sure enough, the long scar on Xuelong's face disappeared. He looked even more handsome now. Already heroic. Xuelong touched his smooth cheek. He laughed. Can I pursue girls this way? They won't run away when they see my face anymore. Yi Xian sent him out of the space and fell into deep thought again. Her spiritual spring water can actually remove scars. She herself didn't know this news. So how did Li Min know it? If someone said there was no one behind her, Yi Xian would never believe it. The biggest possibility is that the person behind her is the mysterious alien on Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. If that's true, wouldn't that person be her direct enemy? Yi Xian suddenly shuddered. She didn't have the confidence to fight that mysterious man. Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan! What's going on over there? Meng Jinghan had already broken free from the restraints on his hands, and was checking the entire building. Yi Xian heard his muffled voice. Nothing was found. It seems that she lives here alone. Only one bedroom is occupied. The other bedrooms are very dusty, and don't look like anyone has lived there. Yi Xian said, Come back. There's probably no point in staying there. I suspect the person behind her is the mysterious man on Hong Kong and Taiwan Mountain. Then, she shared the news she got today with Meng Jinghan. Meng Jinghan shook his head fiercely. No. I can't go back. I'm going to the Shi base now. Maybe I can find some clues. Yi Xian. If that person is really in charge, your situation will be very dangerous. Hurry up and notify the A701 base, and let them take the lead in contacting other bases as soon as possible to arrest Li Min. Before Yi Xian agreed, Li Yanwu hurried over. The drone found Li Min's trail, and the attack was ineffective. She ran away and came to our side. Yi Xian agreed, cut off contact with Meng Jinghan, and quickly ran to the gate. This Li Min is too bold. After being discovered by the drone, she dared to blatantly break into the Banshan base. If she doesn't teach her a lesson today, she won't be named Yi. Li Yanwu followed behind. Haoyue, Hanwha, and Lu Liang have all gone. Sister, Please slow down and don't be anxious. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. She was getting more and more impatient recently, thinking carefully about what happened in the past 2 days. This woman seemed to know her very well, but she only knew a little about her. It would be too disadvantageous to fight like this. No! She had to try how capable this woman was first. Xian. She shouted into the house. Come on. You take the lead today. Chapter 260. Xian heard the shout and ran out. Okay. Rat or wolf? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Let's go together. Let the rat try first. As she said that, she released her mental power to see where Li Min was. It didn't matter that she looked at it. Yi Xian was stunned. She didn't enter the main road leading to the base, halfway up the mountain as they imagined, but turned in front of the main road and ran towards the cliff next to her. When Yi Xian's mental power arrived, she had already run to the bottom of the cliff. She looked up slightly, then raised her right hand, and the flying rope shot out from her wrist. She jumped up suddenly using the pulling force of the flying rope and her own jumping force. At the end of the flying rope, she grabbed the crack of the rock with her left hand, stepped on a small protrusion with her left and right feet, and quickly retracted the flying rope with her right hand. Then she raised her hand again, and the flying rope shot into the rock wall again. This time the situation was even more dangerous. There was no place for her right foot to land. She only relied on her left hand and left foot to stabilize her body. She retracted the flying rope with her right hand again, raised her hand, and flew upward. Then she fixed her body, raised her hands again, and flew. She was slender like a swift flying in the sky when the wind and rain came. Her movements were light and graceful. Is this skill really just the little girl described by Li Haoyue, who was not loved by her father and mother? Let alone her rock climbing skills. There were few people in her mid-mountain base who could match her. If anyone had to say that they could do it, I'm afraid it would only be by Muron and Ming Jinghan. Right? She had also seen Xuelong's skills, and she thought that Xuelong and Li Yanwu were both a little bit behind. As for herself, she had no confidence at all. Xian. Not at the gate. It's on the cliff between the villa and the board house. Xian looked back. She climbed up the cliff? Yi Xian nodded. Let the little mouse guard the edge of the cliff first. Li Yanwu. Call Li Haoyue and Li Hongwe. The cliff next to the board house. After saying that, he ran to the edge of the cliff first. Only then did she understand why Ming Jinghan jumped onto the roof in the middle of the night, and why he disappeared without anyone knowing. He must have sensed danger in the middle of the night, and wanted to jump onto the roof to investigate. But he didn't expect to see a woman climbing up the cliff like this. He must have wanted to catch her, but he didn't expect that she was a space power awakener. As long as Ming Jinghan touched her body, there was no need to fight. She was thrown directly into the space. This woman is very cunning. She knew that Ming Jinghan and Yi Xian had a special relationship, so she withdrew immediately after she succeeded. She even seduced him when she knew that Yi Xian could monitor Ming Jinghan. Now think about it. She just wanted to arouse Yi Xian's anger so that she could take advantage of it. At this time, Li Min was almost close to the edge of the cliff. She completely retracted the zipline and slowly climbed up, relying only on the strength of her hands and feet. After a while, a small black head appeared on the edge of the cliff. She looked around vigilantly and started to climb up after confirming that there was no danger. Yi Xian looked at Li Haoyue. Is she really the Li Min you mentioned? Li Haoyue nodded. I'm sure. But, Yi Xian added, but Li Min doesn't have such skills at all. Right? Not only Li Haoyue nodded, but Li Hongwe also nodded. That's right. Li Min is my cousin. We have fought against Hope Base and Hope countless times. The sisters all know her background. It is impossible for her to have such skills. How long has she been missing? The one who asked the question was Li Yanwu. 1 year and 1 month. Li Haoyue glanced at him. Li Yanwu shook his head. Even if you train intensively every day, it is difficult to develop such skills in 1 year. Moreover, judging from the scars on her body, her early experience must have been very bad. Li Min, who had just climbed up the cliff, suddenly found herself surrounded. A large group of black rats surrounded her, some crawling up her feet, and some crawling up her legs along her heels. She was not in a hurry, and a cluster of flames rose from her palm with a shake of her right hand. A torch appeared out of thin air in her left hand, and the torch was lit and waved towards the rats. The rats were afraid of fire, and retreated when they saw the flames. Some of them could not run away in time, and their fur was burned by the torches until they screamed. Li Min smiled and approached the villa with a torch, as if thinking about how to get in. Suddenly, a wild wolf rushed out from the front, baring its teeth and rushing towards her. Yi Xian watched her reaction calmly. She saw a ball of fire gathered in her palm again, and this time the fire burned more and more, gradually enveloping her in it, and threw it at the wild wolf. The wild wolf saw a ball of fire flying towards it, jumped away quickly, and raised its head and howled. Li Min saw that she didn't hit it, so she raised her left hand again, and a stream of water went to the fire, instantly extinguishing the fire. Her figure jumped onto the roof like a monkey, and disappeared in front of everyone in a few flashes. Yi Xian was stunned again. Space power, fire power and water power. Those who can awaken 3 powers are definitely talented. No, maybe there is also speed power. Looking at her movements of jumping onto the roof to escape, ordinary people really can't do it. Even Yi Xian only has space power and mental power, and the water and wood power are transplanted from by Miran and Lianwu. Yi Xian's mental power chased her whereabouts. At this time, she had reached the left side of the villa, where there were still big trees that had not been cut down. About 3 meters away from the villa wall, Yi Xian immediately understood her idea. She wanted to jump from this tree into the villa. Her target was Yi Xian, or Yi Xian's family. Knowing the enemy's purpose, Yi Xian was no longer polite. She raised her hand, and a water column was hit. The tree closest to the villa was hit by the high-pressure water column and broke in half. Li Min stopped abruptly and looked around vigilantly. Yi Xian turned the corner and appeared in front of her. Li Min. Right? A visitor is a guest. But this is the first time I have seen a guest climbing up the cliff. Tell me, why did you take Meng Jinghan away? Why are you staring at me? When she heard the word Li Min, she was obviously stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Yi Xian to call out her name. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, and she immediately changed to a vigilant look, staring at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian was sure, she is Li Min. If she was not Li Min, she would not have such a big reaction when she heard this name. Yi Xian waved her hand, and Li Haoyue and Li Hongwei turned around from the corner. Minmin. Is it really you? We thought you. Li Hongwei couldn't help but tear up. Looking sincere, Li Min looked at the sisters expressionlessly, as if she didn't know them, and asked Yi Xian, tell me, what are the conditions for killing you? Hey! Yi Xian was amused by her. It was the first time she saw someone who wanted to kill someone and asked the person what the conditions were. Whose life can be exchanged for material conditions? Looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was joking. Yi Xian's heart sank again.